Chapter 1. My maid is a high-cool schoolgirl. A city university. Confiscated brain. Consciously turned in. Gu Qiu waited downstairs of the school's girls' dormitory early, holding a delicately crafted rabbit doll in her hand. It wasn't long before a girl with a tall figure and delicate face came out of the dormitory building. Gu Qiu rushed to welcome the girl when she saw her figure. Xinxue, this is for Gu Qiu. Let's break up. Gu Qiu was interrupted by the girl's cold voice before she could finish a sentence. The smile on Gu Qiu's face froze, and he somewhat wondered if he had just heard wrong. He had only been dating her for less than 3 days, right? How could they break up? Ha? Xinxue, what did you say? Gu Qiu asked with some disbelief. The name of the girl in front of her was Li Xinxue, a freshman student in the art department of a city university. Gu Qiu saw her by chance during one of his public classes, and it was this chance that made him fall uncontrollably in love with Li Xinxue. Although Li Xinxue did not have a good reputation and was often rumored to have broken up with whoever and then seamlessly moved on to the next one, Gu Qiu thought that it was all just other people's prejudice. After that, Gu Qiu rightfully launched a fierce pursuit of Li Xinxue, but Li Xinxue kept hanging on to him, neither explicitly rejecting nor agreeing. Even his roommate had repeatedly reminded him that Li Xinxue had been treating him as a spare tire. He advised him to recognize Li Xinxue's true nature before it was too late, but he still did not give up, because he always believed in the truth of sincerity for sincerity. After a Li Xinxue breakup, Gu Qiu boldly went to comfort her, and with his month of living expenses to bring her to eat a sea shrimp scratch, eventually she agreed to go out with herself. And that night before parting, Li Xinxue even said good night to herself. Gu Qiu only felt that his dreams were sweet that night. In the days of this passionate love, Gu Qiu got up early every day and ran to her dormitory downstairs to send her breakfast. Every time they met, they would prepare some small gifts just so they could make her happy and see her smile. Gu Qiu could be said to have put all his heart into her, and then she now said she wanted to break up? Gu Qiu didn't understand why this was. I say let's break up. Li Xinxue looked at the rabbit doll Gu Qiu was holding with inexplicable disgust in her eyes. One would only prepare this kind of gift for coaxing little girls, without any real value. Why? Did I treat you badly? Gu Qiu pursued unwillingly. You're good to me, but you can't give me the life I want, so being good to me is just that, and I already have someone I like better. He treats me well too. The one bag he bought me yesterday is enough to cover your living expenses for half a year. Yesterday? Yesterday afternoon Li Xinxue told herself that she wasn't feeling well, causing herself to worry for a while, so it turned out that she had gone to buy a bag. Gu Qiu smiled to himself, feeling like a clown. Let's get together and part ways, and you stop pestering. Li Xinxue's voice was so loud that many people around her stopped to watch. That seems to be Gu Qiu, the licking dog, right? Although I don't know how he licked Li Xinxue, but with his beggar-like appearance, how could he possibly hold Li Xinxue? This kind of beggar is not good to wait for the university graduation. Why do you have to fall in love? And every day to send people breakfast, accompanied by together to and from school. Ha ha, now seems to be really a clown. Look at his expression. He still has some disbelief, right? The chatter of the people around him reached Gu Qiu's ears, making him blush with shame. Did ordinary people without money not deserve to fall in love? Xinxue, tell me, is it because I'm broke that you broke up with me? Gu Qiu looked at Li Xinxue with reddened eyes. In his eyes Li Xinxue was definitely not that materialistic. Li Xinxue was also annoyed by Gu Qiu, and there were so many people around watching the fun. Gu Qiu does not mind the shame, she still mind the shame. Yes, you're right, it's because you don't have money that I broke up with you. In your case, if you didn't buy a lottery ticket and win, you'd only be able to work for a mortgage for the rest of your life, right? Do you want me to follow you into that life? Consider it all for my sake. Please don't pester me anymore. Gu Qiu froze in place. Why? He didn't understand why Li Xinxue was also such a person. Ignoring the voices of the surrounding discussion, he stiffly turned around and walked towards his dormitory building, still clutching his rabbit doll in his hand. The last ounce of stubbornness in his heart kept him from losing his voice and crying out. Just like this muddled walk for more than 10 minutes, the surrounding has no onlookers passers-by. Li Xinxue also long ago do not know where to go. Could it be that he could only live this kind of life? Suddenly Gu Qiu's mind resounded with a crisp mechanical voice. Clang, 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 with a loud bang in the sky. This unity shines. Suitable hangman host detected. The urban's strongest young master system is in the process of binding. Binding completed. System? Gu Qiu's brows furrowed. He was pretty sure he wasn't hallucinating. He just didn't expect this kind of unscientific thing to actually appear on him as well. But were you serious with that sentence about detecting a suitable hangman host? Could it be that even the system thinks I'm a? The eyes of the system are bright. I hope the host will not question this fact. Detected that the host has not collected the newbie gift pack. Is it collected? Claiming it, Gu Qiu chose to claim it without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for receiving the top reward, a Deadpool. Incidental reward. The identity of the young master of the Apocalypse Gu family. Gu Qiu was still waiting for the system's next words, but even after 10 seconds or so, he didn't hear the system's voice again. This was the end? What the hell was a Deadpool? A dead attendant is a retainer who is absolutely loyal to the host. I'm not stupid. I know that's what it means. But what's the point of me wanting this kind of squire? To accompany me to school? Protect me from aliens? Or to make money by screwing screws for me in the factory? And what about the Gu family's young master status? Will that turn me into the heir to some hidden family? No response. Super. Gu Qiu became even more depressed and continued to walk aimlessly through the school. Suddenly the students around him let out a cry of surprise. Look! It looks like by Qingnian. Goddess Qingnian is still as beautiful as ever. I wonder what Goddess Qingnian is doing over here in the boys' dormitory. Gu Qiu also looked up at the sound and it turned out to be Bai Qingnian. Bai Qingnian was the school flower of a city university. However, she was usually especially cool and never communicated too much with people, and was known as the high and cold school flower. The face of many suitors never paid attention to, and heard that her family is good to outrageous. Back and forth to and from school are luxury car transportation. Ha! These and their own have what to do. They are just a poor student. If he didn't go to the same school, he wouldn't have a relationship with her in his life. Of course, it was impossible to have a relationship even at the same school. Gu Qiu lowered his head and continued to walk forward. There were still a dozen meters to go before he could pass by Qingnian. In that case it wasn't really a relationship at all. Gu Qiu thought to himself in his heart. Student Gu Qiu. The voice was clear and cool. Ha! Who called me? Gu Qiu looked up again and realized that Bai Qingnian was standing in front of her, and it was obvious that she had called her. What's the matter? Gu Qiu took this opportunity to take a closer look at Bai Qingnian. Cold white skin, proper eyebrows, high nose, lips without lipstick but flushed with pink. Long black hair like a waterfall fell casually behind her head and was tied up with a pink hairband. The beauty was unreal, especially the skin that was glowing with cold white luster, but it really appeared in front of her. Bai Qingnian froze in place after Gu Qiu raised her head. The person in front of her was still exactly the same as she remembered. The two figures overlapping each other. Her eyes instantly turned red. Qingnian finally found you. Young master, I'm super. What happened? I just asked. What's wrong with you? Why are you crying? I've never done anything wrong to you. Have you mistaken me for someone else? Young master, I've wronged you all these years. Bai Qingnian's voice was soft and delicate, completely different from the cool feeling she had just had. Young master? It couldn't be calling me. Gu Qiu suddenly remembered the system rewards from just now. The Gu family's young master identity and a deadly servant. System, what's going on here? Gu Qiu asked in his heart. Ding! With a mechanical sound, a light screen that only he could see appeared before Gu Qiu's eyes, detected the appearance of the host's deadly servant Bai Qingnian. Now opening the character panel function. Name, Bai Qingnian. Age, 19 years old. Height, 176 cm. Loyalty to host, 100, upper limit is 100. Now implanting Bai Qingnian's memories of the host. The host was previously the heir of a mysterious family, and 10 years ago the host took in Bai Qingnian, who was an orphan, and kept her by his side as a personal maid. Within 10 years, the host became the only hope in Bai Qingnian's gray life. Later, when Gu Qiu left the family due to the family heir competition, Bai Qingnian wanted to follow but was rejected by Gu Qiu, so Bai Qingnian stayed in Gu Qiu's family, and in order to get Gu Qiu to come back, step by step, she eliminated all the people who were a threat to Gu Qiu. In the end, she became the only person in charge of the Gu family. However, she knew that the position of head of the Gu family could only be Gu Qiu's. She secretly investigated Gu Qiu's news for a year after that, until now, when she appeared in front of the host. Gu Qiu looked at the light screen in front of him in a state of stagnation. This means that the Deadpool rewarded by the system signing in as a high-flying schoolgirl from the same university as me? This is too cool, right? Chapter 2, the school beauty turns out not to be high-strung. My maid is a high-caliber schoolgirl? This is too cool, and it all looks so traceable, worthy of being a system. It's just awesome. System, I apologize for my verbal attack on you just now. Ding, the system will transmit previous memories related to Bai Qingnian to the host, so that the host can adapt to the Gu family's young master's identity more quickly. Gu Qiu, who had read too many web novels, was a little disbelieving. Were the systems all so gingery now? It wasn't a 213 system that didn't move to erase, much less forced to do tasks. This system is so good. Gu Qiu looked at Bai Qingnian again after sighing in his heart. At this time, Bai Qingnian was no longer so unattainable in his eyes. How did you find me? Gu Qiu fixed his mind and said as naturally as he could. Qingnian found me based on the information left by the young master at that time. I blame Qingnian for being too stupid in making the young master wait for so long. Bai Qingnian looked like a child who had made a mistake at this time. There was still a little bit of the air of a high and cold schoolgirl left, Gu Qiu's location was very close to the boys' dormitory, so naturally people would notice this scene as they came and went. When had they seen Bai Qingnian in this state? They all stared with wide eyes. It's okay, I knew you could do it, Gu Qiu said softly after pondering for a moment. Bai Qingnian jerked her head up to look at Gu Qiu, and she couldn't stop the tears from falling down her face. I knew you could do it. Bai Qingnian's mind was filled with these words echoing at this moment. So young master had planned this step long ago. Young master trusted himself so much, and after hearing this sentence, Bai Qingnian felt that all these years of hard work had been worth it. She was finally, could be by her young master's side again. Young master, Bai Qingnian's voice was a little choked. Gu Qiu hesitated for a moment before finally reaching out and touching Bai Qingnian's hair. This was because in the memories Gu Qiu received, he had often touched Bai Qingnian like this when he was a child, and Bai Qingnian would be happy for a while every time. Bai Qingnian couldn't help but tremble as she felt the temperature on her head. Young master really hasn't changed at all. Then she obediently lowered her head so that Gu Qiu could touch it better. This scene was normal in the eyes of the two of them, but it wasn't the same thing when it fell into the eyes of the surrounding passers-by. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and after a few seconds a cacophony of voices rang out. Asterisk 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 I see. See what? Is that person really Goddess Seinen? Who is that boy who touched Goddess Seinen's head? How come I've never seen him before? I know, he's Gu Qiu from the math department. He's been licking a class flower from the art department. An old licking dog. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Really off the mark. Did he save Goddess Qingnian's life? The crowd was in disbelief of the scene they were seeing anyway. Gu Qiu, of course, also heard their discussion and retracted his hand without a trace. Bai Qingnian looked up at Gu Qiu suspiciously and asked very quietly, is it Qingnian's hair that's uncomfortable to touch? Obviously, she had always paid close attention to the maintenance of her hair. Did young master not like it anymore? Gu Qiu lightly coughed after hearing this. Ahem, no, it's very comfortable, but it's not the right time for this kind of thing. It's not the right time to do such things? Although Bai Qingnian was puzzled. Since young master said it was not suitable, then it was not suitable. Bai Qingnian suddenly thought of something and asked softly, young master, where do you live now? Of course I live in the school dormitory, Gu Qiu answered truthfully. Bai Qingnian's eyes showed a touch of heartache after hearing this. Young master is also too much of a burden on himself. Young master, if you're not doing anything now, I'll accompany you home to take a look. Bai Qingnian looked at Gu Qiu with an expectant face after he finished speaking. Good. Gu Qiu agreed after a slight hesitation. Then Bai Qingnian smiled as she pulled Gu Qiu's arm over and gently put her own arm through to hold it up. Can Qingnian still hold young master's arm now like she did when she was a child? Bai Qingnian blinked her still somewhat rosy big eyes, looking at Gu Qiu with some embarrassment. How do you think this could be rejected? Gu Qiu then logically left with Bai Qingnian under the gaze of the crowd. Who the hell is that boy? He's definitely not the earth dog Gu Qiu. Goddess Qingnian looks like she's on good terms with him. They can't be boyfriend and girlfriend, right? I'd rather believe that they're siblings, but I definitely don't believe that Goddess Qingnian is in love. Various speculations came out in unison, and it was estimated that Bai Qingnian and Gu Qiu's intimate actions today would immediately spread throughout the entire city university. Whether or not other people wanted to believe it was another matter. Gu Qiu followed Bai Qingnian all the way out of the school and then waited on the side of the road for about a minute. A pitch-black Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of Gu Qiu, and the door slowly opened. Bai Qingnian stood in front of the car door and whispered to Gu Qiu, young master, please get in. Gu Qiu's heart at the moment was beyond words. This couldn't be the legendary Rolls-Royce, could it? The system had only given him memories of his previous relationship with Bai Qingnian, but it hadn't given him memories of his family. At first, Gu Qiu only thought that he was a young master of a small family's background, but he didn't think so after seeing this car. To be able to afford a car that was nearly $500 million, this family's assets must not be more than $1 billion, or even tens of billions, but in reality, Gu Qiu was still guessing too conservatively. After all, when the system produces, it must be a fine product. How can it be an ordinary small family? A few tens of billions of dollars is not much money for the comment section, let alone for the Gu family. Gu Qiu got on the car and sat down on the leather seat at once. Soft, comfortable. A rich man's car was just more comfortable to sit in than a small electric donkey. The driver was a sensible and mature woman, looking 23 or 24 years old. Her black hair was coiled up, her upper body was a white hip-hugging skirt, and her lower body was high-vis with long, thin high heels. This kind of mature style would definitely be an explosive presence in the school. Bai Qingnian gently introduced Gu Qiu after noticing his measuring gaze. Young master, let me introduce. Her name is Bai Ran. She's someone who can be trusted. The woman called Bai Ran turned around, slightly bowed her head, and respectfully said, young master, you may address me as Xiao Ran, and you may command me for anything. Gu Qiu nodded in response. Anything at all can be commanded? Gu Qiu could not help but fall into deep thought. Young master, if you're tired, just lie down and rest for a while. Qingnian fiddled with the buttons a few times, adjusting the angle of Gu Qiu's seat so that Gu Qiu could rest half lying down. Gu Qiu didn't push, and obediently lay down on the soft seat, enjoying the somewhat inauthentic reality. It was obvious that he had just been dumped half an hour ago, but now he had become the second generation of rich people according to Li Xinxue. I wondered what Li Xinxue's expression would be when she saw herself again. Suddenly, Gu Qiu felt a pair of soft and delicate hands touching his forehead. Gu Qiu subconsciously opened his eyes and realized that it was Qingnian. Seeing Gu Qiu's reaction like this, Qingnian thought that Gu Qiu didn't like these massages. She explained in a small voice, I just wanted to let young master relax. I didn't realize that young master didn't like it. Didn't like it? No, like. Gu Qiu could like it too much. A high school schoolgirl giving herself a massage. Who would believe it? But it was still really happening. No dislike. Go on. Gu Qiu closed his eyes after saying that and slowly enjoyed it. Qingnian's fingers were long and bony, but they felt soft and boneless when pressed on his head. Perhaps it was because Qingnian was leaning too close. Gu Qiu could slightly smell a refreshing fragrance on her body. System, having you is a blessing for me. Chapter 3, The Hidden Young Master of a Luxury Family. The pitch-black Rolls-Royce drove all the way to the center of a city and eventually drove into the most luxurious villa area in a city. The most luxurious villa area in a city. In a city, more than half of the successful people have properties in Yixingyinju. It was also considered a circle of high society. It was the first time for Gu Qiu to come to this kind of villa area, and he took a look at the 3- and 4-story luxury villas standing at intervals. Each villa had a unique name. For example, the villa that Gu Qiu had now come to had 3 words printed in front of it. Qingnian residence. It was quite a feeling of an ancient literati residence, but the average literati could not live in such a place. This sounded really ironic. Under Qingnian's leadership, Gu Qiu walked into this Qingnian residence. Upon entering the entrance hall, Gu Qiu's most immediate feeling was trenchlessness. This was the power of money. The 3-story villa with a total area of nearly 1,000 square feet took Gu Qiu more than half an hour just to follow Qingnian around. Finally they came to a stop in front of a bedroom. Qingnian said softly, Young master, although this is only our temporary residence, I've been keeping the master bedroom for you, and the decorations are in accordance with your previous favorite style. Gu Qiu was still a little touched in his heart when he heard this. Even though he was a deadbeat, this was too thoughtful. Pushing open the door of the bedroom, a fresh scent hit his face. It was very similar to the flavor on by Qingnian. The main color of the room was a black and white color scheme, and the decoration was simple, but not simple. Gu Qiu came to the large bed in the center, turned around and lay down on his back, and the whole person fell into the soft mattress at once. Soft, so soft that he didn't want to move. He just wanted to sleep that much. Seeing this, Qingnian walked to the end of the bed, bent down, slowly knelt on the floor with both knees, reached out and untied Gu Qiu's shoelaces, then removed Gu Qiu's shoes and placed them neatly to the side. Young master, you rest for a while. I'll call you for dinner in a while. Qingnian's voice was gentle, with a childlike softness. Gu Qiu agreed in a daze. Qingnian looked at Gu Qiu's appearance. A touch of heartfelt smile surfaced on her delicate face. As long as the young master was by her side, she would always feel at peace. It was like this before, and it was the same now. And this time she would stay close by the young master's side. She would definitely not let the young master suffer everything alone again. After receiving Gu Qiu's answer, Qingnian left the bedroom in quiet steps, gently bringing the door with her. In this restful environment, Gu Qiu, lying on the bed, quickly fell into a deep sleep. Young master. Gu Qiu woke up to the sound of Qingnian's gentle shouts. He put on his shoes in a daze and got up to open the door. The door was pulled open from the inside by Gu Qiu, and Qingnian's exquisite little face appeared in front of him. Young master, I'm sorry to disturb your rest, but you haven't eaten yet this afternoon. Qingnian's handsome face was slightly uneasy. She knew that young master had always disliked people disturbing his rest, but without dinner, his body would not be able to carry on, so she still decided to come over and ask. It's okay, it just so happens that I just woke up too. Gu Qiu casually waved his hand to comfort Qingnian. Young master, let's go downstairs and eat then. Aha! Coming to the villa's dining room, there was only one person sitting alone on the large Western-style dining table. Not long after, the maids in the villa brought up a dish that was full of color and flavor. There were 10 dishes in total, and 2 soups. Although it was refreshing, Gu Qiu felt that it was a bit of a waste. After all, he had a limited amount of food. There was absolutely no way he could eat all of this. Even if he had money, but he couldn't waste it. Could he? Then Gu Qiu started the crazy killing mode on this table of dishes. The eating wasn't really ugly, but definitely not particularly elegant. Young master, Should we take this opportunity to introduce you to the Gu family's heartlanders nowadays? Bai Qingnian inquired in a low voice to Gu Qiu, who was burying his head in chai rice. Gu Qiu nodded. He also wanted to see the gold content of himself as the Gu family's young master. A woman in black tights suddenly appeared. After seeing Gu Qiu, the woman clenched her left hand with a fist at her heart and knelt on one knee. Qing Dai has met the young master. The voice was crisp and firm, and one could hear the respect in it when savoring it. Young master, Qing Dan is the head of the Gu family's underground forces. Her loyalty to the Gu family has been tested by me a long time ago. Young master can rest assured. Bai Qingnian softly introduced for Gu Qiu. After Bai Qingnian finished speaking, she turned to look at Qing Dan again and said in a cold and solemn voice, Qing Dan, from now on, you will pledge your loyalty to young master. Yes. Qing Dai raised his head without a trace to survey Gu Qiu, noting down the looks of this young master that Bai Qingnian had called him. From now on, one would offer everything for him. Young master, currently only Qing Dai is in a city. The others are in other provinces and cities. If young master needs it, I'll gather the others now. Gu Qiu thought about it and decided not to use it. After all, he would see them sooner or later in the future, and it wasn't too bad for a few days. Let's meet again when we have the chance later. Gu Qiu went back upstairs to his bedroom to rest after eating. Before going to bed he tried to call out to the system, wanting to find Unity to nag him. System, are you there? Unity son, don't go to sleep. A female system is here. System, can you say something? System, step forward. Ding, detected the host calling out to this Unity. May I ask what the host needs? What do you need? Does that mean you can make any request you want? Then, a luxury car? Ding, I don't have one. How about $90 million? Ding, the host has strung out. Then tell me what's in it. Is the Gu family's young master status the only reward? Ding, this system can obtain generous rewards by signing in, so as to help the host, who is a hangman, rebound to become the strongest young master in the city. I stars you meow stars. Then sign in. Ding, the host has signed in today. Please come back tomorrow. Grass. Sleeping. Gu Qiu was a bit speechless and had just laid down to prepare for sleep when two knocks came from outside the bedroom. Young master, are you asleep? Gu Qiu got up and got out of bed to open the door, and Bai Qingnian's face with a scarlet red color came into his eyes. Qingnian, is something wrong? Gu Qiu asked suspiciously. Young master, I wanted to come and ask if you need. Bai Qingnian spoke intermittently. Her originally fair little face was red like a ripe apple at this moment, making people want to take a bite. Need Qingnian accompany you? Sleep? Bai Qingnian buried her head deeply after she finished speaking. What nonsense was she talking about? How could the young master have taken a liking to himself? Knowing full well that she would be rejected but still couldn't help but ask because she was afraid that the young master would be uncomfortable sleeping here alone, whether it was physical or mental. Gu Qiu froze for a few seconds after hearing what Bai Qingnian said, and it was only then that he noticed how little Bai Qingnian was wearing at this time. There was only a very thin silk skirt on her lower body, and her long, white legs were visible. The upper body is only a few pieces of fabric cover, vaguely all snow white. Summarize 8 words, small age. Capital is not small. More importantly, this is not an ordinary person. She is in the school let people unattainable high cold school flower. What was this shy look at this moment? No need. In line with the principle of doing things as a good young man, Gu Qiu gritted her teeth and refused. I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry first. Let me rush first. Keep looking down. Oh, okay. Bai Qingnian had a look of disappointment on his face after hearing this. The young master really wouldn't look at himself, and he actually had delusions of grandeur. It seems like I have to work harder in the future so that I can be qualified to accompany the young master forever. Ding! The system has detected that the host has made an anti-human choice, and is now releasing a temporary mission. Please change the host's choice. Reward for changing choice, strengthening pill, 6 hours. Penalty for not changing choice, being scolded by the system 10 times for really not being a man. What the hell? A temporary mission? My system has finally come to life. But is this reward and punishment serious? Rewarding a pill to strengthen your body? What kind of medicine is this? What do you take me for? System? But with no substantial punishments and only substantial rewards. This system is still a bit gingery. Wait. Gu Qiu called out to Bai Qingnian, who had turned to leave, and said with a light smile, I've been suffering from some insomnia lately, so even though you don't have to sleep with me, can you coax me to sleep? System. 6. Chapter 4, Bagani Windjammer. Can you put me to sleep? Ding. Congratulations to the host for changing his choice, but due to the host changing the conditions of his choice, the reward has been confiscated by the system. System you old 6. Bai Qingnian quickly and gently nodded his head at the sound. The loss in his eyes all dissipated and disappeared. The lips that were white in the powder gently opened and closed, and squeezed out a word from the depths of his throat. Aha! Then Gu Qiu slightly sidestepped to let Bai Qingnian enter the house. When Bai Qingnian brushed past, a light fragrance reached Gu Qiu's nostrils. It made people want to inhale more. What followed was Gu Qiu's enjoyment time. There were no words for the night. When Gu Qiu woke up the next day, the system's mechanized voice was the first to sound in his head. Ding! Detected that sign-in has not been performed today. Is it signed in? Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in. Issuing sign-in reward, Pagani Wind God. The car is now parked in the parking lot of a city university campus, and the vehicle start key is in the host's left coat pocket. Ha! Pagani Wind God? Really? I heard that the price of this car has already reached over 40 million Longwa dollars, right? And there was no market for it. Gu Qiu only felt an extra hard, small object in his arms, and when he touched it out, it was a brand new Pagani key. The system was awesome. This was Gu Qiu's most immediate thought at this moment. Stretching slightly to move his body, Gu Qiu only felt that he hadn't slept so soundly in over 10 years. After all, last night's massage and sleeping service was so top-notch that even Gu Qiu nearly lost his humanity. After Gu Qiu went downstairs, he found that Bai Qingnian had already prepared breakfast long ago and was about to come up to call himself to dinner. Good morning, young master. Bai Qingnian bowed her head slightly in greeting when she saw Gu Qiu. Well, did you have a good rest last night? Although Gu Qiu had fallen asleep quickly last night, Bai Qingnian hadn't left until after 2 in the morning. Don't ask Gu Qiu how he knew. He just knew. Thank you, young master, for your concern. Qingnian had a good rest. Gu Qiu's very casual concern made Bai Qingnian feel immensely satisfied in her heart. Although she did sleep late last night and was a bit out of energy this morning, it was all worth it because the young master would sleep more comfortably, and also cared about herself a little. After breakfast, Gu Qiu went to school with Bai Qingnian. Right now, Gu Qiu still seemed a bit formal, not fully adapting to the change in his identity. After all, he had just been publicly broken up with by Li Xinxue yesterday because he was poor, and today he was being chased by a high-cooled schoolgirl calling out to her young master. After arriving at the school, since Bai Qingnian was from the literature department and didn't attend the same classroom as himself, they didn't walk together. Along the way, Gu Qiu realized that there were a lot of people pointing at him. That's Gu Qiu. I heard that he was just dumped yesterday, but I didn't expect him to be walking with Qingnian's schoolgirl today. It seems like according to people in the know, he even reached out and touched Qingnian's schoolgirl's hair. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It can't be? It's true. Why would I lie to you? Could it be that he's actually some rich young master who had been hiding his identity before and stopped keeping a low profile after being dumped? It can't be that he suddenly awakened a hangover, right? But Chen Xian, the young master of Chen's consortium, has always been interested in Bai Qingnian's schoolgirl, and now that he's been shortchanged, how can he possibly sit still? Let's just eat melon today. Gu Qiu could vaguely hear some murmurs as well. Probably the reason why certain intimate gestures between himself and Bai Qingnian were seen by others yesterday. Here Gu Qiu had to admire the power of the school's intelligence system. Obviously he was dumped yesterday morning. Why does it feel like the whole school knows about it today? I won't recognize the next world intelligence information war without you guys. Gu Qiu came to class as usual, and as soon as he sat down, a simple-looking boy came over. Lao San, why didn't you go back to the dormitory to sleep last night? This boy's name was Li Pu, and although the name harmonization was quite interesting, he was still quite reliable. Li Pu was one of Gu Qiu's roommates, and according to his age, Li Pu ranked as the eldest in Gu Qiu's dormitory, with Gu Qiu coming in third. I was in a bad mood yesterday and went out for the night. Gu Qiu casually found a reason. After all, he couldn't say that he had stayed with Bai Qingnian yesterday and had let her give him a massage and put him to sleep. Could he? That wouldn't be appropriate, and no one would believe it if he said it. I've long said that Li Xinxue is a complete gold-digging woman, and isn't worth paying so much for. Li Pu patted Gu Qiu's shoulder and said with an old fatherly look, and you're pretty decent looking, so it's not hard to find a good girl. Gu Qiu didn't interrupt him. He could tell that Li Pu truly wished himself well. It's just a pity that he had always thought that Li Xinxue was not the gold-digging woman in their mouths, and it was only when Li Xinxue said those words herself yesterday that he came to his senses. Thinking about it, Gu Qiu's eyes were a little moist. He wiped them without a trace. Okay, isn't it just a breakup? I don't even have the chance to experience the pain of a breakup even if I wanted to. As a maternal single player, Li Spectrum was simply not used to seeing Gu Qiu with this look of being hurt by love. You're still crying first in his meow. After Li Spectrum teased like that, the atmosphere wasn't so sentimental. But I heard that you left the school with the flower of the high ridge yesterday, and you even touched someone's head? Many boys in a city university were used to calling Bai Qingnian the flower of the high ridge. This was because the temperament on her was just too cool and ascetic, just like a flower of the high ridge. Quickly tell me that this isn't true. Gu Qiu hesitated slightly, but still nodded and said, unfortunately it's true. Damn you to hell. The morning class ended quickly. and Gu Qiu was still pondering what to do at noon. Suddenly remembering that the Pagani wind god he had obtained from signing in this morning was still parked in the campus parking lot, he reached into his pocket and felt for the key, deciding to take a look at this legendary luxury car. A City University North parking lot. As a top-ranked university in China, there was naturally no shortage of people like conglomerates and young masters of wealthy families attending this school. There were many luxury cars of different colors in the school parking lot. Among them, there are not a few cars with more than $1 million. You know, this is a university campus. What kind of student from a family background could drive a luxury car over $1 million in college? After Gu Qiu came to the parking lot, he spotted his car from afar, which was a silver and white Pagani wind god. There was no way. This car was just too conspicuous. Even amongst the crowd of luxury cars that were worth a lot of money, it was the one that stood out the most. In addition to its high performance, the Pagani Ventura's appearance is even more elegant, with seamless, integrated lines, a perfect crystallization of modern aerodynamics and the art of design. There is a gap between luxury cars. As Gu Qiu was about to approach for a serious observation, a familiar voice rang out, causing Gu Qiu's footsteps to lurch. Gu Qiu? Gu Qiu turned around at the sound and barely suppressed the urge to vomit when he saw the visitor. The visitor was none other than Li Xinxue. At this moment, she was wearing a hip-hugging short skirt, with a Paris family high silk over her slender thighs. Next to her stood a boy with a nose, and the two of them looked very close as they snuggled together. As for why he has a nose and eyes, it's because that's a true depiction of his likeness, with a nose and eyes, just not very regular looking, but highly recognizable. Anyway, it's a long story, with the author's penmanship of a spicy chicken is not able to portray it. After Li Xinxue saw that it was really Gu Qiu, she said with a disgusted face, "Didn't I say not to pester me anymore? I already have a boyfriend." After saying that, she didn't forget to take the arm of this strange-looking boy next to her and shake it. "Who is he?" The boy next to him coldly inquired Li Xinxue. Li Xinxue instantly gathered her arrogant and domineering look from earlier and directly turned into a smooth-furred pug. "Brother Wang Kai. He's my ex-boyfriend Gu Qiu, but I've never let him touch me, and I've clearly said break up with him. Who knows, he's still pestering me all the time." Li Xinxue's voice at this time was whiny, but compared to Bai Qingnian's kind of naturally soft and sticky voice, it simply clamped down and made people a little nauseous. "Oh, so that's how it is." The boy known as Wang Kai's face eased a bit at this time. He looked up and down at what Gu Qiu was wearing, and it looked like it was all dozens of dollars of ground goods from some treasure. A look of disdain appeared in his eyes without any concealment. "Another poor dog." Wang Kai's hand traveled up and down Li Xinxue's waist as if he was swearing sovereignty, and he said conspiratorially, "Shui shui, don't say that either. After all, it's an ex-boyfriend. How can we meet and be like enemies?" "Brother Wang Kai is right. I am indeed a bit careful." Li Xinshui responded with a delicate smile. Gu Qiu had no other feeling when he saw the pair's mushy appearance. He only felt a wave of revulsion. If he was guilty, please let the law punish him. Why? To disgust him like this? Show him the defense by lunchtime. Gu Qiu decided to ignore it, but he underestimated how disgusting this pair of dogs were. "I don't know what you've been pestering Shui Shui for, but this parking lot isn't where people like you can come. If you accidentally bump a car here, I'm afraid you won't be able to afford to pay for it even if you're sold." And Wang Kai's gaze was attracted by a silver-white Pagani. He had never seen this sports car before. Could it be the new car of any of the school's powerful young masters? However, he really didn't know anyone from a city university who could afford to drive a $40+ million wind god. "Brother Wang Kai, this silver-white sports car is so handsome. It must be at least a few million, right?" Li Xinxue also discovered this silver-white sports car that was worth a lot at a glance. "A few million?" Wang Kai snorted, and then said as if he knew what he was talking about, "This is the top luxury car among sports cars, the Pagani Wind God, globally limited, and it was snapped up by the top tycoons during the pre-sale. When I looked at it before, it was at least $40 million, although he couldn't afford it either. It didn't affect him from pretending. He could say the model and price. What could you Gu Qiu do? Could you get on the car and slip around?" The shock in Li Xinxue's heart after hearing Wang Kai's introduction could not be described in words. Spending nearly $500 million on a sports car and driving a $40 million sports car into a school. Was this the world of the rich? If there was a chance, she would also like to meet the owner of this car. Maybe she could rub a little bit of relationship. Just rub a little bit. Rub a little relationship. Thinking of this, Li Xinxue's lips moistened at some point. Thinking back, Li Xinxue looked at Gu Qiu with cold eyes and said with a mocking face, "Gu Qiu, for the sake of having dated you before, I'll advise you one thing. It's best to stay away from this car. If you accidentally rub against this car leaving a scratch, your life will be completely over." Chapter 5, Li Xinxue's remorse. Stay away from this kind of car. If you accidentally rub against it and leave a scratch, your whole life will be over. a strong sense of mockery. Although she couldn't afford to drive this kind of car either, it didn't affect her from mocking Gu Qiu. Wang Kai pulled out a key from and gently pressed it. The lights of a BMW 5 Series not far away flashed. Not to mention this Pagani. Even this BMW 5 Series I'm driving, you won't be able to afford it in your lifetime. Wang Kai's face was full of smugness. Although this car of his was his father's, it didn't affect him to use it to pick up girls. Gu Qiu was somewhat speechless. Why were these two pugs so annoying? Do they really think of themselves as the center of the universe? He didn't pay attention to these two people's self-improvement barking, and walked straight to the silver-white Pagani, fishing out a brand new key from his coat pocket. With a silver-white horse printed on it, Gu Qiu gently pressed it. The Pagani's lights flashed twice, followed by the door slowly rising, and Gu Qiu sat in the car under Li Xinxue's astonished gaze. Ah, what's going on? Wang Kai and Li Xinxue were both dumbfounded. How did Gu Qiu have the keys to this car, and he even sat in it? Could it be that he rented this car? Li Xinxue voiced the conjecture in her heart, but Wang Kai flatly denied it. Impossible. There's no way to rent a luxury car of this level. Where could this kind of nearly $500 million sports car go to rent? He also wanted to go rent it, but if it wasn't rented, then there was only one possibility left. The owner of this top-of-the-line Pagani sports car was Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu familiarized himself slightly with how this car operated, then slowly started it and drove it out of the parking lot. As he passed the pair of dogs, Gu Qiu saw Li Xinxue's expression change. His bad taste crossed his mind, and the car window slowly lowered. Gu Qiu forced himself to hold back the nausea in his heart and said to Li Xinxue, "Thank you so much for your concern. I'll pay attention. After all, if this kind of car scratches a little, my life will be over." A naked mockery. Wang Kai's face was suffocated red. His own Jade Horse 5 Series was like a pile of scrap metal in front of this top-of-the-line supercar. Thanks to himself, he had mocked him earlier and even stole his ex-girlfriend. Now Wang Kai was a little afraid that Gu Qiu would retaliate against him. After all, with Gu Qiu's family background, he wanted to play dead as simple as crushing an ant. "Gu Qiu, is this car yours?" Li Xinxue still asked with some disbelief. "That's right, it's mine. I always thought that you weren't a materialistic woman. Originally I wanted to give you a surprise on your birthday. But, count me as wrong about you." Gu Qiu said this just to disgust her a little bit and make her regret what she did before even more. It was even to make her see a bit of other hope, the hope of getting back together with Gu Qiu, and then to be ruthlessly destroyed by herself. "Careful eyes, Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu." Li Xinxue didn't expect Gu Qiu to say that, and she felt some remorse that she had actually dumped a top-tier mansion young master with her own hands. "Don't call me by my name. A poor dog like me won't be able to get into your eyes for the rest of your life." "Right." After Gu Qiu finished speaking, he stepped on the gas and left, leaving Li Xinxue alone and messy. Li Xinxue slowed down for a while and then looked at Wang Kai beside her, comparing her to Gu Qiu. I really don't know how she was able to put up with this kind of ugly monster before. She carefully recalled the bits and pieces of Gu Qiu's treatment of herself, and it could already be said to be to the point of no return. A wealthy young master who loved himself dearly. This was a plot that only existed in novels. One actually missed out on it just like that. Thinking about it again and again, Li Xinxue decided, "Wang Kai, let's break up." "What? You?" Wang Kai raised his hand and wanted to slap this stinking woman, but once he thought that she was Gu Qiu's ex-girlfriend, his hand stopped in mid-air and hesitated to fall. "Let's break up. I realized that the one I love most in my heart is still Gu Qiu. Let's get together and part ways. Don't get entangled again, or Gu Qiu will get angry." Gu Qiu drove this Pagani speeding in the busy streets of a city, all the way back right up to 90%. At this point, Gu Qiu was a little embarrassed. Even though he was driving a top-of-the-line supercar with over $40 million, his balance was still only a few $100s. Forgot to ask by Qingnian for some pocket money. This system is so ungrateful, and he doesn't know to give himself 90 million billion that what gold. A bar that didn't look too high-end appeared in Gu Qiu's line of sight. "The Qingmei bar. I've decided to go with you." Gu Qiu parked his car on the parking space in front of Qingmei bar, instantly attracting countless lines of sight. Is this a Pagani? Does the owner of this kind of luxury car also come to this kind of small bar to spend money? Who knows? Rich people like to be grounded. They must have lived an extravagant life long ago enough. Many passers-by discussed in whispers, afraid of being heard by Gu Qiu, but Gu Qiu had more or less heard some of the content. He was tempted to say that he wasn't grounded, but he really didn't have the money to go to those upscale places. But of course this lack of money was only temporary. After Gu Qiu got out of the car, a middle-aged man in a suit trotted out of the bar. Looking at Gu Qiu with a flattering face, he respectfully said, "Welcome, sir, to the Qingmei bar. I'm just here for a drink. I won't be spending much money." Gu Qiu said honestly, afraid that he would be pushed to buy tens of thousands of bottles of wine just because he drove such a sports car. Mr. is joking. As long as you can have fun at our Qingmei tavern. That middle-aged man secretly thought in his heart. It's true that the more truly wealthy young masters are, the more low-key they are. But you're as low-key as you can be. You should change your car to a less conspicuous one. Driving this kind of car on the road, no matter how low-key you act, it's all for nothing. You can see it from a long way away. Do you think I dare not come out to greet you personally? Well, that's a problem, Gu Qiu said politely before following the middle-aged man into the tavern. The tavern's external decoration wasn't luxurious, but the interior was very delicately decorated. Entering the tavern, a fragrance of Qingmei's aroma that was unique to Qingmei came out. Sir, let me take you to the single room upstairs, the middle-aged man inquired tentatively. Gu Qiu waved his hand after hearing this and said casually, I'll just sit in the loose seats outside. May I ask what you would like to drink? Just come with the most classic green plum wine. Okay, please wait a moment. After the middle-aged man left, Gu Qiu casually found a seat by the window and sat down. Due to the fact that it was daytime, there weren't many customers in the tavern. Only almost 4 or 5. Not long after, a beautiful waitress in high vis served 2 cups of green plum wine. As she put down the wine board, her fingers were still if anything close to Gu Qiu. Handsome, your wine. The waitress's voice carried an inexplicable allure, and coupled with her revealing attire, it made people daydream. Thank you, just put it here. Gu Qiu tried to act as natural as he could. After all, he was a sage man who could reject even a beauty of by Qingnian's level. The district high silk was simply a joke in front of him. Mainly, he didn't like this kind of incestuous woman either. He was the god of pure love war. In fact, it wasn't until the waiter left that he took his hand away from the gun position. He almost didn't suppress it just now. Gu Qiu picked up the green plum wine in front of him and took a light sip. It was refreshing in the mouth and didn't have much of an aftertaste, which suited people like him who didn't often drink alcohol. Gu Qiu recklessly enjoyed this leisure time, but what Gu Qiu didn't notice was that a girl sitting not far from Gu Qiu kept her eyes on him. After a while, the girl got up and walked towards Gu Qiu as if she had made up her mind about something. The girl walked to Gu Qiu's table and naturally sat down next to him. Gu Qiu looked at this unfamiliar face in confusion. The girl was born with a pair of peach blossom eyes, which carried a strong anger within them, and her features were three-dimensional, a standard female face with a male face. But Gu Qiu always felt that the girl was showing a very reluctant casualness, like she was panicking in her heart, but still trying her best to hold on. Is that car outside yours? The girl pointed to the silver-white Pagani outside and asked softly, because the car came? Gu Qiu's impression of this girl was a little worse. It's mine. Gu Qiu didn't deny it. The girl bit her lip lightly when she heard Gu Qiu's answer, trying her best to hide her timidity. Then you must be very rich, right? Although Gu Qiu guessed that she might be here for money, he didn't expect her to say it so directly. He didn't like this kind of materialistic person, but he could accept it if it was a matter of getting what he needed. It's not bad. Gu Qiu once again picked up the plum wine on the table and took a shallow sip. Then it's there. How about we make a deal? A deal? What kind of deal? Gu Qiu gently tapped the tabletop with his bone knuckles and looked at the girl with a playful face. Give me $100,000 and I'll accompany you for a week. Chapter 6 Dogma Incident. Give me $100,000 and I'll stay with you for a week. Put. What's that? Gu Qiu almost didn't hold back and spit out the wine he just drank. Are people so direct nowadays? How about this? It's my first time. Seeing that Gu Qiu was hesitant to speak, the girl threw out her chips again. I don't know. Really? Before Gu Qiu did not realize that the girls were so active, it was all because of his own mediocre sports car. Gu Qiu turned his head to look at the girl sitting next to him after slowing down. He could see that the girl's eyes were a bit averted, but then braced herself to look straight at Gu Qiu. I'm sorry, I don't have that much money. Gu Qiu resolutely chose to refuse. Of course he was being honest. He really didn't have that much money, but the girl didn't see it that way. She cocked her head and asked a rhetorical question. Is it because you can't see me? Don't worry. I can learn any position or technique. Even though it's my first time, I won't let you go without an experience. That girl once again spoke out of turn. Gu Qiu was a bit skeptical about what was in this little girl's head. It wouldn't be all about resisting gambling and drugs, would it? What's your name? Zhang Zhuan. What do you need money for? To buy bags, cosmetics, and clothes and shoes. Gu Qiu interrupted the girl named Zhang Zhuan from talking and pushed another untouched cup of Qingmei wine on the table towards her. Drink this cup of wine. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Zhuan picked up the cup of wine and put it to her mouth, violently tilting her head back and drinking it all in one go. Although it was a very low-degree green plum wine, drinking it in one gulp was still a bit of a stretch for a girl. Cough, cough. Zhang Zhuan couldn't help but cough after drinking it. What do you need money for? Zhang Zhuan didn't make a sound this time, just biting her lips tightly and looking straight at Gu Qiu. My patience is very limited. Gu Qiu gave an ultimatum. And these words were also the source that became the source that broke Zhang Zhuan's mental defense. My mom, in the hospital. She's going to undergo an operation in a few days. Zhang Zhuan's eyes suddenly reddened. With her kind of strong character, it was absolutely impossible for her to cry out in front of others. But she really had no choice. Without money, her mom could leave her in the next second. Ding! It has been detected that the host has encountered a doggerel, and is now issuing a temporary mission. Agree to Zhang Zhuan's trade request. Mission success reward, unknown. Mission failure punishment, none. The mechanized system voice sounded in Gu Qiu's mind. A system mission? Alas! Gu Qiu sighed helplessly. Since this was the case, he could only reluctantly agree. I really didn't lie to you. I really don't have this $100,000 right now. Hearing Gu Qiu's words, Zhang Zhuan's tears instantly broke the dike and couldn't stop falling down. Today was the last day of the hospital deadline, and having tried everything she could think of, she had no choice but to come to the tavern to beg for a drink. She had tried to get money this way before, but no one was willing to pay $100,000. She didn't expect to meet someone like Gu Qiu who drove a $10 million limousine today, and this instantly gave her hope. After all, a godly man of Gu Qiu's level wouldn't even put $100,000 in his eyes, right? However, Gu Qiu did not look at herself. Zhang Zhuan lowered her head in disappointment and got up to leave. But I didn't say that I wouldn't have that kind of money. Gu Qiu opened his mouth to call out to Zhang Zhuan. Zhang Zhuan heard Gu Qiu's words and violently turned around and knelt in front of Gu Qiu, choking. A week is not enough, you can have a month. If it's not enough, you can have a longer period of time. I beg you. Stand up, Gu Qiu said in an undeniable manner. Zhang Zhuan subconsciously stood up after hearing this. Card number. Gu Qiu didn't talk too much nonsense and directly demanded the card number. Zhang Zhuan couldn't be bothered to wipe off her tear tracks and hurriedly fished out a bank card from her coat pocket and handed it to Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu reached out and took it, then took out her cell phone and dialed by Qingnian's number. Beep. The phone rang twice before it was answered, and a clear and pleasant voice came from the phone. Young master, may I ask what's up? I'm sending you a card number. Transfer $100,000 to this card as soon as possible. This was the first time Gu Qiu had given an order to Bai Qingnian, and to be honest, his heart was still a bit bottomless. Okay, young master. I'll have someone transfer it right after the card number is sent over. Bai Qingnian didn't hesitate for a second. After all, the entire Gu family, including herself, was the young master's, so what was a mere $100,000? The phone hung up, and Gu Qiu sent the bank card number through a certain letter. In less than a minute, Zhang Zhuan's cell phone received a message notification. Your bank card with the tail number arrived with $100,000. Zhang Zhuan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this message and couldn't stop feeling happy in her heart. Now she could pay all the medical bills. She looked at Gu Qiu with strong gratitude in her eyes. Although this was at the cost of her body, she was still very grateful to Gu Qiu. Zhang Zhuan left her cell phone number for Gu Qiu, then lowered her head deeply and said softly, "This is my contact information. I'll be at your beck and call if you need me in the future." Aha! Gu Qiu didn't refuse and softly nodded in agreement. Then is it okay if I go to the hospital first to take care of it now? Zhang Zhuan said tentatively. I'll return to you in about an hour. She had to go to the hospital now to pay the medical bills, but she was afraid that Gu Qiu wouldn't be willing to wait for the hour. Go, but there's no need to come back. I'll call if there's a need. Gu Qiu waved his hand for Zhang Zhuan to leave. It wasn't like he was a spermatozoa. Most of the reason he would agree was because of the system rewards. Not to mention that he still had Bai Qingnian. When Zhang Zhuan heard Gu Qiu's words, he quickly turned around and left, heading straight to a city hospital. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary mission. Now releasing the reward, all the shares of the Imperial Deluxe Group. Imperial Deluxe Group? As a student of a city university, Gu Qiu had heard of this group, one of the top groups in a city. The Imperial Deluxe Group mainly dealt with a number of real estate development projects. For example, the Yatianyun residence that Gu Qiu was currently residing in was from the Imperial Deluxe Group's hands. Gu Qiu didn't expect that even the shares of a group of this size could be rewarded, and still all the shares. Although Gu Qiu didn't know much about this, he knew what all the shares represented. In the Imperial Hao Group, he had the absolute right to speak, and there was no other chairman. He was the only director. It just so happened that Gu Qiu didn't know what to do in a while, and now he could just go inspect his own little company. Meanwhile, the headquarters of the Imperial Hao Group. What did you say? All the directors of the Imperial Hao Group have sold off all the shares in their hands? How is this possible? The market capitalization of the Imperial Hao Group is nearly $100 billion. What kind of existence could acquire this $100 billion behemoth in full? A middle-aged man in a suit was placing his cell phone to his ear, and at this moment, disbelief was written all over his face. As a superior and successful person, this kind of emotional fluctuation hadn't appeared in his case for a long time. Even if it had, he wouldn't show it easily. But this time he really couldn't hold back. The company's legal affairs had just called to tell him that the group had been bought by a mysterious person at full price, and he, the general manager, didn't know anything about it. Who wouldn't be shocked? Usually the people who have the ability to buy this kind of group have a strong background behind them. For example, it is the top family in Kyoto, wanting to develop outward, so the acquisition of a local group as the foundation of development. This was all possible. After all, it couldn't be an ordinary college student who acquired it. What he was most afraid of now was that the new boss would conduct a wave of bloodshed at the top of the consortium, so it was possible that he wouldn't be able to keep his job. After pondering for a moment, the middle-aged man said to himself, "We must show our face in front of this mysterious boss as soon as possible. Brush up on your presence, and it's best if you can stay at the Imperial How Group and continue to serve as the general manager." Chapter 7, Imperial Group. Gu Qiu finished the wine and then left. Over $200 for 2 glasses of wine. So damn expensive. Gu Qiu, who was sitting inside the Pagani wind god, secretly spat in his heart. But fortunately, he met his nobleman, Zhang Zhuan, a top group for nothing. Gu Qiu pulled out a black card with a gold-plated edge, which was the liquidity card of the Imperial Group. It appeared in his pocket along with the system's reward distribution. But just how much money was in it? System. Ding. I'm here. The original cold mechanical synthesized voice turned into a nice imperial voice at this moment. Gu Qiu somewhat wondered if this system was designed by a programmer from a certain degree. How much money is in this card right now? Gu Qiu asked the doubt in his heart. Ding! The black gold card in the host's hand currently has a mere 11 billion Dragon Kingdom dollars left. Please use it frugally. How much did you say was left? 11 billion? That's a lot of money to spend. But the system had given him enough shocks. By Qingnian, the flower of the Highlander. As the Deadpool. The $10 million Pagani Windsor, a city's top real estate group, over $10 billion of liquid cash. Either one of these items, he wouldn't have even dared to think about it yesterday, probably still racking his brain to figure out how to coax Li Xinxue to be happy, right? Thinking about this, Gu Qiu couldn't help but laugh to himself. How silly, because he was thinking about things. Gu Qiu's speed was very slow. Although the speed was slow, not a single car dared to beep its horn along the way to signal Gu Qiu to drive faster. No matter what kind of road rage you had or what kind of big hands you had, all of them were careful to avoid Gu Qiu. After all, this wasn't just a top-of-the-line Pagani sports car, but also represented that the background behind the owner wasn't something that ordinary people could afford to mess with. Ding bell. At this time, Gu Qiu's cell phone rang. Gu Qiu picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number, but it showed that it was a local number in his city. I guess it shouldn't be selling insurance or anything. Hello? Gu Qiu picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Gu. I'm Li Zong, the current general manager of the Imperial How Consortium. You can just call me Little Li. On the other side of the phone was the voice of a middle-aged man, and one could clearly feel that it contained a strong sense of respect. Little Li, can I help you? It's like this. I only just learned that the Imperial How Group was acquired by you, and I wanted to ask you when you have time to come to the company's headquarters for the executives to get to know you. It just so happened that Gu Qiu also planned to go and see what this top group in his city was like. I have time now. Just today. Hey. Good. Give me a call when you arrive so I can go greet you. Aha! After hanging up the phone, Gu Qiu began to speed up. Destination Imperial How Group. The headquarters of the Imperial How Group was in the center of a city, not too far from where Gu Qiu had just been, and after about 10 minutes, Gu Qiu arrived at the parking of the Imperial How building. The D-How building has a total of 24 floors, and from a distance, it looks like an Optimus Prime that goes straight up into the sky. The silver-white Pagani wind god was very conspicuous, and after casually finding a parking space and stopping, Gu Qiu walked towards the group building. Once inside, Gu Qiu couldn't help but marvel at the top real estate group. The interior of the building was exquisitely decorated, and the entire reception hall was spotless, looking high-end and upscale. Gu Qiu came to the front desk. Hello sir, may I ask if you have an appointment? The front desk was a woman of about 23 or 24 years old, with a standard high-vis red lips and hip-hugging short dress, and dyed brown hair coiled behind her head looking very neat and capable. Due to the clothes, Gu Qiu could barely see a touch of Snow White, and even the birth of a gully. It was simply nice sharpened, skillfully crafted, unique, finely carved, luscious, and rippling. What a big, white dress. Sorry, no appointment. Gu Qiu was a bit disoriented after being sneak attacked just now. According to the regulations you can't go up for now without an appointment. Please come back after making an appointment in advance. The receptionist noticed Gu Qiu's line of sight, and a trace of disgust couldn't help but flash through her eyes. Although Gu Qiu was indeed very handsome, but what was the use of being handsome? Looking at Gu Qiu's age and clothes, I'm afraid he's just an ordinary college student, right? What was he doing in the Empire Group? Looking for a job? she didn't even have an appointment, but limited to professionalism, she didn't show it. I'm looking for, Little Li? Gu Qiu was tempted to say Xiao Li's name, but forgetting what his exact name was, she only remembered the phrase Xiao Li. I'm sorry, we don't have anyone named Xiao Li here. He should be your general manager. General manager? The receptionist was puzzled. There was only one general manager, namely within the Imperial Hao Group. General Manager Li Zong. You call General Manager Li Zong Little Li? The front desk lady's face instantly turned gloomy. Do young people nowadays like to pretend to be 13 so much? You call the general manager Little Li. Could it be that you are the chairman of the group? Moreover, she had met all the group directors, and she was very sure that the young man in front of her was definitely among them. Finding General Manager Li also requires an appointment. You can contact him now and let him speak to the front desk so that we can let you up. The meaning of the front desk lady's words was obvious. If you really know General Manager Li, you should call him and ask him to come pick you up, or else hurry up and leave. Oh, okay. Gu Qiu nodded and took out his cell phone to dial Li Zong's number, putting on an act. The front desk lady despised even more in her heart. Obviously no one will laugh at you if you go straight away. But you have to finish this 13 pretending? Mr. Gu, have you arrived already? Well, I'm in the reception hall. It's just, I couldn't go up because I didn't have an appointment with you. Li Zong's heart went cold. Could it be that Mr. Gu was stopped by the front desk? He somewhat regretted that he didn't greet the front desk earlier. If he made Mr. Gu unhappy, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to keep his job. Mr. Gu, please wait a moment. I will go down to pick you up now, Li Zong said and flew downstairs. Gu Qiu hung up the phone and looked at the front desk lady, smiling politely. Can I wait here for a little while? Sure, go ahead. Humph. Another hangman who failed to pretend to be 13. The receptionist no longer paid any attention to Gu Qiu, but continued with her job. It wasn't long before a mature and stable-looking middle-aged man trotted out of the elevator, and upon closer inspection, tiny beads of sweat could be seen hanging on his forehead. The receptionist smiled and greeted when she saw the visitor. Hello, Mr. Li. Li Zong didn't pay any attention to it, but went straight to Gu Qiu. At the first sight of Gu Qiu, he only felt unbelievable. Although on the phone he could hear that Gu Qiu wasn't very old, but he didn't expect to actually be that young. Excuse me, are you Mr. Gu? Li Zong asked tentatively. It's me, Mr. Gu. I'm sorry to make you wait downstairs, since we didn't have a picture of you before. So, it's okay, it wasn't a long wait. Gu Qiu waved his hand indifferently, but that wasn't what the receptionist was thinking at this moment. She was wondering in her mind who this young man was, and why was Mr. Li treating him like his own father. Li Zong turned his head to the front desk lady and said in a deep voice, This Mr. Gu is the current biggest director of the Imperial Hao Group, the new boss of the Imperial Hao Group today. The front desk lady's petite body trembled when she heard these words. The new boss of the Imperial Hao Group. In other words, she had stopped the boss just now. For a moment, she was a little flustered in her heart. Gu Qiu saw this look of the receptionist lady. A wave of bad taste crossed her mind. This young lady, I don't know if I can go up without an appointment right now? Can. The front desk lady's voice was a little shivering. When this person shivers, she is prone to shaking, and this shaking is easy to shake. This shaking, and it is also a little flash eyes. Gu Qiu didn't continue to tease her after he had his fill of eye candy. He turned around and followed Li Zongyi to the upstairs office. Chapter 8 Dance Department Flower Sister. Gu Qiu followed Li Zongyi into the elevator, leaving the receptionist standing there alone in a mess. Arriving at the top floor of the Imperial Group, the office belonging to the president, Gu Qiu didn't have the courtesy to sit directly on his but on the soft office chair. Mr. Gu, these are the group's personnel information, as well as some official seal system regulations. Li Zong placed a thick pile of information in front of Gu Qiu. There's also the financial statement for the last quarter. Gu Qiu pretended to flip through it, and after flipping through it for a while, he was a bit surprised, not realizing that the employees of the Imperial Hao Group were actually treated so well. No wonder he had heard in school before that offers from the Imperial Hao Group were in high demand. This salary treatment is really good. You've been in charge of the group's operations before, right? Gu Qiu put down the information in his hands and looked up at Li Zong. Li Zong was a little nervous when he was suddenly named. Yes, after flipping through it for a while, he probably also understood the group's overall mode of operation. Originally, it was Li Zong who was responsible for the basic affairs of the group, and then the board of directors would make decisions on the group's major events as well as personnel transfers. But now that there was no board of directors, Gu Qiu was the only person in charge of the group. However, Gu Qiu did not have the time to manage the group, but if he handed over such a large group to a stranger he had never met before, he was still a bit uneasy. What should he do? Gu Qiu first thought of Qingnian. After all, that is the system's certified loyalty up to 100 Deadpool. Moreover, Qingnian should also be capable of managing these. Thinking about this, Gu Qiu already had a rough plan in his heart. He looked up at Li Zong and said expressionlessly, "Do you still want to remain in the Imperial Hao group?" Li Zong's heart sank upon hearing this, and he violently bowed 90 degrees to Gu Qiu and said solemnly, "If Mr. Gu doesn't mind, I'm willing to dedicate all my energy to the Imperial Deluxe group. Then I'll be blunt. I'll send my people into the top echelons of the group to take over affairs. Of course, if you can show enough value to stay before my people completely take over the group, I'd welcome the fact that you can stay and double your salary." Li Zong was relieved to hear that he hadn't replaced him outright, but had given him a chance to express himself. It was a better outcome than he had expected. After all, it was a behemoth of nearly $100 billion, and the management was usually their own inner circle. He, Li Zong, was the trusted confidant of the previous directors, but not Gu Qiu's confidant, so Li Zong also understood what Gu Qiu was doing. He would definitely grasp this opportunity, the chance to stay, and this chance to double his salary. "Thank you, Mr. Gu, for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely not let you down." Well, Gu Qiu let out a light laugh. This feeling of mastering a consortium was even better than he thought. After that, Gu Qiu slightly chatted with Li Zong for a while before preparing to go back to school. After all, he still had classes in the afternoon. Before he went back to school, he was completely a passerby, and no more than a licking dog being mocked by those in the know. But now when he drove his car into the school, he felt just like the villainous protagonist. Both men and women were all looking at Gu Qiu in unison. Driving the car, most of them were guessing whose new ride this silver-white Pagani wind god was. They had never seen this car at school before. After Gu Qiu stepped out of the car, he felt the burning eyes of the girls around him. "Who is this boy? Do any of you know?" "I don't know. Never seen it before. But it's so handsome. There aren't many handsome and rich boys like this. Could it be the new transfer student? I wonder if he has a girlfriend." "What's wrong with having a girlfriend? Does having a girlfriend mean you can't have other female friends?" A few girls said one thing to another. Only one extremely well-built girl silently watched without saying anything, but instead made a direct move. "Hello, may I ask if you are a student of this school?" Gu Qiu looked at the extremely well-built girl in front of him, nodded and said, "Yes. Is there anything I can do for you?" The girl smiled sweetly after hearing Gu Qiu's answer, looking very healing. "In that case, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Xianyi. I'm a sophomore in the dance faculty, and I'd like to get to know you a little bit. Is that okay?" Gu Qiu carefully scrutinized the girl called Zhang Xuanyi in front of her. The girl's upper body was a white sweatshirt from Valentino, and her lower body was a pair of black pants whose brand could not be seen, but they should not be cheap. Zhang Xuanyi looked slim, but her bones were nicely shaped to hold up her outfit perfectly. The high erected ponytail looked very youthful and pretty, and looking at her speech, her personality should also belong to the more cheerful ones. Of course, freshman math department. Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu? What a nice name. Zhang Xuanyi muttered to herself as she cocked her head. "Thanks. Are you going to class here?" "Well, there is indeed a public class in the afternoon." "Public class? Ah, I don't have any classes in the afternoon. Can I go to class with you?" Gu Qiu looked at Zhang Xianyi's expectant eyes a little embarrassed to refuse. "Feel free. It was just going to class anyway. Not to mention that she didn't even have to ask for her consent if she wanted to go to any class." Although it was a very perfunctory answer, Zhang Xuanyi was still very happy to hear it, and she asked a rhetorical question. "So that means it's okay?" Gu Qiu skimmed his mouth. He didn't know what exactly was the reason for the past 2 days. There were always some people coming to find themselves to strike up a conversation. Even going to class had to ask his opinion. He wasn't a teacher, so what was the point of asking him whether to go to class or not? Could it be that this was also a kind of billability? Gu Qiu asked suspiciously. "That said, there's no need to ask for my consent at all for something like going to class, right?" Zhang Xuanyi smiled sweetly and said softly, "Classes aren't needed, but classes with you are." Okay. The public class that Gu Qiu had to take this afternoon was a combined class of 2 faculties, the art department's first class and the math department's first class. The math department, as you can tell by the name, is a class with a strong yin and a weak yang, and most of the boys are extreme social scientists. The art department, as soon as you hear the name, you know it's all beauty. Ahem, all art. This kind of class in general students like, especially Gu Qiu's roommates, every time to this kind of hall with the same as the drug. All kinds of new clothes, new shoes all arranged, before leaving also have to blow a hairstyle, hit the hair gel, although the look is still the same, but so dress up a little stronger. Gu Qiu originally did not want to come to this class, because the art department has people they do not want to see. Would going to class be so disgusting that he would just vomit? When Gu Qiu and Zhang Xuanyi arrived at the classroom, there were already many students who had come early. At a glance, all of them were boys from Gu Qiu's class. This group of lickers, forget it, he was the same people before. He couldn't laugh at 10 steps out of 150. "Gu Qiu, this way." Li Pu waved his hand at Gu Qiu, signaling Gu Qiu to go sit on their side. Sitting with Li Pu were Gu Qiu's other two roommates, Li Liang and Zhang San. Gu Qiu walked over to their side when she saw them, and as for Zhang Xuani, she just found a random seat. You can't come to class together and still have to sit together, right? This would be misunderstood by others. Look, who is that girl? So pretty, how come I've never seen it before? Gradually, some people began to notice Zhang Xuani, who walked in with Gu Qiu. After all, her temperament did stand out, and it was hard for people not to notice her. Is it from your class? One of the social cowboys in Gu Qiu's class turned his head to ask the art department students. It's not from our class. The girl from the art department answered out of politeness, even though she really didn't want to pay attention. I know her. She's the president of our school's dance association. She seems to be the sophomore sister of the dance department. Super. No wonder her body is so good. Ahem. Pay attention. There are other girls around. However, what is a sophomore sister doing in a freshman public class? Could it be the dance association's new round of recruitment? Thinking of this possibility, several boys looked like they were eager to try. Wasn't the dance association humiliating for the boys? It wouldn't be so humiliating if the president was senior sister Xian Yi. Look, coming this way. Shut up. Your father, I'm not blind. Son, stop barking. Worthy of being the president of the dance association. Walking looks so. As someone who's been there, I advise you to be careful what you say. Gu Qiu didn't care where Zhang Xuani was sitting. He had already sat down in his seat. Unfortunately, as soon as he looked up, he saw a face he never wanted to see again in his life. Li Xinxue. Chapter 9, Li Xinxue's Change of Heart. Unfortunately, Gu Qiu's ex-girlfriend Li Xinxue was a student in the first class of the art department. When Gu Qiu looked up, he saw Li Xinxue looking at him with a smile on her face. Good luck. What's wrong with you? Gu Qiu hurriedly turned his head away. Li Xinxue broke up with Wang Kai after her chance encounter with Gu Qiu in the school parking lot at noon. She didn't realize that Gu Qiu, the beggar she had always despised, was actually the young master of a wealthy family with a hidden identity. Recalling the time when Gu Qiu pursued her, it can be said to be dedicated, put all the heart on her, but she was hooked by Wang Kai with a bag that cost less than $10,000. Letting go of Gu Qiu, who drove a tens of millions of dollars of luxury cars, to ask for a broken bag. Li Xinxue couldn't help but curse herself in her heart for being a cutie. However, she didn't know why Gu Qiu deliberately hid his identity and acted so low-key in school. It was really hard to guess the mind of this kind of luxurious young master. But one thing Li Xinxue could be sure of was that Gu Qiu was definitely a dedicated boy. He was definitely sincere to himself, even if he had said something outrageous before. But as long as she pampered herself in front of him and casually dropped 2 tears, Gu Qiu would definitely soften his heart. Once Gu Qiu got back together with her, she could have cooked rice with him that night. She might be able to use this opportunity to directly marry into a wealthy family. Thinking of this, Li Xinxue stood up from her seat. She was going to sit with Gu Qiu in this class, but before she could take 2 steps, a girl with a delicate figure came before Gu Qiu even faster than her. Gu Qiu, can I sit next to you? The girl who had jumped ahead of her was none other than Zhang Xuani. Lao San, you still know such a good-looking schoolmate? Li Pu was the first to react, but he knew that Gu Qiu had also touched by Qingnian's hair. But he didn't think that he still knew such a good-looking schoolmate. Chow, all the good things were letting this kid take over. I happened to run into her when I came to the classroom, Gu Qiu explained casually. Then Gu Qiu turned his head to look at Zhang Xuani and said expressionlessly, I told you before, didn't I? Whether you go to class or not and where you sit in class is your freedom. You don't need to ask for my consent. Me Chow? Who is this kid? The department flower sister took the initiative to talk to him. Actually look impatient. So arrogant? This is Gu Qiu from our class. An old lickspittle. You all should have heard of his story, right? Maybe he saw Li Xinxue beside him and deliberately acted out. Men know men best. That makes sense. No wonder he can be so arrogant in the face of such a pretty schoolmate. I also heard yesterday that Li Xinxue didn't break up with her, but why did the senior sister have to sit next to him? It might just be a coincidence. After all, there aren't many free seats left. Not only did the surrounding students look dumbfounded, even Li Liang and Zhang San had strange expressions on their faces. Gu Qiu was so strange in their eyes at the moment. The two of them had long heard from Li Pu that Gu Qiu had touched by Qingnian's schoolgirl's hair and had left with her on her arm. Although they didn't believe in it at all, the dance department sister in front of them now took the initiative to talk to her. But it was real. Although Gu Qiu's looks were quite good, but that was no reason. You're not licking. Ahem. You're not Gu Qiu. Tell me who you are. I know that. But I also said. Zhang Xianyi tilted her head and said seriously. I don't need your permission to go to class or not and where to sit, but I do need it to sit next to you. Upon hearing Zhang Xuani's anticlimactic statement, another commotion erupted around her. Sister's words really perfectly pinpointed the psyche of these youthful and ignorant college students of theirs. It was also too heartwarming. Unfortunately, the person who spoke was not himself. Li Xinxue naturally heard Zhang Xuani's words, and it looked like Zhang Xuani had known Gu Qiu for a long time. What a vixen! But Gu Qiu wouldn't agree to let her sit next to her, because the girl Gu Qiu genuinely liked was her. Alright, sit here then. Gu Qiu nodded helplessly. He was afraid that if he refused again, he would be clubbed to death by the boys in the class. Of course, not refusing might be a messy death. It was a death anyway, so why not be dashing? Li Xinxue froze there when she heard Gu Qiu's answer. How could it be? Could Gu Qiu have fallen in love with that burning gas vixen? Li Xinxue seriously scrutinized Zhang Xuani's entire body once. Indeed, she had to admit that Zhang Xuani's figure was a little too good. Her long, straight legs stood obediently under her body, and her waist looked very slim and slender. Even wearing a wide bodysuit can be seen in her chest two peaks standing, so people cannot stop thinking about it. The body lost, but the looks, forget it. Even if she lost, what could she do? She was the white moonlight in Gu Qiu's heart. Gu Qiu definitely put more thought into herself than into her. This was enough. Gu Qiu was only momentarily mesmerized by the mountain peaks. As long as she appeared in front of him at the right time, he would definitely change his mind and fall in love with himself again. Li Xinxue even made it a point to look down. And what's more, her own wasn't small either. Zhang Xuani had unceremoniously sat next to Gu Qiu, causing a crowd of boys to cast envious gazes. Gu Qiu was already slowly starting to get used to this sight, but he noticed that there was another burning gaze locked onto him. He subconsciously looked up, only to see Li Xinxue walking towards his side with an anxious look on her face. Bad luck, or bad luck. Gu Qiu. Li Xinxue came to Gu Qiu and softly called out Gu Qiu's name. Gu Qiu asked coldly, "Is there something wrong? Can you sit next to me and listen in this class?" Li Xinxue's voice was soft, and a few drops of tears were stored in her eyes, making her look pathetic. Why? Gu Qiu's heart did not fluctuate when he saw Li Xinxue in this state. I already have a seat. Zhang Xuani probably guessed Li Xinxue's mind when she saw her at first glance, and her eyes instantly carried a strong hostility. Only this hostility had been deliberately hidden by her, as she was still unclear about the relationship between Gu Qiu and Li Xinxue, so she couldn't show too much obviousness, which might make Gu Qiu resentful. But now it seemed that she had been overly concerned. She could tell that Gu Qiu truly disliked Li Xinxue. It was very likely that something had happened between them, and it would be good to slowly learn about these things later. The main issue now was to guard Gu Qiu and swear sovereignty to this strange girl. But aren't male and female friends supposed to sit together in class? Li Xinxue's voice suddenly raised, and there were many students who noticed the movement over here. I heard that Gu Qiu wasn't dumped by Li Xinxue yesterday? What's the situation now? Yeah, I even saw Li Xinxue walking with a thieving ugly boy this morning. Could it be that I was wrong? Who knows? Maybe people can't let go of Gu Qiu, the licking dog, and still want him to lick for 2 more days. Forget it. Did someone bring melon seeds? Suddenly I want to eat melon seeds. Gu Qiu was surprised. She wouldn't really think that she meant all that she said at noon today, right? It wouldn't be possible to just break up with that ugly guy, right? At noon today, Gu Qiu did say that he truly liked her, and that he intentionally hid his identity to give her a surprise, but that was purely a deliberate attempt to disgust her. Now it seemed that the purpose had been achieved. Speaking of which, he also had to thank her. If he hadn't been dumped by her, he wouldn't have been certified by the system, and there wouldn't have been a system descent. I seem to remember that you were the one who dumped me yesterday, right? Gu Qiu said in a cold voice. After all, I can't give you the life you want. 1 bag bought by your new boyfriend is enough to cover my living expenses for half a year. How am I worthy of you like this? It's not like that. Listen to my explanation. Li Xinxue was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. I've already been with brother Wang Kai. Li Xinxue hurriedly covered her mouth. A brother Wang Kai almost blurted out. I've already broken up with Wang Kai. I found out that my favorite is still you. You're the only one who is wholeheartedly good to me. But I didn't respond with the same heart. Gu Qiu, give me another chance, okay? I will definitely cherish you this time. A hint of mockery flashed in Gu Qiu's eyes, and just as she was about to open her mouth to refuse, another warm and soft voice took the lead. I'm sorry, I'm afraid my boyfriend can't grant you this request. Chapter 10 Male Silver from the Cold Storage. I'm sorry, I'm afraid my boyfriend can't grant you this request. Zhang Xuani tenderly uttered these words, and even Gu Qiu was a bit shocked. Hello, you're not mistaken, are you? The two of us have only known each other for just over an hour, right? How come I don't know when I became your boyfriend? Although you do have a top figure, I have principles. Gu Qiu's line of sight accidentally swept over the mountain peaks, and his brain's thinking instantly stopped. Never mind, principles didn't seem that important. Boyfriend? Li Xinxue was confused. After Gu Qiu was dumped by himself yesterday, he talked about his girlfriend today? Of course, Li Xinxue subconsciously ignored the fact that she already had her next boyfriend before she even broke up with Gu Qiu. No, it can't be. Gu Qiu is definitely not this kind of person. He must have found someone to trick me on purpose, trying to get my attention. Thinking like this, Li Xinxue's heart, which had panicked just now, settled down again. Gu Qiu, is she really your girlfriend? Li Xinxue blinked her big tear-filled eyes at Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu wanted to say no, but his head seemed to nod as if it was out of control. That's right, so please don't pester me in the future. It felt too good to return what Li Xinxue had said to him before unchanged. This time, the surrounding melon eaters couldn't sit still. What? Department flower sister is Gu Qiu's girlfriend? Did I hear it right? Don't people like school sister value material things? Mom, it's like I believe in love again. I've decided to. Tonight I'll confess to schoolgirl by Qingnian and exchange my heart for my soul. You don't know how to look in the mirror before you heckling talk. Wait a minute. I heard through the grapevine that Gu Qiu seems to have touched by Qingnian's hair. What? This Gu Qiu actually has 2 feet in 2 boats at the same time? What a scum. The heavens have treated me unfairly. I've decided to worship Gu Qiu as my teacher and beg him to pass on my mastery of love affairs. Gu Qiu's appearance at this moment fell so strangely in Li Xinxue's eyes. He had never been that cold to himself before. Had Gu Qiu really changed? The moment she thought of this possibility, Li Xinxue couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. The chance to marry into a rich family had just passed her by. No, she still had a chance. After all, the position of the white moonlight in a boy's heart was irreplaceable. Li Xinxue wiped the tear tracks at the corner of her eyes with her hand. Her nose twitched twice, and she said in a thin voice, I'm very happy to have had a memory of being a boyfriend and girlfriend with you, and I also wish you happiness in the future. Gu Qiu. After saying that, Li Xinxue turned around and left, but instead of returning to her seat, she walked towards the outside of the classroom. When she walked to the classroom door, Li Xinxue covered her mouth with her hand and ran out with quick steps. That look was as pitiful as it could be. Gu Qiu could only sigh in his heart, is this a high-level player? If this was him before, he definitely couldn't help but go after her to comfort her. But now, he had long since seen through Li Xinxue's true colors. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Urban Achievement title. Cold Storage Ruthless Hot Male Silver. Distributing Achievement Reward, Top Physical Arts Perfection. Note, this unity does not have the ability to cultivate immortality. The top physical art only enables the host to become a physical expert. It does not mean that the host can challenge nuclear bombs. Super. Challenge a nuclear bomb? System, you also think too highly of me. Or is there really a host you've served before who went on to challenge a nuclear bomb? Is she your previous girlfriend? Zhang Xuanyi spoke out at the right time. She could tell that Li Xinxue's appearance like this was intentionally done to Gu Qiu, but she was afraid that Gu Qiu would be taken for a ride, so she spoke to divert Gu Qiu's attention. Yes, maintaining a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship for 3 days. Gu Qiu smiled as if mocking herself. Would you blame me for saying you were my boyfriend just now? Of course not. I was going to let her go in the first place, and I have to thank you for relieving me. Gu Qiu looked around and changed her words, but you might have to suffer from a lot of gossip. Zhang Xuanyi tapped her finger on her chin and asked suspiciously, what kind of gossip? Becoming boyfriend and girlfriend with me. He. Zhang Xianyi seemed to have come to a realization. It seems like this. What can we do about this? How about we really become lovers? Gu Qiu's mouth choked on Zhang Xianyi's anticlimactic speech before the apologetic words even left his mouth. Ahem. Okay, just kidding. Zhang Xuanyi smiled sweetly. You don't have to care about these things. I don't care what other people think of me anyway. Even so, it's still embarrassing. Gu Qiu's this embarrassment came from the bottom of his heart. After all, he was the one who took advantage of the situation. I only care what you think of me. This section of public class Gu Qiu only felt like it went by so slowly, just because of Zhang Xianyi's frequent counterintuitive speeches. It was just too titillating. If he wasn't a cold storage ruthless male silver, he would have definitely been hit. When class was about to end, Zhang Xuanyi and Gu Qiu added a certain letter to each other, and then separated in a gentle bye-bye sound. Lao San is good. He can even get a girl from the dance department. Li Pu touched Gu Qiu with his shoulder with a lewd smile. Yeah, there's also by Qingnian school flower. Did you really touch her hair? Li Lian also came next to Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu was speechless. Wasn't it just touching a hair? As for making such a big fuss about it, not only had she touched her hair, but she was also allowed to coax her to sleep. And there was also a thoughtful massage service. Thinking back to Bai Qingnian's technique, it was indeed a masterpiece. The fingers were bony, yet soft enough to not feel bones when they actually touched the skin. Lao San, you do torture. Zhang San gently pushed his square-framed glasses with his hand, with the feeling of a righteous judge. My good brothers, I really just ran into her by chance. I hadn't even seen her before today. Gu Qiu explained helplessly. That's too modest of you. Can't it be that it was someone who took the initiative to stick it to you, clamoring to be your girlfriend? Wang Dapa said indignantly. Gu Qiu spread his two hands and said cheaply, that's right, it's indeed like that. Can't stand it, brothers. Brothers save face, wait until we get back to the dormitory before we fight. Gu Qiu instantly raised his hands in surrender. Good, then wait until you go back to the dormitory tonight. Li Pu nodded. After all, it's also just a fight between roommates, it won't really get physical. Unfortunately, I'm not staying back in the dorm tonight. Gu Qiu ran off in a huff after saying this. Asterisk. You old six. Gu Qiu had a villa and didn't want to live in the dormitory? He doesn't want to be coaxed to sleep by the school's flower, so he goes to ask for a roommate? Any normal person would know what to choose, right? As Gu Qiu walked towards the school parking lot, his cell phone suddenly rang. When he picked up the phone and looked at it, the note was Zhang Zhuan. Gu Qiu answered it. Hey, what's up? I've already taken care of the hospital matter. Oh, and then? As promised, I'm going to accompany you. Chapter 11, The Chen Foundation. As promised, I'm going to accompany you. The voice on the other side of the phone was significantly smaller. Yes? The corners of Gu Qiu's mouth couldn't help but rise. How could there be people rushing to give a bloodbath? But I don't have the interest now. Let's wait until later. Good. Is there anything else? Nope, nothing. Then hang up. Gu Qiu hung up the phone after saying that. He looked at the time on his phone and realized that it was not even 6 o'clock yet. It was still very early. What should I do next? Although he had long gotten used to being alone before, he still felt a bit bored now. Just when Gu Qiu didn't know what to do next, the ringtone of his cell phone rang again. This time, it was by Qingnian calling, and Gu Qiu still chose to answer it. Young master, you should have gotten out of class already, right? Bai Qingnian's voice was clear and cool, sounding comforting. Just got out of class. Where are you now? I'll go find you right now. Come to the east entrance of the school. I'll wait for you there. Okay, goodbye young master. Gu Qiu hung up the phone. He thought a little and decided not to drive. It just so happened that he was tired today. East gate of a city university. A pitch-black Rolls-Royce was parked on the side of the road, drawing comments from a bunch of students around. Quick look, is this a Rolls-Royce? It is indeed. But why is it parked in front of our school? You don't know. I heard that schoolmarm Buys is always transported to school by a special car, and it's a black Rolls-Royce. I'm super. Not only is Ms. Bai beautiful, but her family's condition is also so good? No wonder even Chen Xian doesn't put it in his eyes. People do have this capital. You all overlooked one point. Since this car is parked here now, doesn't that mean that Bai Qingnian is about to come out? The chance to see Bai Qingnian's flower girl is close at hand. A good-looking boy walked out from the school entrance. The first thing he saw after leaving the school was the Rolls-Royce, and the corners of his mouth hooked up into a willful smile. His name was Chen Xian, the sole heir of the Chun clan consortium. He recognized this car. It was Bai Qingnian's car. Chen Xian was now a sophomore. His good looks coupled with his status as the heir of the Chun clan made him unbeatable in school. After being in this environment for a long time, Chen Xian had developed the character of a playboy. He had thought that he wouldn't have true feelings for anyone in his life, but it wasn't until he met Bai Qingnian that he realized that wasn't the case at all. He just hadn't met anyone who truly moved his heart. The first time he saw Bai Qingnian, he was shocked by her appearance. The natural coolness between her eyebrows, the indifference in her eyes, her lips that were still pink without lipstick, plus that air of coolness. Chen Xian had never thought that there would actually be someone who was born so perfect, as if they were created by the gods themselves. It could be said that based on appearance alone, Chen Xian was completely enamored with Bai Qingnian. The next day he expressed his feelings with Bai Qingnian, but he didn't expect that he would be rejected without hesitation. When had he ever been rejected like this since he was a child? When he had always been star-crossed? As the heir of Chen's consortium, he naturally knew that Bai Qingnian, who was driven to and from school by a Rolls-Royce Phantom, was not a simple person. So he started to let people investigate Bai Qingnian. This investigation found a problem, because he simply could not find out anything about Bai Qingnian. This means that Bai Qingnian's background is terrifyingly large, and is far more powerful than a snake like Chen's consortium, the Over-River Dragon. From Kyoto, Chen Xian had originally wanted to employ some violent means, but since he knew that Bai Qingnian had this kind of background, that thought was thrown away for him as well. Since hard doesn't work, let's go soft. Anyway, no one in the entire city university dares to spy on Bai Qingnian in front of him. Oh, I also heard yesterday that a boy touched Bai Qingnian's hair, and it seems that Bai Qingnian didn't reject it. How is that possible? Bai Qingnian's kind of personality would never let anyone touch her hair. There were always rumors about this kind of unrealistic things going around the school. Things that weren't there originally, but when more people said them, they seemed to be true. If it was true, he, Chen Xian, would write his name backwards and then eat 2 bowls of. A boy who looked somewhat overly rewarded jogged over after seeing Chen Xian. Chen Xiao, Miss Bai hasn't come out of the school yet. According to previous habits, Miss Bai should come out within 5 minutes. Well, good work, Chen Xian nodded. This overly rewarded boy was his little brother, called Lu Hai. He would occasionally have Lu Hai wait at the school entrance in advance, in order to be the first to know Bai Qingnian's movements. This would create an opportunity for Bai Qingnian to meet him. The famous philosopher Wozgizold once said, some people don't know each other originally, but if they meet each other more often, they will know each other. It's not hard. It's my honor to work for Chen Xiao, Lu Hai said with a flattering look on his face. The two just quietly stood where they waited. In the middle of the day there were girls who took the initiative to come over and talk to Chen Xian, but all he was rejected. Coming, young Chen. A few minutes later, Lu Hai's sudden shout made Chen Xian instantly perk up, looking in the direction of the school entrance. A girl with a stunningly beautiful figure and appearance, exuding a cool temperament walked out. Who else could it be if not Bai Qingnian? Many of the surrounding boys also saw Bai Qingnian, and another commotion arose. After all, it was hard for Bai Qingnian to keep boys from being moved, especially with that cool look. It would make the boys unconsciously rise up with a desire to conquer. Chen Xian quickly walked up to Bai Qingnian and said with a polite smile, Qingnian, what a coincidence, did you just get out of class too? Bai Qingnian looked at Chen Xian in front of her and was a bit puzzled. Who was he? Did one know him? Moreover, is Qingnian something you can call? Thinking of this, Bai Qingnian's eyes went cold. I'm sorry, I don't really know you, and you should add your surname before my name. Chen Xian smiled awkwardly. What do you mean you don't know me? Obviously, I've even confessed to you before, right? Could it be that she didn't even look at me squarely for that day's confession? As soon as he thought of this possibility, Chen Xian's face couldn't help but gloom. Although you have a big background in a city, my Chen clan's power is not small either. To want to extend your hand to a city, without a nod from my Chen clan consortium, it is absolutely. Chen Xian's words stopped in mid-sentence as Bai Qingnian had already walked around him in the direction of the car, ignoring his Chen Xian's existence under the gaze of many of his fellow students around him. Chen Xian's face turned red. When had he ever received this kind of aggravation? Bai Qingnian didn't have the heart to care what Chen Xian thought. As for the Chen clan consortium that he was talking about, it wasn't on the same level as the Gu family at all. Is Chen's consortium big? In a city, it was big, but for the Gu family, it was like a mayfly. To cite the simplest example, the Gu family's assassins could take out all of Chen's executives at any time, paralyzing Chen. What's more, Bai Qingnian had no intention of entering a city at all, and she had only come to school here because she had found out information about Gu Qiu. From the moment she was picked up by Gu Qiu, her life belonged to the young master. Even if the young master asked her to commit suicide immediately now, she would carry it out without hesitation. Bai Qingnian walked over to the Rolls-Royce Phantom and the door slowly opened, but she didn't get in the car. Instead, she quietly stood by the door and waited. Chen Xian naturally noticed Bai Qingnian's movements. What was she doing standing there without getting into the car? Could it be that she was waiting for someone? By the looks of it, the one waiting was still someone within the school? Even though he wanted to leave this place that was embarrassing him right now, he stayed out of the curiosity in his heart. He wanted to see who exactly Bai Qingnian was waiting for. Chapter 12. A schoolgirl calls Gu Qiu young master? Because that silver and white Pagani was just too conspicuous, Gu Qiu chose to have Bai Qingnian pick himself up. It definitely wasn't because he wanted to experience that wonderful maneuver again or anything. He merely didn't want to be that high profile. But what he didn't expect was that letting Bai Qingnian pick himself up was even more high profile than driving the Pagani out himself. Arriving at the school entrance, he saw Bai Qingnian standing next to the Rolls-Royce at a glance. After all, that cool temperament was just too conspicuous. Hey guys, look, isn't that the boy who touched Bai Qingnian's schoolgirl head? Yeah, I know him, Gu Qiu from the math department. He's also one of Li Xinshue's licking dogs. Li Xinxue? The Li Xinxue from the art department? I don't even believe that he can lick Li Xinxue like that. How did he dare to stick his tongue out to Bai Qingnian's schoolgirl? Indeed, full of certain treasure goods, the whole body may not be as expensive as a pair of socks. There are always people who can't see the gap between people and delude themselves into thinking that toads eat bird meat. Gu Qiu's appearance once again caused a burst of chatter, but this time it wasn't because his car was too conspicuous, but because he had touched Bai Qingnian's hair yesterday. Listening to the noisy voices in his ears, Gu Qiu was a bit speechless. How come there were all these passers-by there? Annoying, but as soon as he saw Bai Qingnian, his mood inexplicably improved. As a matter of fact, the big man is right. I have to see that every day, not for any other reason, just for my mood to be happy. Chen Xian naturally heard the chatter around him. That boy has touched Bai Qingnian's head hair? Chen Xian had always thought that this was all a rumor, and even swore a poison oath to that effect. but listening to their voices, it seems like there really is such a thing. Lu Hai, do you recognize that man? Chen Xian pointed his chin in Gu Qiu's direction. Lu Hai looked up at Gu Qiu when he heard that, then turned his head and said, Young Chen, this kid is called Gu Qiu. He's from the math department. You said, did he really touch Bai Qingnian's hair? Xiao Chen. According to Miss Bai's character, this is absolutely impossible. But, Lu Hai suddenly stammered. But what? Chen Xian was a bit impatient. Just say what you have to say. I have a friend who said that he witnessed Gu Qiu touching Miss Bai's hair, and that Miss Bai didn't reject it and ended up holding her arm together. Shut up! Chen Xian's sudden roar scared Lu Hai. Lu Hai turned his head and saw that Chen Xian's face was purple. It was really purple, not an exaggerated description. There was actually someone who really dared to spy on the woman he had his eye on right under his nose. Although he didn't know why Bai Qingnian didn't reject it, it was probably because he had something difficult to say. Otherwise there was no way to explain that a licking dog could make Bai Qingnian look the other way. He was going to go teach Gu Qiu a lesson and make him pay the price he deserved. Chen Xian walked over to Gu Qiu's side with a dark face, but there was another figure that arrived in front of Gu Qiu faster than him. Chen Xian fixed his eyes on it. Who else could it be if not Bai Qingnian? Bai Qingnian immediately greeted Gu Qiu when she saw him, the frost on her face all melting away as she walked by, replaced by a smile that she had never shown in front of anyone else. Young master, this way. Bai Qingnian gently shook her hand at Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu returned the smile. This simple smile of Gu Qiu's made Bai Qingnian's heart couldn't help but flutter. It was a sign that young master was happy. If the young master was happy, she was also happy. That was all. Gu Qiu thought for a moment and raised his hand to slowly reach out to the top of Bai Qingnian's head. When Bai Qingnian saw Gu Qiu's movements, she lowered her waist slightly, so that Gu Qiu didn't have to raise her hand so high. Bai Qingnian's hair was delicate, like dark satin that was soft and smooth, and mixed with a nice fragrance. Gu Qiu enjoyed this feeling, and so did Bai Qingnian. But the other passers-by didn't think so. Wake me up. I must still be sleeping on the classroom table. This person is just prone to hallucinations when they get older. What did I see? Could that rumor be true? Gu Qiu really has a hold on Bai Qingnian? This little day player, please put away your lewd thoughts. There's no way schoolgirl Bai will give in. As angry as I am, I want to touch it too. Chen Xian was also frozen in place. He couldn't believe that the scene in front of him was real. Bai Qingnian turned out to be able to smile as well, and it was such a beautiful smile, as if it could heal all the uneasiness in the world. He was sour. He didn't accept it. He was going to ask for clarification. Chen Xian rushed to Gu Qiu in a few steps and slapped away Gu Qiu's hand on Bai Qingnian's hair in one go. Take away your dirty hands. The surrounding passers-by instantly turned into melon eaters after seeing Chen Xian. This is the rhythm of a big fight for love. On one side was Chen Xian, the heir to the Chen clan, who was suave, talented, and close to people. The other side is Gu Qiu, the two-school flower-licking dog. Right. Ahem. The battle for the schoolgirl's spousal rights was about to begin. If I didn't have a melon in my hand, I'd have to fight for it high and low. If I were 18 years younger, even these two could only return in defeat. So you rely on fertilized egg cells to compete, right? I'm ready to call an ambulance. You two can do it now. There were a lot of eaters gathered around, but Gu Qiu didn't pay any attention to it as he looked at Chen Xian suspiciously. Who the hell is this? Why did you come up and think my hands are dirty? I'm touching my schoolmaid, not your meow. What's your hurry? Bai Qingnian immediately reacted. She looked at Chen Xian's eyes instantly rose a killing intent. How dare you make a move on the young master? But she didn't move. After all, the young master was right next to her. She couldn't act without orders, only to see Chen Xian ask with a look of indignation. Qingnian, can you explain to me who he is and why you let him touch your hair? Qingnian? Gu Qiu heard Chen Xian addressed Bai Qingnian and turned her head to ask, do you know him? Bai Qingnian was a bit anxious when she heard Gu Qiu's words and hurriedly said, young master, I don't really know him, and I don't know why he's calling me that. Now it was Chen Xian's turn to be confused. What did Bai Qingnian just say? His mind was a bit spinning right now. If he had heard correctly, what she had just called out was young master. Wasn't it this licking dog that had gotten into Bai Qingnian's lap? Why was Bai Qingnian calling this lickspittle a young master? Or was the cool goddess that she couldn't reach actually just someone else's maid? Qingnian, what did you just call him? Chen Xian asked in disbelief. Bai Qingnian was a bit impatient. She was afraid that Gu Qiu would misunderstand that she was having an affair with someone else. I told you long ago that I don't know you and don't want to know you. What's more, it's not your turn to say anything about what I'm doing, let alone having to explain myself to you. Bai Qingnian's voice went cold again, a world away from the tone she had just used to speak to Gu Qiu. Chen Xian was a bit speechless for a moment. He really wasn't qualified to care what Bai Qingnian did. However, he had always defaulted to Bai Qingnian being his girlfriend, and after a long time, he slowly took it for real. Seeing this atmosphere, Gu Qiu once again put his hand out to Bai Qingnian's head and gently stroked it. Qingnian, let's go home. Chen Xian's lungs exploded with anger at this scene, and when he wanted to say something, his throat wriggled twice or he didn't make a sound. Although Bai Qingnian was upset with this Chen Xian who had offended the young master, but since the young master had said to go home, he would let him off the hook for now. Well, listen to young master. Bai Qingnian nodded with a light smile, her tone surprisingly carrying a hint of petulance. After saying these words, Bai Qingnian reached out and pinched the corner of Gu Qiu's sleeve, carefully following Gu Qiu's side, bypassing Chen Xian and walking towards the car. Young master, please get in the car. Aha! Gu Qiu took a step into the car and lay down limply on the seat. Compared to his own Pagani, this Rolls-Royce was more focused on comfort level. It was indeed very suitable as a tool car for traveling back and forth to school. Bai Qingnian also got into the car immediately afterward. The doors closed, and the pitch-black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly started. Soon the black body disappeared into the street, but Chen Xian still stood there frozen without slowing down. Chapter 13 Memories touched by Bai Qingnian. The Rolls-Royce Phantom had long since disappeared around the corner of the intersection, but Chen Xian was still standing there frozen. Obviously he couldn't accept such a reality. The results of his own investigation showed that Bai Qingnian's back was most likely some hidden family in Kyoto. A daughter of a worldly family from Kyoto actually opened her mouth and called out young master to a student who could be found everywhere in the school. And this Gu Qiu was also a famous dog licker. Is this possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Then there was only one thing that could explain it. All of this was directed by Bai Qingnian. As for the reason, Bai Qingnian must have felt her love a long time ago, only for some reason she wasn't able to grant her request. After all, she was the golden girl of a hermit family, and Chen Xian could understand being forced to marry another family for such a thing. Bai Qingnian had already been betrothed to someone else, so she had found a random person at school and put on a show in front of herself so that she could give up before it was too late. That would also explain why Bai Qingnian was disdainful of herself. There was only one truth. She just didn't want to hurt her feelings. Thinking of this, Chen Xian smiled out confidently. If I can't do anything about Bai Qingnian, can I still not do anything about you, Gu Qiu? Whether or not things are the same as one thinks. When the time comes to find Gu Qiu alone and ask will be known. Lu Hai on the side saw Chen Xian smile so obscene heart some doubts. Chen Young, this can't be struck stupid, right? His favorite girl called someone else young master. Why are you still stealing joy? It's not a psychopath, is it? Inside the Rolls-Royce car, Gu Qiu wasn't in the mood to know what Chen Xian was thinking. At this time he was concentrating on enjoying Bai Qingnian's massage service. It had to be said that Bai Qingnian's work was really good. Ahem. Even a layman like Gu Qiu could feel that Bai Qingnian's massage was professional. Qingnian, have you ever learned massage? Gu Qiu asked casually. Well, I thought that I might be able to use it to serve young master in the future, so I specialized in learning it in my free time, Bai Qingnian said softly. Gu Qiu sighed in his heart that it was worthy of being a system-rewarded deadly servant. It was just fully functional. That, Bai Qingnian suddenly opened her mouth, but stopped mid-sentence. What's wrong? Gu Qiu opened his mouth to ask when he saw Bai Qingnian's look of wanting to speak. Bai Qingnian continued after a slight hesitation. Young master, I really don't know that person from just now, and I don't know why he addressed me with Qingnian. If young master allows it, I'll send someone to get rid of him. Gu Qiu thought it was about something, so it was because of this. How could Gu Qiu not trust Bai Qingnian? After all, he was a Deadpool with 100 loyalty rewarded by the system. According to the system, in Bai Qingnian's heart, Gu Qiu was the only meaning for her to survive. Such a Bai Qingnian wouldn't care about anyone other than Gu Qiu at all. I'm afraid that Bai Qingnian was afraid of misunderstanding herself, and that's why she explained this over and over again. Qingnian, Gu Qiu suddenly interrupted Bai Qingnian. I believe you. There's no need to dwell on this matter anymore. Bai Qingnian's movements on her hands suddenly froze when she heard Gu Qiu's words. What young master said just now was that he believed in himself? The first time Bai Qingnian met Gu Qiu when he was a child, he was just an orphan that no one wanted. Gu Qiu was about the same height as herself at that time, and was a very handsome boy. The boy stretched out a hand to the orphan girl and asked gently, do you want to believe in yourself? Gu Qiu felt the pause in Bai Qingnian's finger movements, and opened her eyes in confusion to look, finding Bai Qingnian's eyes reddened, with tears flickering faintly in them. What's wrong? Gu Qiu was confused. Could it be that he had just said the wrong thing and hurt her? It wasn't to be. Moreover, what he had just said was that he believed in her. How could he see that it was all positive language? Bai Qingnian heard Gu Qiu's voice and turned back to his senses and lowered his head deeply, his reddened eyes dodging around, not daring to look directly at Gu Qiu. Young master, I'm sorry. Bai Qingnian's voice was a little choked, but still sounded good. What's sorry? And why are you crying? Gu Qiu asked suspiciously. Hearing Gu Qiu's words, Bai Qingnian's tears finally couldn't help but fall. The crystallized teardrops slid down her cheeks, tracing a tear trail on her fair skin. I'm sorry, young master. I know you don't like people shedding tears in front of you, but I was really happy to hear you say that you believe in me. Bai Qingnian knew that she shouldn't cry in front of Gu Qiu. It might annoy the young master, but she really couldn't help it. Gu Qiu sort of understood. So Bai Qingnian was happy to cry? Just because she said she believed in her. Worthy of being a schoolgirl deadbeat with a loyalty of 100, this self-robbing ability was simply insurmountable. Gu Qiu carefully recalled the memories given by the system. At a very young age Bai Qingnian had also cried like this. And what Gu Qiu had done at that time was, Bai Qingnian felt the warmth at the corner of her eyes and looked up to find that it was Gu Qiu wiping her tears. The memories in Bai Qingnian's heart were touched. Because Bai Qingnian was born an orphan, even as a maid brought back by Gu Qiu herself, she was still ostracized and bullied by the other maids. The water stains on the bedding, the bowl that was broken by whoever, the garbage that suddenly appeared in the area she was responsible for cleaning. But Bai Qingnian never cried out in front of others, because she knew that even if she did, no one would come to comfort her. Only in front of Gu Qiu would she cry softly like a child seeking comfort. Every time, Gu Qiu would gently wipe her tears clean and then gently comfort her. It was so similar to the scene happening in front of her. Young master, Bai Qingnian opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Obviously you look beautiful when you smile, Gu Qiu said with a light laugh. Why do you have to cry? Bai Qingnian tried her best to suppress the tears that were slipping down her face and said in a small voice, Young master, I'm sorry. Gu Qiu laughed out at once when he saw Bai Qingnian's flustered appearance. He sat up, stroked Bai Qingnian's hair and said softly, cry if you want to, but only this time. Aha! After some twists and turns, Gu Qiu finally returned to Tianyun residence, and Bai Qingnian at this point couldn't see the slightest hint of the tears that had just flowed down her face. When it was time to eat dinner Bai Qingnian was still as good as before standing by the side watching Gu Qiu finish eating. Gu Qiu was very embarrassed. It always felt strange to be watched eating like this, so Gu Qiu ate especially fast, and after eating, he hurried back upstairs to his bedroom to rest. Gu Qiu lay on the soft big bed and didn't want to move a muscle. The room was filled with a fresh scent that made it easy to relax. It was the smell of money. Gu Qiu fell asleep in a daze like this. During that time, Bai Qingnian had also come by, but realizing that Gu Qiu had already fallen asleep, she didn't carry on with the night's activities. It was already past 9 in the morning when Gu Qiu woke up again, but since it was Saturday and there were no classes, it wasn't much of a problem. At first, he was still a bit confused, but a mechanical voice that didn't carry the slightest emotional fluctuation made Gu Qiu wake up. Ding! The system has detected that the host has not signed in today. Is it time to sign in? Sign in! Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top reward, a Deadpool. Attached power, Shadow Palace. The Deadpool will appear in front of the host within a day. Please be well prepared. Deadpool again? You still have to make adequate mental preparations? With Bai Qingnian as a precedent, Gu Qiu began to look forward to this dead servant. Hopefully, it would come with a big heart, preferably with a bit of raging, although Bai Qingnian's wasn't small either. Ahem, forget it, you can't ask for that much, as long as it's not a guy. Chapter 14 Young Master, can I hug you? Gu Qiu simply washed up and went downstairs. Like yesterday, Bai Qingnian had breakfast prepared early and waited for Gu Qiu to come down. Bai Qingnian smiled sweetly when she saw Gu Qiu's figure and said softly, Good morning, young master. Good morning, Qingnian. Gu Qiu responded with a smile. It was only during dinner that Gu Qiu remembered that there was still the matter of the Imperial Consortium that he hadn't dealt with. Qingnian, how do you feel about the Imperial How Consortium? Imperial How Consortium? Facing Gu Qiu's question, Bai Qingnian thought a little before giving a very objective answer. It's considered one of the topmost consortium forces in City A, but that's about it. Could it be that young master is interested in the Imperial Deluxe Consortium? That's all? It seemed that his status as the Gu family's young master was much bigger than he thought. Send some people to take over the top management of the Imperial How Consortium. Bai Qingnian didn't react for a moment. Did the young master have his eye on the Imperial How Consortium? Although acquiring a consortium of this level wasn't a difficult task for the Gu family, but since the shares of a consortium were usually scattered, even if the Gu family's power wanted to completely acquire it, it would still take some time. Young master, I'll go prepare the acquisition plan for the Imperial Consortium right now, but it'll take a week at the earliest. Gu Qiu waved his hand and said casually, Right now, all the shares of the Imperial How Consortium are in my hands. It's just that the executives within the consortium aren't trustworthy people. It's just for you to send someone to take over, not acquire. The Imperial How Consortium was in the hands of the young master, but according to the information she received, the largest shareholder of the Imperial How Consortium should be surnamed Gao. But surely young master wouldn't lie to himself for no reason. What was going on? Could it be that the young master had really tricked the Gu family's intelligence system? Bai Qingnian couldn't help but tremble when she raised her head and saw Gu Qiu's face with a smile on it. Yes, The one sitting in front of her was the young master she would serve for the rest of her life. Even if it was no longer possible, it wouldn't be that surprising if it was the young master. But how on earth did the young master manage to fool the Gu family's intelligence system? Aha! It's really worthy of being the young master. After a bit of self-strategizing, Bai Qingnian finally let out this exclamation. When Gu Qiu looked at Bai Qingnian again, he found that her entire eyes were covered in little pink stars. It was almost as if adoration was written on her face. Wasn't it just an Imperial Consortium? And you just said that the Imperial Consortium is nothing more than that, right? Although it was quite inexplicable, Gu Qiu still nodded his head to indicate that it was what you think it was. Young master, I'll arrange for someone to take over. Is there anyone who needs special attention? There's a general manager named Li Zong. If he can show enough ability, he can also be given a chance to stay at the Imperial Consortium. Gu Qiu didn't forget about Li Zong, provided that Li Zong really had the ability to stay. After that, Gu Qiu chatted with Bai Qingnian for a while. Just then, the cell phone suddenly displayed a message notification. Gu Qiu picked up his phone and found that it was a message from Zhang Xuani. Student Gu Qiu, do you have any plans today? If not, can you come out and hang out with me? Gu Qiu didn't reply as he wanted to eat before replying. After a few minutes, Gu Qiu's cell phone screen lit up again with another message notification. Gu Qiu glanced at it, and it was still a message from Zhang Xuani. It can't be that you haven't woken up yet, right? Was it because you were too tired yesterday? Don't forget to reply to the message when you wake up. Oh, I'll be waiting for you. Gu Qiu sighed, took a sip of milk and swallowed the sandwich in her mouth. Picking up his cell phone, he typed a reply. No arrangements, where are you planning to go? Within seconds of Gu Qiu's message being sent, Zhang Xuani replied, there's a dance competition at school today. It ends at 3 p.m. Why don't we go to Yida Plaza for a stroll after I'm done? A dance competition? Gu Qiu generally didn't have the heart to care about these dance competitions, but his roommates were quite fond of them. After all, they could see a lot of beautifully built art. Dance competition? Will you participate too? Ding, another second reply. Of course, I'm the president of the Dance Association UG. Alright, Dance Association's president's sister. We'll see you this afternoon. Ha ha ha, okay day. See you there. Time passed, and during this time in the morning, Gu Qiu just lay on the sofa quietly listening to Bai Qingnian. Bai Qingnian sat beside Gu Qiu in a well-behaved manner, gently talking about what she had done in the years that Gu Qiu had been away. Young master, after you left that day, I hated my own incompetence more than once late at night. When you left me in the Gu family, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Only later did I realize that you had planned all of this. Truly worthy of being a young master. Saying that, Bai Qingnian once again let out an exclamation similar to truly worthy of being. Such an exclamation. In my eyes, you will always be the best young master in the world. Qingnian can give everything for a young master. Pay everything? Forgive Gu Qiu for thinking the wrong way, because Gu Qiu was now lying on Bai Qingnian's lap, tilting her head back to look at Bai Qingnian's fair face. When he thought of Bai Qingnian in front of him, she was the cool schoolgirl that countless students at a city university looked up to. It's hard not to let one's blood run cold, isn't it? No, he was a man of principle. Gu Qiu recited this 3 times in his heart. I'm a good person. I'm the good guy. I'm a man. Just as Gu Qiu's thoughts were struggling, Bai Qingnian's face suddenly flushed pink, and she could only be heard saying warmly and softly, young master, can you hug me again like when I was a child? Gu Qiu stood up after hearing this and walked over to Bai Qingnian, following his memory and stretching his hand out to Bai Qingnian. Bai Qingnian just sat there obediently, not moving a muscle, letting Gu Qiu move. Gu Qiu will Bai Qingnian into his arms. A hand on the neck of Bai Qingnian stroked her black hair like a waterfall. The other hand on the waist of Bai Qingnian, honestly did not do anything. A fresh scent surrounded Gu Qiu, causing him to feel a wave of relaxation. Qingnian, you will always stand by my side, Gu Qiu asked earnestly, following his earlier example. Right? Bai Qingnian's fair little face had long been covered in redness. Her brain was on the verge of losing the ability to think. This was said in a very small voice, as if it was squeezed out, but it was said firmly. Gu Qiu still held Bai Qingnian like this and never let go. The soft and fragrant beauty in her arms obediently didn't move a muscle, and was quietly embraced by Gu Qiu. Soft, not good. The gun couldn't be suppressed anytime soon. Gu Qiu loosened his hand with great reluctance, then turned his head without moving and quietly adjusted the orientation of his sniper rifle. As a sniper, the most important thing was not to be discovered by the enemy's position. Bai Qingnian looked at Gu Qiu suspiciously and asked softly, young master, what's wrong? Nothing. Gu Qiu smiled somewhat awkwardly. Bai Qingnian smiled sweetly and said in a soft voice, then when it's nighttime before going to bed, can young master hug Qingnian again? Night? I drop meow. A gun that can't be suppressed during the day. What's more at night? With Bai Qingnian's feelings for Gu Qiu, I'm afraid she wouldn't refuse at all, right? Not to mention that it was Bai Qingnian who took the initiative last night. If it goes off again. Oh, no. I've got a picture. What's going on in your head, Gu Qiu? Stop this dangerous thought. Gu Qiu looked at Bai Qingnian's expectant eyes and said firmly, of course, yes. Chapter 15, Zhang Xianyi, Black Tights version. Unconsciously it came to the afternoon. The match didn't end until 3 p.m. Gu Qiu thought that there wasn't much to do right now anyway, so he might as well go to school first. It was also possible to watch Zhang Xianyi's match. Gu Qiu got down from the car, and perhaps because it was the weekend, there were very few people in front of the school. Not many people noticed Gu Qiu. Young master, goodbye. With a smile in her eyes, Bai Qingnian gently waved her hand at Gu Qiu. See you tonight, Gu Qiu said casually. When Bai Qingnian heard these words, a blush appeared on her face that was visible to the naked eye. Didn't young master know that saying such words could easily make others think nonsense? This was too shy. Gu Qiu turned around and walked into the school. He didn't ask Bai Qingnian to accompany him alone because Bai Qingnian had other things to do. For example, the high-level takeover of the Imperial Consortium and so on. Even if Bai Qingnian was fine, Gu Qiu didn't plan on letting her tag along. After all, he was here to find other little girls, and he couldn't let go with Bai Qingnian. But Bai Qingnian wouldn't care about that. All she wanted was for Gu Qiu to be happy. What other women's didn't matter at all, because it was still her that young master trusted the most in his heart. As long as that was the case she was content. But she would also be a good gatekeeper for the young master. If she found out that someone had bad intentions towards the young master, she wouldn't mind getting some more blood on those hands. According to the information that Zhang Xianyi had sent over, the venue for the competition should be at the school's cultural and sports hall. When Gu Qiu arrived at the cultural and sports hall, the surrounding students were bustling and looked very lively. Walking into the gymnasium, Gu Qiu realized that the audience was far more than he thought. It was so bustling that it was even more lively than some celebrity pickups. However, Gu Qiu didn't see any faces he was familiar with for the time being. It was strange. According to his 3 housemates' temperament, this kind of competition high and low had to come and take a look. Could it be that they now had no desire and had changed their ways? Gu Qiu. A boy not far away waved at Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu looked up and it was none other than Li Pu. Next to him were the flirty Zhang San and Li Liang. Li Pu walked over quickly, and in one fell swoop put his hand on Gu Qiu's shoulder, wrapping Gu Qiu in his arms and heading for the audience. I knew you'd come and specially reserved a seat for you. You should be here just for Sister Zhang Xianyi, right? Speaking of which, how far have you guys proceeded? Established a relationship? Wang Dapu turned on the campus gossip mode, making Gu Qiu not know how to answer for a while. How far did it go? Gu Qiu thought about it and said faintly, it's just pulling me out to hang out together. And there's no other relationship. I sup. You're in Versailles. Li Liang said with a sour taste. I really don't know what's so good about you, kid. Do goddesses like deep lovers nowadays? Zhang San pushed the frames of the glasses on the bridge of his nose. His mouth quirked, and said with a slightly deeper meaning, morality is self-discipline, not other discipline. So I hope you can hold yourself in check and not make mistakes. Zhang San, I think you're just envious. Li Pu unmercifully exposed Zhang San. Zhang San bristled and said, can you not say it so directly? Ha ha ha. In a burst of laughter, Gu Qiu followed Wang Dapu and the others to sit in the audience. Gu Qiu, you've come at the right time. The next match is Zhang Xianyi's final. Li Pu thoughtfully introduced Gu Qiu to the current progress of the match. But I have to say, Sister Zhang Xianyi's body is really top-notch. And she's also gentle and pretty, just a little bit worse than by Qingnian school flower. I don't know if you, Gu Qiu, can resist with this body. Li Liang also looked at Gu Qiu with contempt after saying this. Gu Qiu, thanks for the concern, but they're offended. Ding, this unity has also been offended, and is now issuing a special reward, strong body energy reagent, super long-lasting renewal version. I hope the host can be confident. If the boss wants to hold his head up and be a man, the second one should also hold his head up and be. Gu Qiu only felt an extra hard object in his coat pocket. His hand reached in and touched it. It was a test tube-like glass bottle. It was thought to be the reagent rewarded by the system, because there were so many people around. He didn't take it out immediately to check it out. If it was seen by others it would inevitably cause some trouble. After a while, a beautiful host wearing a high-vis white hip dress walked onto the stage with an elegant catwalk. Many boys' eyes were immediately attracted by this beautiful host. This beautiful host Gu Qiu had the impression that she was the flower of the broadcasting hosting major, often serving as the host of various competitions in the school, and was considered one of the school's celebrities. As for the name, Sister Gao Xian is also a goddess of the top one. Look at this imperial sister's temperament. It's really poking me too much XP. Li Xiaolian's eyes were glowing at this time as he looked towards the hosting stage. It's obvious that he's the lick of this host. Cough. Obviously, this beautiful host was called Gao Xian. After a long wait, the long-awaited final has finally arrived. Let's welcome the two contestants to the stage with a warm round of applause. As Gu Qiu's gentle voice fell, a girl with a slender figure and wearing a black tight dress slowly walked onto the stage. A wave immediately rippled under the stage. Sister Zhang Xianyi, crooked drop ace. Sister Zhang Xianyi, go for it. I love you. I advise you to be careful with your words. Be careful not to walk out of the cultural and sports hall. I'm super social big brother. That girl was none other than Zhang Xianyi, who was wearing a halter neck corset on top, revealing her slim and white waist and stomach in its entirety. The bare white skin and the black tights formed a sharp contrast, looking very eye-catching. Gu Qiu was also a bit surprised, although he could tell that Zhang Xuani had a good figure yesterday, but he didn't expect it to be so impactful after changing into the tights. Gu Qiu couldn't help but associate it with the fact that Zhang Xuani was also the department flower of the dance department, so her body must be much softer than the average person's. Perhaps, more new poses could be unlocked? What strange idea. I don't understand. I can only say I don't understand. The author really doesn't get it. Zhang Xianyi's eyes wandered through the audience after she got on stage, until she smiled heartily after spotting Gu Qiu sitting in the back row. Goddess Xianyi smiled at me. I have fodder for my dreams tonight. Me chow. You're a licking dog, aren't you? That was clearly smiling at me. Dude, I don't know if I'm licking or not, but a normal person would never be able to say something like you. Stop yelling. Let me tell you the truth. Goddess Xianyi was smiling at me just now. Gu Qiu knew that Zhang Xianyi was smiling at herself. How did he know that, you ask? Didn't you listen to the discussion of those lickspittles up there? It was just inexplicable confidence. But Gu Qiu wasn't like those mirthful passers-by. Zhang Xianyi did smile at him. Of course there was nothing to be happy about. It wasn't just a little smile. Why get excited like this? If they knew how he and Bai Qingnian usually got along, would they not go crazy? Chapter 16, Zhang Xianmeter reveals his feelings. It's just a smile, right? Why are you so excited? Just as Gu Qiu was still secretly despising in his heart, another girl also walked onto the stage, looking at the reaction from the stage. Wow, Goddess Xianyi's smile is really so heartwarming. It feels like I'm in love. Go Goddess Xianyi, carrying the name of the Dance Association president. You can't lose. Don't create pressure on the goddess, even if she misses and doesn't win the championship. In my heart, Goddess Xianyi will always be number one. Why do I remember you said that during the White School Flower Competition? You remember wrong. That was my cousin. We are the champions. Obviously, that girl's appearance on stage didn't attract much attention. Gu Qiu took a serious look at that girl. Her features were very decent, and her figure didn't have too many flaws. In normal times, this girl was definitely an eye-catching presence, but it was a pity that the one on stage with her now was Zhang Xuani. The girl waved her hand at the stage with a smile on her face, except for a very few boys who responded. All the others ignored the girl. The girl noticed the reaction from the stage and inadvertently looked towards Zhang Xuani, a hint of jealousy flashing in her eyes. However, this strange emotion quickly disappeared as if it had never appeared. Even if she had a better figure and appearance than herself, what's wrong with that? Isn't it still true that she doesn't have a good boyfriend? Thinking of this, she subconsciously looked towards a boy with a nose and eyes sitting in the front row of the stage. Wang Kai, the boyfriend she just had yesterday afternoon. Can you heckling not stare at Zhang Xianyi drooling with a lewd face? The girl's face instantly grimaced when she saw Wang Kai's eyes glowing as he drooled over Zhang Xuani. Is Zhang Xuani really that likable? Although his boyfriend is not so outstanding, but his family is engaged in real estate. And I heard that the largest real estate developer in the city of A, Imperial Consortium, has business dealings, and as the authentic rich second generation of Wang Kai, but also in the university period on the BMW 5 series. If you look at it, then looks are not that important. On the contrary, Zhang Xuani, although the appearance is a little stronger than their own, good body is even more jealous of their own, but they have to set up a house of cards, in the face of other people's pursuit of all politely refused, until now have not had a boyfriend. Really think she and White Qingnian is enviable background family. Back and forth to and from school have Rolls-Royce transportation? Pretend what pure girl look. Wang Kai yesterday to give her a bag is estimated to be able to top Zhang Xuani 2 or 3 months of living expenses. Thinking this way, the girl's waistplate unconsciously straightened up. Okay, now first please be quiet. Gu Qiu's gentle voice rang out and the stage instantly quieted down. This final adopts the same stage competition mode. That is, the two contestants will perform at the same time, playing on their own according to the music, and then scored by the 3 judges and teachers on stage. After Gu Qiu finished speaking, he looked at the 2 men and asked softly, "May I ask the 2 contestants if they have any questions?" Both of them shook their heads, indicating that they had no questions. Good. Then there is a 2-minute preparation time. Once the time is up, the 2 contestants can begin. Let's wish both contestants an outstanding performance first in advance. Gu Qiu slowly walked off the stage with elegant steps after she finished speaking, leaving only the two on the stage. 2 minutes passed in a flash, and pure sound music followed. The two on stage also slowly moved. Zhang Xuani danced her slender, snow-white waist, opening and closing to reveal her flawless body perfectly. There were no scuffling movements, but it just made people think about it. On the contrary, the girl next to her, this is not pure. Ahem, not artistic at all. However, it must be said that Zhang Xuani's dancing skills are indeed very strong. Whether it's the control of the rhythm of the dance or the ornamental nature of the movements, it's far stronger than the girl next to her. If the judges' eyes are correct, Zhang Xuani should get the title by a landslide. 5 minutes later, the music stopped and Gu Qiu then went on stage to announce the end of the competition. It wasn't long before the results of the competition came out. Just like what Gu Qiu thought, all three judges gave Zhang Xuani a score close to perfect, crushing that girl to win the championship. The competition is completely over. Let's first congratulate student Zhang Xianyi for winning the championship. Gu Qiu announced the result of the match, and the stage instantly erupted in applause. Goddess Xianyi, crooked drop ace. Zhang Xianyi, I like you. Can you be my girlfriend? Can you look in the mirror before you speak? We are champions. Under that girl's indignant gaze, Zhang Xuani slightly bent down and bowed in respect to the stage. Next, please ask Zhang Xianyi to say her acceptance speech for this competition. Gu Qiu came next to Zhang Xianyi to hand her another microphone. That girl, seeing Zhang Xuani's star-studded appearance, did not continue to stay here to make a fool of herself, and slipped off the stage to come next to Wang Kai. Zhang Xuani took the microphone and bowed again to the stage in greeting, then stood up straight, started the nutrient-less platitudes. First of all, I'm very grateful to author has no water, even if it was 1,000 platitudes. It depended on who was saying them. In the face of Zhang Xianyi's testimonial, the people on the stage watched, listened attentively, and from time to time, a burst of applause erupted. Lastly, I would like to thank one more person. Zhang Xuani finished her sentence and the entire audience fell silent. Thank a person? Everyone's curiosity was aroused by Zhang Xuani's words, and they quietly waited for the following. Although I haven't known him for a long time, I can feel that he's a very gentle person and I like him a lot. It's because of this that I'm working hard to try and win the competition. I don't want to let him down. Zhang Xuani's voice fell and the stage instantly exploded. What did I just hear? Is this goddess Xianyi's confession? Very gentle? Senior sister, look at me. I'm also very gentle. You're a ing defense. Goddess Xianyi has a boyfriend, that kind of thing. I don't want it. Gu Qiu also quickly captured the talking point and took over Zhang Xianyi's words. Did the friend that Zhang Xuani's classmate was talking about also come to the scene? Zhang Xuani nodded and softly said, yes. Then can you please ask him to come out and say hello to everyone? Zhang Xuani looked at Gu Qiu and said softly, it depends on whether he is willing or not. Gu Qiu was flustered by Zhang Xianyi's look. This person couldn't be talking about himself, right? She had only known him for a day, and she had discovered that she was gentle? Did she like her own gentleness? Or did she like the fact that she drove a Ferrari with one hand? Without waiting for Gu Qiu to think, the crowd followed Zhang Xuani's line of sight to Gu Qiu's direction. Forget it, it could only be hard. Before Gu Qiu could make a move, a boy sitting in front of him stood up excitedly. Chapter 17, the clothes are a little soft. Gu Qiu was just about to stand up when a boy sitting in front of him grabbed him. Ha! Gu Qiu touched his nose in some embarrassment, so he had made a fool of himself. After the crowd got a good look at the boy's appearance, they all revealed a look of realization. So it's Gao Jian. No wonder he could make goddess Xianyi fall in love. Gao Jian, do you know him? Of course, he's the man of the hour in the literature department. I don't know if he's gentle or not, but he has quite a lot of money. I heard that his family has 2 listed companies in a city, with a market capitalization of over $50 million. Both companies have over $100 million. That adds up to $200 million. That's only $200 million. Yesterday, I saw a sports car with a market value of $500 million. What's it got to do with you if someone drives a $500 million sports car? I think you just read too many novels. Even 100 million are not in the eyes. You calculate you graduate from college working $4,000 a month. How long can save out of these money? Although this money in the network is nothing, but in reality that is absolutely authentic rich young ah. Gao Jian also didn't expect that Zhang Xianyi actually already had a crush on him, before he pursued her for a period of time, but did not expect her to simply ignore himself, had no choice but to give up. Yesterday morning, he met Zhang Xianyi, casually set a match to cheer, did not expect that this touched her. Looking at Zhang Xianyi's perfect body and delicate face, he had a burst of evil fire. In the back of his mind, he had already planned what rhetoric to use to get a room. Zhang Xianyi, actually I've always liked you too. I promise you that my tenderness will only be for you alone in the future. Gao Jian said affectionately to Zhang Xianyi on the stage. Vomit. Audience on stage, thank you. They were disgusted. But you have the money and you call the shots. We can only be impotent and wildly sour on the side. Listening to Gao Jian's words, Gu Qiu somehow inexplicably felt a little upset. But what kind of choice Zhang Xuanyi makes is her freedom, and Gu Qiu has no right to say anything. Zhang Xuanyi looked at Gao Jian, who had suddenly stood up, with puzzled eyes. She had some impression of Gao Jian, one of the rich second generation who had pursued her before, but with her vision, she couldn't even look at Gao Jian. Was a market capitalization of over $100 million impressive? Gu Qiu's car is worth half of his family's company, and Gu Qiu also looks more handsome than him. Facial angles clear, filled with a sense of juvenile. Gao Jian met the envious gazes around him and continued loudly. Zhang Xianyi, I'm sorry I didn't prepare a gift in advance, but would you please be my girlfriend? I'll make up for the gift later. Hearing Gao Jian's words, the eyes of the girl who had just shared the stage with Zhang Xuanyi were filled with jealousy. Why? Even this kind of rich second generation was so attached to Zhang Xuanyi? Zhang Xuanyi gently shook her head and said with an apology, I'm sorry, the person I'm talking about isn't you. It's student Gu Qiu who's sitting behind you. What? It wasn't herself? Gao Jian somewhat suspected that he had heard wrong, but the ears of the crowd were sharp, and their eyes instantly gathered on Gu Qiu behind Gao Jian. Gao Jian also subconsciously glanced back. Gu Qiu smiled tartly and nodded at him. Zhang Xianyi seems to be talking about me. Bro! Murderous and heartbreaking. Gao Jian nearly fainted from anger. Just a moment ago, he had been in a great state of splendor, thinking that he had gotten Zhang Xianyi's heart and was being watched by a crowd of people with envious gazes. But now his face turned red, the sight around him zapped him all over, and he was so embarrassed that he just wanted to hurry up and find a crack in the ground. It turned out that he was the clown. Gu Qiu slowly stood up. Can we invite student Gu Qiu to come on stage? Gao Xian immediately issued an invitation. Gu Qiu nodded and said, of course. Gu Qiu then walked towards Zhang Xianyi without any delay. As for Gao Jian, he took advantage of the fact that no one noticed him for the time being and quietly left. This Gu Qiu appeared to be a hidden young master of a wealthy family. Otherwise there was absolutely no way he could have gotten into Zhang Xianyi's eyes. He wasn't a brainless villain who would rush up to the stage to get punched in the face. After Gu Qiu came to the stage, Zhang Xuanyi playfully spat out her pink tongue at Gu Qiu. Should I say no? It looked strangely cute. So cute that I wanted people to rip her tongue out. I just didn't know if Zhang Xianyi was willing to do it. Holy, it's souring me to death. Goddess Xianyi, pay attention to your image. What's the difference between this and being an in-your-face minotaur? I can't take it. What is that Gu Qiu all about? I think I've heard that he's a celebrity from the math department. He licked a girl named Li Xinxue from the art department before. I don't know if he got it in the end. What? Does Goddess Xianyi like this type? After a short silence, woof, woof woof. Gu Qiu was a bit speechless. The whole school knew that he was a licking dog before. Right, how come these passers-by always take this to say something? Zhang Xuanyi, as if she could see what Gu Qiu was thinking, without any trace, moved to the side of Gu Qiu and whispered, they all seem to know about you, so you're a celebrity in our school too. Gu Qiu took a deep look at Zhang Xuanyi, and met the pair of big eyes full of innocence. Gu Qiu couldn't help but clench his fists. A girl that pretty, with her full fighting strength, she should cry for a long time after a punch. Zhang Xuanyi noticed the change in Gu Qiu's complexion and hurriedly said with a smile, I'm just kidding D. Look at you like you're going to hit me. This could be seen? Gu Qiu couldn't help but be shocked. This mind was too sharp. Let's start by asking Gu Qiu to introduce himself. Gao Xian handed a microphone to Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu gently nodded and said in a voice full of teenage air, my name is Gu Qiu. I'm a freshman in the first class of the freshman math department. Student Gu Qiu also looks very handsome, and is a good match for our student Zhang Xianyi. I wonder what is the relationship between the two of you now? Gao Xian asked the question that all the boys present wanted to know. Same. Gu Qiu just wanted to say classmate, but Zhang Xianyi's voice was a step faster. He's my boyfriend. Are you kidding me? Why didn't I know about this? Or did she take that remark from yesterday afternoon's class seriously? Zhang Xianyi's voice spread through the loudspeaker throughout the cultural and sports hall. Ka-ching! What's that sound? That's the sound of my heart breaking. A boy covered his chest with his hand full of pain. Originally, they had come to watch the goddess compete, but they didn't expect to end up watching the goddess announce her romance. So student Gu Qiu and student Zhang Xianyi have already finalized their relationship. Gao Xian mercilessly added once again. Well, yes. Zhang Xuanyi reached out and took Gu Qiu's arm, looking very intimate. Gu Qiu didn't refuse and let Zhang Xuanyi move. Somehow, he always felt that Zhang Xianyi's clothes were big and soft. It was also very elastic, worthy of being the president of the dance association. Even her clothes were practiced to be so soft. Zhang Xuanyi looked at Gu Qiu and revealed a sweet smile before looking at the stage once again. The smile was put away by her. Please students, Don't write me love letters or send me gifts in the future. My boyfriend will be unhappy if he knows. Chapter 18, Cold and Heartless Little Virgin. The post-game interview finally ended. Gu Qiu stood at the door of the locker room, blocking Zhang Xianyi, who had just changed her clothes. Mr. President of the Dance Association. Explain. Facing Gu Qiu's questioning, Zhang Xuanyi playfully blinked her eyes and said with a confused expression. What? Why did you say I'm your boyfriend? We just met yesterday, right? Yeah, but yesterday you all told your ex-girlfriend that I'm your girlfriend. The students who were in class together also heard it. That happened for a reason. Gu Qiu was just about to explain when she was interrupted by Zhang Xuanyi. You mean you can leave after utilizing me? Zhang Xuanyi said with a puckered mouth. Gu Qiu didn't know how to explain for a moment, making it seem like he was a bad guy, so he simply stopped explaining. I'm the bad guy. So what? Who said the protagonist had to be the good guy? Gu Qiu sighed. If nothing else, the whole school would know about this tomorrow, right? This was exactly what Zhang Xianyi was aiming for, to announce to the whole school that Gu Qiu was her boyfriend, lest Gu Qiu be hooked up with another little girl. As the saying goes, the first to strike is the strongest, the last to strike suffers. After all, Gu Qiu was the one who drove a sports car worth $500 million, definitely the hidden son of a wealthy family. You see, even Chen Xian, the sole heir of the Qin consortium, drove a car that was only a few million, but, when compared like this, how horrible Gu Qiu's family lineage should be. Moreover, after going back last night, she inquired about Gu Qiu's past from her classmates in the math department. The results surprised her. Gu Qiu had actually humbly pursued a girl named Li Xinxue from the art department for so long, and Li Xinxue had never said yes. It was only when she asked that she realized that in the eyes of others, Gu Qiu was just a poor student with no money. In other words, Gu Qiu has been deliberately hiding his identity, disguising himself as an ordinary freshman. With Zhang Xuanyi's keen mind, it wasn't hard to guess the purpose of Gu Qiu's deliberate concealment of his identity. Gu Qiu wants a love that has nothing to do with material things, but nowadays the era of materialistic desires had been broken by Li Xinxue, so sex directly, not pretend, show down, no longer deliberately hide their identity. At this time Gu Qiu was in need of a person to comfort him, and his own appearance just can become a light to warm him. In the future, she herself would occupy a very important position in Gu Qiu's heart. This was where her purpose lay. Gu Qiu didn't know about Zhang Xianyi's brainstorming as he sighed helplessly. Let's go? What for? Zhang Xuanyi asked with her head tilted in confusion. It couldn't be to get a room, right? Although Zhang Xianyi had already planned for this to happen in her mind, she didn't expect it to happen so soon. I heard that the first time would be painful. What did you call me here for? Gu Qiu was a bit speechless. Didn't you say we were going to hang out together? Oh, Zhang Xianyi realized afterward and couldn't help but blush in shame. What was she rambling on about? The two quickly arrived at the school parking lot. Is this an adult gift from your parents? Zhang Xuanyi asked as she looked at the silver-white Pagani wind god in front of her. After all, this is how it is written in novels, that a certain so-and-so son of a powerful family will have his parents give him a super luxurious sports car as a coming-of-age gift after he comes of age. No, I rented this car, Gu Qiu said casually. However, this casual perfunctory sentence fell on the sharp-minded Zhang Xianyi's ears that Gu Qiu was unwilling to answer this question positively. Perhaps there was some hidden agenda. Zhang Xuanyi did not ask more questions. She is still very understanding. Ask more will only cause Gu Qiu's displeasure. As for whether or not it was rented, you have the ability to rent this kind of sports car worth $500 million. You go to rent. Gu Qiu pulled out the car key and pressed it, and after the Pagani's lights flashed twice, the door slowly rose. Get in the car, Mr. Chairman. Gu Qiu was fond of the title of Mr. Chairman, and every time he uttered it, Zhang Xianyi would always be embarrassed. Oddly amusing. Zhang Xianyi carefully got into the car, and even though she had already made sufficient preparations in her heart, she was still shocked by the luxury inside the car. Zhang Xuanyi's family condition is not considered very good, can only be considered middle class. Where has seen the interior of this kind of car? The car was full of technology, and every detail revealed elegance and nobility. Simply put, it was the look of money. Gu Qiu got into the car and casually reminded, tie your seatbelt. Oh, okay. Zhang Xuanyi tied her seatbelt on in a messy manner, and sat down as if she was a good boy. The silver-white Pagani started slowly, emitting a motor roar. Then it drove out of the campus at a high speed of 30 mph. There is no way. Too many pedestrians around the school. The speed limit. Yida Plaza was the largest shopping mall in a city, and if memory serves, its construction group was none other than Gu Qiu's Imperial Consortium. In other words, Gu Qiu is actually the boss behind Yida Plaza. What do you call it when the boss comes to a shopping mall from home? A private visit. Yida Plaza. After Gu Qiu stopped the car, she was held by Zhang Xuanyi's hand and went straight to the second floor. Zhang Xianyi's hand is not big, soft, and refreshing, without that sticky feeling. The second floor was usually stores that dealt with clothes. Do you want to buy clothes? Gu Qiu asked as he looked at the slim and slender waist in front of him. Zhang Xuani looked back and said with a smile, it's not that I'm going to buy them, it's that I'm going to buy them for you. For my boyfriend. Told you many times I'm not your boyfriend. Gu Qiu emphasized again. You don't like me? Zhang Xuani cocked her head and asked in a sticky voice. Gu Qiu didn't answer. If you asked him to say in good conscience that he didn't like Zhang Xuani, his little brother would definitely disagree. But if he said he liked it, wouldn't this matter go over the top? Then let me change the question. Do you hate me? No. Zhang Xuani smiled sweetly, tilted her head up on her tiptoes, and her warm, soft lips gently warmed Gu Qiu's cheeks. My Gu Qiu boyfriend, since you don't hate me, be good, okay? After saying this, Zhang Xuani turned her head straight away not to look at Gu Qiu, but her reddened ears had already completely exposed Zhang Xuani's flustered heart. It was the first time Zhang Xuani had done this kind of thing, even if her mind was no longer sharp and her thoughts no longer mature. In the end, she was just an ordinary sophomore. Doing this kind of thing would still be a bit embarrassing. Gu Qiu froze in place and slowed down for a while before he realized what had happened. Just now he was taken advantage of. He was unclean. No, he was a bit unable to play with her. He and Zhang Xianyi were not in the same segment at all. The heartbeat point was taken dead center. But Gu Qiu was no longer the innocent little virgin from a few days ago. He was now a cold and heartless little virgin. What's more, he was surrounded by a cool schoolgirl deadbeat whose looks and body were stronger than Zhang Xianyi. How could it be so easy to be heartbroken? What Gu Qiu meant when she said this was, if you want him to be moved, you have to at least kiss him on the mouth, right? Kissing the face counts for nothing. Chapter 19 Flirting Girlfriend. In the end, Zhang Xuani chose Louis Digital. Louis Digital, this brand in men's clothing, is considered very famous. The price point is not too exaggerated. In the luxury brand is considered cost-effective. I don't know if Gu Qiu's boyfriend looks at this brand? Zhang Xuani looked a bit cautious. This was already the most expensive brand she could afford. Although what Gu Qiu was wearing right now was like tens of dollars of ground goods from some treasure. But he was still afraid that Gu Qiu wouldn't be able to look at the clothes here. It's good to have decent clothes. There's no need to be too extravagant, right? That means you don't mind? Zhang Xuani gently took Gu Qiu's arm and walked into the store. The store was very spacious, with more than 200 square feet, which was considered spacious in the center of Yida Plaza, where every inch of land was gold. Hello, welcome. The salesperson was a very pretty woman, looking very mature in a work uniform. Please, how can I help you? I want to buy some clothes for my boyfriend. Any recommendations? Zhang Xianyi stuck close to Gu Qiu, as if she was afraid that Gu Qiu would run away. The salesman first took a serious look at Gu Qiu and couldn't help but show a wave of surprise, because Gu Qiu's clothes were not that conspicuous. The salesman only noticed Zhang Xuani at first, but after taking a serious look, he realized that Gu Qiu was actually so handsome, with a high nose and straight eyebrows, and Zhang Xuani was a good match. The only thing is that this dress looks a little simple, and compared to the next Zhang Xuani, it is like an ugly duckling. Obviously, Zhang Xuani's family is very good, is a rich woman. Gu Qiu is a white boy with empty looks. The salesman instantly judged the relationship between the two, but the sales clerk didn't have any disdain on her face. She only cared about her job. How the customer was like had nothing to do with her. Your boyfriend looks really handsome and matches you well. The sales clerk started with a compliment, but just this one simple compliment made Zhang Xianyi happy for a while. We happen to have launched a few new models that should suit your boyfriend well. The salesman took out a few pieces of clothing and asked Gu Qiu, would you like to go to the fitting room to try them on? Sir? Gu Qiu glanced at Zhang Xianyi, who smiled and nodded. Go ahead. I'll wait for you outside. Well, it was hard to refuse, so let's reluctantly eat soft food this once. Gu Qiu received a suit and headed to the fitting room. Not long after, Gu Qiu changed her clothes and walked out. It had to be said that Gu Qiu's body was very well proportioned, and coupled with being 1 meter 8, he was simply a walking human-shaped clothes rack. Gu Qiu? Zhang Xianyi called out in a dumbfounded manner. There was no way. The Gu Qiu in front of her was just too unfamiliar to her. She knew that Gu Qiu didn't look bad, but she didn't think that the change after changing clothes would actually be that big. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. The ancients honestly do not deceive me. What's wrong? Gu Qiu looked at Zhang Xianyi suspiciously. Doesn't it look good? This outfit? Gu Qiu looked at himself back and forth in the mirror. He thought it looked pretty good. It looks good. Of course it looks good. Zhang Xuani moved closer towards Gu Qiu, gently tiptoed her lips to the root of Gu Qiu's ear and said softly, my Gu Qiu's boyfriend is so handsome. It makes me a little worried. Worried about what? Worrying about other people having bad thoughts about my boyfriend. I'm not really your boyfriend per se, right? This is just my unilateral worry. It has nothing to do with what you think. Oh, Zhang Xuani said seriously. Now Gu Qiu was somewhat puzzled as to what Zhang Xuani really thought in her heart. If Zhang Xuani was so close to pleasing herself because of her wealth, she would accept it without pressure. It was her choice to take what she wanted. If Zhang Xuani really liked herself, Gu Qiu would still feel guilty. As for how to make up for the guilt in his heart, he might just not be able to spare the strong body reagent and be gentle with her. But Gu Qiu couldn't find a point where he was liked. He himself had been burdened with the name of a licking dog in the second week after entering the university. There was no point to shine at all. The only point that could be justified was when he was seen by Zhang Xianyi driving a Pagani single-handedly. Try this one again. Zhang Xuani handed Gu Qiu another off-white jacket. Gu Qiu nodded without refusing and took the clothes before walking into the fitting room again. It wasn't like it was his money he was spending anyway. Back and forth Gu Qiu tried several more pieces, and finally Zhang Xuani gave a dashing wave of her small hand. Wrap it all up. When the salesman heard Zhang Xianyi's words, he immediately blossomed into a delighted smile, and while packing the clothes, he spoke kind words. This handsome man is really lucky to have a girlfriend as gentle and beautiful as you. At the final checkout, Zhang Xianyi swiped her card in style. A total of $7,777 was spent. It was only 4 or 5 pieces of clothing, and it was almost a small $10,000. Rich woman, why didn't I know you a month earlier? In fact, Zhang Xianyi was also heartbroken. Even if her family was well off, she couldn't afford this level of spending. This was close to 2 months of her living expenses, because Zhang Xianyi usually wasn't like Li Xianshui who had a lot of licking dogs hanging around at the same time and could receive a 520 red packet if she didn't move. She didn't have any other financial resources, so for the next 2 months, she would have to live frugally, only hoping that Gu Qiu would take pity on her and not let her starve to death at school. Afterwards, Zhang Xuani and Gu Qiu strolled around the plaza as the sky grew gray. Zhang Xuani carried Gu Qiu's clothes in one hand and held Gu Qiu's arm in the other. The turnaround rate on the road was up to 100%. All were wondering, who is this man, actually letting such a beautiful girlfriend carry her bag? Too awesome, simply a model for my generation. That girl's body is also too good. Waist to hip ratio is perfect, and her features are also very delicate. Did this dude save her life? This is a waste. Is a girl with such a good figure used, referring to carrying bags, like this? Are you hungry? Zhang Xuani ignored the voices around her. Her eyes only had Gu Qiu in them at the moment. A little. It was now almost 7 in the afternoon, and it was indeed a bit hungry after accompanying Zhang Xianyi for an afternoon stroll. I know of a very delicious crayfish. Let's go eat together? Zhang Xuani looked at Gu Qiu with eyes full of hope. Gu Qiu was a bit hesitant. He still wanted to eat with Bai Qingnian. Listening to Bai Qingnian's voice and then, seeing that Gu Qiu was a bit hesitant, Zhang Xuani loosened her hold on Gu Qiu's arm and dodged in front of Gu Qiu. What for? Gu Qiu looked at Zhang Xuani in front of her with uncertainty. Zhang Xuani skimmed her mouth and said, not doing anything, it's just that the thought of eating without company makes me sad. What are you sad about blocking in front of me? Zhang Xuani revealed a wry gaze and lowered her voice and whispered, I want to please my boyfriend so that he can accompany me. I heard that kissing will make boys become very energetic. Passers-by with good hearing, this dude saved the universe in his last life, right? Chapter 20, Warm Milk. I've heard that kissing makes a boy energetic. If you're tired. The faint blush lingering on Zhang Xuani's cheeks let Gu Qiu know that she was far from as calm as she appeared. It was true. Zhang Xuani's mind was in turmoil at the moment. If Gu Qiu really agreed, would she have to give her first kiss here? But she didn't have those skills. Would she make it a bad experience for him? No. Maybe Gu Qiu liked this raw feeling. Zhang Xuani was now conflicted inside. On the one hand, she hoped that Gu Qiu would say yes, so that her relationship with Gu Qiu would progress very quickly. On the other hand, she hoped that Gu Qiu would refuse. After all, she still had wonderful fantasies about her first kiss, but with Gu Qiu's innocent virgin character, how could he possibly refuse? He was just about to open his mouth to agree, but was interrupted by another voice filled with mockery. What a coincidence, alas! Chairman is also accompanying his boyfriend on a shopping trip? But to come out shopping with your boyfriend and have the chairman personally carry your bags, would it be tiring? Zhang Xuani and Gu Qiu turned around to look at the sound. A girl with a good figure, dressed in a youthful and beautiful manner, was intimately holding a boy's arm. The boy was very long, had a nose and eyes. Wang Kai's empty hand was carrying large and small shopping bags. The girl was none other than Yao Wenwen, who had won second place in the dance competition this afternoon. The boy, Gu Qiu, also has an impression. Looks very personalized, but also Li Xinshue's ex-boyfriend. Before in the parking lot to see his side. It seems to be called Wang Kai brother? But I didn't expect to find a new love so soon after breaking up with Li Xinshue, or Wang Kai brother thoughtful. Every time will help me carry bags. The president of the school sister to find a boyfriend cannot be so easy. Yao Wenwen's look at this moment was as smug as it could be. Originally she was still jealous of the fact that many of the rich second generation were fond of Zhang Xianyi, But she didn't expect Zhang Xianyi to actually give up on Gao Jian's kind of rich second generation and went to choose a licking dog as her boyfriend. In this kind of world nowadays, who still looks at whether one is devoted or not? Money is the hard truth. Can you afford to buy a donkey bag? At most, you can only send a rabbit doll or something. Gu Qiu. Zhang Xuani was a bit angry when she heard Yao Wenwen's words, but due to her upbringing from childhood, she didn't snap out of it and instead called out to Gu Qiu softly. Too bad we can't kiss. Gu Qiu casually spat out. Zhang Xuani, who was still angry, shuddered when she heard Gu Qiu's words, but she still said with a small red face, then I'll make it up to you when I sleep at night. Gu Qiu hurriedly stopped the conversation. There was almost an image in his head. It wasn't quite appropriate to have a physical reaction in a place like this. The angle of view was turning to Wang Kai's side, who was still very receptive to Yao Wenwen's compliments at first. At the same time, the hand holding his arm was also wandering around Yao Wenwen's waist, causing Yao Wenwen to have a burst of delicate laughter. But Wang Kai was also curious about Zhang Xuani's boyfriend. How could such a superb girl be cheap for someone else? When he got a good look at Gu Qiu's face, his entire body froze in place. How is it this lord? He had heard that even Qin Xian had suffered defeat when he was at the school gate. How could someone who could make Qin Xian suffer defeat be an ordinary person? He was still worried that Gu Qiu would retaliate against him because of Li Xinxue, but he didn't expect Yao Wenwen to directly taunt his boyfriend for being too much. If you want to die, don't drag me along. Okay, bastard. Are you blind? Wang Kai suddenly roared, violently shook off Yao Wenwen's arm and raised his hand to give her a slap. Slap? What kind of status is Gu Xiao? And is it for you to judge? Yao Wenwen, who was suddenly slapped, was a bit confused. What situation? What Gu Xiao? Wang Kai turned his head to look at Gu Qiu after the hit and instantly put on a genteel smile. Gu Xiao, I apologize to you for what happened just now. I hope you'll be lenient. There's also the matter of Li Xinxue. I didn't know beforehand that she had a boyfriend. And it's still Gu Xiao. Gu Qiu is also a bit confused. I have not said a word. You put here to perform what? According to the script, you should be very angry and then brag about how your family how. And then by me collapsed face. How can this also direct physical face? And Li Xinxue has long been with their own no matter. She find who has a boyfriend they simply cannot care. Just mentioning her made Gu Qiu feel sick. Correction. Gu Qiu's current girlfriend is not called Li Xinxue. It's called Zhang Xuani. Zhang Xuani stood obediently next to Gu Qiu and said seriously, before Wang Kai had time to speak, a clip sound that sounded stomach-churning sounded. Brother Wang Kai, why are you hitting me? Could it be that I did something wrong? The left side of Yao Wenwen's face was already visibly swollen with a piece of it, and her speech was a little unclear. Wang Kai turned his head to look at Yao Wenwen kindly. Then, slap. Another slap is given to her. It's too late for him to clear his relationship with her. You come up and open your mouth to call Wang Kai brother. If I don't give you a slap, who will I give a slap to? Yao Wenwen was directly annoyed after receiving this slap. Isn't it just that you have $2 stinking? Isn't it just that his heart is still craving for Zhang Xianyi's body, so he can show off in front of Zhang Xianyi? As for what Gu Xiao, it's purely for fooling yourself. Thinking of this, I don't know where Yao Wenwen got the courage. Directly back to Wang Kai a slap. Asterisk asterisk. You dare to hit me? I'll hit you. What's wrong with that? Isn't it just looking at Zhang Xianyi and then people ignoring you? When Wang Kai heard this, he directly panicked. Gu Qiu was still here. How could he dare to talk nonsense? The two instantly tore and fought together. Yao Wenwen originally had some asymmetry on both sides of his mouth, but after receiving this slap, both sides became the same size. It was like a pig's head. Plus, Yao Wenwen's open-mouthed appearance was now really a bit funny. Zhang Xianyi didn't hold back her laughter for a moment. Let's go. While they were still entangled, Gu Qiu took Zhang Xianyi and left. In the end, Wang Kai and Yao Wenwen were all taken away by the police and were duly punished without negative energy. Inside the silver-white Pagani car, Gu Qiu, are you hungry? Zhang Xuani asked casually. A little. Then do you want to drink milk? What the hell? Gu Qiu almost gave the gas pedal as a brake. This little ninny's speech was too out of tune. What do you mean you want to drink milk? This cow. No. This milk it really decent? Zhang Xuani saw Gu Qiu's reaction and then thought about what she had just said. So she knew that Gu Qiu was probably thinking the wrong way. In fact, she had asked this when she saw that there happened to be a hot milk store by the side of the road. She couldn't help but blush. In fact, if she was really hungry, it wasn't impossible. It's just that it wouldn't be too good in the car. Chapter 21 Nerdy by Zhiya. Gu Qiu ended up sending Zhang Xianyi back to school, not drinking any milk or anything. Then he drove himself and prepared to go back to Tianyun residence. At this time, inside the villa whereby Qingnian was located in Tianyun residence. Sister Qingnian, do you think young master will forgive me? Bai Qingnian looked at the young girl sitting in front of her and said very seriously, you have to explain yourself to the young master. After all, between the few of us the young master's favorite is you. Young master shouldn't punish you too heavily, and you're not allowed to be so capricious in the future. Zhiya isn't afraid of young master's punishment. Zhiya is only afraid that young master will kick herself out. It's all because I'm too disobedient. The young girl had a worried face, her voice soft and sticky. How can we just guess the young master's mind? Maybe the young master has planned everything long ago, including you coming back. It should also be within the young master's plan. All we can do is to do our best to stay by young master's side and offer everything for him. This was the first time Gu Qiu drove his car back to the villa area, and it was good that there were still free parking spaces. Gu Qiu stopped the car and headed inside the villa. It was strange that this time Qingnian didn't come out early to wait for himself, probably still busy with other things. The key was inserted and rotated. Barring a click, the clear white steel alloy security door opened in response. A young girl who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old knelt obediently at the entrance hall, looking like she had waited here early. Ding! The system has detected the appearance of the host's second Deadpool. Open the character panel. Immediately afterward a blue light screen that only Gu Qiu could see appeared in front of the young girl. Name, Zhiya. Age, 18 years old. Loyalty to host, 100, upper limit is 100. Relationship to host's background. The host was once at the helm of one of the world's top assassin organizations, and came to City A year ago to attend college because he was tired of this life. He left the organization in full charge of Zhiya, but Zhiya was not willing to let the host leave. In order to be able to continue to follow the host, Zhiya left without saying goodbye, and cleared out all of the host's hostile forces within a year's time. After accomplishing these things, Zhiya came to Zhiya through Qingnian's intelligence, wanting to continue to stay by the host's side. Zhiya's mental activities at this time, young master is still so handsome, like young master, but is very afraid that young master will not forgive her capricious behavior and drive herself away. Now releasing the memories of the host and Zhiya's time together, a huge amount of information flooded into Gu Qiu's mind, and in just a few seconds, all the previous episodes of his and Zhiya's time together were played out in his mind as if he had personally experienced them. Like Zhiya and Qingnian, Zhiya was an orphan child who had been adopted by Gu Qiu from a young age, but instead of staying in the Gu family and becoming Gu Qiu's maid, Zhiya had stayed in the shadow palace that Gu Qiu had created. Their mode of getting along with each other is also different from Qingnian's. Qingnian is the type of person who does things in a very measured manner, and always behaves appropriately in front of Gu Qiu. Zhiya, on the other hand, belonged to the kind of little girl who couldn't move without asking Gu Qiu for a hug and often coaxed Gu Qiu to be happy. According to memory, Gu Qiu should like Zhiya the most. However, the sudden influx of memories that didn't belong to him for 10 whole years was still a big burden on Gu Qiu's brain. Why didn't Gu Qiu faint? Because he's bullish. Plus the memories of the 10 years Qingnian spent together. The 18-year-old Gu Qiu was equivalent to having 28 years of memories. And one way or another, he had lived 10 years longer than anyone else. Welcome home, young master. Qingnian stood next to Zhiya, bowing low to Gu Qiu. On the contrary, Zhiya was still kneeling there with his head lowered. Only a few seconds after Qingnian's voice fell did Zhiya carefully raise her head and said in a very low voice, "Young master, welcome home." Gu Qiu didn't respond, but instead looked at Zhiya's face seriously. The young girl's brown pupils revealed a strong uneasiness. Her nose was small, the bridge of her nose was high and straight, her eyebrows were straight, her thick black hair was not too long or too short, it was just casually scattered on her shoulders, and a young girl's flavor came out. Zhiya's pink lips are covered with a hint of white, looking a different kind of beauty. Appraisal complete. It's a stunningly beautiful maiden on the same level as Qingnian, and the loyalty was equally as high as 100. It could let Gu Qiu do whatever he wanted. Seeing that Gu Qiu hadn't responded for a long time, Zhiya thought that Gu Qiu had gotten angry and couldn't help but panic in her heart. Even when facing the former world's #1 assassin, her emotions wouldn't even fluctuate a bit. But Gu Qiu's mere lack of response caused her entire being to panic to the point where she couldn't breathe. As for why it was the former world's #1 assassin, it was because Zhiya had killed the then world's #1 assassin 2 months ago and had become the new king of assassins. Young master, Zhiya was eager to jump into Gu Qiu's arms in one fell swoop like before and pamper the young master, to tell how much she had missed her young master over the past year. But now she hesitated. She was afraid that if she did that, the young master would hate her even more. What to do? What should I do? Zhiya's eyes instantly filled with tears, but they never fell, because she knew that the young master detested others shedding tears in front of him. Even if it was herself, she would be hated just the same. So it's Zhiya, Gu Qiu said softly in a tone modeled after the one in memory. Why have you come back? Young master, Zhiya, missed you. Yes? Gu Qiu's voice sounded emotionless, like it was cold, but it was more of an indifferent feeling. After Gu Qiu finished speaking, she swept past Zhiya and headed towards the entrance hall. Bai Qingnian didn't have any hesitation in following Gu Qiu's footsteps, leaving Bai Zhiya alone kneeling there. It wasn't that Gu Qiu wanted to bully Bai Zhiya, rather, Bai Zhiya's unauthorized actions had already violated Gu Qiu's bottom line, and perhaps influenced by her memories, Gu Qiu wanted to teach her a lesson. Anyway, after her loyalty reached 100, she wouldn't drop no matter what she did. It was just right that he could also experience the feeling of an indifferent young master. Young master, the one who spoke was Bai Qingnian, who was following behind Gu Qiu. Bai Qingnian and Bai Zhiya's relationship was like that of close sisters, with Bai Qingnian being the cool older sister and Bai Zhiya being the well-behaved younger sister. If Bai Zhiya couldn't stay by the young master's side, it would be worse than killing her. So Bai Qingnian wanted to beg Gu Qiu to give Bai Zhiya a chance to explain. Of course, if Gu Qiu wanted Bai Zhiya to go, or even wanted to kill Bai Zhiya, Bai Qingnian would accept without hesitation, because in her heart the young master was everything. What's wrong? Although Zhiya is acting without authorization, her heart is still acting for the young master. The young master can listen to her explanation before deciding what to do with her. Bai Qingnian said and then glanced at Gu Qiu's expression without any trace and found that there didn't seem to be a big change. Her heart secretly let out a sigh of relief. Gu Qiu had known that Bai Qingnian would say this, and this was the step that Gu Qiu had planned for a long time. It was cool to be the cold indifference young master, but one still had to let people stay afterwards. But the indifferent young master still had to save face. And that's when Bai Qingnian's role came into play. Worthy of being my deadly servant. Nicely done. Zhiya was obviously very well behaved before. I don't know why, but it turned out like this. Although Gu Qiu was ecstatic in his heart, he still had a cold look on his face. Qingnian wouldn't be like this, right? Bai Qingnian quickly knelt down on both knees at his words and lowered his head and said very solemnly, everything in Qingnian exists for young master. Qingnian will never disobey young master's orders. Gu Qiu nodded with satisfaction and continued to walk towards the upstairs within the bedroom. Suddenly stopping when he reached the stairway, he slowly said, let's have Zhiya come to my bedroom in a while to properly explain. After saying that, Gu Qiu turned around and left. As for coming to the bedroom to explain how, loyalty 100 that's not how you want to get. Explain it however you want. Chapter 22 Principles aren't that important. Clang. 2 knocks sounded on the door, followed by a dull and soft young girl's voice. Young master, come in. Gu Qiu responded lazily as he lay on the bed. The bedroom door was pushed open, and Bai Zhiya's small figure appeared outside the door. Bai Zhiya's eyes were very red, and it looked like she had just finished crying. It was only that she had already cleaned up before coming to see Gu Qiu. Seeing Gu Qiu lying on the bed, Bai Zhiya was tempted to jump next to Gu Qiu in a flash and let the young master rest in his arms. But, young master was still angry, so let's be patient for now. Bai Zhiya gently walked over to the side of Gu Qiu's bed, facing Gu Qiu with her knees bent, and slowly knelt on the hard, cold floor. Young master, is there something wrong? Gu Qiu asked knowingly. Young master, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have acted without authorization and left you. Bai Zhiya's voice trembled a little. She had never been as flustered as she was now. At that time, I only thought of eradicating the heaven's fury as soon as possible so that I could continue to follow young master. But because of my capricious behavior, I disrupted young master's plans. The Heaven's Fury was the assassin organization that had previously been hostile to Gu Qiu, and it was also the strongest assassin organization in the world before. As for what plans Bai Zhiya was talking about, Gu Qiu didn't know a thing about it. It was entirely in Bai Zhiya's own head. It was purely because he was tired of this life and wanted to experience college life. Memory background setting given by the system. After all, college students, it's a good life. Young master, Zhiya knows it's wrong. No matter what kind of punishment, Zhiya won't have any complaints. I only hope that young master can let Zhiya continue to stay by his side. Bai Zhiya was so anxious that he was on the verge of crying out, his pink lips slightly trembling, looking like people couldn't help but want to take a bite out of them. No, it's wrong? Gu Qiu sat up, condescendingly looking down on Bai Zhiya, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked in a cold voice, where did Zhiya go wrong? Zhiya shouldn't have been capricious and acted without young master's orders. Bai Zhiya lowered her eyes, not daring to look directly at Gu Qiu. Raise your head. Bai Zhiya tilted her head up reflexively, and she would subconsciously carry out any order from Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu carefully surveyed the delicate ceramic-like face of the young girl in front of her. Her correct features couldn't find a single flaw, and her reddened eyes looked so broken that people couldn't help but want to hold her in their arms to appease her. No wonder Gu Qiu liked Bai Zhiya the most in the setting. It seems there is a reason. Zhiya is right. I do dislike it when you go AWOL, but it doesn't make me angry. Gu Qiu reached out and gently stroked Bai Zhiya's cheeks, wiping away the tear tracks that hadn't been wiped clean at her eyelids with her bony fingers. Bai Zhiya instantly felt a wave of aggression welling up in her heart. Young master was still so gentle. How she wanted to stay by young master's side like this all the time. Young master, Zhiya wants to know what young master is angry about. Bai Zhiya looked at Gu Qiu seriously with her translucent eyes. If young master is angry because of Zhiya's existence, Zhiya can commit suicide right now in front of young master. Zhiya, Gu Qiu interrupted her in a cold voice. Bai Zhiya could clearly see the anger in Gu Qiu's eyes, as if she had heard something intolerable. Bai Zhiya blinked carefully, her not-so-large head racing. What exactly was young master angry about? I know you want to root out the forces that hinder me from me, but it's dangerous for you to face the heaven's fury alone, Gu Qiu said word for word. There's a good chance that Zhiya will be injured by this, or even will die. Hearing Gu Qiu say this, Bai Zhiya said firmly, Zhiya isn't afraid, but I'm afraid. If Zhiya leaves me forever because of this kind of thing, I'll be very sad. Ah, Bai Zhiya suddenly froze, the words Gu Qiu had just said still echoing in her ears. She was sure that she had heard it correctly. So the young master was angry because he was worried about himself, and he also said something about leaving the young master because of such a thing would make him very sad. She didn't want the young master to be sad or anything. She didn't want the young master to be sad, so she would always stay by his side. Bai Zhiya could no longer suppress the impulse in her heart and fiercely got up to jump into Gu Qiu's arms. Young master, Zhiya will be good in the future. Young master won't be angry with Zhiya anymore, okay? Bai Zhiya's voice was a little choked, and her tears couldn't stop falling. Although she knew that young master didn't like it, she still couldn't help it. Gu Qiu felt the warmth and softness in his arms, and his winning smile flickered, then gradually became obscene. Ahem. Then the cold expression gradually eased. Zhiya, promise me that you won't do this again in the future. The little person in his arms was always moving around, and Gu Qiu had no choice but to use his long-lost gun pressure technique, which barely suppressed the barrel of the gun that was uplifted due to the recoil. Bai Zhiya sniffed, slowly raised her head and looked at Gu Qiu and said softly, well, Zhiya promised young master that she would be obedient in the future, and would definitely not let young master be sad. There was another sentence Bai Zhiya didn't say. Any factor that might make the young master sad Bai Zhiya would personally erase it, no matter if it was by assassination or any other means. She would never let the young master be sad. If Gu Qiu knew how Bai Zhiya thought of it, she would secretly be glad that Bai Zhiya wasn't in the same school as herself. Otherwise, Li Xinxue and the like, encountered an accident lost a trace of what I'm afraid will be very normal. Bai Zhiya in Gu Qiu's arms lying down for a while before the sobbing slowly stopped. Gu Qiu did not know where to take out a white hand towel and gently wiped the tears for Bai Zhiya. Young master, I'm sorry for dirtying your clothes. Bai Zhiya saw a wet area on Gu Qiu's chest and hurriedly sat up to apologize. It's fine, just change your clothes. Gu Qiu shook his head indifferently. Bai Zhiya was instantly energized upon hearing this, and obviously still had tears on her face that she hadn't wiped clean, but she smiled sweetly. Young master, let me help you change. Bai Zhiya struggled to stand up and ran to the closet inside the bedroom and opened the closet door. Inside, there was a row of clothes that were worth a lot of money at first glance hanging neatly. According to the general novel's routine, these clothes were all from the hands of a certain famous artist, privately customized for Gu Qiu. However, this was the case, and Bai Zhiya rummaged through the closet for a while before finally picking out a set of clothes that looked very low-key. Young master, how about this set of clothes? Bai Zhiya held up a dress in her hand with an expectant face as she asked Gu Qiu. It's very nice. Then let me help young master change. Bai Zhiya smiled sweetly after hearing this and came in front of Gu Qiu, about to reach out to unbutton Gu Qiu's blouse. Wait. Gu Qiu hurriedly interrupted Bai Zhiya's movements. What's the situation? How did this come to the undressing part? Young master, what's wrong? I'll just do it myself for such a small matter as changing clothes. Gu Qiu uttered these words in a serious manner. Bai Zhiya cocked her head and looked at Gu Qiu doubtfully when she heard Gu Qiu's answer. Hadn't she always helped young master change his clothes like this before? Why did the young master want to change by himself today? Today's young master was so strange. This is what Zhiya should do. You can't bother young master to do everything himself. Bai Zhiya rarely stopped the movements in her hands. This is also the meaning of Zhiya staying by young master's side. Gu Qiu was also a normal man, and it was hard not to have strange thoughts when faced with a beautiful maiden of Bai Zhiya's caliber. However, he also had principles. Wait. Gu Qiu's hand touched the bottle of body-strengthening energy reagent, super long-lasting renewal version, in his coat pocket. As if principles weren't that important. Chapter 23, Soft Baekjia. Principles were unbearable in front of the truth. Gu Qiu touched out the reagent and drank it in one go under Bai Zhiya's puzzled gaze. As the potion entered his abdomen, Gu Qiu only felt that his entire body was wrapped in a stream of warmth, and his entire body became energized. In other words, the physical quality became stronger, and some old dark wounds were all repaired. The most important point was that Gu Qiu would no longer be tired. What did young master drink just now? Hearing Bai Zhiya's question, Gu Qiu touched his nose somewhat sheepishly before his expression became serious. Although I have already forgiven you for your previous capricious behavior, your punishment will not be less at all. The reagent I drank just now was a preparation for punishing Zhiya. Punish Zhiya? Zhiya's heart recoiled a bit more comfortably upon hearing Gu Qiu's words. If the young master didn't criticize or even punish himself like before after he did something wrong, Zhiya would always feel a bit lost, as if he wasn't cared for by the young master anymore. Now that she heard Gu Qiu say that she would be punished, Zhiya instead breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, which meant that the young master really wasn't angry with her anymore. Young master will accept any punishment, but I won't be able to stay by young master's side while he recovers from his injuries, said Zhiya, although she wasn't afraid of Gu Qiu's punishment. But when she thought that she wouldn't be able to accompany her young master while she recuperated from her injuries, she couldn't help but feel a pang of loss in the bottom of her heart. Recovering from injuries? Was he that brutal before? How do I remember that in these 10 years, I was so fond of Zhiya, the little nymph, that the heaviest punishment was just a day in the dark room? What are you thinking? I won't let you get hurt, Gu Qiu said awkwardly as he gently touched Zhiya's soft hair. Zhiya shrunk into Gu Qiu's arms for a moment, whispering in the world's softest voice, young master is the best for Zhiya. Zhiya likes young master the most. Unlike Qingnian's upright character, Zhiya said whatever came to mind when facing Gu Qiu. She wouldn't think that she wasn't good enough for Gu Qiu, so she wouldn't say what was on her mind. Gu Qiu is not tired of Zhiya's appearance. He only feels that Zhiya is like the most innocent white paper in the world. Let him remove the disguise in front of others, and be honest with each other, the kind that didn't hide anything. Young master, you know, Zhiya's greatest hope in this life is to accompany you and offer everything for you. Zhiya spoke seriously, and even Gu Qiu could feel the emotions from his heart. So, young master doesn't have to endure. No need to endure? This, how do you let someone say no? Gu Qiu gently pulled Zhiya up from the floor before placing her on the large, soft bed. Leaning down, he pressed it underneath him, his eyes flickering in his emotionless pupils, and said in a low voice, if Zhiya is so misbehaved, you'll be punished for staying here tonight, not allowed to leave. Zhiya gently smiled. Aha! In the darkness of the night, Zhiya's soft lips slowly opened and closed. Young master, thank you. As the night passed, Gu Qiu lazily stretched his waist. Turning his head, he found that Zhiya, who was lying on the side, had woken up long ago and was blinking her big eyes at Gu Qiu. Good morning, young master. Good morning, Zhiya. Young master, let me help you get dressed, Zhiya said as she was about to sit up, but a tearing pain made her cry out in pain. It really wasn't that Zhiya was afraid of pain. It was really because the system reward potion was too powerful. Last night's tossing and turning was too crazy. For the first time Zhiya, it was indeed a bit overwhelming. Zhiya first obediently recuperate from the injury. When the injury is good, then do these things. Gu Qiu looked at Zhiya favorably. After all, it was a whole decade of memories. Gu Qiu's heart would more or less have some feelings for Zhiya. Was really fond of this soft and cute young girl. But this wouldn't be a reason for him to be exclusive. After all, there was another cool schoolgirl who kept wanting to offer herself of her own accord. He had to learn to level the playing field. This was his ultimate principle. Well, listen to young master. Zhiya nodded, then laid down obediently. Damn it, actually losing face in front of young master. Zhiya, aren't you just tossing and turning for a night? As the world's strongest assassin, this injury is nothing. If you can't stand up from this level, how can you protect the young master in the future? However, the feeling of being cared for by the young master is really good. If only it could stay like this. Ding! The system has detected that the host has not signed in today. Is it time to sign in? The system might be late, but it would never be absent. The mechanical voice without emotion sounded again. Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Gu's young master knowledge reserve. Reserve of posture? It's the knowledge reserve that matches the host's current identity, which includes but is not limited to the world's top insights, the world's top aristocratic manners and cultivation, the world's top. Before the system could finish its words, a huge wave of memories flooded into his mind uncontrollably. The tiny head had endured memories he shouldn't have in the past few days. Gu Qiu didn't faint because he was the protagonist. The so-called Gu family's young master's knowledge base could be said to be quite rich. Various ways to use firearms, or information about certain luxury items that ordinary people couldn't access, and some manners of the noble young master. There was even some math knowledge that had never been seen before. It was as if Gu Qiu had opened the door to a new world. So the world of mathematics looked like this. With his current knowledge, he would have no problem getting a doctorate easily, provided that there was no limit to the number of papers he could write. Wait a minute, it wasn't just math. There were even some physical theories that hadn't been reasoned out in modern times. Gu Qiu would not recognize the next Nobel Prize winner in physics without himself. Chapter 24, Experienced Guidance. Last night Bai Qingnian realized that Bai Zhiya hadn't been coming out a bit worried. She wanted to use the excuse of massaging the young master as she did before to go and check on the situation. But just as she approached the bedroom door, she heard some strange conversations, and the young master didn't seem to be that angry. At first, Bai Qingnian thought that Gu Qiu was punishing Bai Zhiya, and she wanted to go in and plead for Bai Zhiya. But this kind of painful hissing always sounds like it is not very serious. Vaguely can feel that Bai Zhiya is very happy. Soon after, Bai Qingnian realized that Bai Zhiya was seeking the comfort of her family from the young master, just as she had done before. In other words, the young master had already forgiven Bai Zhiya and would let her stay with him. This is a good thing, but Bai Qingnian always felt uncomfortable in her heart. Obviously she was the first one to find the young master, but this little girl stole the show. Young master, this is not a punishment, this is clearly rewarding Bai Zhiya, but she was still happy in her heart. As long as the young master was happy, Bai Qingnian was equally happy. After that, she didn't bother Gu Qiu to punish Bai Zhiya, and silently stood in front of the bedroom door to eavesdrop. Ahem, silently guarding in front of the bedroom door. It was just that the young master had tossed and turned for too long. In the beginning, Bai Zhiya was still with a feeling of pleasure, and later it really turned into a hiss of pain. I don't know if I can bear it by then. Young master, good morning. Gu Qiu had already descended the stairs, and Bai Qingnian, who was still in a daze just a moment ago, immediately reacted by bowing in greeting to Gu Qiu. Good morning, Qingnian. Gu Qiu nodded. Young master, today's breakfast may not be very suitable for your appetite, but for the sake of your body, please endure for a little while. Hearing Bai Qingnian say this, Gu Qiu subconsciously looked in the direction of the dining table. The large dining table was filled with food that he had never seen before. Gu Qiu walked over to take a look and his face instantly became strange. Abalone oatmeal porridge, white turtle soup, wolfberry millet porridge, and what's this? A sandwich with leeks as the main body? Good lord, a low-grade version of a body-strengthening reagent, right? Gu Qiu looked at Bai Qingnian with meaningful eyes. It seems that Bai Qingnian knew exactly what happened yesterday. Ahem, it's okay. Gu Qiu waved his hand to signal Bai Qingnian not to worry. These things are pretty tasty too. It's just that if you eat too much, it's easy to catch fire. Young master, right now, 50% of the top management of the Imperial Consortium has been replaced, and it's expected that all of them will be replaced with our people within the next month. Bai Qingnian stood next to Gu Qiu, reporting on the progress of completing the tasks Gu Qiu had explained. Well, hard work. Gu Qiu nodded. Being able to replace half of the people in just one day's time. It seemed that Bai Qingnian's tactics were even tougher than he had expected. This is all what Qingnian should do. Have someone send some kanji up for Zhiya, she's probably starving as well. Gu Qiu thought of Bai Zhiya, who was still lying in her bedroom, and then instructed Bai Qingnian to go and send some kanji up for her. With Gu Qiu's power last night, a normal person might not be able to get out of bed for a few days, but with Bai Zhiya's physical fitness, I'm afraid she'll be back to normal tonight. As for why it was tonight to return to normal, if you don't return to normal, how can you continue to receive Gu Qiu's punishment? Yes, a trace of envy flashed through Bai Qingnian's translucent eyes, but then it faded away. Then Bai Qingnian carried the abalone oatmeal porridge on a plate and headed upstairs. After all, it was the young master's bedroom. How could anyone else be allowed to enter? So it could only be delivered by himself personally. Gu Qiu looked at Bai Qingnian's departing back and inexplicably felt a bit cool. Previously, she was clearly the unattainable and cool schoolgirl in the eyes of the students of a city university, but now she had become a maid that she commanded at will. The key was that people's loyalty was still 100, so they could be trusted absolutely. After Bai Qingnian entered inside Gu Qiu's bedroom, she was immediately exasperated and laughed at the scene in front of her. Zhiya, what are you doing? Only to see Bai Zhiya lying naked on Gu Qiu's bed, holding Gu Qiu's used quilt in her arms, burying her not-so-large head hole inside, her nose sniffing hard. Sister Qingnian, Bai Zhiya, who had been caught red-handed doing something bad, looked a little flustered and thought quickly of a reason to explain. I was helping young master organize the quilt. Yes, I was just helping young master organize the quilt. Where is there such organizing? Bai Qingnian poked through Bai Zhiya's lie in one go, then said seriously, this behavior of yours is disrespectful to the young master. If the young master finds out about it, the young master will get angry. When Bai Zhiya heard Bai Qingnian say that Gu Qiu might say that he was angry, she hurriedly pouted in aggravation. Sister Qingnian, please don't tell the young master. Okay, I'll never do it again. Really? Really? Zhiya guarantees. Bai Zhiya stuck out her chest and raised her head to stretch out her left hand, making a fist and placing it at her chest. And the quilt is stained with young master's scent. It really smells good. Bai Zhiya lifted the quilt up to show Bai Qingnian. Hugging this quilt is like hugging young master. Why don't Sister Qingnian try it too? Bai Qingnian hesitated because it was an act of disrespect to the young master. How could she possibly accept it? as if she could tell what was on by Zhiya's mind. She then said, "This is helping young master to organize the quilt. Sister Qingnian, don't feel pressured. Tidying up the quilt? Oh." This reason was absurd to the extreme. This kind of reason that would make people laugh their asses off if they said it out loud. Exactly what Bai Qingnian needed. Why don't you give it a try? Well, just try it. It won't be discovered by young master. Bai Qingnian placed the abalone oatmeal porridge she was holding in her hand on the bedside table, then slowly walked over to Gu Qiu's bedside, took the quilt Bai Zhiya handed over, gently hugged it tightly, and then greedily sniffed the remaining scent on the quilt. There was indeed young master's scent on it. Bai Qingnian's appearance at this moment resembled that of a little girl who had secretly done something bad. Zhiya! Bai Qingnian suddenly thought of something and raised her head to look at Bai Zhiya. What's wrong? Sister Qingnian? Can you tell me what you and young master did last night? Bai Zhiya's small face flushed at the words and she whispered. What is Sister Qingnian asking about this? I was just thinking that I could gain some experience, and if I had the chance, I could give young master a better experience. Bai Qingnian was also a little embarrassed, but for the young master's sake she could only ask. Bai Zhiya recalled last night's events. If it wasn't for her excellent physical condition, I'm afraid, her cheeks couldn't help but turn scarlet. Could this kind of shameful thing really be said? Forget it. If it was Sister Qingnian, it wouldn't matter if she said it. Last night, young master first, can't right here. Please, the pretty boys in front of the screen, don't brainstorm weird things. Chapter 25, Zhang Zhuan's bitterness. Ring ring ring, the phone rang, and Gu Qiu picked up the phone to see that it was actually a call from Zhang Zhuan. After answering it, Gu Qiu lazily asked, "What's the matter, Mr. Gu? I'm sorry that I'm disturbing you again, because my mother will be preparing for her surgery tomorrow, and I'll need to be by my side the entire time. There might be a few days when I can't get away to accompany you. So today, no way?" This little ninny was serious? It was well known that Gu Qiu was a man of principle, and even though he had agreed to that deal with Zhang Zhuan at that time, Gu Qiu had no intention of actually carrying out that trade request from start to finish. Why would he himself give her the $100,000? One was because of the system's push. The second was that he didn't want to watch a girl in her prime fall into the abyss step by step because of this kind of thing. As for whether what Zhang Zhuan had said about her mother's serious illness was true, Gu Qiu had long ago asked Bai Qingnian to check. There was indeed a middle-aged woman with liver cancer in the A City Center Hospital, and she happened to have a daughter named Zhang Zhuan. It was really troublesome, but listening to Zhang Zhuan's tone, if he hadn't actually acted, I'm afraid that she wouldn't be able to take this money safely. Is she afraid that she will take the money back at any time? Then it would have to be. That's really a pity. Gu Qiu paused after finishing and then asked, "Where are you now?" "I'm still at the A City Center Hospital. Mr. Gu can say a location and I'll take a taxi to get there as soon as possible." "No need to be so troublesome. Just wait for me to pick you up at a city center hospital." Gu Qiu's tone carried an undeniable feeling. Perhaps it was because the memory of 10 years of Gu Clan's young master had caused Gu Qiu's entire talk and temperament to change drastically. "Okay, what style does Mr. Gu prefer? So I can prepare in advance." The voice on the other side of the phone noticeably trailed off. "What style?" Gu Qiu pondered slightly, then said in a slow voice, "Just be casual." Actually, Zhang Zhuan also had some small thoughts. Her mother's liver cancer wanted to be completely cured. $100,000 was definitely not enough, but if Gu Qiu liked herself a lot, things would become different, not to mention what would happen to her life in the future. At least her mother would be able to receive complete treatment. That was why she asked Gu Qiu what style she preferred. "Something casual? Mr. Gu, I'll leave you alone then. Please give me a call if you arrive." Well, Gu Qiu agreed, and after some thought added, "Good luck with your mother's surgery." The voice over there froze at first, then said in an unassuming manner, "Thank you, Mr. Gu." Gu Qiu hung up the phone, calculating in his heart how to bring Zhang Zhuan back on track. Time passed quickly, nearing 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Gu Qiu then drove his own Pagani wind god to leave Tianyan residence and went straight to the downtown hospital. The A City Center Hospital was the largest hospital in a city, and there was no shortage of experts sitting in person. Of course, the cost is also really high. Even with various health insurance policies, the cost of treating liver cancer is not something that ordinary families can afford. Downtown hospital. Intensive care unit. "Mom, it'll get better. I've already borrowed money from my previous classmates. Just wait for the surgery at ease." Zhang Zhuan sat on the side of the hospital bed, softly comforting the middle-aged woman lying on the bed. That middle-aged woman was her mom, and at the same time, the only person she could call a relative in this world. It's not that mom doesn't understand anything. What mom has is cancer. To be treated you need at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. Where are you going to borrow that money? And what kind of relationship would a classmate lend you hundreds of thousands of dollars? Zhang Zhuan looked a little flustered. She could lie without changing her face to anyone. but she really didn't know what to say when facing her mom. When the middle-aged woman saw Zhang Zhuan's reaction, she knew that things were definitely not like what Zhang Zhuan said. She knew her daughter, whom she had watched grow up since she was a child, too well. Zhuanju, Mom knows your character. You mustn't go down the wrong path. The middle-aged woman's eyes had turned red. She was very afraid that her daughter would go down the path of no return in order to help cure her. Mom, don't worry. I didn't break the law. These are all money that came from the right place. Zhang Jin clenched her lips. She absolutely couldn't say that this money was exchanged for her body. Once her mom knew, I'm afraid she would rather die than accept the surgery. So, Mom, please forgive me for lying to you this time. Jingzhu, the middle-aged woman wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Zhang Zhuan's resolute voice. Mom, the surgery is tomorrow. The doctor said for you to make sure you adjust your emotions. If the surgery fails, I'll be living in self-blame for the rest of my life, and all these efforts of mine will be in vain. The middle-aged woman fell silent. Facing her only daughter, she really didn't know what to say. Ji Zhuan grew up with a hard life. When she was 3 years old, her father left due to a car accident, and they were dependent on each other as mother and daughter. Zhang Zhuan is also very competitive. From childhood to the results are very excellent. After the results of the college entrance examination, Zhang Zhuan also lived up to the expectations of the top 3 in the country into the Kyoto University. Her heart is very pleased, but the good times do not last long. Half a year ago she suddenly felt a burst of pain in the abdomen. Really cannot help it before she went to the hospital for examination. The result was mid-stage liver cancer. And in a video call in their own accidental leakage of the mouth by Zhang Zhuan Zhang Zhuan is also alone leave home to take care of their own. With the current medical technology there is a certain probability that it can be completely cured. But what about the tuition fees for respectfully? She can't let the honor to not finish the university is burdened with hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt. How many times she wanted to end her life like this? But, she really couldn't let go of Xinzhuan. Couldn't let go of her precious daughter left alone in this world. She still wanted to watch respectfully grow up. Watch respectfully find a job. Watch respectfully get married and have children. Undeniably, she was selfish. So get away. Zhang Zhuan's cell phone incoming call rang. Picking it up. She didn't pick it up, but hurriedly turned around to leave the ICU. Zhuanju. Zhang Zhuan stopped at the sound and looked back at her mother lying on the bed waiting for the following. Promise Mom. Don't let yourself be wronged because of Mom. Okay? Zhang Zhuan's nose soured, but she only nodded gently. Got it. I promise. After saying that, Zhang Zhuan left the hospital room with quick steps. Mr. Gu, have you arrived already? Well, I'm at the hospital entrance. You should be able to see me when you come out. Okay, I'll go down immediately. Zhang Zhuan quickly came to the hospital bathroom to replenish her makeup, after which she seriously looked at herself in the mirror. With three-dimensional features and a female face with a male face, there was a different kind of beauty placed on Zhang Zhuan. Reference to Ms. Feng here. Ha! Zhang Zhuan suddenly let out a scoff before muttering to himself in the mirror. There was a drop of water hanging from the corner of his eyes in the mirror, and Zhang Zhuan naturally wiped it away. Zhang Zhuan, you chose all this yourself. What are you afraid of now? And meeting Mr. Gu, it's also considered your own luck. After all, Gu Qiu was so much better than those greasy middle-aged balding uncles that he had earned it any way you look at it. Afterwards, Zhang Jin tied her hair up neatly and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with it before taking the elevator downstairs towards the hospital entrance. If he dawdled for too long, Mr. Gu might get impatient. After all, Gu Qiu had said before that he was a person with very limited patience. Chapter 26 Nasty Hotel. At the main entrance of a city center hospital, a silver-white Pagani wind god was quietly parked on the side of the road. This color-coordinated supercar was eye-catching, and within a 5-meter radius, no passing vehicle dared to approach. A vehicle vacuum was formed. It couldn't be helped. Whoever accidentally scratched it, this lifetime would be lost. Perhaps because of the hospital, there weren't a lot of passers-by to watch and discuss. There were also no young and beautiful girls who came up to talk to them. But there are people who lament that even a rich man driving a supercar like this will inevitably get sick. It is true that health is the most important thing. Not long after, a girl with delicate three-dimensional features and a very pure dress walked out from within the hospital. The girl was none other than Zhang Zhuan. Zhang Zhuan stood at the entrance of the hall and took a look outward, and saw the very conspicuous Pagani. Then Zhang Zhuan turned around and walked towards Gu Qiu calmly. Zhang Zhuan's style of dress was not much different from that day when he met himself at the Qingnian tavern. The white tight-fitting shirt revealed her delicate figure perfectly, and underneath was a pair of denim shorts, with a pair of white and slender jade legs exposed to the outside, making people unable to stop thinking about it. Originally scattered in the back of the head of the black hair at this time tied up in a high ponytail, giving people a youthful and beautiful feeling. It looks a lot better after dressing up than one would think. Gu Qiu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. but it was a pity that he was a good person who had received 9 years of compulsory education. Zhang Zhuan walked over to the car window and gently knocked on it. Gu Qiu raised the car door. Get in the car. Gu Qiu's voice was gentle, but it had a feeling of being unquestionable, as if it was an order. Zhang Zhuan carefully entered the car. The door slowly fell, and with a motor roar, the silver-white body sped out. Gu Qiu drove the car while motionlessly sizing up Zhang Zhuan sitting next to him. Zhang Zhuan's eyes looked straight ahead. The whole person sat until quite straight, his fingers unconsciously entangled together. As expected, even though he didn't show it on his face, was he still nervous in his heart? However, Gu Qiu could see that Zhang Zhen had seriously dressed up a bit. Light eyeshadow, white lips in red, not too obvious light makeup surprisingly suitable for her. So where should the conversation start? Zhang Zhuan, right? Gu Qiu asked casually. Zhang Zhuan hurriedly said, yes, this title is too raw. After all, we'll have to get along for a long time in the future. Change your title. With 10 years of experience as a young master of a top-tier family, Gu Qiu's conversation with a young girl of this age could be said to be held throughout. Change your name? Zhang Zhuan looked a little flustered. Somehow, right now, she always felt that the Gu Qiu in front of her had changed a lot from before. When she met him at the tavern, she only felt that Gu Qiu was a rich second-generation man from a very good family. But now, Gu Qiu gave her a feeling like a real noble young master. It was hard to reach and made one feel inferior from the bottom of one's heart. Zhuanju? Gu Qiu ignored Zhang Zhuan's change and continued to say to himself, is this title okay? Jingzhu happened to be Zhang Zhuan's nickname, and she instinctively wanted to refuse. But when she met Gu Qiu's indifferent eyes, the words of refusal couldn't be uttered. May, it's fine, as long as Mr. Gu likes it. That's good. Are you still going to school? Gu Qiu continued to casually inquire. Well, I'm in my sophomore year over in Kyoto. Kyoto? The schools over in Kyoto are pretty good. I wonder which one. Kyoto University. Kyoto University? Gu Qiu was a bit surprised. This was the top 3 top universities in the country, in which the average student graduated with an annual salary of over 100,000 was simple. Although for Gu Qiu did not feel anything. Even if he wanted to, he could transfer to Kyoto University right now by virtue of the special enrollment. But for an ordinary person like Zhang Zhuan, Kyoto University was already close to the end of his efforts. Gu Qiu couldn't help but evaluate Zhang Zhuan's senses a bit higher. What major did you study? Financial management. Any plans after graduation? Zhang Zhuan was silent. Once she had many expectations for the future, but now her mother was suddenly seriously ill. Sorry, no plans. Is that so? Gu Qiu let out a light laugh. That's really a pity. In order to learn more about Zhang Zhuan, Gu Qiu almost spent the entire journey chatting with Zhang Zhuan. Eventually the silver-white supercar stopped in front of the Nasty Hotel. The Nasty Hotel was part of the Imperial Hao Group, and it was also the most luxurious hotel in a city. Generally speaking, if it was for accommodation, the cheapest single room would cost more than $1,000 a night, and the best presidential suite would cost nearly $10,000 a night, and that didn't include food and drink and other expenses. But for the current Gu Qiu, all of this was nothing. After all, the entire hotel was his own. The Pagani wind god stopped, the doors slowly rose, and Gu Qiu and Zhang Zhuan came down from the car. A man in a waiter's uniform immediately jogged over to guide Gu Qiu to park the car. Generally speaking, it was the waiter's job to park the car, but he didn't dare to park this kind of sports car that looked like it was full of money. Still, if he bumped into it, he couldn't afford to pay for it even if he was allowed to work as a waiter for the rest of his life. Gu Qiu wasn't angry. He understood the waiter's thinking, and put himself in his shoes. After parking the car, the door slowly rose, and Gu Qiu and Zhang Zhuan got down from the car one by one, and then walked towards the hotel together. Welcome. Just as they entered, the two Cheongsamplat etiquette ladies bowed to Gu Qiu in unison. Gu Qiu acted calmly, but Zhang Zhuan clearly felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, she hadn't been to this kind of place before. Walking over to the front desk lady gave Gu Qiu a standard polite smile. Sir, may I ask how I can help you? A presidential suite. Gu Qiu paused for a moment and added, 7 days first, please show your ID card for registration. Gu Qiu handed over his ID card, and not much later that receptionist lady returned it to Gu Qiu and then said respectfully, Sir, the price of the presidential suite for 1 day is 18,880. 7 days is a total of $132,160. May I ask if you swipe your card or cash? Gu Qiu handed over a black card with a gold edge and said flatly, swipe your card. After all, who comes to a room with $130,000 in cash? Zhang Zhuan on one side, however, was not plain anymore. If she heard correctly, the receptionist lady just said $130,000, right? Just 7 days of housing. Want more than $100,000? You have to know that you are only worth $100,000. This suite, it's worth more than himself. Zhang Juan subconsciously looked at Gu Qiu and found that he had maintained a flat expression. It was obvious that Mr. Gu didn't care about the 130,000 yuan, which meant that if Mr. Gu really liked himself, there was a good chance that he would give himself more money, so that her mother's next medical bills would be covered. Therefore, no matter what, she had to perform well today and show enough value in front of Mr. Gu. Thinking of this, Zhang Juan was even more grateful to have met Gu Qiu. Chapter 27, A Different Way. So, she must perform well today. Even without experience or those so-called skills, she would still try her best to give Mr. Gu a better experience. What a sickening thought. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh to herself in her mind. Sir, please keep your card. The receptionist respectfully handed the black card to Gu Qiu after she swiped it. At this moment, her eyes looked at Gu Qiu with an inexplicable color of temptation. Having this kind of spending power at such a young age, I don't know which family's young master is the most powerful one, and he was also so handsome, and the way he swiped his card was so dashing. No matter where you looked, he was the perfect boyfriend, right? It's just a pity that he already has a girlfriend, but it doesn't matter. Having a girlfriend doesn't affect continuing to make friends with people with different surnames. Your room is on the top floor. You will be taken up by our waiter. May I ask if there is anything else you need? Gu Qiu took the black card and thanked her flatly. No, thank you. The front desk lady's face carried a shy flush. This kind of handsome and educated young master of a powerful family was simply a dream lover. But after all, she was the front desk of the Nasty Hotel. The basic professionalism was still there. You're welcome. Have a nice life. Gu Qiu and Zhang Juan then took the elevator to the upper floors under the guidance of the high silk waitress. Sir, this floor is your room. The dining area is on the second floor, and the dining costs are all included in the presidential suite. The waiter outside is on duty all day. If you need anything you can ring the bell to call us. Have a nice life. The high silk waiter left with a good sense of humor after saying that, and the large presidential suite was suddenly left with only Gu Qiu and Zhang Juan. Gu Qiu looked around for a while. This presidential suite that was close to 20,000 a day was just so. Nothing more than an extra private swimming pool, some extra pool tables and whatnot. These things are also available in the Yexin Yunju. Nothing new for Gu Qiu, but Zhang Juan had never seen this kind of luxurious suite, and she was curious about everything. However, since Gu Qiu was at the side, she just sat boarded up on the soft sofa and waited for Gu Qiu's arrangement. Juanju, still comfortable with this title, right? Gu Qiu came in front of Zhang Juan and asked gently. As long as Mr. Gu likes it. Zhang Juan nodded, thinking that he would soon appear in front of Gu Qiu without any cover. What was a title? Gu Qiu noticed that Zhang Juan was in a very tense state right now, completely different from the casualness he showed in the tavern that day. Then where do we start first? Zhang Juan's entire body instantly tensed up when he heard Gu Qiu's words, but then he thought of something and then relaxed, saying in a very small voice, listen to Mr. Gu. He. Seeing Zhang Juan's appearance, Gu Qiu couldn't help but laugh out loud. What the heck? When they met at the tavern that day, he thought that Zhang Juan had sufficient social experience, but he didn't expect that she was still a little girl at heart, which made him unable to resist wanting to tease Zhang Juan. What do you mean listen to me? I don't like women who don't take too much initiative. Hearing Gu Qiu say this, Zhang Juan instantly panicked. Not liking the less active ones means liking the active ones. It should be fine to understand it this way, right? Take the initiative. Take the initiative. Zhang Juan stood up suddenly and turned to gaze at Gu Qiu. Without waiting for Gu Qiu to react, Zhang Juan rushed to Gu Qiu and wrapped Gu Qiu in a tight embrace. Gu Qiu only felt that her lips were blocked by unknown warmth and softness, followed by a strong fragrance flowing along her lips and teeth. Gu Qiu subconsciously licked the corners of her mouth, soft and soft, still with that nice fresh scent. No, what was he doing? After reacting, Gu Qiu pushed Zhang Juan away, looking at Zhang Juan again. At this time, his entire face was wrapped in blush. This is being forcibly kissed? This is simply my generation shame. Originally, Gu Qiu just wanted to tease Zhang Juan. He didn't expect Zhang Juan to be so bold. He said that he wanted to save the wonderful girl who had fallen into the abyss. But now, he had turned into the abyss himself. This is still, how can I stop? Mr. Gu, what's wrong with you? Don't like this? Gu Qiu looked up at Zhang Juan, the previous indifference restored in his eyes, and said in a cold voice, take off your clothes. Gu Qiu swore to the heavens that this was only a necessary step needed to save Zhang Juan, and was in no way selfish. Zhang Juan was first stunned, then slowly reached his hand towards his own clothes buttons. One by one, pieces of clothing slipped off, and within a short while, Zhang Juan was left with only 2 pieces of close-fitting clothing to cover his body. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Juan once again reached for his back. Gu Qiu opened his mouth at just the right moment and asked in a cold voice, do you like this feeling? It was in his nature to let Zhang Zhuan undress, and it was in his human purity to open his mouth at just the right moment. There was no way. If Zhang Zhuan continued, Gu Qiu was really afraid that he would do something that he would regret for the rest of his life. Zhang Zhuan didn't know what Gu Qiu meant, but also said grudgingly, "If it's Mr. Gu, it's not that annoying. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if you like this feeling of being ordered around at will? Being ordered around at will?" Of course Zhang Zhuan didn't like this feeling, but she didn't have a choice. What's wrong? Can't even answer this kind of question? Gu Qiu gazed at Zhang Zhuan with a playful face. "Mr. Gu, please skip this question. It's time for me to fulfill what I have to do." Zhang Zhuan continued to go to unbutton his back. Gu Qiu saw this and directly dodged over to hold Zhang Zhuan's white and tender wrists. Zhang Zhuan was startled and instinctively wanted to struggle, but his whole body unconsciously softened when he met Gu Qiu's eyes. Unable to resist, Gu Qiu's eyes roughly scanned under Zhang Zhuan's neck before revealing a mocking smile and said softly, "Still a little girl. I'm already an adult." Zhang Zhuan explained in a small voice, "But physically still a little kid. I can't afford to be interested in a little girl like you." Gu Qiu loosened his grip on Zhang Zhuan's wrist and turned away from looking at her. "As for what can't interest, all I ghost. This kind of pure contrast wind will let a person rise a strong desire to conquer. Basically as a healthy man will not be able to hold. Not to mention the fact that Gu Qiu's physique is far superior to normal people." However, Gu Qiu still had principles for doing things. Zhang Zhuan looked down in some panic. Clearly not small. How could it look like a little girl? "Mr. Gu, that money." Tomorrow her mother was going to have an operation. The money Mr. Gu had given her had already been used to pay for her medical bills. If Mr. Gu wanted to take the money back now, what should she do? "Don't worry, just make it up in a different way." "A different way? You studied financial management, right? It just so happens that I'm short of a personal secretary. After college, if you don't have plans to further your education, come work for me to pay off the debt. I can give up to $1 million a year to you, so that you can also get rid of being sullied by others, and I can also touch one less woman I don't like. What do you think of this offer? Being a personal secretary, earning $1 million a year, and getting rid of being sullied." She had no reason to refuse such an offer. However, when she heard Gu Qiu say that she could touch one less woman she didn't like, she felt a bit inexplicably lost. Had she turned out to be that unattractive? It was also true that with an existence of Mr. Gu's level, he must be surrounded by beautiful women, so he himself would seem ordinary, right? "I'm afraid that I'll have trouble competing." Zhang Zhuan voiced the concern in her heart. If the first place in the Department of Financial Management of Kyoto University's professional course can't do it, then I'm afraid that there aren't many people in the country who are capable of doing it. Earlier in the car, Gu Qiu had learned that Zhang Zhuan was the first in his year in their major. Needless to say, as the #1 major in the country's top university, wouldn't that be a strong business ability? And the main thing is that people are also long handsome. Nothing to do to raise the eyes to enjoy the mood is also good. There is a secretary to do. Nothing to do what? Chapter 28, Shadow Close Guard. Under all of Gu Qiu's conditional attacks, Zhang Zhuan had no more reasons to refuse, but there was still one more thing she had trouble saying. "Mr. Gu, can you lend me some more money? Don't worry, I'll return it to you with interest in the future." Zhang Zhuan knew that she felt a bit like giving an inch by saying such things, but she still opened her mouth. Gu Qiu noticed in great detail the change in Zhang Zhuan's wording. If it was before, Zhang Zhuan would have said something like "Give me 100,000 yuan and I'll stay with you for a week," which was very uncomfortable to hear. But now he used the word borrow, which meant that Zhang Zhuan didn't continue to treat himself as a commodity to be exchanged. In other words, Gu Qiu's purpose had been achieved. As for the matter of not being able to pay back that money, Gu Qiu didn't have the slightest worry. With Zhang Zhuan's education, if she came to work under Gu Qiu's hand, her value definitely far exceeded these hundreds of thousands of dollars. How much more is needed? It probably needs about $230,000. Zhang Zhuan said this with an obvious lack of backbone. After all, just a verbal commitment to overdraft $230,000 in salary, put in. Who will not agree to it? "Yes, I'll have someone put it in the card you had before." Gu Qiu nodded gently. "But you'll have to work for a long time afterward to pay it off." Zhang Zhuan froze there for a moment, looking straight at Gu Qiu, somewhat unable to believe what he had just heard. Mr. Gu agreed? Mr. Gu agreed so easily? Why was this? Zhang Zhuan wasn't stupid, and at first, she did think that Gu Qiu wasn't interested in her. Even though Gu Qiu intentionally turned away from Zhang Zhuan's notice, Zhang Zhuan still noticed a slight bulge at the waist of Gu Qiu's pants. Although Zhang Zhuan didn't know much about this sort of thing, she knew that this was some sort of signal from a man. It wasn't that Mr. Gu wasn't interested in himself, but he still said that. That meant that Mr. Gu had never intended to want his body from the start, and he was probably doing all of this just to pull himself back from the abyss of depravity? Other than that, Zhang Zhuan couldn't find any other reason. Thinking of this, Zhang Zhuan's eyes moistened. fragile tears flowing out of the corners of his eyes, lifting his arm and wiping it carelessly before nodding his head heavily and saying, "Mr. Gu, I'll try my best." Gu Qiu sat lazily on the sofa and said with some regret, "Originally, I thought I would have some interest in you, and I opened a 7-day suite to stay with you for 2 more days, but now it seems that I can only back out." The transformed mind Zhang Zhuan heard such words, and her shy scarlet blush suddenly reached her ears, looking strangely adorable. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. Alright, don't say such words, there's nothing to do, so put your clothes on first, little girl." Gu Qiu mockingly glanced at Zhang Zhuan's indecent body. Okay. Zhang Zhuan shamefully lowered her head to look at her present appearance, which was indeed a bit unsightly, and put her clothes on with her hands and feet. Zhang Zhuan, who had dressed well, stood in front of Gu Qiu in a well-behaved manner, like a child waiting for his teacher to review his homework. Gu Qiu felt a little embarrassed, so he made small talk with Zhang Zhuan. Zhuan, what kind of person do you think I am?" Zhang Zhuan pondered slightly and said softly, "Mr. Gu is a very gentle person. A very gentle person." Gu Qiu was a bit surprised by Zhang Zhuan's answer. "Why do you say that?" "Feelings. I feel that Mr. Gu's eyes are very clear, and people with clear eyes are usually very gentle." Zhang Zhuan gave a very vague answer, and did not voice his own conjecture. Gu Qiu snorted. "But, sure enough, she's still a little girl, actually saying something like feelings. How silly. However, in the future, you're not allowed to generate such thoughts as trading with your own body. I have a mental cleanliness fetish, and I'll feel bad if I trade what's already been traded to me to someone else, but it's still allowed if you fall in love freely." Hearing Gu Qiu say this, Zhang Zhuan was even more certain of the conjecture in his heart. Mr. Gu had planned everything from the very beginning, although he did not know what Mr. Gu's reason for doing so was. Perhaps it was Gu Qiu's self-satisfaction. Perhaps it was Gu Qiu's spontaneous act. Either way, Zhang Zhuan was grateful to Gu Qiu, but Mr. Gu's comment about free love made Zhang Zhuan think a little wildly. What if he himself possessed a family background similar to Mr. Gu's? They might have a chance to become a free love couple as well. "I will never entertain such thoughts in the future," Zhang Zhuan said seriously to Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu nodded with satisfaction, after which the lone man and woman shared a room and dawdled for a while longer. Only then did Gu Qiu send Zhang Zhuan back to the downtown hospital. Zhang Zhuan got out of the car and bent slightly towards Gu Qiu and said softly, "Goodbye, Mr. Gu. If Mr. Gu has that kind of need, you can call me at any time. It's no longer a trade. It's something I volunteered for. I've said it many times. I'm not interested in little girls like you at all." Gu Qiu was a bit speechless. He really wanted to know what was in this little nymph's head. When Zhang Zhuan heard Gu Qiu say that, her eyes suddenly curved into a crescent shape, and she smiled sweetly at Gu Qiu. "Thank you, Mr. Gu." Finally, it had gone smoothly, and Gu Qiu hadn't done these things because he was some kind of saint. Rather, he wanted to satisfy his own vanity, and pulling a wonderful young girl who was about to fall into the abyss back to the right path would make him feel extremely satisfied inside. This was also considered a kind of mutual utilization. So what to do next? Gu Qiu subconsciously licked his lips, with that fresh scent still lingering on them. Then when he thought of Zhang Zhuan's appearance when he was at the nasty hotel, he only felt an abnormal heat in his belly, and an evil fire surged up. But it was a pity that Zhiya was still recuperating from her injuries, so he would have to go find his cool schoolgirl Qingnian. When his thoughts fell, Gu Qiu drove his Pagani wind god and prepared to go back to Yatianyun residence to carry out his cool schoolgirl strategy plan. Yatianyun residence. Zhiya was standing on the open-air balcony when 4 silhouettes suddenly appeared, a stern aura instantly spreading out. Each of them wore a different mask: white cherry blossom, black ghost shadow, purple Roland, green sky rainbow. The moment they saw Zhiya, they all respectfully knelt on one knee in unison and shouted, "Greetings, Lord Dark Servant." Clearly female voices. Their voices varied in color, but without exception, they were all pleasant to the ear. "Next, you will be in charge of the young master's safety." Zhiya's eyes were cold at this time, and her voice was filled with indifference. "If anything goes wrong with the young master, all of you will thank your sins with your deaths." "Yes," the 4 people all answered without any hesitation. The young master in Zhiya's mouth was naturally Gu Qiu, while the 4 women in front of Zhiya were Gu Qiu's previous shadow close guards. Zhiya was Gu Qiu's shadow master servant, fully in charge of Gu Qiu's guards, commonly known as head of security. Now that Gu Qiu has returned to the country, then as Gu Qiu's shadow guards naturally have to follow him back to the country. Although the country is very stable, the ban on guns is very strong. Generally speaking, there will not be any danger, but there are always some trash who think they are powerful enough to mess with the young master. You can't ask the young master to do everything himself, can you? Cleaning up the trash for the young masters and firmly guarding in front of the young master at all times. This was the meaning of the existence of the shadow guards. Clunk buzz, a strange sound came from downstairs. It sounded like the sound of a garage door opening. Could it be that the young master had returned? Bai Zhiya's eyes that were still cold a moment ago were instantly replaced by joy. The young master was back. He had to be the first one to see the young master. Then Bai Zhiya quickly ran downstairs. Young master, Zhiya was very good today. Can I hold young master together to sleep at night? Chapter 29. Accompany me to practice physical arts. Gu Qiu had just entered the door when he saw Bai Zhiya coming down from upstairs in a panic. The consistency of that movement. Where was there even a hint of injury? Young master, Zhiya misses you. The soft little person jumped into Gu Qiu's arms. Her slender white arms wrapped around Gu Qiu's waist and refused to let go. Gu Qiu placed one hand on Bai Zhiya's waist, and gently rubbed Bai Zhiya's head with his other hand. Zhiya is good. How long has it been? Bai Zhiya blinked her eyes and looked at Gu Qiu, then revealed a wry gaze and buried her head into Gu Qiu's arms. But Zhiya wants young master. Zhiya just wants to hug young master that much. Gu Qiu always felt that something was wrong, but still asked softly, where is Zhiya misbehaving? Zhiya. Bai Zhiya thought for a moment then said, Zhiya soiled young master's bed and didn't listen to young master's words and didn't rest properly. But, ha ha. Gu Qiu snorted out a laugh when he heard Bai Zhiya say that. What kind of mistake is that? It's fine if the bed is dirty and replaced with a new one, but I'll really get angry if Zhiya doesn't rest properly. Hearing Gu Qiu say that he would get angry, Bai Zhiya hurriedly said in an aggravated manner, young master, don't get angry with Zhiya. Why don't you punish Zhiya to relieve your anger? Punish? The first thing that came to Gu Qiu's mind was a lot of cruel punishments, but then he felt something was wrong. Punish how? Bai Zhiya instantly blushed when she heard Gu Qiu's words and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito wire, just like last night. Sure enough, this punishment was very wrong. Good girl Bai Zhiya, last night's punishment was too cruel. You need to rest now. Bai Zhiya shook her head, her clean little face putting on a serious expression. Zhiya isn't tired. It doesn't matter much now. Young master doesn't need to think about that. Zhiya, obey. Gu Qiu's voice would unconsciously become gentle when he spoke to Bai Zhiya, perhaps because of the memories of these 10 years together. Oh, okay. Bai Zhiya's eyes were a little lost, but since the young master had said that, she naturally had to obey obediently, or else she would make the young master angry again. By the way, the shadow clothes guard has returned. Does the young master have anything to order? As Bai Zhiya's words fell, 4 figures wearing different masked faces appeared, all kneeling on one knee the moment they saw Gu Qiu, their left hands clenching their fists and placing them flat on their hearts. Greetings, Lord Shadow. When Gu Qiu saw these 4 figures, a wave of memories naturally surfaced in his mind. The Shadow Konoha who were absolutely loyal to themselves. These 4 could be considered a gift from Bai Zhiya. The system rewarded a deadly servant Bai Zhiya and then came with 4 Shadow Kanban as a gift. There was also an organization called the Shadow Hall. It was quite reasonable. I'll get up first, Gu Qiu said flatly. Thank you, Lord. The 4 rose in unison. Have you arranged everything for the Shadow Hall? The Shadow Hall was the organization that Gu Qiu had previously founded, as well as the world's #1 assassin organization today. One of the close guards with a white cherry blossom mask took a step forward and bowed his head, respectfully saying, back to the Lord. All has been arranged. White Sakura. Hard work. The Shadow Kono who was called White Sakura instantly felt flattered and quickly knelt down and said solemnly, this is all what White Sakura should do. Young master, they have nothing to do anyway. Is it okay if I want them to protect you close to me? Bai Zhiya voiced her thoughts. There's absolutely no need for that. Gu Qiu spoke up and refused without even thinking about it. This was because it was very stable in the country. Unlike some other countries where gang firefights, kidnapping crimes, and the like often occurred. Even if a kidnapping did occur, Gu Qiu could solve it alone with his full-grade fighting skills. Therefore, Gu Qiu felt that it was completely unnecessary. But Bai Zhiya obviously misunderstood what Gu Qiu meant, and she hurriedly said, I know that young master is strong, the strongest in the world, but you can't have young master personally do everything with all the garbage, and White Cherry and the others can clear up all this trouble instead of young master. Gu Qiu was very flattered by Bai Zhiya's way of speaking. After all, a flawless young girl with stars in her eyes told you that you were the strongest in the world. Do you think you can top that? What Zhiya said makes sense. Gu Qiu nodded, then asked, but I'm still in school, so it's not appropriate to bring them into the school. Young master, Bai Cherry and the girls will appear beside young master in a reasonable capacity. Young master doesn't need to worry about that. Looking at Bai Zhiya's expectant eyes, Gu Qiu finally agreed. Then I'll leave it all to Zhiya. Bai Qingnian didn't stay in the villa, so Gu Qiu's plan to raid the cool schoolgirl needed to be postponed for a while. He could only punish Bai Zhiya, who was carrying an injury. First, by the way, Zhiya just said that she was misbehaving again, right? Bai Zhiya nodded woodenly. Then Zhiya hasn't received her punishment yet. Gu Qiu looked at Bai Zhiya with a gentle smile. Bai Zhiya subconsciously recalled last night's events and shuddered as she shrunk her neck. Bai Cherry and the 4 of them hadn't left the room yet. And young master was going to punish himself in front of them? This was too shameful. Could it be that young master likes this kind of? I'll punish you for practicing physical arts with me for a while. Accompany young master to practice physical arts? 3 question marks popped up on Bai Zhiya's head, and she realized that her mind seemed to be in a different world from the young master's. Yes, young master, Bai Zhiya responded as she hurriedly stood up straight. Although the young master's assassination ability was stronger than her own, after that accident, close-range physical skills had always been the young master's weak point. What should one do to allow the young master to win and still have the effect of helping with practice? White Sakura and the other girls were also surprised. They knew that their lord's close-range physical skills had never been that strong. At the same time, they also knew how perverse Bai Zhiya's physical skills were. As the Shadow Master servant, Bai Zhiya naturally took on the duty of training them. Every single time, Bai Zhiya had the 4 of them together and then beat them up so much that they couldn't stand up. It was also beautifully called, to serve as a chaperone for her. Bai Sakura couldn't help but shudder at the thought of her previous experience of being a chaperone for Bai Zhiya. But if it had been the Lord Servant Sama would have stayed his hand. Go to the training room. Gu Qiu turned around and headed upstairs. This villa had a specially remodeled training room that was usually used for Bai Qingnian and the girls to train. Arriving at the training room, Bai Zhiya changed into a tight outfit suitable for training in front of Gu Qiu, directly cutting down on Gu Qiu's combat power. Young master, I'm ready. Bai Zhiya had a serious expression on her face at this moment. Well, come on. When Gu Qiu's words fell, Bai Zhiya dashed and rushed towards Gu Qiu, and the distance of 10 meters disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. Bai Zhiya punched Gu Qiu in the face. At this speed, the young master should be able to dodge it. Snap! Gu Qiu grabbed Bai Zhiya's wrist and violently pulled it towards himself. And when Bai Zhiya was about to fall into his arms, his knee lifted up to Bai Zhiya's abdomen. Boom! With a muffled sound, Bai Zhiya flew out backwards. Gu Qiu looked at his hands with some doubt. Was he actually that strong? The action just now was completely his subconscious defense. It was actually able to knock back an expert of Bai Zhiya's level? Thinking that Bai Zhiya should have let go of the water, Gu Qiu was relieved after thinking of the reason. Zhiya, be more serious. Gu Qiu's voice was gentle, just like a teacher teaching a student. Bai Zhiya stood up. The top of Gu Qiu's knee just now was blocked by her hand, so she didn't suffer any injuries. But what surprised her was that the young master's physical skills had actually become so strong as well. Before, because of that accident, could it be that the young master's body had returned to normal? Chapter 30, Gu Qiu's physical strength. Could it be that the young master's dark injury had recovered? During the previous mission, because of an accident, Gu Qiu's body had suffered irreversible damage. Physical skills were limited as a result, but all of this damage was restored after drinking that reagent last night. Bai Zhiya immediately revealed a look of delight, then adjusted her posture. Since the young master's body had recovered, then she could not have to intentionally let go of the water. Zhiya knows, young master should be careful. Bai Zhiya softly reminded Gu Qiu before dodging and rushing towards him once again. So fast, Gu Qiu secretly exclaimed in his heart. Sure enough, this little ninny was deliberately letting go of the water before. Bai Zhiya raised her slender leg to deliver a sidekick to Gu Qiu's head. Gu Qiu raised his arm to block it with a muffled sound. Bang! Gu Qiu only felt his arm go a little numb. Bai Zhiya's leg strength was actually that strong? Then why couldn't even stand last night? Gu Qiu adjusted and began to counterattack. A time of crisscrossing shadows. Bai Zhiya was able to cope at first, but slowly Bai Zhiya began to lose the rhythm of Gu Qiu, as if his movements were all prejudged. Truly worthy of being the young master. Bai Sakura and the girls directly froze. Was this really the speed a human could achieve? Hey Nai, who do you think will win? White Sakura looked to Kuratsuchi, who was wearing a black ghost mask next to her. The Lord is strong, but Lord Servant Sama's physical skills shouldn't lose to. Before Kuratsuchi Nai could finish his words, Hakujiya flew backwards once again and landed hard on the ground. Kuratsuchi continued after a pause. So I have a feeling the Lord will win. Bai Zhiya quickly got up, recalling in her mind the mistake she had made in the sparring match just now. This habit was taught to her by Gu Qiu, to learn to grow in battle. Zhiya, can we continue? Gu Qiu asked softly. Yes, Zhiya can still continue. Bai Zhiya replied without thinking. This scene reminded Bai Zhiya of the time when she was a child when Gu Qiu had just started teaching herself physical arts. Every time she was knocked down, the young master would gently ask herself, "Can you still continue?" Bai Zhiya would stubbornly say still okay every time because of her personality. When she got tired of training, she would pout at the young master and beg for a rest. The young master would also pet her hair and then smile and say, "It's okay, young master, I'm going on." Gu Qiu felt that there was something wrong with Bai Zhiya's words, but he couldn't say what was wrong. Looking at Bai Zhiya, who rushed over again, Gu Qiu didn't continue to think deeply about this. The two figures crossed paths once again. Bai Zhiya dodged Gu Qiu's attacks while looking for an opportunity. And finally, Bai Zhiya noticed that Gu Qiu's center of gravity was a bit unstable after one of his punches. This was the young master's breaking point. However, what Bai Zhiya didn't know was that Gu Qiu possessed full-level fighting skills, so as long as he wasn't physically exhausted, it was impossible for his movements to be broken. If there was, it meant that he was doing it on purpose. Bai Zhiya made a decisive move, swinging his fist to jab at Gu Qiu's poorly defended chin. Snap! Bai Zhiya's wrist was once again steadily held by Gu Qiu, who steeply exerted force to pull Bai Zhiya towards himself. Bai Zhiya did a quick side kick, trying to force Gu Qiu to release her wrist. This kick was slightly dodged by Gu Qiu's slight backward lean, and then Gu Qiu lightly kicked Bai Zhiya's inner calf with her toes. Bai Zhiya instantly lost her center of gravity and fell into Gu Qiu's arms. As for why Gu Qiu pulled Bai Zhiya into his arms, it was of course, Gu Qiu violently raised his knee and solidly pushed it against Bai Zhiya's belly. Bang! Because that was the most solid way to top it. While Bai Zhiya couldn't help but cry out in pain, Gu Qiu didn't stop moving, his toe lightly stabbing Bai Zhiya's other leg's knee joint. Bai Zhiya fell to her knees in pain, and Gu Qiu folded one of Bai Zhiya's arms behind her back with a flip of her hand. With a slight force, he pressed Bai Zhiya to the ground. After a few seconds, Bai Zhiya lifted her head and looked at Gu Qiu, saying in an extremely soft tone, "Young master, Zhiya knows it's wrong, I won't dare next time. Can you spare Zhiya?" Gu Qiu was a bit embarrassed, as if he had overplayed his hand. Gu Qiu looked at Bai Zhiya in his arms and asked in a warm voice, "Did it hurt just now?" Some pain." Bai Zhiya was so asked even more aggrieved. The punishment she wanted was obviously not this. Although it all hurt, this was different. Gu Qiu extended his hand to Bai Zhiya's abdomen and gently rubbed it with his hand, then softly comforted, "Zhiya is good. It won't hurt if you rub it. I'll pay attention next time." Bai Zhiya's little face instantly turned red, and her tiny head was directly incapacitated by Gu Qiu's actions. Young master, Zhiya, it doesn't hurt anymore." Bai Zhiya's speech was a bit intermittent, and it was obvious that the Broca's area of the brain that controlled language had also been affected. Gu Qiu didn't make a move and continued to stroke, ahem, continuing to help Bai Zhiya relieve the pain in her abdomen. Bai Zhiya's abdomen was flat, without a trace of flab, and her slim waist was like a perfect craft. Bai Sakura and the few of them who saw the scene hurriedly lowered their heads for fear of seeing something they shouldn't see. In this way, after about 5 or 6 minutes, Gu Qiu let go of the warm and soft little person in his arms. Less support from Gu Qiu's arm, Bai Zhiya directly collapsed to the ground. It couldn't be helped that Bai Zhiya, whose brain was already down, couldn't exert any strength at all right now. "Bai Cherry, take Zhiya to rest." Gu Qiu spoke to Bai Cherry in a flat tone, unlike the gentle manner with Bai Zhiya. "Yes." Bai Sakura answered before joining Hei Nai and the few of them in helping Bai Zhiya up from the ground and leaving the training room together. Bai Qingnian only returned to the villa at night, the villa's open-air balcony. "Young master, it's cold outside. You're wearing too little." Bai Qingnian gently walked behind Gu Qiu with a black coat in her hand, then stood on her tiptoes to drape the coat over Gu Qiu. "Thank you." After saying these words, Gu Qiu continued to stand in place, quietly looking at the starry night sky, not knowing what to think. Seeing this, Bai Qingnian also obediently stood behind Gu Qiu and did not leave. Gu Qiu didn't make a move at first, but later revealed a grave expression, his brows frowning sometimes tightly and sometimes soothingly. It looked like he was thinking about something important. Bai Qingnian naturally noticed this as well, and she didn't open her mouth to interrupt Gu Qiu's thoughts, instead silently pondering Gu Qiu's troubles in her heart. Just what was it that could make the young master show such an expression? After a long time, a cold wind blew by and Bai Qingnian couldn't help but shiver. She couldn't bear the thought of her young master continuing to freeze outside and took the lead to speak. "Young master, are you meeting something troubling you?" "Pretty." Gu Qiu was waiting for Bai Qingnian to ask this. If she didn't ask, Gu Qiu was going to freeze to death. This was an important part of Gu Qiu's plan. He wanted to get to know Bai Qingnian deeply and then use the opportunity to make Bai Qingnian accept his punishment. "Qingnian, how long have you been following me?" Although she didn't know why Gu Qiu asked this, Bai Qingnian answered truthfully, "It's been 3,422 days if you count today." To actually remember that clearly? Actually, Gu Qiu didn't know the exact number of days. He only knew that it had been almost 10 years. And it seemed that he had underestimated Bai Qingnian's emotions towards himself. "Yeah, it's been almost 10 years. Gu Qiu sighed with emotion. "Qingnian, have you ever gotten tired of this life? Tired of it?" Bai Qingnian didn't catch the meaning of Gu Qiu's words. Qingnian loves this life. A life where she can be by young master's side all the time. Then let me ask in another way. Why would Qingnian stay by my side? Because young master is. Young master took in the homeless Qingnian. Of course Qingnian would follow by young master's side. Bai Qingnian had just wanted to say that young master was the most important person to her, which was why she had worked hard to want to grow and be qualified to be able to stay by young master's side. "Is it because you were taken in the first place?" These 10 years you've already fully repaid the kindness of your original adoption, so there's no need for you to be bound by such things anymore. If you want to leave me in search of a free life, I won't blame you. Bai Qingnian's cool face instantly became flustered. What did young master mean by these words? Her knees bent and she naturally knelt by Gu Qiu's feet. Young master, Qingnian has never thought about such things. Qingnian only wishes to be by young master's side. Young master has done more than just adopt Qingnian. The days when she stays by young master's side are the happiest days for Qingnian. So, please don't leave Qingnian behind. Young master. Bai Qingnian's tone was already a bit choked up when he said the latter. And even if Gu Qiu didn't turn around, he knew that Bai Qingnian should have been in tears by now. This was his plan, to use love to enter the Tao. Chapter 31, Morning 8 High Math Class. So please don't leave Qingnian behind. Bai Qingnian had never felt so uneasy because this time the young master might not want her. Qingnian, what am I to you in your eyes? Young master is. Bai Qingnian was somewhat speechless. Gu Qiu turned back and squatted down. Bai Qingnian's beautiful eyelashes fluttered slightly as she lifted her head to look at Gu Qiu with an unspeakable determination in her eyes. Young master is the most important person to Qingnian. Gu Qiu's body stiffened slightly when he heard Bai Qingnian's reply. What was wrong with being inexplicably a little heartbroken? No, in fact, he had already been moved. After all, so a cool beauty school girl every day young master shouting. Who would not be moved? Gu Qiu raised his hand and wiped away the tear stains at the corner of Bai Qingnian's eyes, and under Bai Qingnian's trembling gaze, he hugged her in his arms at once. Qingnian is also someone who is very important to me. If I can, I also hope that Qingnian can always stay by my side. Bai Qingnian was in a trance. She froze and looked at Gu Qiu, and for a while, she even forgot to cry. Only after a long time did Bai Qingnian cry out. Oh, whoa, oh. Qingnian was so scared just now. If young master doesn't want Qingnian anymore, Qingnian won't know what to do in the future. Gu Qiu just gently patted Bai Qingnian's back and whispered to comfort her, telling her that she would always be there and such. 10,000 words omitted here. The next day Gu Qiu woke up feeling refreshed. As for why, Bai Qingnian's head poked out from under the covers, and when she saw Gu Qiu waking up, she softly said, "Good morning, young master." They didn't do anything last night, and Gu Qiu just kept Bai Qingnian company and whispered all night long. Gu Qiu rarely spoke, basically listening to Bai Qingnian talk about what had happened in the past few years. For example, when Gu Qiu was away, Bai Qingnian would go to the young master's room to sit for a while if she missed him, or something like that. Of course, Gu Qiu would also give Bai Qingnian some knowledge. After all, the cool temperament of Bai Qingnian's body was just too much for people to handle and had to be taught properly. Good morning, Qingnian. Gu Qiu smiled extremely willfully. There was no way he had enjoyed it too much already. Take a leave from school today. Just say you're not feeling well, Gu Qiu said casually. After all, even Bai Zhiya's kind of physical quality couldn't resist his 7 punishments, and Bai Qingnian was even worse. Young master, Qingnian's body is fine. Don't believe me, Bai Qingnian said as she was about to sit up, but with a slight force on her waist. Aha! Bai Qingnian hurriedly closed her mouth just as she was about to cry out in pain, because if she wasn't physically comfortable, she wouldn't be able to accompany young master to school. Gu Qiu cried and laughed a little when he saw Bai Qingnian's hardened appearance as he reached out and touched Bai Qingnian's hair. Behave. Just take a day off for now, and there's still Bai Cherry and the girls following me. You don't have to worry. Hearing that Bai Cherry and the girls would be there as well, Bai Qingnian then nodded her head, her mouth saying something like, Qingnian listens to young master. After a simple breakfast Gu Qiu drove to school. In high school, Gu Qiu thought that being able to sleep until 6 o'clock was a blessing, but in college there was a creature called early 8s, which made it mandatory for you to get up by 7:55. This was simply too cruel for a college student. It was already 7:50 when Gu Qiu arrived at the school, 10 minutes short of class. He casually found a parking space and stopped the car, then hurriedly ran furiously towards the classroom. Ding! A familiar mechanical sound rang out. Sorry, this Unity overslept. Does the host sign in for today's reward? Sign in. Really convinced the system. This reward which has no reason not to receive? It has to be superfluous to ask again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the necessary skills of a noble young master, full piano skills. Immediately after that, all sorts of knowledge about the piano appeared out of nowhere in Gu Qiu's mind. Familiar and unfamiliar. This piano skill wasn't exactly a very practical skill, but it could be used to feign a wave of 13 when it mattered. Well, that was it. But Gu Qiu was going to be late soon, and he didn't have time to think about these things anymore. The 8 o'clock class bell rang, and Gu Qiu dodged and appeared in front of the classroom door. On the podium was a middle-aged teacher with a general's belly. The middle-aged teacher didn't have a lot of hair, and one could tell that he was definitely blessed with great wisdom. This middle-aged teacher was called Li Zhang, one of the few professors at the academy. He also doubled as a substitute high math teacher for the freshman math department. I'm sorry teacher, I was delayed for some time just now helping my grandmother cross the street. Gu Qiu walked into the classroom and explained to this middle-aged teacher. This reason was a bit far-fetched and could almost be said to be fake at a glance. But it didn't matter, as long as Gu Qiu didn't blush. This was a fact that couldn't be poked and prodded. Li Zhang nodded, signaling Gu Qiu to hurry up and find his seat. Thank you, teacher. Gu Qiu thanked him and then hurriedly headed for his seat. There was a saying that people could do anything in extreme anger. Except for math problems. High math could be said to be the nightmare of many freshman students. Every number, every character he knew. What with alpha, beta, gamma, but combined together they became like unreadable heavenly books. Gu Qiu thought so before, but since he gained the essential knowledge of the young master, he realized that math was so simple. Those who think math is hard have no brains? That's you talking, don't comment. So Gu Qiu just decided to go to class in a Buddhist way and just play with his phone until the end of class. What should I play? This brings us to Asia's best game. Just as Gu Qiu was still immersed in the world of the second world, Li Dapu next to him touched himself with his elbow. What's wrong? Gu Qiu asked with a puzzled expression, realizing that Li Spectrum had been giving him a wink to look ahead. Gu Qiu raised his eyes just in time to meet Li Zhang's eyes that were filled with wisdom. This student, can you put down your cell phone first? Li Zhang was infuriated. It was the first time he had ever seen a student playing with his cell phone so openly in class. Every time he saw these students being so unprofessional and wasting their great youth, he felt a pang of heartache. He really didn't know how they could sleep at their age. Okay. Gu Qiu obediently put down his phone. Please answer this question. Li Zhang pointed to a sample question on the blackboard. Gu Qiu stood up and looked at the question on the blackboard. It was a finale question about calculus. The teacher had gotten to the key part. The next part was how to prove that f(a) was always in an interval. How dare he play with his cell phone in this teacher's class? Now that he's called up to answer the question, it's no surprise that he's going to lose all his usual points, right? With Professor Li's temperament, Gu Qiu is considered completely accountable here. This is the grand finale of the exam. Even the questioner doesn't know if there is a solution to this question. How is it possible for a freshman to solve a question of this difficulty? Fortunately, up to answer the question is not me. Now you can watch the fun. Chapter 32, Half Sugar Milk Tea. The surrounding area was full of sneering voices watching. Gu Qiu ignored the voices around him as he began to seriously look at the question on the blackboard. The question was very difficult. It was already beyond the scope of their freshman year's ability. But for today's Gu Qiu, it was as simple as 1 + 1 = a few. Gu Qiu's thin lips lightly opened, and his extremely sensual voice rang out. Want to prove? As Gu Qiu quickly spoke the solution to the problem, the surrounding students slowly changed from their initial stance of looking at the joke to a stance of open-mouthed amazement. What is he saying? Couldn't he be bullying us into making things up because we don't understand? But even though I didn't understand, I felt that what he said made sense. Li Zhang's frown gradually became soothed as well. It wasn't until he heard some of the later thoughts that even he couldn't help but show a surprised expression. This kind of thinking had never occurred to anyone before, and if Gu Qiu wrote a dissertation using this puzzle as an example, he would definitely be qualified to get a doctorate. Li Zhang began to take a serious look at Gu Qiu, confident and introverted. This was Li Zhang's first feeling. Just like the noble young master, the students knew that Gu Qiu's thoughts were correct and he wasn't just making things up after seeing their teacher show this expression. Teacher, I'm done. Can I sit down now? The middle-aged teacher then slowed down as he hurriedly said, Yes, please sit down. What's your name? The middle-aged teacher continued to ask. Gu Qiu, are you really a student in this class? Yes. After hearing Gu Qiu's affirmative answer, the middle-aged teacher instantly felt as if he had won a treasure. Genius. Absolute genius. Freshman students were usually around 18 or 19 years old, right? To be that young and already reach this level, if properly cultivated, one's achievements in the future would be absolutely limitless. Although there is no Nobel in math, it does not affect the contribution that math can make. Thinking of this, the middle-aged teacher could no longer contain his inner excitement. Student Gu Qiu, would you like to join the research group I'm in? I can give you doctoral level treatment. What? Hearing Li Zhang's words, the students on stage all stared at Gu Qiu with wide-eyed disbelief. The professor actually personally invited Gu Qiu to join his research group, and it was also a doctoral level treatment. Countless strange gazes were thrown at Gu Qiu, and they all wanted to know what exactly Gu Qiu had just said to actually gain Professor Li's appreciation. It could now be said that the entire class was now focused on Gu Qiu, and they were all waiting for Gu Qiu's answer. Professor Li Zhang was also waiting for Gu Qiu's answer. He didn't think that Gu Qiu would refuse. After all, how could a freshman student give up the opportunity to be treated at the doctoral level when he was suddenly given the opportunity to be treated at the doctoral level? Gu Qiu looked at Li Zhang with a confident look on his face and said softly, Thank you for your kind words, but forgive me for refusing. The classroom instantly fell silent. Everyone was wondering if they had heard it wrong. Gu Qiu had actually refused the doctoral treatment for the researcher qualification? Gu Qiu, what are you talking about? That's Professor Li's faculty. Think about it again. Li Spectrum was a bit anxious at the side. Although he didn't know when Gu Qiu became a math big shot, he still hoped that Gu Qiu would grasp this hard-won opportunity. Gu Qiu signaled with his eyes that Li Pu didn't need to say anymore, and only then did Li Pu shut up helplessly. Li Zhang obviously didn't expect Gu Qiu to refuse either, and it was only then that he began to seriously scrutinize Gu Qiu. He found that Gu Qiu's complexion had not changed since the beginning, as if the doctorate treatment did not have any attraction for him. Such a steady mind actually appeared in an 18 or 19-year-old student. Li Zhang smiled with satisfaction, and at the same time, he realized that Gu Qiu was not an ordinary person, or at least not an ordinary person who put the doctoral treatment in his eyes. Is that so? That's a shame. You can use your cell phone in class from now on, but you can't make any noise to affect other people in class. Li Zhang had no choice but to call it quits. Gu Qiu couldn't lose it at a city university anyway. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. After this farce, the high math class went on as usual, and the time of Gu Qiu's happiness alone and the torment of the others soon came to an end. Gu Qiu got up and was ready to go eat when Li Pu followed and called out to him. Gu Qiu, when did you kids secretly roll? Quietly working hard behind the scenes and then stunning everyone. It must be a great feeling, right? Gu Qiu nodded. This feeling was indeed cool, but there was one thing that Li Pu was wrong about. He hadn't rolled at all. Not bad. Li Pu suddenly came close to Gu Qiu and asked quietly, to what extent have you and Goddess Qian progressed? Didn't she go shopping with you the day before yesterday? How about that? Did you kiss? Gu Qiu gave him a blank stare. What the hell? His mind was netted with dirty thoughts. No, I'm not boyfriend and girlfriend with her. When Li Pu heard Gu Qiu say this, his eyes instantly lit up, as if he had heard some absolute great melon. Broke up? Come on, who mentioned breaking up first? Gu Qiu shook his head. She and I weren't boyfriend and girlfriend from start to finish. You're lying to the devil? Can a brother still be jealous of you? I even heard Zhang Xianyi say that you were her boyfriend with my own ears that day. Li Pu thought of Zhang Xianyi's appearance during the dance competition again, and it was as if fire was about to spew out from her eyes. Forget it, you really deserve to die. At this exact moment, Zhang Xianyi walked head-on with a cup of milk tea in her hand. Come on, people come to find you together for lunch, and they still say they're not boyfriend/girlfriend. Li Pu spat sourly. Zhang Xuanyi jogged over when she saw Gu Qiu and came close, holding Gu Qiu's arm at once. What were you guys talking about? Zhang Xuanyi's voice was thick with petulance, which made Li Pu even more convinced that Gu Qiu really deserved to die. But hey, after hearing Zhang Xianyi's question, Li Pu pretended to be casual and said, it's nothing, it's just that just now I asked Gu Qiu if you guys are boyfriend and girlfriend. Then Li Pu looked at Gu Qiu with a threatening look. Hurry up and get your attitude right or I'll expose your crime. Oh, Zhang Xianyi looked at Gu Qiu. Then how did you answer? Forget it, Li Pu sighed. Think of it as pitying Gu Qiu and letting him off the hook this time. He said you guys are boyfriend and girlfriend. I said we're not. Now it was Li Pu's turn to be confused. What's the situation? So brave? Saying no to his face. Did Gu Qiu want to break up? First, he didn't want the doctorate treatment, and now he doesn't want a girlfriend with such a good figure. Is Gu Qiu not in his right mind? Li Pu, very sensible, said I still have something to do. I'll go first, and then quickly fled the battlefield. Let's just let the two of them work things out on their own. Zhang Xuanyi didn't look the slightest bit angry, but instead tilted her head and looked at Gu Qiu, asking suspiciously, why don't you talk to them? From the beginning our relationship was false. Even if I said yes I wouldn't be able to hide it for long. Gu Qiu didn't shy away from the truth and directly said what was in his heart. Zhang Xianyi smiled sweetly after hearing this. You're right. From the beginning our relationship was false. But as far as this matter is concerned I'm serious. Gu Qiu skimmed her mouth and didn't say anything. Alright, let's not talk about that. Zhang Xianyi handed Gu Qiu the milk tea she was carrying in her hand. Half sugar. You should really like this flavor, right? Gu Qiu didn't take it, and Zhang Xuanyi didn't feel embarrassed. She tore the milk tea paper open, then inserted the straw to raise it to Gu Qiu's mouth. Try a sip. Just one. Zhang Xuanyi spoke as if she was coaxing a child, which made Gu Qiu very uncomfortable. This was because he was no longer the Gu Qiu of 2 days ago, who would shake his heart over some details. At this time, he was a desperate young master with 10 years of cold-blooded experience, and Zhang Xianyi's mind was completely invisible in front of him. But Gu Qiu still reached out his mouth to take in the straw. It was so fragrant. Since he wouldn't fall, why not enjoy it while he had the chance? Chapter 33, Gao Qicheng breaks defense. The milk tea was delicious, and the half-sweetened one didn't seem as cloying as the full-sweetened one. But Gu Qiu only took a sip. It was his dignity. Is it good? Zhang Xuanyi looked at Gu Qiu expectantly. It's not bad, not a very high rating, but Zhang Xianyi instantly revealed a delighted expression. That's good. I was afraid you wouldn't like drinking it. In the envious gazes of the bystanders, Zhang Xianyi took the milk tea straw that Gu Qiu had drunk in her mouth in one go. After taking a shallow taste, Zhang Xianyi asked again, I don't know if we count this as indirect cross-kissing? What kind of question is that? Gu Qiu didn't answer and continued to walk towards the cafeteria. Zhang Xuanyi hurriedly followed and took Gu Qiu's arm while holding the milk tea in her other hand. I'm going to eat. Gu Qiu glanced at Zhang Xuanyi. Somehow, Zhang Xuanyi was always a bit scared when he met Gu Qiu's eyes, and he felt that today's Gu Qiu was a bit different. Whether it was the aura around him or the way he spoke, it was all a bit different. Perhaps this was his true appearance. What a coincidence. I'm also going to eat. Zhang Xuanyi didn't have the slightest idea of letting go. Gu Qiu simply let her be. It wasn't like she was at a disadvantage anyway. Zhang Xianyi's popularity in the school was very high, and most of the boys would turn around and take a second look when they saw Zhang Xianyi holding another boy's arm, taking a look at who this boy really was so that they could know exactly where they were losing. Zhang Xianyi? A tall boy suddenly stepped in front of Gu Qiu and looked at Zhang Xuanyi suspiciously, raising his chin at Gu Qiu and asking in a low voice, who is he? Gu Qiu, my boyfriend. Zhang Xuanyi always maintained a sense of distance when talking to that tall boy. That tall boy looked Gu Qiu up and down after hearing Zhang Xianyi's reply. Gu Qiu didn't wear the Lewis numbers that Zhang Xianyi bought for him yesterday, but instead picked out a few pieces of clothing from his own closet. Those top-notch handmade clothes all had a common problem, which was that in the eyes of people who didn't know what they were looking at, they looked like the ground floor goods from a certain treasure. Don't ask why. Ask is that he's shallowly informed. Gu Qiu, I've heard of you. It seems like you've had a relationship with Bai Qingnian before. The boy sneered. But I heard Xiaochen say that you're a shield that Bai Qingnian found? I didn't expect you to have quite a bit of business. After being a shield for Bai Qingnian, you're also a shield for Zhang Xianyi? Zhang Xianyi. I was quite surprised to hear that you have a boyfriend. I didn't expect you to play this kind of trick too. Would you rather hold a hangman's arm and act intimate than have a relationship with me? Gu Qiu? Gu Qiu's family was running an entertainment and media company, and although it wasn't as big as Chen Xian's Chen clan group, it still had $1 billion or so worth of money. It was considered a top-tier rich second generation. His initial target was Bai Qingnian, but due to Chen Xian's existence, he could only give up. After that, he met Zhang Xuanyi and was mesmerized by her looks at first glance. His family owns an entertainment and media company, so naturally he has seen a lot of good-looking artists with good bodies, but Zhang Xuanyi is still too far away. Unlike Bai Qingnian's coolness, Zhang Xuanyi was more in line with a man's expectations, so he launched his pursuit of Zhang Xuanyi, but the result was the same as the other suitors. All of them were clearly rejected. Zhang Xuanyi's face turned ugly when she heard Gu Qiu's words, but she still politely explained, Gu Qiu, although I don't know what you're talking about, Gu Qiu is indeed my boyfriend. And as for what relationship Gu Qiu had with Bai Qingnian before, none of this has anything to do with me. Gu Qiu sneered. You treat me like a cutie. And, even if you treat me as a cutie, you should at least find a reliable actor. It's too naive for you to find a licker who was so famous before. You said he's your boyfriend. How can you prove it? Grass. Gu Qiu cursed in his heart. Together with my licking dog's past is a person who has to say something about it, right? You say other things, I'm not willing to bother with you, but this absolutely cannot endure. Gu Qiu? Gu Qiu suddenly spoke in a cold voice, interrupting Gu Qiu. What kind of speaking attitude is this? An imposter boyfriend still thinking of pretending to be 13? Gu Qiu was worried that he had no reason to teach Gu Qiu a lesson, but he didn't expect Gu Qiu to actually dare to speak so arrogantly. Gu Qiu reached out and grabbed Gu Qiu's collar, steeply exerting force trying to pull him in front of him. Slap! Gu Qiu's hand was slapped away at once. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. It's a pain in the ass when you're washing clothes. Gu Qiu's voice was flat, as if he was stating a fact that couldn't be simpler. Looking for death? Feeling humiliated, Gu Qiu violently punched Gu Qiu's somewhat handsome face. Gu Qiu! Zhang Xianyi shouted worriedly. Gu Qiu didn't pay any attention as he indifferently looked at the gradually enlarging fist in front of him and raised his hand to gently block it. Splat! Gu Qiu's fist was then held tightly in Gu Qiu's hand. Gu Qiu struggled twice and found that he couldn't break away. Then he clenched his fist with his other hand and punched towards Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu slightly leaned back to dodge the punch. Too slow, Gu Qiu said and then gently folded his hand with force. Gu Qiu instantly let out a pig-killing scream. Let go of me. Gu Qiu exerted force again, and Gu Qiu directly fell to his knees in pain. Let go of me if you can. You licking dog. Ah. I'm sorry, I was too arrogant just now. Have a word, let go of me first. Gu Qiu let go of Gu Qiu's hand, squatted down and said indifferently, pay attention next time, don't touch other people's clothes. After saying that, Gu Qiu got up to walk in the direction of the cafeteria, but he suddenly felt his clothes being pulled. He turned back and realized that it was Zhang Xuanyi who had reached out and pinched the corner of his shirt. He had just finished saying don't touch other people's clothes. Zhang Xuanyi was on top of it. Wasn't it a bit too arrogant? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to touch your clothes on purpose. Just can you wait for me for a little while? Zhang Xuanyi saw that Gu Qiu's eyes were a little frightened, and associating that with what Gu Qiu had just said, she hurriedly explained carefully. Well, for the sake of her being so cute, forgive her this time. It won't be too long a wait, Gu Qiu said softly. Zhang Xuanyi smiled and nodded. Well, it'll be quick. After saying that, Zhang Xuanyi turned her head to look at Gu Qiu, the smile on her face instantly dissipating and her tone becoming unfamiliar. Didn't you just ask how to prove that Gu Qiu is my boyfriend? I'll prove it to you. Zhang Xuanyi turned around and came closer to Gu Qiu, gently standing on her tiptoes to drop a very tender kiss on Gu Qiu's lips. Gu Qiu didn't resist and let Zhang Xuanyi move. I don't know if this will prove it, but it's also thanks to your blessing that I have a reason to kiss my boyfriend. Thanks, Gu Qiu. Let's go eat. Gu Qiu nodded and said, good. After that, Zhang Xuanyi took Gu Qiu's arm and walked towards the cafeteria together. Put, shrimp pig heart. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Gu Qiu stared at Gu Qiu's distant back. You're a good fighter, aren't you? What's the point of being able to fight? You're a gangster. Chapter 34 Barbecue Pork Ramen. I heard that Gu Qiu is the vice president of the Combat Association, alas. But it's still too much compared to my Gu Qiu boyfriend. Zhang Xuanyi was a bit surprised that Gu Qiu's hands were actually that good, catching Gu Qiu's punch so simply. Vice president of the Combat Association? Gu Qiu remembered that Chen Xian seemed to be the president of the Combat Association, and wondered what level he was at. When he arrived at the cafeteria, there were already a lot of people, but most of them had already bought their meals and sat down to eat, so Gu Qiu didn't have to wait in line for a long time. Barbecued pork ramen. This was Gu Qiu's lunch. It was all cheap ingredients, but once they were combined, it would whet one's appetite. You like eating this a lot? Zhang Xuanyi asked as she looked at the barbecued pork ramen in front of Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu took a bite of the noodles and said softly, not really, it's good to be full, then I'll try it too. After saying that, Zhang Xuanyi left, and not long afterward, she also came back with a bowl of barbecued pork ramen and sat next to Gu Qiu. Zhang Xuanyi hopped and blew a few times at the steaming ramen noodles before taking a tiny bite, eating very slowly. Her movements were elegant. It's really delicious. Zhang Xuanyi revealed a sweet smile. Gu Qiu ignored it as he continued to bury his head in the ramen. After a while, Zhang Xuanyi came to Gu Qiu's ear and asked softly, Gu Qiu, is it okay if I take a bite of yours? A taste of mine? Aren't we eating the same kind of barbecued pork ramen? Does mine smell better? Didn't we buy the same noodles? I just want to taste yours, okay? Whatever. Gu Qiu didn't care. It was just a bite of noodles anyway, so he could eat it if he wanted to. Well, I'll be polite then. Zhang Xuanyi extended her chopsticks, then gently picked up a bit of noodles and put it in her mouth, slowly chewing it a few times. Zhang Xuanyi first savored it for a moment, then said dully, it seems like it's the same flavor as my noodles. Isn't that nonsense? No, it's still a bit different. After all, it's the noodles you've eaten. It's a bit more flavorful than the others. In Gu Qiu's perception, dog licking was a term reserved for boys, but somehow he actually saw the shadow of a dog licker in Zhang Xuanyi. It was like his previous self, who would have sweet dreams all night long because of Li Xingxue's good night. It was really pathetic. Licking a dog, licking until there was nothing left in the end. However, having not seen Li Xingxue's figure for the past few days, it felt like the entire world had cleared up a lot. Say, you spent so much money on clothes for me before. Do you still have enough for living expenses? Gu Qiu casually asked, although he knew that Zhang Xuanyi's family's condition was not bad, but it wasn't to that level of spending. Hearing Gu Qiu say that, Zhang Xuanyi first froze for a moment, then reacted. Was this Gu Qiu caring about herself? This was a milestone advancement in the progress of her relationship with Gu Qiu. Sure enough, sincerity for sincerity worked, although she had approached Gu Qiu with other ideas in the beginning. In the past few days of interaction, she had begun to discover Gu Qiu's other strengths. It's a bit far-fetched. Zhang Xuanyi's thoughts returned and she smiled lightly as she asked rhetorically, is this Gu Qiu's boyfriend worrying about me? No, I'm just casually asking. What if I say it's not enough? Then I'll laugh hard at you for actually spending all your living expenses just to buy clothes for someone else. Zhang Xuanyi truly didn't expect Gu Qiu to say that, but it didn't matter. At least he should still care about herself. Then you might be disappointed. My remaining living expenses to maintain daily meals should barely be able to. Gu Qiu nodded. It's good that the living expenses are still enough, but Gu Qiu still said, after all, it's for the sake of buying clothes for me that you spent so much money. If you need something you can tell me. To ensure that you don't starve to death I can still do it. Ha ha, Zhang Xuanyi couldn't help but be amused by Gu Qiu. Her delicate little face suddenly pressed to Gu Qiu's ear and said in an extremely gentle voice, "Thank you. This is a reward for you." After Zhang Xuanyi finished speaking, Gu Qiu felt a warmth on the side of her face, and without looking Gu Qiu knew what had happened. "Are they all so bold now? You don't really think that I don't dare to touch you?" Gu Qiu's voice was a bit gloomy. She had no idea what kind of existence she was dealing with. To that extent, even Bai Zhiya couldn't resist. Zhang Xuanyi was inexplicably a bit uneasy. What was this feeling? She hurriedly said, "Correction. I never thought so. I just wanted to thank you." Gu Qiu snorted. "Is that how you usually thank people?" "No, I would only do that to you," Zhang Xuanyi added after a pause. "By the way, to tell you quietly, when I was on the road just now, that was my first kiss." When she was on the road just now, Zhang Xuanyi originally wanted to kiss Gu Qiu on the cheek, but when she met Gu Qiu's deep eyes, she kissed slightly askew in a heat of the moment. This also led to her first kiss being lost just like that. First kiss? Gu Qiu, who was the god of pure love war, actually didn't reject Zhang Xuanyi that much in her heart when she heard this news. She wasn't like Li Xinshui and had a checkered private life. "But, I might not be responsible for you. I'm afraid that ordinary people would get angry when they heard such words, let alone Zhang Xuanyi, who was the president of the dance association, the flower of the dance department, and had superb campus popularity." But Zhang Xuanyi just released a smile. "It's okay, this was originally something I volunteered for and won't make you responsible for it. Besides, as a boyfriend, what's wrong with a kiss? By the way, can you stop calling me by my full name from now on? Change it to something more intimate, like Qian. But wouldn't that be too mushy?" Zhang Xuanyi talked a lot to herself, but Gu Qiu had been concentrating on drying her rice, and soon Gu Qiu had finished the barbecued pork ramen in front of her. "Finished eating?" Zhang Xuanyi looked at the bowl with only soup left in front of Gu Qiu in surprise. Gu Qiu nodded. "Wasn't it something obvious?" Zhang Xuanyi hurriedly picked up her chopsticks and quickly dried her rice, saying as if she was pampered while eating the ramen, "Gu Qiu, can you wait for me? I'll be done eating soon." Gu Qiu didn't say anything, and Zhang Xuanyi looked a bit anxious and ate a bit faster. "Silly, isn't it? You'll choke if you eat that fast." Although Gu Qiu really didn't want to wait for her, he nodded for the sake of his first kiss. "Eat slowly, I'll wait for you to finish." Aha! After eating, Gu Qiu was ready to go back to the dormitory to nap for a while. When she walked downstairs to the boys' dormitory, Zhang Xuanyi still looked like she was in love. "We're already at the dormitory building. When are you going to let go?" Gu Qiu helplessly looked at Zhang Xuanyi, who had been holding his arm, unwilling to let go. Zhang Xuanyi reluctantly loosened her hand after hearing this. "Do you want another kiss before saying goodbye?" Zhang Xuanyi blinked her eyes expectantly and looked at Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu looked around and realized that many people were secretly glancing at Zhang Xuanyi. Obviously, they should know who Zhang Xuanyi was. Alas, in front of a large crowd, there was no room for him to hesitate half-heartedly. Chapter 35, No Room for Hesitation. In full view of everyone, there was no room for him to hesitate. Gu Qiu didn't answer. He answered directly with his actions. He reached out and pinched Zhang Xuanyi's chin, picking it up violently, his deep eyes meeting Zhang Xuanyi's somewhat flustered eyes. Previously, she was the one who held the initiative to get along, and Gu Qiu disliked this feeling. He now wanted to let Zhang Xuanyi know what the person he had been molesting really looked like. "You, what are you going to do?" Zhang Xuanyi's face instantly turned red, although she was the one who took the initiative to kiss Gu Qiu before, but that was all shallow. Now, looking at this look in Gu Qiu's eyes, it didn't look like he would be shallow. "Didn't you say you want to have a kiss before the goodbye?" "What? Unwilling?" Gu Qiu smiled playfully. "No, just be willing." Gu Qiu lowered his head and gently attached himself to Zhang Xuanyi's warm and delicate lips. He wouldn't be like Zhang Xuanyi, who would take it away after a gentle nudge. That way nothing could be tasted. Under a fierce attack, Zhang Xuanyi felt her entire body go soft. Because of practicing dancing, Zhang Xuanyi's stamina was still considered good, but now she couldn't exert any strength in her body. Gu Qiu felt the little person in his arms go limp before letting go. "What's wrong with you?" Gu Qiu helped Zhang Xuanyi in his arms up and asked knowingly. Zhang Xuanyi felt that she was now severely lacking in oxygen and her entire head was heating up, so she couldn't answer Gu Qiu's question at all. "There are a lot of people watching here," Gu Qiu said word for word in Zhang Xuanyi's ear. Only then did Zhang Xuanyi barely stand up straight and blankly glanced at Gu Qiu, who just now had the feeling that he was moving very skillfully, which still had a bit of the look of a pure virgin. She looked around and realized that a lot of people were looking at her, and was instantly so ashamed that she didn't have the face to see anyone. Zhang Xuanyi took a few deep breaths, slowed down, and revealed a gentle smile again. "Didn't realize that Gu Qiu's little boyfriend is more domineering than I thought," she teased softly. According to before, Gu Qiu should have ignored herself, but now Gu Qiu had already thought about it. "Since you want to come and tease me, then I'll give you a tease." as long as you can be confident enough to withstand it. I really hope you won't cry out later. More domineering than you thought? Gu Qiu's hand climbed up Zhang Xianyi's chin once again. Then do you want to try again? No, no need. Zhang Xuanyi hastily took 2 steps back, her voice trembling a little. One more time. She was really afraid that she would faint. Again. Goodbye. After saying that, Zhang Xuanyi also didn't care what Gu Qiu's reaction was and ran away directly. If she didn't run now, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to run even if she wanted to. Gu Qiu looked at Zhang Xuanyi's faraway figure, and a look of disappointment appeared in her eyes. Is this it? I thought the segment was high? Turns out it's still a kid. Gu Qiu shook his head feeling uninterested. Had he known that he could get rid of Zhang Xianyi this way, he would have definitely done that a long time ago. After Zhang Xianyi left, the surroundings instantly became noisy. Was Goddess Xianyi forcibly kissed just now? Ah, my eyes. Why are you showing me this kind of thing? Who is that boy? I want all his information in a minute. I've seen that boy before. He drives a Pagani wind god. You who ride a small donkey should stop talking. Pagani wind god. What kind of car is that? I thought Goddess Xianyi's rejection of Gao Qi-chan convinced me that not all girls like rich guys, but I didn't expect that she actually likes handsome and rich ones. Gu Qiu ignored the discussion around him and walked straight up the dormitory stairs. He hadn't been back to the dormitory for the past few days, so he didn't know if there was any room for him in the dormitory. What Gu Qiu didn't see, however, was a boy in the crowd mumbling as he looked at a photo in his cell phone. 2 feet in 2 boats? The photo was exactly the way Gu Qiu had just pinched Zhang Xianyi's chin and forced a kiss. The boy nodded in satisfaction. If he gave this photo to Xiao Chen, he should be able to get Xiao Chen's appreciation, right? Gu Qiu didn't know that the way he had just kissed Zhang Xianyi had been secretly photographed, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. It's hard to believe that you can still look at this photo in the middle of the night and do something really disgusting. That's really quite awesome. What's more, Zhang Xuanyi herself was willing to do it. So what's the hurry for you? A baboon? Gu Qiu pushed open the door of the dormitory and said in a very beat-up manner, "Sons, have you missed your father in the past few days?" This kind of father-son relationship exists in almost every boy's dormitory. Looking for a beating, brothers to do him, Li Pu command. Zhang San and Li Liang all rolled over out of bed straight to Gu Qiu. Being 1-on-3 didn't put Gu Qiu at a disadvantage, and this was still a case of him trying to restrain himself. Lao San, have you quietly practiced? The strength is actually that great. The 3 of us almost didn't you? Gu Qiu didn't respond as he listened to Li Pu's surprised voice. For these ordinary students, as long as he wanted to, he could kill them in seconds, and there was no such thing as almost failing them. After the fight was over, Gu Qiu would also lie down on his bed. He felt that his bed was a bit hard, probably because he had slept too comfortably in the past few days, and was a bit uncomfortable with this wooden plank bed. Gu Qiu, as the current face of our dormitory, what are your feelings? Li Pu's sudden words confused Gu Qiu. Facade? When did I become the face? You're the first person in our school to fall in love with Sister Zhang Xianyi. Not to say the whole school knows about it. At least all of us in the math department know about your great name. This fame is much bigger than when you were a licking dog. Gu Qiu, IU. Chapter 36. Who are you scaring with a toy gun? Gu Qiu planned to go back to Tianyun residence after class in the afternoon. Perhaps because Zhang Xianyi was too famous, not many people came to hit on her today. Gu Qiu also had a rare moment of peace and quiet. That said, I haven't seen Zhang Xianyi this afternoon, so she's not still shy about what happened at noon, is she? Gu Qiu thought with a hitch, slowly walking towards the school parking lot. The silver-white Pagani was really conspicuous. A few motor roars sounded, and immediately attracted countless eyes. However, no one dared to go up and talk to them. The passenger side of this kind of luxury car is not something that ordinary people can sit on. After leaving the school, because there is no other things, so he directly to Tianyunju sped to. On the way, all the cars avoided the traffic, unimpeded, not experiencing the pain of traffic jams at all. However, Gu Qiu always felt that something was wrong. No matter how many intersections he crossed, there was a van not far behind him that kept following. Who was it? Was it White Sakura Kuratsuchi and the others? No, basically there was no such possibility. They shouldn't be following him in a van, because that would be too low. Inside the white van behind them, a big man with a rough figure was making a phone call. Brother Chang, we've found him, but could he really be an ordinary person driving a car like this? Don't worry. Chen Xiao said that this car should have been given to him by Qingnian to use as a disguise. The voice on the other end of the phone appeared a bit sinister. Remember to do it cleanly. Don't leave any handles. Brother Chang, you can rest assured that I, Gongzi, will do my job, the big man said confidently. But if that person is blamed, Brother Chang should remember to help me. Well, I'll wait for you at the agreed location. Beep. The phone was hung up. That big man looked at the Pagani not far ahead. a ferocity in his eyes. It can't be helped. What Brother Chang gave is just too much. Don't blame us. If you do, blame yourself for your lack of virtue. It was unfair that the same people who lived in the world could drive a sports car worth $500 million just because they were looked upon as a shield by the daughter of some hidden family. As Gu Qiu was pondering what to do, a message suddenly popped up in his cell phone. Gu Qiu picked it up and found that it was from Bai Cherry. Shadow Lord, someone is following you. The message was brief, but the report was measured. The Shadow Canova would not act without authorization when Gu Qiu was not caught in a wave of danger. They only acted on Gu Qiu's orders. Can you find out who it is? Gu Qiu finished editing this message and sent it over. Ding! It was returned almost in seconds. It's a few gangsters from a city. The purpose should be to kidnap the young master. And it seems like they were instructed by someone else. The person behind it hasn't been found out yet. Gu Qiu was a bit puzzled. Had he offended anyone in a city? Or was it a previous enemy who followed him to a city? If it was the previous Gu Qiu, he would definitely let Bai Cherry and the girls take care of it, unwilling to get too deeply involved. But now he was playful. You guys can act as you please, but try not to kill anyone. Gu Qiu put down his phone after sending out this message and cocked his head to look at the white van not far behind him through the rearview mirror. After too many uneventful days, he also wanted to try the feeling of being kidnapped. Subdue the thugs and then hand them over to the police uncle, so that the thugs can accept the sanction of the law. He was the messenger of justice. Gu Qiu. As his mind fell, Gu Qiu didn't continue to drive in the direction of Tianyun residence. Instead, he parked his car in a space on the side of the road. The car door slowly rose, and Gu Qiu got out of the car and began to walk along the stone path along the road. Brother Gang, it's strange. Why did he suddenly get out of the car? Could it be that he's discovered us? The driver in charge of the car was staring at Gu Qiu's figure with a death glare. It's unlikely for a student to have this kind of realization. It's probably because it's inconvenient to drive where we're going. The big man named Gang Zi softly denied the driver's idea. Could it be that he's going to some half-covered door in a hot-on to take care of some unseen business? Thinking of this possibility, Gang Zi grinned. In which case it would be even better to get his hands dirty, and it would also cut off Gu Qiu's white whoring a wave. Follow him. Gu Qiu began to walk towards some deep alleyways and hutongs, which made Wang Gang even more sure of what he had in mind. Gu Qiu must be going to take care of certain half-covered doors deep in the streets and alleys. Business. Prepare to get out of the car and follow him. Only one driver was left in the car to take care of the lookout. The other four big men, including Wang Gang, quickly got out of the car and followed Gu Qiu into a street alley. Gu Qiu walked slowly. He was afraid of losing him across the street. After all, this was a walking third-class honor. As he walked, Gu Qiu realized that this damn thing was actually a dead end. What to do? Would it be embarrassing to go back the same way? But there was no other way. Now there was no other way but to go back the same way. When Gu Qiu turned back and took a few steps, four rough-looking men appeared at the entrance of the alley. Come on, there was no need to think about embarrassment now. Gu Qiu was suddenly as if he was possessed by a playwright, looking at the four men in front of him as if they were enemies. He took a few steps backward and said with a somewhat trembling voice, "Who are you guys? What do you want?" Wang Gang looked at Gu Qiu and revealed a sinister smile. Sure enough, with this kind of goondog, how could he be the young master of a certain powerful family? Gu Qiu, right? Who we are has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to suffer then follow us honestly. Otherwise I can't explain if I hurt you. After Wang Gang finished speaking, he stepped forward to grab Gu Qiu. But how could Gu Qiu be honest? Since he was acting then he had to act realistically. Gu Qiu hurriedly swung his arm and threw a king's fist directly at Wang Gang's face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You damn dare to hit me. Wang Gang received 2 punches on his face with some pain and roared. Brothers him. The 3 little brothers instantly surrounded them. Although Gu Qiu could have instantly knocked them all out. But he didn't do so, because someone else made a move before him. Who are you? A junior brother looked at the person with a white Sakura mask in front of him with fear, not daring to make the slightest move. White Sakura was holding a pitch-black pistol in his hand, and the black hole of the gun was aiming at his head. Note, parallel world. Please do not substitute reality. Wang Gang slowed down and realized that his minions were all standing still, roaring out, "What the hell are they doing? 3 to fight 1 dare not go. You are waste? All give me out of the way. I'll teach him how to behave." Wang Gang at once will block in front of him. Little brother peel away. Just about to go forward on the black hole of the gun. Wang Gang's brain instantly went down. This is a pistol? Didn't Dragon Kingdom ban guns? And when did she appear? Isn't this a dead end? Impossible. Illusion. Definitely an illusion. This must be a toy gun. Trying to fool me with a toy gun. Do you think I am scared? No. Who are you trying to scare with a toy gun? Wang Gang unbelievingly was about to go forward to give White Cherry a punch. Bang! The air instantly became quiet. Chapter 37 Wang Gang's backbone. Bang! The air instantly froze. No! Dude, you're playing for real. That shot didn't hit Wang Gang, but rather, it slashed past Wang Gang's scalp. Wang Gang only felt a numbness in his scalp. A real numbness. He subconsciously touched his scalp. A narrow and hairless vacuum appeared. And there was also a hint of burnt flavor. White Cherry didn't say anything, just quietly pointing the gun at Wang Gang. Wang Gang only felt that the person wearing a white cherry mask in front of him was like the king of hell who demanded his life. Although he was a gangster, he was usually not afraid of the sky and the earth, and he dared to touch anyone he saw. But being pointed at with a gun like this, he really didn't dare to move. That, if I have offended you before, I will make amends to you and beg you to spare my life. Wang Gang boldly opened his mouth. Bai Sakura didn't react in any way. She could ignore any voice except for the orders of Shadow Shang and Shadow Servant De. At this time, Gu Qiu very flirtatiously stepped out from behind White Sakura and teasingly looked at Wang Gang. Originally, he was going to pretend to be kidnapped away to see who wanted to kidnap him, but since White Sakura appeared, he could solve it in a different way. Bai Sakura, asked the mastermind behind them. Yes, White Sakura nodded respectfully before looking at Wang Gang with a murderous intent in her eyes. To dare to offend the Lord. She really wanted to kill him now. Who instructed you to come? Bai Cherry's voice was cold, giving Wang Gang a feeling of coldness behind his back. But if he said Gu Qiu's name, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have any good consequences for himself. What to do? Wang Gang clenched his teeth and said stiffly, I'm sorry, I can't say it. Bai Cherry nodded at his words, and his beautiful face under the mask evoked a cold smile. She was afraid that Wang Gang's bones weren't hard enough, and that he would say it all before anything happened. So how else could he vent his hatred? Hey Nai, as White Cherry's voice fell, Hey Nai, wearing a black ghost shadow mask, appeared behind Wang Gang like a ghost. Hey Nai raised his leg and kicked at Wang Gang's inner knee joint, and Wang Gang instantly lost his center of gravity and fell to his knees. He violently turned back to look at Hey Nai, and when he met the cruel eyes under the black ghost shadow mask, his back suddenly went cold. Hey Nai once again stretched out his leg and kicked Wang Gang in the back. Boom! Wang Gang couldn't withstand the force, and directly came to a doggy landing. After dozens of seconds passed, Wang Gang struggled to raise his head, his face mixed with blood and mud, looking wretched. The same words for you. Speaking out obediently can lead to less suffering. Gu Qiu reminded at the right time. Wang Gang struggled a bit in his heart. Saying it out might be remembered by Gu Qiu, but if he didn't say it, he might not be able to get out of here in one piece. He was just about to open his mouth when Hey Nai kicked Wang Gang in the face with a quick eye. Don't say anything first. You were so arrogant when you offended the Lord just now. How can you not have more fun for a while? Gu Qiu naturally noticed Hey Nai's little mind. He just smiled. This little girl's playfulness was still so big. Let's make an exception today and let her play for a while. The other three people all trembled in fear at this scene and didn't dare to squeak, fearing that it would be their turn next. After a while, Wang Gang raised his head again. He felt like there was something in his mouth. 2A. Wang Gang spat out a mouthful of blood, which was mixed with a few yellowed teeth. Duck. Wang Gang screamed miserably in a slurred voice. Hey Nai stomped on Wang Gang's arm and leaned down to ask softly, so say it or not? Whoa. Wang Gang desperately tried to say the words Gu Qiu, but in the end, he could only make a whimpering sound. Looks like you still don't want to say it. Ha! Hey Nai smiled lightly, stepping on Wang Gang's palm with his foot. His left hand flipped a few times, and a short blade with a silver luster appeared in his hand. Wang Gang struggled hard, and a slurred voice came out of his mouth. Oh, no, Boo want, stop, don't stop. Kuratsuchi couldn't help but laugh out loud at those words. It was the first time she had heard such a request. Pulling out nails hurts, but most people can endure it, Kuratsuchi said slowly. But if you just cut off half of your nails, the other half of the nails left on your hand will constantly irritate the wound, inflammation and infection, and so on and so forth. You'll be stuck with this pain for the rest of your future life, unless you pull out the other half of the nail as well. After saying that, Hey Nai extended her short blade towards Wang Gang's left index finger, and for a moment she was thinking about whether to just cut it off. Stop playing around, Kuratsuchi, Gu Qiu voiced out, interrupting Kuratsuchi's movements. Yes, Kajikami. Hey Nai stood up straight, unable to stop the apprehension in her heart. It was over. His playfulness had been discovered by Kajikami again. Will Kajikami blame himself? For now, it's better to complete the task that the Lord has explained. Hey Nai glanced at Wang Gang, who was lying on the ground, and couldn't speak clearly at this look, so he could only turn his sight to the other three people. Gu Qiu. It was Gu Qiu who told us to do that, saying that he wanted to personally teach Gu a lesson. Gu Xiao. Before Hey Nai could say anything, one of the junior brothers knelt on the ground and told all he knew. Don't say it? Look at what a mess Brother Gang has become. Aren't you looking for death if you don't say anything? Gu Qiu? Gu Qiu had a bit of an impression of this name. It seemed to be the vice president who stopped him at noon today. he just didn't expect the retaliation to come so quickly. Gu Qiu let out a light laugh. Come what may, he himself would play with him. Gu Qiu looked at the junior brother. Where is he taking me to? An abandoned factory in the suburbs. Fine, then you guys take me there. Gu Qiu pointed at Wang Gang who was lying on the ground. Hey Nai, this person will be in your hands, and you can't let him move freely until this matter is over today. Yes. Hey Nai bowed his head respectfully to Gu Qiu. White Sakura, follow me. Go see what this Mr. Gao Qixiang is going to do to me. Yes. White Sakura fished out a few pills from her coat pocket and threw them to the three men before pointing her gun at one of them. Eat it. That person instantly fell to his knees in fear, muttering things like don't kill me, I don't want to die yet. White Sakura said in a cold voice. Eat it. Within today follow my orders, you won't die, but if you don't eat it, you'll die now. There was no way around it. Even if they were no longer willing, those three people still swallowed the pill with a stiff upper hand. They only hoped that after they were done, they wouldn't kill them to silence them. However, the taste of the pill was quite sweet. Gu Qiu and Bai Cherry followed the three big men out of the alley. Zhang Tai inside the van watched as Gu Qiu came out and dropped the window, stretching out his three fingers to make an O shape, indicating that there was nothing unusual outside. As soon as the van door opened, Zhang Tai couldn't wait to turn his head and ask, where's Gang? He's not still inside having a quickie, is he? Speaking of which, this person, Zhang Tai looked at the masked White Sakura, is also selling inside? Out all the way out. Why don't you take off the mask? Zhang Tai said as he was about to reach out to take off Bai Sakura's mask before the other three could raise their voices to warn him. A pig-killing scream was heard. Ah! Chapter 38, the hunter often appears as prey. Ah! Zhang Tai only felt a sharp pain coming from the end of his middle and index fingers. 10 fingers are connected to the heart. This saying was not just a casual remark. Zhang Tai covered his two bloody fingers and lay on his knees on the ground wailing. This was because a piece of skin and flesh on the end of his two fingers had been directly chipped off. The other three people cast sympathetic glances at Zhang Tai, but that was all. A little lesson would be good. If we lose too much blood there will be no one to drive, Gu Qiu said softly as he sat on the back seat. Only after hearing Gu Qiu say this did Bai Sakura put the short blade in her hand away. If your hands are not honest again, I will kill you, Bai Sakura warned in a cold voice. The way she took off her mask could only be seen by the Lord. If it was seen by another man, she would definitely gouge out that person's eyes. After Zhang Tai slowed down, he was about to get up and teach this who had scratched himself a lesson. A seller still dares to make a move? As soon as he raised his head, his narrow squinted eyes met the black hole of a gun. Zhang Tai was instantly confused. What was the situation now? How could someone have a gun in Dragon Kingdom? Could it be plainclothes police undercover half-covered door business? A series of doubts rose in Zhang Tai's mind, but there was simply no one to give him an answer. He could only look at his three companions for help. Those three people felt a little hairy in their hearts by Zhang Tai staring at them like that. It's not that we don't want to remind you. The key is that you are just like you've never seen a woman before. You have to see what a human's face looks like. Now that you've gotten into trouble with the King of Hell because of your spermatozoa, do you still want to drag us down as well? The three people looked at each other and nodded. Then they all looked at Zhang Tai. Good brother, don't blame us. If you want to blame us, blame your blindness. One of the big men with a shaved head slapped Zhang Tai in the face and cursed. You're blind. Can't you see that Gu Qiu is here? Zhang Tai was once again struck dumb, and he looked towards Gu Qiu sitting in the back row. Gu Qiu, shouldn't he be our hostage now? He could only turn his gaze for help to the other two besides the bald man. Snap, look at your horse. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to this young lady? Snap, can't you understand the words? One of the two men gave Zhang Tai a slap. Now Zhang Tai knew the general picture of things even if he was stupid. This Gu Qiu was a tough one. Bai Cherry once again fished out a pill and threw it to Zhang Tai. Eat it. The bald big man nodded at Zhang Tai and whispered, if you don't eat it, you will die now. If you eat it, you still have a chance to live. Choose one for yourself. Zhang Tai didn't hesitate and directly swallowed it in one bite. Bai Cherry nodded and ordered in a cold voice, go to where Gao Qixiang told you to go. You go drive. Zhang Tai was like an amnesty after hearing this, not caring about the wound on his finger and sat back in the driver's seat. Bai Sakura, on the other hand, sat in the back with Gu Qiu. While on the road Gu Qiu still let Zhang Tai simply bandage his wound out of humanitarianism. This way, it would also be possible to reach the destination faster. GNI is too beautiful. The music of the top stream suddenly rang. It was Zhang Tai's cell phone ringtone. It's Brother Chang. It's Gao Qixiang's call. Zhang Tai glanced at Gu Qiu behind him, put it on speakerphone and answer it. After receiving Gu Qiu's consent, Zhang Tai pressed the answer button. Zhang Tai, why isn't Gangzi answering the phone? Is something wrong? Gao Qixiang's voice came out from within the cell phone. Brother Chang, don't worry, everything is going well. Brother Gang was accidentally injured while fighting with Gu Qiu. He went to the hospital first, Zhang Tai tried to act as normal as possible, but he still couldn't help but be a little nervous. You say he's timid? Try having a gun held to your head and talking. Well, Gu Qiu is quite capable of fighting, but he's only one person after all. Hurry up and send him here before that one realizes it. Okay brother Chang, I'm already on my way. Beep, the phone was hung up. Suburb, abandoned factory area. A black Porsche 918 was parked on the side of the road. Gu Qiu, on the other hand, was sitting inside an abandoned factory building with a lit cigarette in his hand. The place where he was now was originally a chemical factory, but due to a sudden change in policy, the chemical factory couldn't continue to operate and went bankrupt. The land was also auctioned off by the court. It was unknown who it was in the hands of today, but it was certain that almost no one would come here. Gu Qiu was accompanied by 4 bodyguards wearing black suits and sunglasses. As the son of the owner of an entertainment media company, this kind of bodyguards would naturally not be scarce. Only the ones who went to kidnap Gu Qiu weren't from Gu Qiu's family, but were gangsters who were watching the venue at a certain KTV. If this kind of kidnapping thing was found out, his Gao family would feel a little tricky even if they had a wide range of connections, but if he instructed someone else to do it, he can completely remove himself cleanly. A few minutes later, a white van appeared within Gu Qiu's line of sight through the window. It's finally here. After Gu Qiu took a sharp drag on the cigarette in his hand, he casually threw the butt on the ground and twisted it out with his shoe. He watched with a sinister smile on his face as the van approached from afar and finally slowly stopped at the side of the road. Tell them to bring Gu Qiu in, Gu Qiu said to a bodyguard beside him. That bodyguard turned toward the van outside when he heard those words. In a short while, that bodyguard returned to Gu Qiu with Gu Qiu, whose hands were tied up with hemp rope. Gu Qiu? Gu Qiu's face revealed a look of horror the moment she saw Gu Qiu. What did you bring me here for? Gu Qiu laughed teasingly. Yes, that's the expression. It's great. To dare to take away Zhang Xianyi's first kiss in front of her, as a pure love god of war, this was something that Gu Qiu could never endure. I don't know what you're talking about. You're kidnapping. It's against the law. Gu Qiu was as if he was possessed by a movie star at the moment, the panic in his eyes overflowing without any concealment. As the Gu family's indifferent young master, this kind of emotional control was the most basic introductory operation. If needed, Gu Qiu could even act out the feeling of being furned right now. Ahem. Off topic. Breaking the law? Ha! Gu Qiu sneered. Get it straight. I didn't kidnap you. I just happened to meet you who was kidnapped. After all, Gu Qiu was also by Qingnian's shield. Gu Qiu didn't dare to play too much. This not daring to play too much meant, just don't die. Aren't you very capable of fighting? Gu Qiu said with a mocking face. What's the point of being able to fight? When you come out to hang out, you have to talk about power and have a background. Gu Qiu raised his hand and punched Gu Qiu in the abdomen. Boom! But it was blocked by Gu Qiu without a trace. Gu Qiu didn't feel any pain, but Gu Qiu only felt that he hit a ball of cotton, completely lacking the pleasure of hitting his target. However, the moment Gu Qiu made his move, killing intent instantly filled the entire plant. Gu Qiu knew that it was the killing intent from Bai Cherry. If he hadn't instructed himself in advance, he would have been a corpse the moment Gu Qiu made his move. Gu Qiu also felt that killing intent. He felt like he was being targeted by some ferocious creature, causing him to subconsciously shiver. Gu Qiu originally thought that this way was more exciting and fun, and that he could give Gu Qiu a little surprise, but he didn't expect Gu Qiu to come up and give him a punch. Should he show his strength and finish them all off now? No. He had prepared a lot of middle-of-the-road lines when he arrived that he hadn't said yet. It was so hard to have a chance to be kidnapped. How could it end so easily? What exactly has Zhang Xianyi told you? And why would he rather find you as a shield than pay attention to me? Gu Qiu asked with a fierce face as his words changed. What did Zhang Xianyi say to me? Gu Qiu muttered to himself. Yes, tell me word for word, or tonight will be one of your most memorable nights. Gu Qiu carefully recalled what Zhang Xuanyi usually said. Gu Qiu's boyfriend? So he's that bossy? Do you want a kiss before saying goodbye? Chapter 39, the first person who dared to take a shot at his lordship. Gu Qiu's boyfriend, turns out to be so overbearing? Want to say goodbye before a kiss? Gu Qiu blandly uttered these two words, and Gu Qiu's face directly blackened. He swung his fist at Gu Qiu again, but this time Gu Qiu had learned his lesson and didn't take it honestly. He dodged Gu Qiu's fist with a slight sidestep. Say, what exactly do you want to do by bringing me here? If it's just to play this kind of boring game, forget it while you can. But if it's because you want to hear me talk about which part of Zhang Xianyi's body is the softest, then I can keep you company for a while, Gu Qiu said with a playful face, not a hint of panic visible on his face. Haven't you stepped on the horse to see the situation? Gu Qiu felt that he had been ruthlessly humiliated. The words Gu Qiu said were simply as excessive as a minotaur in person. Situation? Gu Qiu sneered and raised his hands up high. The hemp rope on his hand slowly fell off and fell to the ground. What are you referring to? Gu Qiu was a bit flustered. How did he untie the rope? But when he thought about the fact that he had 4 well-trained bodyguards on his side, plus his strong and invincible himself, it was impossible to lose no matter how you looked at it, right? Then he bottomed out and ordered the bodyguards on the side. Give me control over him. 2 bodyguards stepped forward left and right to surround Gu Qiu, and one of them reached out to grab Gu Qiu's shoulder. But before his hand landed on the shoulder, Gu Qiu landed a knee high on the bodyguard's ribs. Crack! A crisp bone cracking sound rang out, and the bodyguard instantly curled up and lay on the ground, wailing in pain. Then Gu Qiu delivered an elegant sidekick that solidly hit the other bodyguard's head. Although that bodyguard had raised his hand to block it, the powerful impact still made him faint. Gu Qiu stomped on that bodyguard's chest once again, looking up at Gu Qiu. The corners of his mouth hooked into a teasing arc. Your bodyguard doesn't seem to be very good. Ha! I still haven't seen the situation clearly. Can I trouble you to give me a good lecture? Gu Qiu finally panicked a bit. How could this be? Gu Qiu was actually that capable of fighting? Could it be that he wasn't by Qingnian's shield, but by Qingnian's personal bodyguard? That's right. Only a bodyguard from this kind of hidden family would have this kind of fighting ability. This time, he had lost the battle. No, one hadn't completely lost. Gu Qiu was barehanded. While they were prepared, Gu Qiu coldly shouted, "Copy guys, as long as you can't get them killed." The other 2 standing bodyguards instantly drew a throwing stick from their waists. Gu Qiu's face showed a vicious look. Even if you can fight, it's impossible to make up for the difference between bare hands and holding a throwing stick. Gu Qiu looked at the throwing sticks in the hands of the 2 bodyguards, and a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. This kind of stick was made of aluminum alloy, and it would be quite painful if it hit his body. Although Gu Qiu was confident that he could finish them off without getting hit, that wouldn't be pushing it enough. I did something wrong today, but you shouldn't have injured my people either. Gu Qiu once again had a bottom. He said to Gu Qiu in a cold voice, "Tell me your identity. If you are by Qingnian's bodyguard, I can let this matter go, but you must leave Zhang Xianyi. He is the woman I have my eye on." Ugh, Gu Qiu was a bit puzzled. By Qingnian's bodyguard? These people's brain circuits were really clear. Wasn't it still by Qingnian's shield yesterday? How did it become a bodyguard now? But thinking about last night's events, Bai Qingnian muttered, "Young master, I still want to." "No, it's serious pretending time. Can't think of anything else." "Ha," Gu Qiu sneered. "Let it go at that? It seems like you're the one taking the initiative to stir up trouble from start to finish. So how can we just call it quits?" Gu Qiu said sinisterly. "Then it's not my fault. Let's go." The 2 bodyguards dashed towards Gu Qiu with throwing sticks in their hands. Gu Qiu moved his wrists and White Cherry's figure suddenly blocked in front of Gu Qiu, and she was still holding the pistol in her hand at this moment. Although the pistol was not the best weapon to use, for ordinary people it was the weapon with the greatest deterrent effect. This made Gu Qiu think of a line from a certain anime. "My lord, times have changed." The 2 bodyguards were startled by the ghostly appearance of White Cherry. They were all ex-soldiers by birth, so they naturally recognized that White Cherry was holding a real gun. And even if they didn't dare to test it at the risk of being shot. After all, there were not many rash people like Wang Gang. Gu Qiu also froze. Who was this person wearing a white Sakura mask? Was he also one of Bai Qingnian's people? Seeing the pistol in Bai Cherry's hand, he knew that he seemed to have really played big this time. Gu Qiu bypassed Bai Cherry and walked straight towards Gu Qiu. The 2 bodyguards stood still and just watched as Gu Qiu walked towards Gu Qiu, not daring to make a move. "Do you like Zhang Xianyi a lot?" Gu Qiu asked softly as she came in front of Gu Qiu. "No, not at all." Gu Qiu shivered and said, "What? You like it a lot?" Gu Qiu threw a punch at Gu Qiu's abdomen. "You stepped on a horse." Gu Qiu subconsciously cursed. Boom! Another punch. "Do you know who my father is?" Boom! "You'll regret this." Boom! "Oh, I'm wrong. Please don't hit." In the end, Gu Qiu was lying on the ground with his hands on his head, tears streaming down his face. This Gu Qiu was simply a madman. No matter what he said, it was always a punch. Too unreasonable. In the end, Gu Qiu got tired of punching and squatted down to ask softly, "Do you like Zhang Xuanyi a lot?" Although Gu Qiu's consciousness was already a bit fuzzy, he shook his head frantically when he heard Gu Qiu ask this. "Oh, no." Gu Qiu snickered when she saw this look on Gu Qiu's face. "That's it. Ha!" He then instructed Bai Cherry behind him. "I'll leave it to you to deal with. Only one request. Leave him with some good memories." "Yes," Bai Cherry respectfully answered. Then a touch of cruelty flowed out of his eyes as he looked at Gu Qiu. "You are the first person who dared to take a shot at the Lord. Naturally, I will leave you with some good memories." Gu Qiu looked at Bai Sakura's eyes and fear immediately filled his body. A few hours later, Gu Qiu felt that death might not be the most painful thing in the world. Gu Qiu walked out of the plant, and the sky was already overcast. "Didn't expect to play for so long?" Chapter 40 Daily Life. After being used to sitting in a Rolls-Royce, it was indeed a bit hard to sit in a van again. In the end, it was Bai Zhiya who came to pick Gu Qiu up. As for his own Pagani wind god, Gu Qiu asked Xylan to drive it back to Yexingyunju. By the way, Xylan is the woman wearing the purple Roland mask in Gu Qiu's shadow guards. For fear of someone forgetting, I'll say it again here. Young master, they're kidnapping you? The killing intent in Bai Zhiya's eyes couldn't stop surging out, not realizing that someone would actually dare to take action against the young master. If it was in a foreign country, if someone dared to assassinate the young master, the Shadow Palace would definitely retaliate with all its might. Without fail, it was the same in the country. As long as the young master agreed, the people from the Shadow Hall would show up tonight and make Gu Qiu leave this world. No need to make such a fuss. Isn't it just a kidnapping? Aren't I fine now? Bai Zhiya came next to Gu Qiu and said in an extremely low voice, they should be glad that young master is fine. Otherwise, Bai Zhiya didn't know what crazy actions she would have done. After returning to Tianyun residence, Bai Qingnian stood obediently in front of the door and gently bent over to Gu Qiu. Welcome home, young master. Gu Qiu nodded in response. It wasn't long before it was dinner time. Originally Bai Qingnian was the one standing by herself watching Gu Qiu eat, but now there was an additional Bai Zhiya, but it was still only Bai Qingnian standing. This was because Bai Zhiya was sitting next to Gu Qiu, holding a spoon and feeding Gu Qiu one bite at a time. Ho ho ho! Bai Zhiya gently blew on the soup and the spoon. Young master, be careful of the heat. Gu Qiu always felt that this kind of tenderness was strange, as if he was an invalid, but it was so damn fragrant. Bai Qingnian couldn't stand to watch from the side and spoke. Zhiya, you can't affect the young master's meal. Ugh, Sister Qingnian, I'm feeding the young master, so I'm not interfering with the young master. Bai Zhiya retorted softly. No talking back. Bai Qingnian had always been the eldest of all of Gu Qiu's adoptees, and was naturally qualified to discipline Bai Zhiya. But now, Bai Zhiya was petty, fox-like, cat-like, and tiger-like, relying on the fact that Gu Qiu was beside him. He didn't put Bai Qingnian in his eyes at all. Young master, was Zhiya making trouble just now? Bai Zhiya asked, looking at Gu Qiu accusingly. Gu Qiu stroked Bai Zhiya's hair and smiled dotingly. Zhiya, stop messing around. I'll just eat by myself. Oh, okay. Bai Zhiya got up very reluctantly when she heard Gu Qiu say that, and as soon as she looked up, she met Bai Qingnian's eyes that wanted to eat people. Sister Qingnian, hey, what a coincidence. Bai Zhiya smiled awkwardly. Well, I'll clean you up after young master finishes eating, Bai Qingnian said in a cold voice. Ah, upon hearing that Bai Qingnian was going to clean herself up, Bai Zhiya's head subconsciously shrunk. She didn't want Sister Qingnian to clean herself up or anything. At this moment, her small brain had already started planning what reason she should use to escape in a while. Gu Qiu quickly finished his meal, and after stretching, he stood up and walked upstairs. I'll go help young master make the bed. Bai Zhiya reacted quickly and ran ahead of Gu Qiu in a flash. Zhiya, you can't just enter young master's room. Bai Qingnian's voice was serious. The young master disliked it when people entered his room without permission. If Bai Zhiya suddenly barged in, it would most likely cause Gu Qiu's disgust. Bai Zhiya naturally knew this as well, but she had just had a hot head and thought of going to young master's room first to help young master warm his bed, and had actually forgotten about this matter. Fortunately, Sister Qingnian reminded her, or else she would be hated by the young master again. I'm sorry young master. Zhiya forgot about this matter. Bai Zhiya stood in place with her head lowered, waiting for Gu Qiu's chastisement as if she were a child who had made a mistake. Gu Qiu laughed softly. It's okay, if it's Zhiya, you can enter if you want to. Hearing Gu Qiu's words, Bai Zhiya joyfully raised her head and pounced into Gu Qiu's arms, softly pampering herself. Thank you, young master. Zhiya likes young master the most. Gu Qiu touched Bai Zhiya's little head and said softly, well, go. Only after Gu Qiu's words fell did Bai Zhiya reluctantly get up and run upstairs. It was only until Bai Zhiya's figure disappeared that Bai Qingnian said helplessly, young master, you're too spoiled for Zhiya, and Qingnian too. If you want to enter my room you don't have to ask me in advance anymore. Bai Qingnian also wanted to jump into Gu Qiu's arms and pamper her like Bai Zhiya did, but her personality prevented her from doing so. She knelt on the ground with her legs slightly bent and said something like thank you, young master. This was the biggest difference between Bai Qingnian and Bai Zhiya. While Bai Zhiya would express her feelings unreservedly, Bai Qingnian would feel that she was not worthy of Gu Qiu and would suppress her feelings in her heart. Gu Qiu suddenly thought of something. He looked up to Bai Qingnian and asked softly, Qingnian, is there a piano here? Bai Qingnian immediately said, yes, it's upstairs. Bai Qingnian knew that Gu Qiu loved to play the piano, so she would acquire a piano in every place where Gu Qiu lived. The purpose was so that the young master could play the piano at any time. Now take me to see it. Bai Qingnian nodded gently and got up to lead Gu Qiu upstairs. Coming to the piano room that was specially prepared for Gu Qiu, Perhaps it was the full-grade piano skills that caused Gu Qiu to develop a slight love for the piano. Gu Qiu couldn't hide the flutter in her eyes the moment she saw the piano and couldn't wait to sit on the chair, gently tapping the keys twice. Every tone was perfectly accurate. Good piano. But what should I play for my first debut song? Young master, I'll leave first. Seeing Gu Qiu's appearance, Bai Qingnian was very sensible and was about to leave. She knew that Gu Qiu disliked being disturbed by others when he was playing the zither. She had all of Gu Qiu's habits firmly in the back of her mind. Gu Qiu shook her head and said softly, "No, you can stay here." It was not easy to show off one's zither skills. How could it work if there was no one to witness it next to them? Bai Qingnian whispered back, "But, doesn't young master not like to be disturbed by others when he's playing the zither?" Gu Qiu looked back at Bai Qingnian and said seriously, "Qingnian is someone who is very important to me. How can it be considered someone else?" Chapter 41, Bai Qingnian Diabolic. How can it be considered someone else? Gu Qiu said this sentence seemingly casually, but in reality, he had planned this long ago. Ever since acquiring the memories of the young master of the Gu family for 10 years, his mind had become exceptionally sharp and meticulous, such that he could naturally see Bai Qingnian's hidden feelings. Previously, Gu Qiu had also started from this point, gradually making Bai Qingnian tear up. As for why Gu Qiu didn't directly order Bai Qingnian to do something strange at that time, it was mainly because that would be too meaningless for Gu Qiu to bother with. With his understanding of Bai Qingnian, she would most likely burst into tears again when she heard herself say that, right? Sure enough, Bai Qingnian froze directly in place when she heard Gu Qiu's words, and it was as if Gu Qiu's voice had been echoing in her ears. A pair of clear and transparent eyes couldn't help but be flooded with tears once again. Got to, crying once again. But the high and cold schoolgirl was quite pretty when she cried. One couldn't help but feel pity and want to hold it in their arms and caress it properly. Bai Qingnian also mentally cursed herself for being so indisputable, shedding tears in front of the young master again. Knowing that young master hates these the most, she still couldn't help it. Thinking of this, Bai Qingnian bit her lips tightly and tried her hardest not to let her tears fall. Alright, find a seat. Gu Qiu hurriedly ended the topic. Although teasing the schoolgirl to cry was enjoyable, there was still some resentment in his heart. Bai Qingnian hurriedly found a seat and sat down obediently, her eyes staring at Gu Qiu without moving. She wanted to engrave the young master's appearance of playing the piano firmly in her heart. It would be one of the best memories of her life. Gu Qiu was thinking about what tune he was going to play for his first debut. After rummaging through the many classic sacred tunes stored in his memory, he eventually chose a highly compelling tune, Moonlight. This had been the card appearance song of a certain otherworldly Lord Shadow. Gu Qiu's bony fingers landed on top of the piano, and as Gu Qiu's fingers flipped, the sound of the piano slowly rang out. At the beginning, the rhythm was not fast, and through the sound of the piano, one could feel the hazy loneliness, bleak and phantasmagoric beauty. Bai Qingnian fell into it in a flash, as if she was in Gu Qiu's perspective. Slowly, the rhythm became faster, mixed with some joyful feelings, as if experiencing the happiest moment in life. Suddenly, the beautiful dream just now shattered, and the lonely person desperately wanted to grab but couldn't, hopelessly reflected in the moonlight. The beauty of loneliness, the beauty of desolation. The song ended, and Bai Qingnian was still immersed in it for a long time, unable to extricate himself. What exactly was the young master trying to express? Could it be that the real young master was actually even lonelier than we thought, suffering unspeakable grief alone? Thinking of this, Bai Qingnian's eyes dimmed. Clearly the young master was by his side, but he was unable to help him. Bai Qingnian, what qualifications do you have to remain by the young master's side like this? Gu Qiu turned his head and saw Bai Qingnian's look probably knew the power of this full-grade piano skill, but he still said humbly, "It's been too long since I touched it. It's all a bit rusty." Bai Qingnian retorted very gently, "Young master, don't say that. You still play very well." Gu Qiu smiled gently. "That goes without saying. Full-grade piano skills are joking with you." Bai Qingnian's eyes fluttered, and after a while, as if he had made up his mind about something, his eyes became firm. "Young master, do you have any unspeakable pain?" Gu Qiu was a bit confused by Bai Qingnian's question. What unspeakable pain? Right now he was clearly having a great time. It was just a matter of 2 days. What pain could he have? Even if he did, it would dissipate in the sound of Bai Qingnian and Bai Zhiya's young master. I wonder what strange things Bai Qingnian has brainstormed. Why would you ask that? Gu Qiu asked a rhetorical question. When Bai Qingnian heard Gu Qiu say this, he gave a heartfelt sigh of relief. Young master was really suffering from something alone. Otherwise, the young master would have said no instead of "Why do you ask?" Thinking about it made Bai Qingnian's heart ache. But since the young master didn't take the initiative to say it, he must have his own plans. All she could do was to stay by the young master's side unswervingly and offer her life when he needed it. Qingnian just feels that young master is under a lot of pressure. As if he has something troubling him, Bai Qingnian looked at Gu Qiu very sincerely. "If it's possible, can young master tell Qingnian about it?" Qingnian also wants to help young master share his pain. What kind of pain could he share? It was Gu Qiu's turn to be in trouble. It seemed that sometimes having too much brainpower wasn't a good thing. Gu Qiu's thoughts raced, and in the end, he decided on a vague answer. Gu Qiu walked over to Bai Qingnian and gently stroked her hair as he said with an apologetic face, "I'm sorry, I'll tell you about it properly in the future." Bai Qingnian shook her head after hearing this and said softly, "Young master doesn't need to say sorry to Qingnian. Anything young master does is the right thing for Qingnian." Bai Qingnian paused and then said, "Although Qingnian can't do much to help, but Qingnian can help young master relieve some pressure." "Ease the pressure? Relieve how?" Gu Qiu subconsciously asked. Bai Qingnian's face instantly blushed with shame, only to hear her say in a very small voice, "Just like last night. This wasn't too good, was it?" After tossing and turning for so long last night, Bai Qingnian was back to normal now? "But Zhiya is still in my room. Should we do it in front of her?" Bai Qingnian was so shy after hearing this that she didn't dare to look at Gu Qiu. And after half a second Gu Qiu heard another thin, mosquito silk voice. "How about, it's okay to be here? Even by karma? What kind of terrible idea is this?" Gu Qiu quickly scanned the piano room. There were quite a few chairs, and the piano stand was at the right height. A lot of new poses could be unlocked. Gu Qiu glanced deeply at Bai Qingnian and was just about to make a move when Bai Zhiya's voice came through the door. "Young master, can I come in?" "Yes." Bai Zhiya came in and went straight to Gu Qiu, saying things like young master plays really well. Anyway, it was just a round of flattery, and it looked like a kitten that was trying hard to please its master. "Young master, what were you saying to Sister Qingnian just now? Why is Sister Qingnian's face so red?" Bai Zhiya looked at Gu Qiu with clueless eyes and asked with a puzzled expression. "That, didn't say anything, just discussing whether or not Zhiya had misbehaved lately." Gu Qiu somewhat awkwardly touched Bai Zhiya's nose. "If you misbehave you'll have to be locked up in the small dark room." On the other side, Bai Qingnian reprimanded with a red face. "Zhiya, don't ask young master questions like that. Do you really want to be locked up in the small black house?" Hearing Bai Zhiya reprimand herself like this, Bai Qingnian was so frightened that she hurriedly snuggled up next to Gu Qiu's leg and said in a resigned manner, "Zhiya is very good. Zhiya doesn't want to be locked up in the small black room. If you are locked up in the small black room, you won't be able to see young master." Chapter 42, Seeking Comfort from Family. Zhiya is very good. Zhiya doesn't want to be locked up in the small black room. If you are locked up in the small black room, you won't be able to see young master. Looking at Bai Zhiya's appearance, Gu Qiu's anger at being interrupted just now disappeared. He stroked Bai Zhiya's hair and said in a warm voice, "If Zhiya is good, she won't be locked up in the small black house." Because Bai Zhiya was half squatting on the ground, she could only tilt her head up to see Gu Qiu. She tilted her head up, her stunningly beautiful and flawless cheeks facing Gu Qiu, her large eyes blinking, looking very soft and cute. Gu Qiu couldn't help but reach out and pinch Bai Zhiya's cheeks, which were soft, with the unique elasticity of an 18-year-old girl. Bai Zhiya did not have any resistance mentality. Instead, she brought her face even closer, convenient for Gu Qiu to pinch. After getting tired of playing, Gu Qiu returned to his room to rest. Tonight, Gu Qiu did not engage in any more strange activities. This was because the previous 2 days were indeed a bit indulgent. As Gu Qiu lay on the bed, there was a nice fresh scent on the quilt that made people unconsciously relax. Outside the bedroom door, Bai Qingnian stood there a little hesitant. She wanted to go in and help the young master with a pre-bedtime massage. After all, the young master had gone through a lot today. He must be very tired. But she was also afraid of disturbing the young master's rest, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. A few minutes later, a tiptoeing figure appeared in Bai Qingnian's line of sight. "Sister Qingnian, why are you here?" Bai Zhiya looked at Bai Qingnian standing in the doorway with a flustered expression. "Zhiya?" Bai Qingnian's nerves tensed up as if she had been bumped into for doing something bad. But on second thought, no, what is Bai Zhiya doing here? Thinking of this, Bai Qingnian regained his composure and asked suspiciously, "What are you doing here?" Bai Zhiya doesn't suppress her inner thoughts like Bai Qingnian. She is all about saying what she has to say. And as a sister Qingnian who was worthy of her trust, it didn't matter even if she knew her own little thoughts. "I'm afraid that young master can't sleep alone, so I wanted to come and keep young master company. Isn't Sister Qingnian?" Bai Qingnian. Gu Qiu was lying on his bed, tossing and turning a bit unable to sleep. He always felt that something was missing. Should he go find Bai Qingnian? Clang! There was a knock on the door and a cool voice. "Young master, are you asleep?" It was Bai Qingnian's voice? Could it be that he heard his heart's call? Worthy of being a system-rewarded deadly servant, he had already reached the realm of heart-to-heart. Gu Qiu flew out of bed to open the door. "Qingnian, what's so late? Zhiya is also here?" Gu Qiu said his lines flatly at first, but he suddenly realized that a tiny head poked out behind Bai Qingnian. Who else could it be if not Bai Zhiya? "What's the situation? Why are there two of them coming down at once? Could it be that he knew that one person couldn't defeat him and decided to join forces to all in me? Zhiya swiftly jumped into Gu Qiu's arms and pouted. Young master, Zhiya can't sleep. She wants to hold young master and sleep together. Where's Qingnian? Gu Qiu looked up at Qingnian. Qingnian also wants to stay next to young master. Gu Qiu saw the situation and realized. Qingnian and Zhiya had been orphans since they were young and didn't have any family members or friends. Gu Qiu, who had taken them in, had become their only family. When they were young, they would run to themselves every once in a while to seek comfort from their family, just as they were doing now, just to stay by their side and comfort their lonely hearts. Even how powerful they were in the eyes of outsiders, how unattainable and unreachable they were still just 18 or 19-year-olds in front of themselves after all. Come in, Gu Qiu said with a light smile. Both of them revealed a look of delight upon hearing Gu Qiu's voice. A few minutes later, Qingnian and Zhiya both found their places. Zhiya was shrinking in Gu Qiu's arms, her small hands tightly wrapped around Gu Qiu's waist, as if she was afraid that Gu Qiu would disappear. Qingnian, on the other hand, sat at the head of the bed, her long and white fingers gently kneading the acupoints on Gu Qiu's forehead, so that Gu Qiu could relax. Gu Qiu felt the warmth and softness in her arms and the fingers gently rubbing on her head. Ancient Emperor, honestly, Gu Qiu only felt that this was very reassuring, and without realizing it, she fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up the next morning, Gu Qiu was startled by the sight in front of her. Why was Zhiya here? Turning to the events of last night, where was Qingnian? Zhiya was curled up into a tiny ball, her delicate nose twitching slightly. Even after a night of no powder, her face was still smooth and delicate. Gu Qiu sighed helplessly. Zhiya was really well behaved. Even when she was asleep, she was honest. How long would one cry if one punched? Gu Qiu gently put on his clothes and got up. He was somewhat unable to bear to wake up Zhiya, but he didn't expect that when he moved slightly. Zhiya, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up when he felt the departure of the person next to him. Young master? Convinced? Wasted my hard work. Gu Qiu puts on a Louis digital jacket in his hand, then says softly, Zhiya, if you want to sleep, sleep a little longer. I still have to go to class, and you don't have to worry too much with Cherry and the others. Zhiya gently nodded and softly said, young master, goodbye. It wasn't that she didn't want to get up and accompany the young master, but she didn't want to go against the young master's wishes. The young master had said to let herself sleep a little longer, so of course she had to be obedient, or else she would be locked up in the small black room. As usual, Qingnian woke up early to prepare breakfast and such for Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu went downstairs and saw Qingnian gently looking at himself. This expression, how is it the same as looking at a lover? Good morning, young master. Qingnian smiled sweetly, and Gu Qiu nodded. Good morning, Qingnian. Breakfast was still sumptuous, almost all of it was various tonic ingredients. Gu Qiu was a bit strange. Did he look like he needed tonic that much? Ding, I am the system. Every moment, on time. Today, the system's voice turned into the voice of a 7 or 8-year-old boy, sounding like some animated courier delivery. This system has been upgraded and can be signed in by the host's own keystrokes. This thing can continue to be upgraded? Under Gu Qiu's questioning gaze, a blue light screen that only he could see appeared in front of him. On it was his own information template. Name, Gu Qiu. Age, 18 years old. Gender, male. Physique, 70, each value capped at 100. Charisma, 91. IQ, 94. Durability, undetectable. Possessed skills, full-level piano skill. Full-level fighting skill. Then in a tiny corner, there was a sign-in button. Convinced, this wasn't as easy as voice sign-in. Gu Qiu mentally clicked on the sign-in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining full-grade driving skills. Full-grade driving skills? Worrying that he was empty of a top-class supercar but didn't have the skills to race it, he didn't need to worry about that now. Chapter 43, Li Xingchua's mind. After breakfast, Gu Qiu went to school with Qingnian as usual. Walking slowly down from the car, Gu Qiu had already gotten used to the different shapes and colors of sight around her. Envy and jealousy? What's the use? In the end, and Qingnian and get off the car together or their own. The night Qingnian massage or their own head. Hate, do you want to ask Gao Qiqiang if he's in the hospital or the police station right now? As for the girls who wanted to come and hit on them, they were all like wilted eggplants under Qingnian's light. They couldn't even entertain the slightest thought of fighting for it. There weren't a lot of people living off campus, but they were all students from good families, or couples who had gone out the day before and stayed the night before and came back to class the next day. Qingnian and Gu Qiu were naturally considered the second case. My goddess, how did you fall into the mortal world? It's useless for you to be envious. That boy I know, he can drive a Ferrari with one hand, otherwise how could he be worthy of Qingnian's schoolgirl, driving a Pagani with one hand? Which department is he from? The first class of the first-year department of the University of Mathematics. Seems to be called Gu Qiu. I know that department has a licking dog that's quite famous. I didn't expect there to be this kind of rich second generation. Bai Qingnian was from the literature department and was not in the same classroom as Gu Qiu from the math department. So when they were at the stairway of the main teaching building, Bai Qingnian was very reluctant to watch Gu Qiu leave. Goodbye, young master. Bai Qingnian waved his hand and sat at Gu Qiu's back. Gu Qiu didn't say anything, just waved his hand before walking towards the classroom. The moment Gu Qiu's back disappeared around the corner of the stairs, the smile on Bai Qingnian's face instantly shattered. It was replaced by an indifference that could not be seen in her joy or anger. This indifference was a means she used to avoid contact with people other than the young master, and it was also a tool to hide her emotions. Her true emotions would only be revealed to the young master. Gu Qiu would definitely have to marvel if she saw it. The fifth most evil art in Asia, the face-changing art. Gu Qiu wasn't late again this time, but he instantly attracted countless gazes when he walked into the classroom. There was jealousy, fawning, suspicion, and among them, there was also an extremely burning line of sight. Gu Qiu looked up and Li Xinxue's face appeared in the middle of his vision. It can't be. This class was another public class with the art department? However, this Gu Qiu was not his Gu Qiu now. He wouldn't waste a single bit of energy on Li Xinxue at all. Although Li Xinxue's looks were okay, compared to Bai Qingnian by Zhiya, she was simply the difference between a firefly and a white moon, a sparrow and a swan. And the difference between Wang Kai and everyone in front of the screen was the same. Even the slightly inferior Zhang Xuani was much stronger than Li Xinxue, not to mention that she was a gold-digging girl who had insulted herself in public. How could one possibly pay attention to her again? Ignoring Li Xinxue's gaze, Gu Qiu casually found a seat and sat down. This was because Gu Qiu hadn't found Li Pu and the others. Li Xinxue froze when she saw Gu Qiu ignoring herself and heading straight to the back row of seats, which was different from what she thought. On that day, she was close to writing her grievances, regrets, sadness, grief, and wanting to kill herself on her face, but Gu Qiu actually managed to hold back from chasing after her to comfort her. Li Xinxue attributed it to Zhang Xuani. After all, Zhang Xuani didn't look like a simple and pure white rabbit. After all, Zhang Xuani doesn't look like a simple, innocent white rabbit. Gu Qiu was temporarily confused by her, and Li Xinxue could understand that, but she didn't expect that Gu Qiu would still ignore her today after she had carefully dressed up. Could it be that he was still angry with himself? I didn't expect this young master to have such a big temper. It's been a few days and the anger hasn't subsided yet. Then he himself would have to take the initiative some more. Most men were animals that thought with their lower bodies, and Gu Qiu would be no exception. She couldn't let Zhang Xuani steal the show. As her thoughts fell, Li Xinxue got up and walked towards where Gu Qiu was sitting. Gu Qiu, look at this dress I'm wearing today. It always feels a bit small. What Li Xinxue wore today was a white sweater, much like the one Zhang Xianyi wore that day. However, compared to Zhang Xianyi, there was less of a pure and seductive feeling, and more of a bit of camouflage. As for Li Xinxue's comment about feeling a bit small, it was entirely because she had intentionally tightened her clothes to make her curves stand out. Gu Qiu looked up at the sound and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. This way of finding a topic was simply low to the ground. Li Xinxue? Gu Qiu smiled playfully. How can a poor dog like me be worthy? Better go find your boyfriend to help you out. When Li Xinxue heard Gu Qiu say this, she thought to herself, sure enough, Gu Qiu is still angry with himself. Being angry with himself meant that he still cared about himself, which meant that she was still important in his heart. It was still possible for herself to sit in the co-pilot of a Ferrari, and it was still possible for herself to marry into a wealthy family. Li Xinxue was instantly immersed in her own fantasies. When she came back to her senses, she realized that Gu Qiu was no longer looking at her. Gu Qiu, I know you're still angry with me, and I also know exactly what I did that would make you so sad, but I really understand now. I understand that you are the one who really treats me well. I've really changed now. Please give me another chance. I will definitely cherish you. Gu Qiu laughed coldly in the bottom of his heart. He is trying to cherish me as a licking dog who drives a Ferrari with one hand, right? I'm sorry, please leave this place, okay? I don't have any interest in you, Gu Qiu said in a cold voice, an indifferent and cruel temperament surging out majestically around him. Li Xinxue subconsciously took 2 steps back. She was a little afraid of Gu Qiu's eyes just now. That look was unfamiliar to her, cruel and indifferent, as if she didn't put herself in her eyes at all. What happened? Could that be the real Gu Qiu? Li Xinxue shook her head. Impossible. She knew Gu Qiu very well. She could tell from those few days together that Gu Qiu should be a very gentle person. Moreover, a wealthy young master like him who deliberately hid his identity was usually very affectionate and just wanted a love that had nothing to do with material things. Romance novels were usually written that way. As his first love, he definitely occupied a very important position. It was impossible for him to just give himself up like that. He was just afraid that he would be hurt by himself again, so he put on that indifferent look to protect himself. Li Xinxue, who was familiar with all kinds of romance novels, felt that she had figured everything out. She once again looked firmly at Gu Qiu and said in as gentle a voice as she could, "Gu Qiu, I'll cherish you this time, so don't be afraid anymore." Gu Qiu looked at Li Xinxue with a look of "NC. Are you damn sick? How am I afraid of being hurt? So you're a brainwashed monster too? But your brainwashing is also too strange." Li Xinxue looked at Gu Qiu's eyes and smiled sweetly. "Let's go eat together after class. Then after dinner let's go watch a movie together. The 10:30 show, how about it? The 10:30 p.m. movie. After watching it, it must be almost 12 o'clock, and the dormitories are closed at 12 o'clock. What if we can't go back? Can only be outside to make do with a room, but cannot open a room 2 rooms, so no all understand." Li Xinxue also looked at Gu Qiu with an expectant face. He believed that Gu Qiu would definitely not refuse. Chapter 44, Li Xinxue's fantasy moment. Li Xinxue looked at Gu Qiu with an expectant face. In her eyes, boys are all creatures that rely on the lower half of their body to think, not to mention that her own looks aren't bad, so there's no reason for Gu Qiu to reject her. However, she did not know that in Gu Qiu's eyes, she was a complete and utter Pushing female, a real shrimp head. Gu Qiu directly ignored Li Xinxue. He played with his cell phone by himself, immersed in the best secondary yuan game in all of Asia. P.S. No prize competition. What kind of game is this? Seeing that Gu Qiu neither refused nor agreed, Li Xinxue subconsciously assumed that he couldn't let go of his face. Really, these young masters just like face. She simply sat next to Gu Qiu, and when class was over, she directly pulled Gu Qiu and left. Give him the face of a young master. Gu Qiu saw through Li Xinxue's mind at a glance, but it's not good to say anything. After all, the class people are willing to sit where to sit, not their own can manage, as long as she doesn't annoy herself on the line. In a moment, he still had to call for a savior to help himself out. Who should I look for? Gu Qiu searched through the list of friends of a certain letter, and there were roughly 2 choices, by Qingnian and Zhang Xuani. Both of them were fine, but Zhang Xuani hadn't sent herself any messages in the past 2 days. Could it be that she was still shy about what happened yesterday at noon? It doesn't make sense. In Gu Qiu's eyes, Zhang Xuani is a girl with a very deep heart. It's impossible to be shy for a whole day because of this. Thinking about this, Gu Qiu decided to find Zhang Xuani to help. If he found Bai Qingnian, with Bai Qingnian's temperament found that Gu Qiu detested the person who had been pestering Gu Qiu might do something. My ex-girlfriend asked me to go out for dinner and said that we're going to see a movie together. It opens at 10:30 p.m. Do you think I should go? Editing this message, Gu Qiu sent it out. Then he continued to immerse himself in the game world, waiting for the teacher to come to class. Meanwhile, inside another main building classroom, Zhang Xuani sat there bored, her mind still echoing Gu Qiu's deep eyes. Obviously, she was the one who offered her first kiss first, but the moment she remembered that not-so-gentle gesture, Zhang Xianyi's ears turned pink and pink. She didn't expect Gu Qiu to be that bold. The fact that Zhang Xuani hadn't taken the initiative to contact Gu Qiu in the past 2 days was also something she had planned for a long time. This was because her constant clinging to Gu Qiu might make him feel bored, but her sudden disappearance would create a slight sense of falling out in Gu Qiu's heart. It would make Gu Qiu realize his feelings for himself. He would also occupy an increasingly important position in Gu Qiu's heart. With this thought in her heart, the screen of her cell phone on the table suddenly lit up. Zhang Xuani casually glanced at it, and it was a message from Gu Qiu. The corner of Zhang Xuani's mouth hooked up a good-looking arc. It was really the same as she thought. Gu Qiu was a bit uncomfortable with her absence. She opened a certain letter wanting to see what message Gu Qiu had sent, but after taking a look she couldn't sit still. My ex-girlfriend asked me to go out to dinner, and said that we're going to see a movie together. It opens at 10:30 p.m. Do you think I should go? A movie at 10:30? What can I go do after watching it? She really couldn't be blamed for getting it in seconds, mainly because the time was really too easy for people to think the wrong way. Zhang Xuani smelled the smell of danger. Her little boyfriend was going to be snatched away by someone else. She hadn't even gotten raw with Gu Qiu yet, so if someone else snatched her first her chances would be slim. However, what did Gu Qiu mean when he asked himself if he thought he wanted to go? Was this asking for his opinion? No. Zhang Xuani remembered the way Gu Qiu treated Li Xinxue that day. He should be wanting himself to go and help him out. Su awakened and hunted. Gu Qiu's little boyfriend. Which classroom are you in? I'll come find you to eat together after class. Zhang Xuani sent this message out, after which she took out a small mirror from her bag and started to fix her makeup. Because she had a good foundation, she usually drew light makeup so that she looked a fresh and light beauty. Main building 3016. I'll wait for you downstairs after class. A hint of laughter seeped out from the bottom of Gu Qiu's eyes after she replied to Zhang Xianyi's message. The legendary Shura is coming. Very objectively speaking, Li Xinxue compared to Zhang Xuani is like a pure white rabbit that is not versed in the world. These two people's mind is not a segment at all. It was just unknown what means Zhang Xuani would use to maintain her position this time. Gu Qiu, What are you laughing at? Seeing Gu Qiu hooking up the corners of her mouth, Li Xinxue thought that Gu Qiu was smiling happily. Was it because she couldn't help but laugh at the thought of being with herself soon? I'm not laughing. I'm just looking forward to the end of class, Gu Qiu said in a cold voice. Expecting the class to end soon? Doesn't that mean you're looking forward to going out to dinner with yourself? Sure enough, Gu Qiu was as devoted a man as he thought. He was really lucky. In fact, you don't need to leave class. You can also do something you want to do. As long as the range of motion is a little smaller, it won't be seen by the teacher. Li Xinxue laughed shyly. Falling in Gu Qiu's eyes was so disgusting. Li Xinxue reached her hand over to hold Gu Qiu's hand, and Gu Qiu hurriedly dodged away. The dead camel's skin rolled away. Just this kind of virtue. I guess it has long been black, right? I really don't know how the hell I liked her before. Please behave yourself. Gu Qiu's eyes were cold and scary, causing Li Xinxue's outstretched hand to freeze in midair. She always felt like Gu Qiu had changed, as if he had gone from a meek and innocent student to a murderous and ruthless young master. Only when the bell rang and the teacher carted into the classroom did Li Xinxue retract her hand without a trace. Originally, she still wanted to give Gu Qiu an advantage, but since Gu Qiu wasn't willing to do it, then forget it. Thinking that it's all a matter of time anyway, and it's not too bad for a few minutes, she only hoped that at night, Gu Qiu would not look like this again. It was strange and scary. Although this class is a public class, but the content of the lecture is very boring. In the end, how boring it is. Everyone in front of the screen opened a least favorite online class to listen to 2 minutes to know. The class bell rang and Gu Qiu got up to leave the classroom. Gu Qiu, wait for me. Li Xinxue followed closely behind. Gu Qiu stopped when he reached the bottom of the school building. Li Xinxue thought that Gu Qiu was waiting for herself and hurriedly followed with joy. Gu Qiu, you're so nice. Gu Qiu's stomach turned as he listened to Li Xinxue's voice, which was clipped into strands of hair. Forget it. I'll put up with it for the sake of being able to watch a good show. A great man can bend and bend. What's this bit of suffering? Gu Qiu, want a hug? Drafting? Can you shut up? Gu Qiu wanted to say this, but it didn't fit his indifferent young master persona, and being in a hurry with someone like Li Xinxue would make him look like he was losing value. If you speak again, I'll kill you. This sentence was very much in line with his persona, but it was a bad influence to talk about killing without moving in school. Just as Gu Qiu was still struggling with how to get Li Xinxue to shut up, a soft voice seemed like a dawn in the darkness that saved him. Gu Qiu, sorry for coming down a little late. Gu Qiu looked at Zhang Xianyi with an expression of looking at a savior. Chapter 45, Unworthy of Standing Next to the Shadow Lord. Zhang Xuanyi appeared in front of Gu Qiu in time. Gu Qiu, I'm sorry, I just came down with something and I'm slightly late. Zhang Xuanyi naturally reached out and took Gu Qiu's arm, then pretended to look at Li Xinxue without thinking. Alas, this student looks a bit familiar. Is she a friend of yours? Zhang Xuanyi asked, pretending to be puzzled as if she had only just seen Li Xinxue. Sort of a previous friend. Gu Qiu nodded. A friend from before? Zhang Xuanyi looked at Li Xinxue with a smile on her face and said softly, I'm sorry, this student, I'm going to have dinner with my boyfriend, so I probably won't be able to let him accompany you. Li Xinxue's face was a bit ugly at this time. This vixen actually came again. She had obviously found Gu Qiu first. Now she was actually intercepted halfway. Do you really think that I, Li Xinxue, am easy to bully? Wait. Zhang Xuanyi stopped at the sound of her voice and looked back at Li Xinxue, smiling sweetly. May I ask what else is going on? When did Gu Qiu become your boyfriend? Li Xinxue questioned. Clearly she was Gu Qiu's first love. How come I've never heard him say that? Li Xinxue acquiesced that Gu Qiu had deliberately pissed her off in the last class and didn't take his words seriously at all. Zhang Xuanyi looked puzzled when she heard Li Xinxue's words, then turned her head to look at Gu Qiu and asked in a very well-behaved manner. When did Gu Qiu become my boyfriend? The day before yesterday. Gu Qiu answered very facetiously. After all, he had taken advantage of his own cheapness yesterday, and now he was taking a little loss. Oh, Zhang Xuanyi said with a guilty face as she looked like she just remembered. I'm sorry, I forgot about something so important. It's okay, Gu Qiu said indifferently. Immediately afterward, Zhang Xuanyi turned her head to look at Li Xinxue and smiled sweetly. It was the day before yesterday, but what is this student doing asking these questions? Li Xinxue didn't think that Gu Qiu was actually really in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with her. Could it be that Zhang Xuanyi wasn't the actor he found? Shouldn't she be the one holding Gu Qiu's arm right now? And the co-pilot of the Pagani? How was the current situation not quite the same as what he thought? Gu Qiu, is what she said true? Could it be that you really? Li Xinxue said and moved in front of Gu Qiu, but she was blocked by Zhang Xianyi, who inserted herself at once. Oh, I said, why does this student look so familiar? It seems like she's Gu Qiu's ex-girlfriend, right? Only then did Zhang Xuanyi put away her smile and looked at Li Xinxue with a slight mockery. You didn't grasp the real young master of the mansion, and now you regret a sentence and want to go back? Which is so simple. Not an ex-girlfriend. How can a poor dog like me be worthy of her? Gu Qiu sneered. It's not like that, Gu Qiu. I realized that I still love you in my heart. Please give me another chance. Li Xinshue's eyes instantly moistened, the remorse and unwillingness in her eyes unabashedly displayed. Gu Qiu really wanted to give her a post-film trophy. Her acting skills were much better than those actresses who were not considered talented. I'm afraid this won't work. Gu Qiu is my boyfriend now. How can you love him? Zhang Xianyi laughed and also admired Li Xinshue's acting skills. I'm afraid that this acting skill puts the eyes of passers-by as a deeply pitiful little girl. But with her understanding of Gu Qiu over the past few days, he could definitely see how fake Li Xinshue's tears were. You think that all the young masters of the mansion are little cuties, do you? Zhang Xuanyi pulled Gu Qiu's hand towards the cafeteria after she finished speaking. Let's go. What do you want to eat today? Gu Qiu thought about it and still didn't forget her heart. Barbecue pork ramen. Then I'll eat that too. The two casually chatted away side by side, until the silhouettes of the two had completely disappeared. Li Xinshue couldn't believe it. Had she lost? Losing Gu Qiu, losing the co-pilot of the Pagani, and also losing the dream of marrying into a rich family only to become a phoenix. She, unwilling, but couldn't do anything about it. After all, it was all caused by her own gold worship. Is it possible to go and find ordinary rich second generation to mingle with again? But after seeing a godly man of Gu Qiu's level, Li Xinshue could no longer be interested in ordinary rich second generation men, especially the kind of rich second generation like Wang Kai, who was ugly and didn't have much money. She didn't even want to care. Li Xinshue's complexion changed continuously, and finally turned into a gloomy smile. Who said she had to be the main palace? Gu Qiu had already started the barbecued pork ramen removal operation, while Zhang Xianyi took small bites of the noodles on the side. How should I be thanked this time? Boyfriend Gu Qiu? After swallowing a mouthful of barbecued pork, Zhang Xianyi looked at Gu Qiu with a teasing look on her face. Thank you how? Gu Qiu casually teased. I can give you a kiss back today, so you can take revenge for yesterday's noon. As soon as she recalled what happened yesterday noon, Zhang Xianyi's face instantly turned red, but she couldn't be angry enough to make it seem like she was afraid. This is what you said. Gu Qiu nodded. I said it at that time. Who else could have said it? Immediately after, Gu Qiu felt a pair of warm and soft hands cupping his cheeks, and he subconsciously tried to resist. After all, having one's face cupped was a dangerous thing, and one didn't trust Zhang Xianyi to this extent. Maybe Zhang Xianyi was some kind of assassin waiting for this opportunity, but Gu Qiu felt his lips being blocked by a piece of warmth and softness, and the movements in his hands instantly stopped. After coming back to his senses, he looked at Zhang Xianyi, who was blushing like a morning cloud in evening sun, and gently pursed his lips. A clear flavor. Only then did he react to the fact that he had just been forcibly kissed again. My shame. This is also Gu Qiu temper is still good. If it is put aside in front of the screen of all the adults, high and low have to kill her. A blood flow into the river. Unluckily, not far away from the sitting of a very good-looking girl happened to see the scene. That girl almost couldn't help but kill Gu Qiu when she saw Zhang Xuanyi cupping her cheeks. If Gu Qiu saw this girl, she would definitely be puzzled and ask, Kuro Nai, why are you here? That's right, this girl was none other than one of the Shadow Konoha guards, Kuratsuchi Nai. It was only that she had now taken off her mask and was working at a city university as a counselor. The purpose was naturally to protect Gu Qiu closely. Just now, when Zhang Xuanyi held Gu Qiu's face, she had already somewhat restrained her killing intent, but she hadn't expected that she would dare to forcibly kiss Shadow On. And looking at Shadow On's reaction, it seemed like he was acquiescing to this behavior of hers. Was she the woman that Shadow Shang had his eye on? Hei carefully observed Zhang Xianyi. With a good figure and a passable appearance, she was barely able to stay by Shadowblight's side, but want to become the Shadow on the side of the existence of trust is still far from it. In Kuronai's heart is only that white Zhiya that a few are qualified to stand on the side of the Shadow On, but the Shadow on the mind is not. She can speculate. She only need to fulfill their duties on the line. Chapter 46, follow up and check it out. In the end, Kuratsuchi decided to report back to Akujiya. After all, Kajikami being offended by a strange woman was no small matter. As for what Kajikami would do with Zhang Xianyi at that time, it was not for her to decide. One only needed to follow Shadow Lord's orders and act. Gu Qiu was ready to go back to the dormitory after eating, and Zhang Xianyi followed her all the way down to the dormitory floor. In the future, if you run into this kind of thing again, you have to inform me in time. I don't want my boyfriend to be snatched by someone else. Zhang Xuanyi looked at Gu Qiu with a smile on her face, her pair of soulful eyes blinking and looking very gentle. Will do. Gu Qiu nodded, then added, although our relationship has always been strange, but I'm still very grateful to you this time. Zhang Xuanyi's fair face puffed up when she heard Gu Qiu say that. If you still don't recognize our relationship, then what does what you did yesterday at noon count as? Playing hooligan? So our relationship isn't strange at all. It's just a normal couple relationship. Gu Qiu still viewed this kind of couple relationship as important at first, but as his mindset slowly changed, he now adhered to 3 principles of acting. Do not take the initiative. Do not reject. No responsibility. So it didn't matter if Zhang Xuani wanted to treat him as her boyfriend. It was all wishful thinking on her part anyway. Gu Qiu smiled. Whatever you say. See you later, President's sister. After saying that, Gu Qiu turned around to leave, and just after taking 2 steps, she felt something pulling on her clothes. Looking back, who else could it be but Zhang Xianyi? Gu Qiu was puzzled. What else do you have going on? Even if you're a couple, then can't you even go back to the dormitory? What else? Zhang Xuani hastily loosened the hand that pinched Gu Qiu's clothes. Her face reddened, lowered her head and said in a very low voice, "There was no kissing before saying goodbye today?" The corners of Gu Qiu's mouth couldn't help but rise as he reached out and pulled Zhang Xuani to himself, jerking his head down. Yatian Yun residence. Bai Zhiya looked at the photos on the cell phone in front of her and listened to Xilan report. According to Heinai's information, this woman in the photo is called Zhang Xuani, a sophomore in the dance department. After investigation, it was found that she always approached Kajikami intentionally or unintentionally and also made disrespectful gestures towards Kajikami. Bai Zhiya didn't have any reaction at all when Xilan spoke in front of her, but when she heard it said that she had made disrespectful gestures towards Gu Qiu, she instantly sat up straight. Made disrespectful gestures towards young master? What action? Xilan hurriedly said. This woman cupped Shadow Shang's face and overlapped her lips during lunch. Then what was the young master's reaction? Kajikami didn't reject it. Bai Zhiya picked up her cell phone and murmured as she looked seriously at Zhang Xianyi's picture. The figure looks good. The looks are also okay, but with these wanting to be the young master's woman is definitely not enough. So why didn't the young master reject her? Bai Zhiya seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that young master likes this tone? The thought of holding the young master's face and kissing him. Bai Zhiya hurriedly shook her head, shaking out all the strange thoughts in her mind. This was disrespectful behavior towards the young master. If Sister Qingnian found out, she would inevitably receive a scolding. However, there must be a reason why the young master didn't reject this woman. As for what reason, Bai Zhiya couldn't figure it out. Forget it. If you can't understand, then don't think about it. Anyway, the young master's mind can't be guessed by anyone. When the young master comes back, he can just ask himself face to face, and he can also use this opportunity to go to the young master's room to sleep. A college student's day went by quickly, and after classes it was all free time. As Gu Qiu walked on the gravel road of the campus, the lines of sight around her changed from the single contempt of the previous few days to something more complex and varied. Heat, envy, awe, curiosity. If one were to say who the most famous student of a city university was these days, it would inevitably have to be Gu Qiu. See, that boy over there wearing all Lewis numbers. He's the officially announced boyfriend of the goddess of the dance department, Zhang Xianyi. I heard a few days ago that he's a pedantic dog licker. How come he's the goddess boyfriend now? He can drive a Pagani with one hand, don't you think? I see. I'm the one who doesn't deserve it. Gu Qiu's deeds had already spread in the school. The school's only $10 million sports car owner, the boyfriend that goddess Zhang Xianyi announced on stage after winning the dance competition, instantly killing the vice president of the combat association, Gao Qiqiang, and forcibly kissing Zhang Xianyi downstairs in the boys' dormitory. What's even more surprising is that Gu Qiu actually has a relationship with Bai Qingnian's schoolgirl, and doesn't even put Chen Xian in his eyes. With all the buffs piled on top of each other, Gu Qiu's identity had become a mystery in the eyes of ordinary students. But what was certain was that Gu Qiu was definitely not the ultimate licking dog that was rumored before. Gu Qiu was also happy to be quiet now. It felt so good to not have a bunch of passers-by surrounding him and calling him a licking dog. This is the ability to pay money. No matter how you were before, as long as you have the ability to get money, you are still the most beautiful boy. When Gu Qiu came to the entrance of the school, he found Bai Qingnian standing there waiting. It was strange. Their dismissal times were obviously the same, but Bai Qingnian would come out earlier than himself every time. In fact, every time Bai Qingnian would leave the classroom early, the purpose was so that Gu Qiu wouldn't have to waste time by waiting for himself, because young master hated waiting. Gu Qiu walked quickly towards Bai Qingnian, and he didn't see Zhang Xuani not far away. Zhang Xuani only had one class in the afternoon, and originally, she had planned to ask Gu Qiu to accompany her to go out and have some fun after her class, but Gu Qiu had a full afternoon class, so she had no choice but to give up on that plan. In her rare free time, she decided to take advantage of this time to go out and buy some necessities. But girls go out and spend a lot of time. Just going back to the dormitory to change clothes and fix her makeup took more than an hour, and by the time she came out, Gu Qiu was already out of class. And then coincidentally, they met again at the school entrance. When Zhang Xuani saw Gu Qiu, she was about to quickly step forward and take his arm, but she didn't make a move, and Gu Qiu walked quickly. Where is he going? Zhang Xuanyi followed Gu Qiu's direction and saw Bai Qingnian standing next to the Rolls-Royce. Bai Qingnian bowed her head slightly at Gu Qiu and said softly, "Good day, young master." Well, Gu Qiu nodded and went straight to the car. Bai Qingnian also followed behind Gu Qiu and got into the car. Zhang Xuanyi froze in place. She was far away and didn't hear what Gu Qiu and Bai Qingnian said, but she felt that there was no guard in Gu Qiu's eyes when he looked at Bai Qingnian. It was like he trusted Bai Qingnian. Moreover, Bai Qingnian's expression just now wasn't as cold as it used to be, and her eyes had become unusually gentle. What exactly was the relationship between them? An ominous premonition surged through his heart. When faced with a character like Li Xinxue, Zhang Xuanyi could deal with it calmly, having absolute confidence that Gu Qiu would not be snatched away. But Bai Qingnian and Li Xinxue were different. Bai Qingnian was a real rich girl, and she was transported to and from school by a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The status and vision alone is not comparable to that of Li Xinxue, not to mention the fact that she has a family history that is not weaker than Gu Qiu's. If she really wants to go out with Gu Qiu, she will be able to do so. If she really wanted to go out with Gu Qiu, did she really have the qualifications to compete? Thinking about it, Zhang Xuanyi panicked, watching Gu Qiu get into the car but not being able to do much about it. What to do? What to do? What to do? Looking at the Rolls-Royce's door slowly closing, Zhang Xuanyi ran to the side of the road and stopped a cab. She wanted to follow the Rolls-Royce to see where it was going. As long as it wasn't a hotel, she still had a chance. Chapter 47. How come it's you? She didn't have the guts to rush up to Bai Qingnian and take Gu Qiu's arm and call him her boyfriend. That would easily embarrass herself. But there was no way she could watch Gu Qiu leave her. It felt like the person she liked had suddenly left, so she decided to follow up and see where exactly Gu Qiu and Bai Qingnian had gone. As long as they weren't going to a hotel guest house or something like that, her mind could still be stabilized. Everything could be explained away by a misunderstanding. Maybe Bai Qingnian was just an ordinary friend of Gu Qiu's. "Master, follow that Rolls-Royce in front of you," Zhang Xuanyi said anxiously to the driver. The driver looked at the Rolls-Royce not far in front and hesitated a bit. Following this kind of thing was very unethical. One slip-up would cause problems. Moreover, the license plate number of the car in front was A0009. If you can use this kind of license plate number, the person sitting inside is definitely not an ordinary person. If he offended the bigwigs sitting in the car because of his stalking, he was not sure what kind of big trouble he would get into. Zhang Xuanyi saw the driver's concern and hurriedly explained, "The person sitting in the car in front is my friend. We're going to a classmate reunion, and since the car is already full, I'll have to take a taxi." Zhang Xuanyi casually found a reason to muddle through. The driver uncle only felt relieved when he heard this, and instantly reminded in a neutral tone, "Little girl, fasten your seatbelt." Zhang Xuanyi hurriedly fastened her seatbelt. After seeing Zhang Xuanyi fasten her seatbelt, the driver uncle kicked the gas down and the cab sped out. Inside the Rolls-Royce car, Gu Qiu was lying on Bai Qingnian's soft thighs enjoying a massage and had no idea what Zhang Xuanyi was thinking. Perhaps it was the will of heaven that Gu Qiu's hand unconsciously landed on Bai Qingnian. It was as if Bai Qingnian was giving herself a massage, bouncing back and forth from side to side, causing Bai Qingnian's face to instantly turn red. Bai Qingnian felt Gu Qiu's increasingly strange movements and her body stiffened, but then instantly relaxed again, because if the body was tight it would affect the young master's hand. But why is young master doing this in the car? There were other people in this car, and it was also one's own beloved henchman, so it would be humiliating if they were seen. The subordinate here is Bai Ran, who is driving the car. That is an authentic intellectual mature black silk beauty, obviously only 23 or 24 years old. Her body was already filled with an aura of Wei Wu's legacy. Wonderful, wonderful. Just as Gu Qiu was still admiring, his cell phone suddenly rang. Gu Qiu very reluctantly took his hand back from Bai Qingnian and opened his phone to see that it was a message from Bai Cherry. "Lord, there's a cab with license plate number A0513 following you from behind." After seeing this message, Gu Qiu was a bit puzzled as to how he was always being followed. Who was it this time? The first thing Gu Qiu thought of was Gu Qiu. Wouldn't he be the one who hadn't suffered enough and wanted to retaliate? If it was really him, Gu Qiu wondered if all these villains had no brains at all. How dare they come after being beaten up so badly? "Young master, there's a cab following us from behind." Bai Ran's sensible and gentle voice rang out as she also realized that something was wrong. Bai Qingnian didn't have any reaction when he heard Bai Ran's words, and even the action of rubbing and pressing on his hands didn't pause in the slightest. It was as if being followed wasn't something worth caring about. After a while, Bai Qingnian gently asked Gu Qiu, "Young master, is it okay to let me handle this?" Gu Qiu nodded. Of course it was fine. He was already too lazy to pay attention to these things. And as for how Bai Qingnian would deal with the people following him, he was too lazy to know. Just 2 words, trust. Anyway, Bai Qingnian was a dead servant with a loyalty of 100. It wasn't like he would betray himself. After Bai Qingnian received Gu Qiu's permission, he ordered Bai Ran. Leave the survivors and bring them to Tianyunju. Yes. Immediately after that, Bai Ran quickly tapped the keyboard and conveyed the order to the Shadow Konoha. Gu Qiu enjoyed the wonderful hand feeling all the way back to Tianyun residence. As soon as he opened the door, Bai Zhiya's delicate but not tiny figure appeared in front of Gu Qiu, bending slightly at him. Welcome home, young master. Gu Qiu nodded, dotingly stroked Bai Zhiya's hair, and softly asked, did Zhiya behave herself today? Bai Zhiya's eyes widened as she asked, will young master punish Zhiya if she's not good? What kind of question is that? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Gu Qiu strategically skipped this question and walked into the villa. It wasn't time to eat yet, and Gu Qiu wasn't hungry, so he was a bit bored for a while. He simply watched a movie in the villa's movie room. Bai Qingnian quietly sat aside and gently peeled the grapes, and after peeling them, put the luscious grape pulp into the bowl. Not long after, a slender white hand picked up a peeled grape and put it to the side of Gu Qiu's mouth. Bai Zhiya said obediently, young master, I'll feed you. Gu Qiu naturally opened his mouth. The grapes were slightly cool in the mouth. Very sweet, but not snoozy at all. Just right. After a while, Bai Ran suddenly appeared beside Bai Qingnian, bent down and whispered something before leaving. Young master, the person who followed you has been brought back. Do you want to go take a look? Gu Qiu thought about it for a moment, but ultimately decided to let it go. No need. Just take care of it on your own. Bai Zhiya, who was leaning in Gu Qiu's arms, heard Bai Qingnian's words with some curiosity and asked in a soft voice, young master, someone is following you again? Yesterday, she had heard Bai Cherry say that someone was trying to kidnap young master, and she didn't expect that there would actually be more today. Aha! Bai Zhiya once again pouted. Young master, can this matter be given to me to be responsible for? I also want to see who exactly is following young master. Yes, thank you, young master. Bai Zhiya continued to snuggle in Gu Qiu's arms and feed him grapes after she finished speaking. After all, staying by young master's side was the most important thing, and as for dealing with the person who was stalking young master, he would talk about it later. A cell in the basement of the Tianyun residence was transformed. Zhang Xianyi's hands and feet were all bound by chains and fixed to a cross. At this moment, her eyes were blindfolded and her entire body was in a state of extreme panic and fear. She didn't remember what happened. She only remembered that two people wearing masks suddenly appeared and knocked her out. And when she woke up again, she appeared here. It was pitch black to the eyes, and the unknown and darkness were the things that could inspire the deepest fear in human hearts the most. Initially, she should have been kidnapped. She wouldn't be here if it was just a money heist, but why hasn't she made a move yet if she was the one who had thoughts about her? Snapping, creaking, the basement door was opened. Zhang Xianyi couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Ta-tart, da-tart. The scattered footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Zhang Xianyi could no longer hold her pressure somewhat. Ugh, why is it you? Bai Zhiya's warm and soft voice rang out as she curiously surveyed the somewhat flustered Zhang Xianyi in front of her. Wasn't this the same woman from today's photo? The woman who disrespected the young master. Zhang Xuanyi was also a bit surprised that the one who kidnapped herself was actually a girl with a soft voice, and listening to her speak, it seemed like she knew her. Who are you? Why did you capture me here? Zhang Xuanyi boldly questioned. Bai Zhiya looked at Zhang Xuanyi in front of her playfully, and she did not answer Zhang Xuanyi's question. Instead, she slowly approached Zhang Xuanyi until the corner of her own mouth was close to Zhang Xuanyi's ear. You, recognize Xiao. Ahem. Do you know Gu Qiu? Gu Qiu? Zhang Xuanyi was a bit puzzled, but still answered truthfully. Recognize. Then what is your relationship with him? The corners of Bai Zhiya's mouth hooked up into a trace of arc, and she said with a playful face, don't be in a hurry to answer first. For the record in advance, I don't have a good relationship with Gu Qiu. Chapter 48, Gu Qiu is the young master in her mouth. Don't be in a hurry to answer first. For the record in advance, Gu Qiu and I don't have a good relationship. The corner of Bai Zhiya's mouth hooked into a playful arc. She wanted to see how this woman would answer in this situation. Hearing Bai Zhiya say this, Zhang Xianyi hesitated. If it was normal, she would definitely say that Gu Qiu was her boyfriend. But now in this situation, saying this sentence herself would probably put herself in a very dangerous situation. She was on bad terms with Gu Qiu, which meant that she was Gu Qiu's enemy. Given Gu Qiu's status, it was normal for her to have a few powerful enemies. Is she being treated as Gu Qiu's girlfriend and accidentally caught up in the whirlwind of the family's rivalry? Then, what should I do now? Zhang Xianyi was torn. Deny that she is his girlfriend in exchange for a small chance of survival? She forced herself to calm down and analyze the current situation, and eventually decided to tell the truth, because this way she had a better chance of surviving, and at the same time, she also had a certain amount of utilization value, so that she wouldn't be immediately silenced. He's my boyfriend. Zhang Xianyi's voice trembled a little, and the fear in it could be clearly felt. Bai Zhiya was a little surprised by Zhang Xuanyi's answer. The young master was his boyfriend? Meaning that she was the young master's girlfriend? Then why would the young master allow himself to dispose of her? Bai Zhiya's little head directly overloaded. The young master's intentions were just too hard to guess. Forget it, the young master has said that he is solely responsible for it. So let's just follow the original idea first. Bai Zhiya reached out and pulled off the black ribbon covering Zhang Xuani's eyes, looking at Zhang Xuani's deer-like panicked eyes, and asked in a cold voice, "Why did you go to follow the young master? Why did you follow the young master?" This time, Zhang Xuani was confused. She had obviously gone to follow Gu Qiu and Bai Qingnian. When did she follow? Zhang Xuani looked as if she had suddenly thought of something. Could it be that Gu Qiu was the young master she was talking about? I wasn't stalking. I just happened to be passing by. Zhang Xiani decided to keep her mouth shut in an attempt to muddle through. Bai Zhiya smiled broadly and reached out to untie the chains that bound Zhang Xiani. Young master said it's my freedom to deal with you how I want. I won't be as merciful as young master, but for the sake of young master, I'll give you one more chance. Bai Zhiya stood up straight after releasing all of Zhang Xuani's arms and legs, and said word for word, "Why are you following the young master?" Zhang Xuani couldn't help but shiver when she met Bai Zhiya's eyes covered in smiles. She subconsciously feared this young girl in front of her. She always felt that Bai Zhiya's clear and transparent eyes had an inexplicable, killing intent. Yes, it was killing intent. This flawless young girl in front of her wanted to kill herself. I saw Gu Qiu get into Bai Qingnian's car and was a little worried, so I wanted to go see where they were going. So that's how it is. Bai Zhiya snorted. Was this woman afraid that the young master would be snatched away by Sister Qingnian, and that's why she followed her up to try to see what was going on? What a woman with no self-awareness. Is the young master not someone who is qualified to possess him alone? Even myself and Sister Qingnian only wished to stay by the young master's side, and never thought of possessing him. How dare you? Moreover, she also forcefully kissed the young master in such a disrespectful way, so she should indeed be punished in a small way. Thinking of this, Bai Zhiya slowly walked towards Zhang Xianyi. Although Zhang Xianyi's hands and feet had been loosened, she still felt weak and couldn't lift a bit of strength. Facing Bai Zhiya, she could only tremblingly step backward. What are you doing? Bai Zhiya didn't say anything, but quickly dodged and rushed towards Zhang Xianyi, grabbing Zhang Xianyi's wrist at once and gently flipping and folding it. Zhang Xianyi was instantly crushed to the ground. The pain coming from her wrist made her unable to stop herself from crying out in pain. After putting Zhang Xuani under control, Bai Zhiya's movement slowed down a bit. She softly said, "Be good. If you don't behave and move around it will hurt a lot." Saying this, she flipped Zhang Xianyi's body over and scrutinized the terrified Zhang Xianyi with a slightly admiring gaze. The figure is not bad, barely able to fit into the eyes. Only that you still don't have enough respect for the young master. You need to be punished slightly. Bai Zhiya stretched out her other hand and used her index finger to gently rub Zhang Xuani's waist, slowly exerting force. Zhang Xianyi only felt a heartbreaking pain in her waist and abdomen as if she had been cut open with a knife. Zhang Xuani struggled, but in the face of Bai Zhiya all struggles seemed powerless. What Bai Zhiya had just pressed were the pain points on the human body. To put it simply, they were the parts where certain pain nerves were concentrated. That is very painful. At least for Zhang Xianyi is already unbearable pain. To ask Bai Zhiya how she knew that, it was because as a child, Baek Jiayun had often received training in pain nerve sensitivity reduction. At that time, no matter how much he begged for mercy, the young master would not let go. However, after each training session, the young master would painfully hug herself and softly comfort her. She knew that the young master was doing this for her own good, so she never blamed the young master. Bai Zhiya was bored when she saw Zhang Xianyi fainting from the pain before withdrawing her hand. Is this almost too much? That's not good. Having such a poor tolerance, Bai Zhiya was a little worried that Zhang Xianyi couldn't withstand Gu Qiu's punishment. If she fainted in the middle of it, it would ruin young master's excitement. Then let's have a temporary special training, and give you 5 minutes of rest time. Bai Zhiya smiled brightly, but this smile fell so creepy in Zhang Xianyi's eyes. Gu Qiu was lying on his bed looking at the ceiling in boredom. He was a bit puzzled. Why didn't Bai Zhiya come over to stick to him to sleep together today? Young master, are you asleep? Bai Qingnian's voice sounded outside the door. Speak of the devil. Bai Qingnian came. Gu Qiu lazily said, "Come in." The door was pushed open and Bai Qingnian's figure came into view. At this time, Bai Qingnian was dressed in a light pink nightgown, and pieces of her exposed white skin looked smooth and delicate under the light. Bai Qingnian's cheeks were slightly flushed, even more attractive under the pink pajamas. There were also some indescribable things looming, which made Gu Qiu itch for a while. "What's wrong?" Gu Qiu asked, pretending not to care. He wanted to retain his dignity as a young master. Young master must have had a hard time in class today. Qingnian help young master massage and relax his body. You better say massage. Zhang Xuani woke up the next day from the pain. She opened her eyes and looked around. She could no longer see Bai Zhiya's figure. Looking down at her body again, her hands and feet weren't tied and her clothes were intact. Last night she had been hovering on the edge of fainting and waking up. Whenever she was about to faint from the pain, Zhiya would always stop at the right time. Until finally, when it was pressed onto the small of her back, Zhiya didn't stop and allowed herself to faint. The last words she heard last night were, "Although young master told me to dispose of you myself, I'm still giving you a chance. After all, it's the first time young master has let a woman behave disrespectfully towards him." Through Zhiya's self-talk last night, Zhang Xianyi was almost certain that the young master she spoke of was Gu Qiu, that young master of the mansion that she thought she was holding. In reality, all of her own movements were within his grasp, and everything he showed was the way he wanted to be seen. Gu Qiu's identity was far deeper than what she had previously thought, and was simply not something that someone like her could reach high. Looking back now, she actually thought that she could pin down Gu Qiu with a little bit of her mind. It was really ridiculous. Now she only hoped that Gu Qiu could let herself go and forgive herself for her previous disrespectful words. That's all. Creak. The basement door was pushed open. Zhiya's figure appeared before her. She looked at Zhang Xianyi, who was sitting paralyzed on the floor, and let out a light smile. "Hello, good morning. Come out and wash and eat and dress up. Then accompany young master to school. This is your only chance." Chapter 49. Why is the president's senior sister here? System, sign in. Signing in every morning had become a habit for Gu Qiu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Loyalty Talisman Seal *1. Loyalty Talisman Seal. Selecting a target and using the Loyalty Talisman Seal on them can make their loyalty to the host reach 100. Gu Qiu's mind moved and a blue light screen appeared in front of him. Name, Gu Qiu. Age, 18 years old. Gender, male. Physique, 70, each value is capped at 100. Charisma, 91. IQ, 94. Durability, undetectable. Possessed skills, full piano technique. Full fighting technique, skills, full piano technique. Full fighting technique, skills, full piano technique. Full fighting technique. Item, Loyalty Seal *1. Item, Loyalty Seal *1. Loyalty Rune Mark, which can directly turn an ordinary person into a Deadpool similar to Zhiya. It was a good item, but there was no chance to use it for the time being. Qingnian carried a bowl of oatmeal abalone porridge and put it in front of Gu Qiu, saying gently, "Young master, have a sip of porridge." Aha! Gu Qiu slowly ate the sumptuous breakfast, and Qingnian just stood to the side quietly watching, her face filled with happiness. It was wonderful to be able to accompany young master like this. Right, where's Zhiya? Why haven't I seen her since last night? Gu Qiu suddenly remembers how he hasn't seen Zhiya's figure. By rights Zhiya should be clinging to himself all the time. Zhiya was interrogating the person who was stalking young master last night, and this morning as well. As soon as she woke up, she ran to the basement. Gu Qiu listened to Qingnian's reply thoughtfully, and finally said softly, "Remind Zhiya that this is a domestic country, and tell her to be a little more restrained." Gu Qiu, who was able to create the world's #1 assassin organization, Dark Shadow Hall, didn't have any saintly motherly heart, but he was worried that Zhiya was playing too much, and that would be troublesome. Qingnian nodded. Understood, young master. Zhiya also said this morning that she would give young master a surprise. Surprise? Gu Qiu was sweating a bit. He just hoped that this little ninny wouldn't give himself a surprise. Gu Qiu rested a little bit after eating. After all, eating was also very tiring. Gu Qiu glanced at the time. Time to go to class. Today, Gu Qiu was still going to school with Qingnian, but just as he got into the car, Zhiya ran over quickly. "Young master." Zhiya jumped into Gu Qiu's arms at once, her nose sucking hard on Gu Qiu's scent. "Zhiya misses you." Gu Qiu touched Zhiya's nose and said helplessly, "Isn't it just that we haven't seen each other for a night?" One night is also a very, very long time. One night was really a long, long time. Whether it was Zhiya or Qingnian, both knew this very well. Well, he really couldn't say anything to refute it as he looked at Zhiya's clear eyes. "Does young master know who the person who followed you yesterday was?" Zhiya asked as he tilted his head and looked at Gu Qiu's eyes in a soft manner. "Who was the person who followed you yesterday?" "It should be Gao Qicheng." Other than that he couldn't think of anyone else who would follow him. Gu Qiu nodded and said confidently, "I know, otherwise I wouldn't have let you handle it." Zhiya listened to Gu Qiu's reply and instantly revealed a smile that was true. Young master had already known that Zhang Xianyi was stalking him, so he had asked himself to go and give her a little bit of punishment, shattering her pride and causing her to set her attitude straight. After that, he would look at the situation and decide whether or not to keep her and let her follow Gu Qiu. Zhiya couldn't help but feel a burst of happiness in her heart as she felt that she already knew what the young master was thinking. After that, Zhiya struggled up from Gu Qiu's arms and quickly walked off the bus. "Young master, I'll go bring her over." "Bring her over? Who is she?" Not waiting for Gu Qiu to be puzzled, a familiar figure walked out from within the basement. It was a girl with a very good figure. The girl's upper body was a white bodysuit similar to Zhiya's, and her lower body was a pair of black leggings. which showed off her long and straight legs perfectly. When Gu Qiu saw the girl's face, his pupils immediately quaked. What's the situation? Why is Zhang Xianyi here? A very outrageous thought appeared in Gu Qiu's head. Couldn't it be she was the one who was stalking him, right? Zhang Xianyi looked at the Rolls-Royce from afar. Gu Qiu should be sitting in it. There's no need to be nervous. Young master is very gentle. You've also felt it during our previous time together, right? Zhiya softly consoled from the side. Hurry up and go, or else you should be late for school later. Just like before, Zhang Xianyi couldn't deny that Gu Qiu was indeed gentle, but this situation now made her panic. Gu Qiu was no longer that boy in school who could casually let her hold his arm, and she herself was no longer the sought-after dance department flower in school. It had to be said that Zhang Xuanyi was indeed very smart, and she could see the situation very clearly to make the right choice. Not like some brainless villains who kept forcing their brains. Zhang Xuanyi slowly walked to the car door and hesitated before taking a step up. After getting into the car, she looked around and realized that Gu Qiu was lazily lying on by Qingnian's lap. It was clearly an incredible image, but it didn't look out of place at all, as if it deserved to be. Zhang Xuanyi recalled by Zhiya's words that she should greet the young master respectfully when she saw him, and that she would be punished by Sister Qingnian if she offended him. Sister Qingnian, that should be by Qingnian speaking. Zhang Xuanyi bowed her head slightly to Gu Qiu, and after a while, she whispered, "Good morning." How come even she called herself young master? Gu Qiu looked doubtfully at Bai Zhiya, who was standing not far from the car window, and Bai Zhiya immediately responded with a light smile when she realized Gu Qiu was looking at her. It was probably this little ninny who had messed up. You don't have to address me like this, Gu Qiu said softly. I'm a bit uncomfortable, or the previous one sounds better. Zhang Xuanyi didn't say anything, and when Gu Qiu told her to sit down, she obediently did so. The car door slowly closed, and the one man and three women set off on their journey to school. Gu Qiu could feel that Zhang Xuanyi was nervous now, and this nervousness was more like a kind of fear. Bai Zhiya shouldn't have done something really excessive to her yesterday, right? One must know that lynching is against the law in the country. It seems like it's time to find a chance to teach Bai Zhiya a lesson. Were you the one who followed me yesterday? Gu Qiu suddenly opened his mouth to scare Zhang Xianyi into trembling. Sorry. Zhang Xuanyi's reply was considered a tacit admission of the fact that she was stalking Gu Qiu. Why are you following me? Gu Qiu asked again. This time Zhang Xuanyi didn't answer and just sat there frozen with her head down. Seeing this, Bai Qingnian said in a cold voice, say whatever young master asks, even if you don't know. Say you don't know. Qingnian, don't scare her. Only when she heard Gu Qiu say this did Bai Qingnian not continue to speak. The young master had said that he couldn't scare her, so he would ignore her disrespect this time for now. Gu Qiu turned her head to look at Zhang Xianyi. President's sister, why are you following me? Because I saw you get into Bai Qingnian's car. I thought you were a couple and wanted to follow to see where you were going. Bai Qingnian's face instantly reddened when she heard Zhang Xuanyi say that it was because she and Gu Qiu were a couple. How was she worthy? Did Bai Zhiya do anything to you last night? Hearing Gu Qiu ask this, Zhang Xuanyi recalled last night's events and involuntarily shivered. No, didn't do anything. Gu Qiu let out a light laugh. Zhang Xianyi was close to writing her fear on her face. How could Bai Zhiya have done nothing? However, he saw that Zhang Xianyi didn't have any obvious superficial wounds on her body, so he probably knew what Bai Zhiya had done. Gu Qiu asked in as gentle a voice as possible, does your waist and abdomen still hurt? When Zhang Xuanyi heard such a gentle voice from Gu Qiu, an inexplicable aggression surged to her heart. Chapter 50, A Shift in Sentiment. An inexplicable aggression surged to her heart. She just wanted to see where her boyfriend was going. What was wrong with that? Unexpectedly, she was kidnapped halfway here and was lectured by Bai Zhiya in the name of disrespecting Gu Qiu. Thinking of this, Zhang Xianyi's eyes were filled with tears, as if they would break the bank the next moment. Haven't answered me yet. Does your waist and abdomen still hurt? Gu Qiu sighed helplessly when he saw Zhang Xuanyi's look. Alas, this misunderstanding is big. Meeting Gu Qiu's deep eyes, Zhang Xianyi quickly adjusted her emotions and silently recited in her mind, don't cry, don't cry, tears are pearls. At the same time there were the precautions that Bai Zhiya had taught her. Gu Qiu liked to be quiet. Don't talk nonsense when you have nothing to do. Gu Qiu didn't like people crying in front of him. It would only be loathed. Bai Zhiya talked to her a lot and introduced her to a Gu Qiu that was completely different from her impression. But the facts were in front of her, and she had no choice. Zhang Xuanyi shook her head and said softly, it doesn't hurt anymore. How could it not hurt? It was only the last bit of self-respect that made her forcefully hold back the words. Gu Qiu was now a bit torn. Zhang Xianyi was certainly wrong to follow her, but Bai Zhiya had already taught her a lesson. Logically speaking, she should be let go. But looking at Zhang Xianyi's current appearance, it was possible that Bai Zhiya had said something strange to her. What did Zhiya say to you? Zhang Xuanyi looked at Gu Qiu suspiciously, as if her eyes were saying, who is Zhiya? Realizing that Zhang Xianyi might not know Bai Zhiya's name, Gu Qiu added another sentence. Zhiya is the little girl who brought you here just now. That little girl? Zhang Xuani's innocent smile surfaced in her mind, and she couldn't help but feel a chill growing all over her body. Gu Qiu actually called her a little girl? Perhaps to him Bai Zhiya was indeed a well-behaved and cute little girl, but to Zhang Xuani Bai Zhiya was just like a female Yanwang, and last night's experience made her subconsciously fear Bai Zhiya. She said that she wanted me to behave well in front of young master and apologize for offending you before, and if young master doesn't forgive me, she'll even bring me back tonight. Zhang Xianyi's voice trembled a little, looking as if she was nervous. I said you don't have to address me like that, it always sounds weird. Also, I've already forgiven you, and at the same time, I apologize for what Bai Zhiya did to you last night, and don't do anything like that again in the future. After all, stalking is easy to misunderstand. You should be glad you're still alive. Gu Qiu adjusted the position of her cervical vertebrae and leaned on the seat in a more comfortable position. Chairman Senpai, you can rest assured that Zhiya won't go after you again, Gu Qiu said slowly. You can leave when you get to school, but in the future, you might not be able to go to dinner together as Gu Qiu's boyfriend like this, Gu Qiu said with a look of regret. What a pity for a schoolmate with such a good figure. Thank you for the clothes you bought me. Gu Qiu said and used his cell phone to transfer $50,000 to Zhang Xuani. This is the money to pay you back for the clothes. Zhang Xuani looked a little surprised to see the $50,000 arrival message on her cell phone, but still said softly, the clothes only cost more than $7,000. No need. That extra is considered interest, Gu Qiu said casually. After all, $50,000 was as worthless to him now as a small goal was to everyone here. The atmosphere that followed was a bit awkward. As Zhang Xuani sat upright and looked cautious, Gu Qiu completely ignored Zhang Xuani's presence, lying on the soft seat enjoying the schoolgirl's massage service. The scene in front of her looked so unbelievable in Zhang Xianyi's eyes. She didn't think that the usually cool and ascetic Bai Qingnian didn't actually have such a face. She acted completely like in front of Gu Qiu, how to put it, a well-behaved and understanding henchman. Yes, just like a henchman. This caused her to speculate more about Gu Qiu's identity. Even an existence like Bai Qingnian had willingly become Gu Qiu's henchman, and she had actually presumed to lock Gu Qiu's heart. Now it seemed to be a fool's errand. Soon the black Rolls-Royce arrived at the entrance of a city university. Bai Qingnian was the first to get out of the car, followed by Gu Qiu. The students around the entrance of the school were full of envy when they saw this scene. It was so nice to have money, not only to have a luxury car to take you to and from school, but also to be accompanied by the school's flower. After Gu Qiu got off the car, he looked back at Zhang Xuani, who was still sitting in the car, and wondered, aren't you going to get off the car? Only then did Zhang Xuani react to the fact that she had already arrived at the school. Oh, well, she slightly adjusted her emotions and tried her best to walk out of the car with elegant steps in a graceful manner. She couldn't show her timidity in front of Gu Qiu. After Zhang Xuani got off the bus, many students' eyes instantly locked onto her. Holy, that's Zhang Xuani, the goddess of the dance department? I'm not getting blurry-eyed, am I? Bro, you're not wrong. I saw her eating with Gu Qiu in the cafeteria yesterday. What's this? No wonder there are so many different opinions within the school. There are those who say he's in love with the white school flower, and there are also those who say he's a couple with goddess Xianyi. So it's a coincidence that all of them are going to. I don't accept it. My school flower would actually suffer from this kind of aggravation. Oh, it's so hard for me to look at my school flower's unhappy appearance. Gu Qiu ignored the murmurings of the people around her. Now this kind of murmurings were all brainless envy and jealousy of acid. There was no longer all kinds of ridicule from before. However, Bai Qingnian still had some small emotions in her heart. Listening to these people so blatantly discussing the young master was very uncomfortable. If placed before, she would tear their mouths apart. However, the young master didn't order her to do so, so she had no choice but to let it go. Bai Qingnian and Zhang Xuani stood on Gu Qiu's left and right respectively, and the three of them walked into the school side by side, a scene that was quite explosive even in the world. When they reached the main teaching building, Gu Qiu turned his head to look at Zhang Xuani and said with a smile, "Goodbye, President's sister." After saying that, Gu Qiu walked towards his classroom, with Bai Qingnian following closely behind, leaving Zhang Xuani standing alone. Zhang Xuani looked at Gu Qiu's back and felt inexplicably a little lost. Didn't he have any thoughts about himself? Is she that worthless? Thinking back to the details of her previous relationship with Gu Qiu always had an indifferent demeanor, but in the end, she would still care about herself in a roundabout way. Bai Zhiya had said this to her this morning. Young master is a very gentle person. Yes, Gu Qiu was indeed a very gentle person, but as fate would have it, she was not qualified to spy on him, but she was still very unwilling, and with her head spinning, she shouted, "Gu Qiu, what is our relationship in the future?" Gu Qiu stopped and turned around, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. "Whatever, whichever you like." Zhang Xuani shouted again. Gu Qiu boyfriend, can I continue to call you that? Bai Qingnian's eyes stared, but she didn't say anything when she looked at Gu Qiu as if she had no intention of refusing. Of course you can, President's sister. Hearing Gu Qiu's reply, Zhang Xuani's tears flowed down indisputably. What was she crying about? Wasn't Gu Qiu just granting herself a small request? Zhang Xiani also didn't notice the shift in her sentimental mindset towards Gu Qiu, but she still wanted to cry. Then say yes, Gu Qiu's boyfriend. See you at noon. Chapter 51 Loyalty till death do us part. Gu Qiu looked at the crying Zhang Xuani and chanted in his heart. Use loyalty talisman seal. Choose the target, Zhang Xuani. Bring it to you. Originally, Gu Qiu had already told people to stay away, but Zhang Xuani still rushed up to her. Gu Qiu wasn't a saint with no desires, and when he ran into someone with a body like Zhang Xuani, when it came to someone with Zhang Xuani's figure, she couldn't say no at all. However, Gu Qiu was a bit uneasy about not having enough loyalty, so he could only use this loyalty talisman. This would ensure Zhang Xianyi's absolute loyalty to herself, and she herself could remove her disguise in front of her, just like Bai Qingnian and Bai Zhiya. Detected the host using the loyalty talisman seal, opening the loyalty detection template, which allows the host to detect other people's loyalty to him or her an unlimited number of times. The system also made a timely sound to open the new function. Gu Qiu's mind moved and the detection opened. He looked at Bai Qingnian and realized that Bai Qingnian's head was marked with the words till death do us part. Till death do us part. We won't change till death do us part. The meaning was simple and clear. Gu Qiu then looked at Zhang Xuani and realized that she also had the words till death do us part on her head. If nothing else, Bai Zhiya should be the same. As for Bai Cherry and the others, Gu Qiu thought that it was likely that their loyalty was also full, so he would just take a look at them when the time came. Gu Qiu didn't linger any longer and walked straight to the classroom. Zhang Xuani always felt some strange emotions in her heart. She was now filled with Gu Qiu's deep eyes, and looking at Gu Qiu's back, she wanted to rush over and hug him regardless. Zhang Xiani stood still and opened her mouth, wanting to say something but in the end did not make a sound. Watching Gu Qiu's figure disappear around the corner of the building, this sudden empty feeling, what exactly is it? Perhaps it was because of Gao Qicheng the other day. No one had come to trouble Gu Qiu at all recently. There were even rumors that Gu Qiu was actually a young master of a family from Kyoto, and even Chen Xian could not do anything about him. Otherwise, Chen Xian definitely wouldn't have let schoolgirl White and Gu Qiu go to and from school together all day long. Chen Xian, as the heir of the Chen clan consortium, was already considered the existence of the ceiling in a city. Before, he had said that Bai Qingnian was the woman he was interested in, but now Gu Qiutian and Bai Qingnian were going to and from school together, and they were even pulling their arms together and touching their hair and so on. Looking at Chen Xian again, he was as if he had disappeared, and it was clear at a glance how much gold he had compared to Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu, this way. Gu Qiu looked towards the source of the voice, and Li Pu was waving at him, signaling him to go sit over there. Gu Qiu, have you heard? Gu Qiu was dumbfounded. Have I heard, eh? To come up and ask me if I've heard about it, how am I supposed to answer? Li Pu smiled sarcastically at Gu Qiu's look as if he was looking at a retard. I heard that we are going to change the counselor. The new counselor is not the same as the old Zhang, that greasy uncle, but a top beauty. A person in the know revealed that the royal wind is invincible. Old Zhang is their current counselor. The style of work is okay, is not too light to dress themselves. What does it have to do with you if someone's counselor is a beauty? Gu Qiu spat breathlessly. 9 years of compulsory education for nothing? Gu Qiu was a bit ashamed to be with him. He was so decent. How come he was a roommate with him? You'll know when the time comes. Anyway, the expressions of those who have seen the new counselor are wonderful. Just like ordinary students seeing Bai Qingnian's school flower for the first time. When Li Pu said that Gu Qiu was looking forward to it. After all, there really weren't many beautiful women that could be compared to Bai Qingnian. The morning class was very boring. Most of them were some public classes, which could be listened to or not. And anyway, they wouldn't fail the class. After class, Gu Qiu walked out of the classroom and realized that Zhang Xuani had been waiting for him. Aren't you going to class? Gu Qiu casually inquired. Well, the teacher left class early. Zhang Xuani naturally came over and took Gu Qiu's arm. Her thin pink lips lightly opened. Do you want a kiss? If it was before, then Zhang Xuani would never have said it so directly. It seemed to be a change in her mindset, already treating herself as an important person from the bottom of her heart. Gu Qiu shook his head. Under the gaze of so many people, he was too embarrassed to make such a shameful gesture. Okay. Zhang Xiani looked a little regretful, but then smiled brightly. Gu Qiu boyfriend, let's go eat then. After that, it was a boring mealtime, but this time Gu Qiu didn't eat barbecued pork ramen again. After all, after eating it for several days in a row, even the most delicious thing would get tired of it. On the way back to the dormitory, Gu Qiu discovered several familiar figures one after another. Shadow Konoha's Heinai, Xylan, Cheng Hong. With the exception of White Sakura, everyone entered the campus. Gu Qiu checked their loyalty by the way. They were all till death do us part. They were absolutely loyal to themselves, and would not change until they died. Ha! A figure blocked Gu Qiu's path, and several lines of sight containing killing intent instantly locked that figure. Chen Xian instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He always felt like he was being targeted by something. He had heard Gao Qiqiang report on the situation, and Gu Qiu wasn't simply a shield, and he couldn't guess what the real situation was. That was why he had come wanting to talk to Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu, I want to talk to you alone. Chen Xian's tone was different from the arrogant and bossy one he had at the beginning, and sounded like he was discussing. Talk, Gu Qiu said with a puzzled face. Do we have anything to talk about? Of course there is. Chen Xian took out his cell phone and tapped on a photo and put it in front of Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu didn't say anything as he looked at the photo, unable to see any change in his emotions. He turned his head to look at Zhang Xianyi, who immediately understood and said in a very good manner, Go ahead. I'll come back to you when it's night. After saying that, Zhang Xuanyi stood on her tiptoes and left a bit of wet softness on the side of Gu Qiu's cheek before turning to leave. Where to? Gu Qiu asked. Follow me. Gu Qiu followed Chen Xian all the way to the school parking lot and got into a white Porsche 918. The Porsche 918 was also a multi-million-dollar luxury car, and as the heir of the Qin clan's consortium seat was not considered to be simple, eventually the two came to a high-class-looking cafe. Is this place okay? Gu Qiu nodded. Honestly, this was the first time he had come to this kind of place. Although he could drink better coffee in the villa, it wasn't as forced as this kind of place. As soon as Chen Xian entered the cafe, he attracted the eyes of many temperamental celebrities. It had to be said that those so-called celebrities were really sharp-eyed, and their sense of smell of the second-generation rich was overly keen, especially Chen Xian's body of that dude young master's flavor. Smell will go. As for Gu Qiu, her aura was quiet and gentle, and she couldn't find any flaws in her appearance at a glance, so she looked like a very gentle person. This kind of person is suitable for marriage, but not for a boyfriend. They still preferred Chen Xian, who had financial billions. Chen Xian breezed over to the front desk. A cup of deep-baked cappuccino. Gu Qiu, what would you like to drink? Gu Qiu thought for a moment and finally chose Italian latte. Another espresso latte, please. The receptionist smiled sweetly. Okay, please take a seat and wait a moment. Gu Qiu found a seat by the window and sat down, politely inquiring, Can you let me take another look at that picture? Of course. Chen Xian smiled politely and opened his cell phone album again and placed it in front of Gu Qiu. The photo was exactly the scene of Gu Qiu and Zhang Xianyi kissing under the dormitory building a few days ago, and from this angle, he should have been secretly photographed. Gu Qiu's eyes flickered imperceptibly twice, feeling offended. Chapter 52 Photo Threats. Where did the photo come from? Gu Qiu asked in a cold voice. A person in our school sent it to me. It's sort of one of my previous followers. The corner of Chen Xian's mouth hooked into a smile. Things were developing in the direction he expected. Name. Don't be in a hurry first. How about one of us asks a question? Gu Qiu nodded. Yes, you ask. What is your relationship with Bai Qingnian? Gu Qiu had already guessed that he would ask this question. She just didn't expect him to actually be undeterred. Does it have anything to do with what we're about to say? Of course it has something to do with it. Chen Xian pointed to the photo on his cell phone. If you're Bai Qingnian's boyfriend, then this is evidence that you have your foot in two boats, and I'll send it to Bai Qingnian. If you're Bai Qingnian's bodyguard, then we can discuss future cooperation. Gu Qiu fell silent. He was wondering, did Chen Xian have any brains at all? Which bodyguard have you ever seen going to school with their master's family on their arm? Have you ever seen any family's daughter obediently have her hair touched by a bodyguard? Have you ever seen a bodyguard driving a Pagani wind god? The atmosphere on the field was awkward for a while, and the waiter appeared at the right time with a tray. Sir, your coffee, please enjoy. Thank you. Thank you. Gu Qiu picked up the cup and gently sipped the coffee. The latte's milk ration was relatively high, and it was smooth and mellow in the mouth, with less of the original coffee's sweetness and bitterness. So even someone like Gu Qiu, who wasn't too used to drinking coffee, would find it very tasty. Putting down the cup, he had already labeled Chen Xian, who was sitting across from him, as a brainless villain. Brainless was a judgment based on his words and actions. The villain is Gu Qiu's own definition. As long as the people who are not loyal to me are all villains. However, the cooperation Chen Xian mentioned had aroused Gu Qiu's curiosity, and he asked with interest, what kind of cooperation? Chen Xian immediately looked delighted. That means you admit that you are Bai Qingnian's bodyguard? Gu Qiu didn't say anything, but in Chen Xian's eyes this was a tacit admission, and Chen Xian's heart burst with excitement. In that case, he still had a chance. There was still a chance to touch that flower of Qingling. You tell me Bai Qingnian's family background, and some of her daily habits, and I will pay you a large sum of money. Chen Xian spoke these words confidently, believing that Gu Qiu had no reason to refuse. He knew that Gu Qiu's salary as Bai Qingnian's bodyguard was definitely not low, but it would never be very high. After all, it was just a bodyguard. At the very least, it wouldn't be high enough to ignore the price he had offered. Although money wasn't everything, it was nothing without it. Gu Qiu first asked. It's my turn to ask. Who was the person who gave you the picture? Zhao Ming. Also from your math department. Then how much can you give me? Chen Xian slowly stretched out a hand, 5 fingers spread out, and gestured at Gu Qiu. 5 small goals? Gu Qiu was a bit surprised that he was willing to come up with 5 small targets for just some subtle intelligence, truly worthy of being the heir to the Chen clan's consortium, to come up with a generous amount of money. Right at this moment, Chen Xian's confident voice came to mind. 500,000. Well, it was himself who had overthought it. Chen Xian was different from Gu Qiu. He was still just a student. He couldn't get involved in the consortium's affairs, and his only source of income was the pocket money given by his parents. How much pocket money do you think people's parents can give? $100,000 a day? Then I can only say that you think too much. After all, people's money is not the wind blowing. In order for Chen Xian's parents to let their precious son develop the habit of being thrifty and frugal, they only gave him $300,000 a month for living expenses. $500,000 really wasn't a small amount for Chen Xian, but for Gu Qiu, it was like a small goal to all of you in front of the screen. Just small money. A very heartwarming price. Gu Qiu smiled somewhat awkwardly. He had really overestimated Chen Xian, thinking that he, like himself, had a billion points of stinking money. Unexpectedly, he was actually a poor dog. If others knew what was going through Gu Qiu's mind at this moment, it would definitely cause an uproar. The heir to the Chen group is a poor dog in your eyes? Then what are ordinary people like us? Worse than dogs? Chen Xian heard Gu Qiu say that he was very moved and smiled evilly. That means you agree to this deal? Of course. No. The smile on Chen Xian's face abruptly solidified as he subconsciously asked. Why? No reason. Just don't agree. Slightly. Why am I explaining so much to a brainless villain like you? Make it clear. Aren't you Bai Qingnian's bodyguard? Gu Qiu gave him a caring retarded look, and Chen Xian saw Gu Qiu's look and realized that his guess might be wrong. Could Gu Qiu also be a young master of a worldly family, married to Bai Qingnian's family? Thinking of this, Chen Xian forced himself to calm his anger. A young master of a worldly family was not something he could just mess with, but now that he had a handle on him, he still had the qualifications to talk to him. It seems like I guessed wrong, but this photo is evidence that you betrayed Bai Qingnian. Gu Qiu, you shouldn't want this to be known by Bai Qingnian either. Ha! Gu Qiu snorted. Betrayal? That sentence sounded really funny. No matter what he became, Bai Qingnian would turn into the same shape. So what was there to say about betrayal? Whatever you say, I'm going back to rest. Gu Qiu got up and headed out of the cafe after saying that, stopping as if she remembered something as she walked to the doorway. She turned back and laughed softly. Thank you for the coffee. It's delicious. Stop. Aren't you afraid that I'll send the photos to Bai Qingnian and ruin your union? I'm so afraid. Please send it. Chen Xian had already lost sight of Gu Qiu when he came back to his senses, and he felt like his face was being pressed and rubbed on the ground. He looked at the photo in his hand, and a hint of sinister intent passed through his eyes. This is all because you forced me to. Gu Qiu had long ago contacted Bai Cherry and asked her to pick him up. This would save a little bit of cab fare. A black Bentley stopped in front of Gu Qiu. The door slowly opened and Gu Qiu smoothly got on the car. Bai Cherry bowed her head after Gu Qiu got in the car. Greetings, Lord. At this time, Bai Sakura's mask had already been removed. Her features were upright and three-dimensional, rather like a second-generation painting feeling. It wasn't that she looked like a papier-mâché, it was just that her looks were too much in line with what was expected in the secondary world. Her long flaxen-colored hair fell behind her head, and a slight inclination of her head revealed her white neck, which was so clean that people always wanted to leave something on it. White Sakura didn't want anyone to see her face. For one, she was an assassin. Disguising her appearance was basic. 2. She was used to the feeling of wearing a mask that could hide her emotions better. If Bai Zhiya or Bai Qingnian were present, Bai Sakura taking off her mask would also be an act of disrespect, a form of disobedience. So only when facing Gu Qiu alone would Bai Sakura take off her mask. Like now. Back to school. A cold glint flashed in Gu Qiu's eyes. It's time to go clean up some people who don't know how to die. Chapter 53. Bai Qingnian doesn't care. It was still early when Gu Qiu returned to the school, and there was still some time left before afternoon classes, so he simply laid down in the car and rested for a while. Bai Cherry quietly sat on the side to guard the surroundings so that Gu Qiu could rest peacefully. At the same time, she carefully observed Gu Qiu's handsome face, and couldn't help but marvel at how perfect she still looked on Dao Shadow. White Sakura cherished this kind of time. After all, there weren't many chances to be able to get up close and personal with Kajikami. She wouldn't have dared to stare at Gu Qiu like this in normal times. by Sakura silently paralyzed herself in her heart. And now, if she did, she would consider it as a reward from Kajikami. While Gu Qiu was asleep, on the other side, Chen Xian had already gone to the photo studio to print out that photo. He wrapped that photo in an envelope and placed it in his pocket, ready to give it to Bai Qingnian during the afternoon class. He wanted Bai Qingnian to know what Gu Qiu really looked like. He knew that there was a gap between his family and those top families in Kyoto, but that gap was not insurmountable. As long as he showed enough sincerity, it wasn't like he didn't have a slight chance. Chen Xian got out of the car and realized that there was a coolly dressed tall girl looking at him with a smile not far away. The girl watched Chen Xian get down from the Porsche 918, and quickly stepped in front of Chen Xian, revealing a smile that she thought was charming. "Hello classmate, my name is Yao Wenwen, can I get to know you?" Chen Xian frowned. "Get lost." Yao Wenwen was a bit surprised to hear Chen Xian's reply. She subconsciously looked down at her dress. "There is no problem net rumor Chen Xian is like this type how come up as a sentence roll?" Yao Wenwen was a little undeterred and spoke again. "I just want to get to know Chen. If you don't get lost, I'll make you disappear tonight." Chen Xian interrupted Yao Wenwen's words, his gloomy eyes gazing at Yao Wenwen in front of him. Yao Wenwen took 2 steps back. To be honest, she was intimidated. She did not doubt for a second that Chen Xian had this kind of ability, but turning around and walking away was a bit too much for her face. In the end, she left behind a sentence. "Isn't it just having a good father? What are you pretending for?" Only then did she leave angrily. This kind of come to a cost too much. Before Chen Xian can still calmly smile and refuse, but now he still has important things to do. There was no time to be cheeky with them. Bai Qingnian would usually take her lunch break at school, so going downstairs to the girls' dormitory and waiting for her was the easiest way. Soon it was time for afternoon classes. One by one, people began to come out of the dormitory building, because the men's and women's dormitory buildings are not far from each other, so you can often see couples waiting for each other to go to class together. It must be said that Chen Xian is really the most beautiful boy in a city university. Not only does he have the background of a top-class son of a wealthy family, he is also more handsome than Wang Kai, and he is also the president of the Combat Association. Naturally, he was very popular with the girls, but Chen Xian was standing downstairs in the girls' dormitory with a blank face, as if he was waiting for someone, so that people didn't dare to go up and talk to him. "Coming," Chen Xian said to himself. Bai Qingnian slowly walked out from the dormitory building. Exquisite and beautiful face, clean and tidy white shirt and pants. The eyebrows and eyes are all cool and ascetic, without a trace of emotion, as if there is an invisible magnetic field around. No one close. Others are afraid of being isolated. Bai Qingnian, this is the initiative to isolate everyone. Veritable flower of the high ridge. Chen Xian walked forward, blocking Bai Qingnian's path. Bai Qingnian's face was puzzled, not understanding why this strange person in front of her was blocking her path. "Classmate Bai Qingnian, I have something to tell you," Chen Xian said before pulling out that envelope from his pocket. "I'm sorry, I don't really know you, and at the same time, I have no interest in that matter you're talking about." Bai Qingnian walked around Chen Xian in the direction of the main teaching building after she finished speaking flatly. Chen Xian's eyes sank without trace, still pretending not to recognize himself, but the truth was that Bai Qingnian really didn't recognize Chen Xian. In her eyes, anyone other than Gu Qiu could be replaced with something else. "What if I say it's about Gu Qiu?" Bai Qingnian's body stiffened, then slowly turned back to wait for Chen Xian's next words. Seeing Bai Qingnian turn back, Chen Xian couldn't help but sneer in his heart. "I'm really looking forward to your expression in a moment when you know Gu Qiu's true colors. Gu Qiu, he didn't treat you with sincerity. He hid it from you and got involved with another girl from school." Chen Xian handed the envelope in his hand to Bai Qingnian. "This is the proof." Bai Qingnian subconsciously wanted to retort when she heard Chen Xian say something like this. "You can't judge how the young master is doing? How dare you? What's more, how can she dare to ask the young master to treat her wholeheartedly? The young master's willingness to let herself stay by her side is already the greatest gift. Moreover, she volunteered to do this, and the young master is the most important family member to her." However, with the mindset that Gu Qiu's affairs were no small matter, Bai Qingnian still didn't say anything, but took the envelope instead. Tearing open the envelope, she found a photo inside, and when she took the photo out, what remained on it was a scene of young master kissing the girl who had just arrived this morning. The young master on the photo was expressionless. At least it showed that the young master did not reject this kind of thing. It seemed that in the future, it was necessary to pay a little more attention to Zhang Xuani. After all, she was the woman who could give the young master pleasure. However, the angle of the photo was clearly a sneak peek. Bai Qingnian's originally cool and ascetic face instantly took on a wave of anger. Someone actually secretly filmed the young master doing this kind of thing. Unforgivable. "Did you take this photo?" Chen Xian shook his head. "I wouldn't do such an unappealing thing. This was sent to me by someone else. Delete the retention of this photo and tell me who stole this photo." Chen Xian immediately took out his cell phone and deleted the memory on his phone in front of Bai Qingnian. Even the recycle bin was cleaned up. Anyway, his purpose had been achieved. Didn't he see Bai Qingnian's face full of anger now? This kind of photo is useless to keep, so just give Bai Qingnian a good impression and delete it directly. As for who sent him, sorry brother, can only sacrifice you a little. Freshman Math Department, Zhao Ming. Thanks. Bai Qingnian politely thanked him, and without waiting for Chen Xian to speak, her indifferent voice sounded again. Young master isn't bound by anyone, and there's no need to treat me wholeheartedly. Bai Qingnian pointed to the photo in her hand. It doesn't matter how much you want to do this kind of thing as long as young master likes it. You don't need to tell me what to do. This time for the sake of the information, I can pretend I didn't hear it. Next time, you will die. Bai Qingnian turned around and left after saying that. Regardless of what Chen Xian's reaction was, Chen Xian stood frozen in place digesting what Bai Qingnian had just said. It was a bit different from what he thought. Does Bai Qingnian not care that Gu Qiu has other women? Wasn't her anger just now because of Gu Qiu's betrayal? Why did Bai Qingnian call her young master so gently? This was a bit different from his understanding of the world. So could someone explain it to him? But there was something even more incomprehensible than him. At night, Zhao Ming, can someone come out and explain this to me? Chapter 54, Counselor Karatsuchi. Bai Qingnian came to an unoccupied corner, and after 2 or 3 seconds passed, Heinai's delicate figure appeared on the side. Math Department Zhao Ming offended young master. Bai Qingnian turned around and left straight after saying these words. Heinai, on the other hand, stood in place and respectfully watched Bai Qingnian leave. Gu Qiu first sent a message to Bai Zhiya, asking her to help her check on Zhao Ming. Unexpectedly, Bai Zhiya replied back in seconds and sent all of Zhao Ming's information, including some unseen chat records from his cell phone, to herself as well. Ah, so efficient? Gu Qiu sighed that Bai Zhiya actually replied so quickly, but it was actually Heinai who told Bai Zhiya about Zhao Ming's offense against Gu Qiu. And only then did Bai Zhiya send someone ahead to check Zhao Ming's details. But Bai Zhiya was completely angry when she received Heinai's report. She didn't realize that the young master was already so low-key, but there were still ungrateful people coming to mess with the young master one after another. Do they really think they are just a decoration? Anyone who offended the young master should be completely expelled from this world. Young master, can we let the shadow Konoha take care of it? Anyone who offends you should not be forgiven. Let us clean up your trash for you. This is also our duty. Gu Qiu looked at the message sent and pondered for a moment before finally editing sent it out. This way, he himself didn't have to spend extra energy thinking about these boring things. As the saying goes, good steel is used on the blade of a knife. One's time should also be used where it belongs. Gu Qiu had noticed that Zhao Ming was always looking at himself intentionally or unintentionally during class in the afternoon, and that was a sign of emptiness. It seemed like it was really him, but Gu Qiu didn't show any unusual emotions. Anyway, there would be someone who would take care of it properly for him, and he only needed to wait for the results. Gu Qiu, you didn't return to the dormitory at noon today. Where did you go dashing off to again? The one who spoke was Li Pu, and next to them were Li Liang and Zhang San, who were looking at Gu Qiu with meaningful expressions. Wouldn't you have completely taken down Sister Zhang Xianyi, right? What Li Pu meant by completely taking it down was the most primitive things between men and women. Gu Qiu shook his head. No, I'm a good person. How could I possibly do such a thing? However, although Zhang Xuanyi didn't take it, Bai Qingnian and Bai Zhiya were both well-behaved, especially Bai Qingnian, who looked bored and proper, paying attention to etiquette at all times, and also had a cool and ascetic image on weekdays. But in private, he was in all sorts of positions. Ahem. I'll just say 2 words. Say more books no. Contrast, contrast, still contrast, you can go yours. If you were a good person you wouldn't be up in the middle of the night rocking the bed there. Gu Qiu touched his nose in some embarrassment. How long ago was that? How could he still take it out? He was really wronged. That time when he shook the bed in the middle of the night was for a reason. He didn't do any other bad things. He just, forget it, do not explain, love to believe it or not. After the 4 of them chatted for a while, the class bell soon rang. Ta-tart, the crisp sound of high-heeled shoes striking the marble floor came from outside the classroom door, followed by a beautiful and delicate silhouette walking into the classroom. The gazes of everyone in the classroom were attracted over. The person who came was a young woman who looked to be in her early 20s. The upper body was a clean and tidy black OL uniform. The lower body was a short white professional skirt, and under the hem was long, straight, high silk legs. Flaxen hair is neatly coiled up, looking gentle and sensible. Obviously looks very only more than 20 years old, but all over the body reveals a Wei Wu legacy of breath. I don't know who whispered. Prime Minister, I have realized. Although the voice was not loud, it still instantly exploded in this quiet classroom. Everyone followed the voice and realized that the one who spoke was none other than Gu Qiu, who was sitting in the back row by the window. Gu Qiu had a look of appreciation on his face at this moment, not realizing that Hei Nai actually felt so good after taking off her mask and changing into this outfit. An evil idea sprouted in Gu Qiu's mind. Actually said this kind of words directly in front of the counselor. Is he not afraid of being embarrassed by the counselor? Even if the counselor is still in the internship period, but if nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be converted. Although his voice was small, the counselor should still be able to hear it. After all, I could hear it sitting in the first row. Now Gu Qiu can only pray that the counselor doesn't know what this sentence means. Otherwise this public molestation of the counselor's fault is definitely enough for him to suffer for these 4 years. Although the new counselor is indeed very much like Prime Minister Chow's favorite. But how can you not say such words in front of others? You don't think you can do whatever you want just because of your status, right? The counselor would care about his little background. Noisy murmurs rang out, but there really was one sentence that was right. It was true that Gu Qiu wasn't invincible and couldn't do whatever he wanted, but for Hei Nai, he was truly able to lewdly desire to do whatever he wanted. Hei Nai could naturally hear Gu Qiu's voice, and as for what the Prime Minister meant, she was also probably clear. Did the Shadow Lord prefer himself the way he was now? Then in the future, should I change my dressing style? Thinking of this, Hei Nai's face couldn't help but turn scarlet, but then she shook her head violently. No, how could one think that way? It was an insult as well as a great disrespect to Kajikami. How could one be delusional? Hello students, let me introduce myself. My name is Gu Qiu, and I will be your counselor from today onwards. I hope we can. Unlike what the other students thought, Hei Nai didn't get angry and lash out, but instead introduced herself as if she hadn't even heard what Gu Qiu said just now. Hei Nai's voice was gentle, and this was because Gu Qiu was also in the classroom, which was why she spoke so gently. But how could they, the young boys who had just reached adulthood, possibly stand up to this kind of gentle voice? It was simply a dreamy love voice that fulfilled almost all of their fantasies. I'm also enlightened Prime Minister. I apologize for what I just said. Gu Qiu is truly discerning. Apologize and bring me one. I seem to understand Prime Minister Chow's happiness as well. You beasts, how did 9 years of compulsory education teach you leaky fish to be so slow to realize? Sorry brother, the knife didn't fit. See you in the next life. Of course their moral bottom line were all still there, without those obscene thoughts, just in the pure mouth high. Almost the entire class fell into this gentleness of Hei Nai's. Only one person was expressionless. Zhang San, why don't you react? Is this not your favorite type? Zhang San held the frame of his glasses and said slowly, I've decided. I'm going to break the shackles of the world and explore the bottom line of morality. Against the sky. Next was the mutual self-introduction session, as well as some planning afterward. Although it was a very boring content, the class all watched it very attentively. Ahem. All listened attentively. When it was time for the next fast class, Hei Nai looked at Gu Qiu and said softly, Gu Qiu, you and I will come out for a moment. Sure enough, the counselor heard what Gu Qiu said just now, and now he's going to start settling scores. Gu Qiu, my martyr, go, and I, your friend, will carry on your legacy. Gu Qiu, on the other hand, stood up slowly and indifferently and followed Hei Nai towards the outside of the classroom, all the way to the office. There was no one else in the office, and there was no surveillance. Kuratsuchi's expression changed instantly. His body tensed and stood straight, placing his left hand in a fist at his chest. Greetings Kajikami. Please forgive my subordinate's rudeness just now. Kajikami. After all, it wasn't the specialized night clothes that he usually wore, and when Kuratsuchi stood up straight and did this, it inevitably caused the clothes to tense up a bit. Dear Kuratsuchi, you don't want this matter to be known by others either, do you? Chapter 55 Wei Wu Kuratsuchi. Dear Hei Nai, you don't want this matter to be discovered by others either, right? Gu Qiu looked at Hei Nai in front of him around a deep meaning, and said softly, in school, it's good to get along with an open relationship. There's no need to care about etiquette. Go over and sit down. Yes. Kuratsuchi slowly retracted her other half-bent knee, and with her legs neatly aligned, she sat there obediently. If the Lord didn't chastise her, she would feel very uncomfortable, and if she was slightly disciplined, she would feel much more comfortable in her heart instead. Gu Qiu walked straight towards the office chair and sat down casually, looking at Hei Nai who was sitting on the sofa, and asked softly, is there something that called me here? Back to the Lord. The main thing is to report to the Lord about the situation of the Shadow Konoha. Currently, Xylan is in charge of Miss Zhang Xinyi's safety, while Qinghong will secretly protect you as a transfer exchange student. As for Hei Nai, wasn't he sitting in front of himself? White Sakura's words were responsible for Gu Qiu's off-campus trips, a very reasonable arrangement. Gu Qiu nodded with satisfaction. Worthy of being a close guard carefully trained by Zhiya, her business skills were really strong. After explaining some more specific details to Kuratsuchi, Gu Qiu stood up from his seat and slowly walked to Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi was sitting in a very upright position and his waist was straight. That meant that Heinai's head was just right to have an elevation of 1 meter 3 or 4. Gu Qiu slowly approached. It wasn't until he was close to Heinai's face that Gu Qiu leaned down and stared intently into Heinai's eyes. Is your current status my counselor? Shadow on. I'm still only in the capacity of an intern, not officially a counselor. What Kuratsuchi needed was the chance to stay in school anyway. These so-called positions had no appeal to her. That's so, but what's the deal with your outfit? Gu Qiu looked down and scrutinized Kuratsuchi's standard professional suit. It was obviously a very formal outfit. So why did it always feel a bit strange on Kuratsuchi? Doesn't Kajikami like this outfit? No, like it, but after all, it's in school, and it's easy to get distracted in class like this. It's not that I don't like it, it's just that this kind of clothing is a bit conspicuous. You need to keep a relatively low profile in school. Kuratsuchi woke up abruptly, having neglected something so important. What Shadowami taught is true. I was negligent and careless. Gu Qiu gently laughed. That's fine. Gu Qiu then stepped back slightly and carefully admired Heinai's face. Heinai's features were exquisitely born, with a high nose, straight eyebrows, thin lips with a smile, and a sensible and mature demeanor around him. This face is much better looking than what I remember. Thank you, Kajikami. Kuratsuchi didn't have any emotional changes on the surface, but her heart still couldn't help but feel a little pleased. But don't I remember that you have a tiny scar on the left side of your face? Has it been gotten rid of? According to Gu Qiu's memory, Heinai did have a scar at the corner of the eye on the left side of her face, and it was still very deep. With modern medical technology wanting to not be able to see it at all, it was still a bit difficult. Back to the Shadow Lord. It was the Shadow Servant Lord who helped me get rid of it. Said that wearing a face with a scar would affect Shadow Lord's mood. Shadow Servant? Is that little ninny by Zhiya? She still had this kind of tactic? Gu Qiu pondered deeply on this matter as her sight continued to move down. Heinai's neck was snow white and smooth, without a single blemish. If one had to say there was any blemish, it was that Heinai's neck was just too clean, just like a white cherry. It always made people want to leave something on it. Further down. Can't write anymore. Keep writing, the book is gone. Only Gu Qiu's last words were heard as stand up. When Gu Qiu left the office, it was already 10 minutes later. It had been 10 minutes since Gu Qiu had left the office, and he had only been chatting with Kuratsuchi. So don't overthink it. Gu Qiu hadn't done anything. After all, it wasn't at home for such things. Prime Minister Chao, did you see that the Great Way hasn't disappeared yet? Gu Qiu muttered to himself with a retrospective expression. And in the office, Heinai was sitting there with a blushing face, as if she was still remembering something. The next thing was the boring class time. After all, there really weren't many students listening to the lectures in the university classroom. Most of them were doing their own thing with their cell phones. Of course, there are schools that charge cell phones in class is another story. At the end of the last class in the afternoon, Gu Qiu got up and left the classroom, giving Zhao Ming a meaningful look before he left. He didn't realize that Zhao Ming, who looked honest on a regular basis, was actually so underhanded behind the scenes, engaging in clandestine photography and whatnot to curry favor with others. However, he should soon regret what he did, right? But there was no use regretting it. One should be ready to take responsibility before doing such things. Zhao Ming met Gu Qiu's playful eyes and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Why did he have a feeling of panic? He shouldn't know about that, right? I don't think so. And even if he knew, he couldn't do anything to himself. Thinking of this, Zhao Ming's bottom line was full again, and he met Gu Qiu's line of sight head on. Gu Qiu smiled without saying anything and turned around to leave the classroom. When she arrived at the school's entrance, Gu Qiu realized that there was one more person waiting for her. Bai Qingnian quickly greeted him with a gentle hello. Good day, young master. Gu Qiu nodded and looked at the other figure. Good afternoon, Gu Qiu. The other figure was none other than Zhang Xianyi, president's sister. Why are you here? Zhang Xuani's face instantly turned scarlet, as if she had been asked about some shameful topic, and she stammered. I wanted to keep my boyfriend company, so I came here to wait. Alright, Gu Qiu said before heading towards the car. Bai Qingnian reacted quickly and followed closely behind. Zhang Xuani's brain was half a beat slower, but she also quickly followed along to the car. This scene fell in the eyes of the surrounding students and could only be replaced with envy. Grass. Where exactly am I inferior? On face value, it seems like I'm indeed inferior to him. In terms of wealth, it seems like he drives a Ferrari with one hand. In terms of talent, yes, I still have talent. Is talent not worth anything in this world? An average-looking boy lamented to the gradually fading Rolls-Royce. Brother, you should wake up. Our school's Professor Li Zhang personally invited him to become a member of the research group, only to have him rejected. Now do you know where you're lacking? The boy was a bit confused after hearing these words. Didn't he say that God closes a door and opens a window? You're directly tearing down Gu Qiu's house? Not long after, Zhao Ming also came out from the school entrance, Today he just wanted to go out and have a barbecue to relax his mood, but he didn't notice that when he left the school, several figures followed him closely. Gu Qiu and his group had returned to the villa. Zhiya stood in front of the door in a well-behaved manner, and when she saw Gu Qiu, she immediately jumped into Gu Qiu's arms and said softly, "Young master, I missed you. Hasn't it only been half a day since we've seen each other? I miss you even for half a day. I miss you even for an hour. I miss you even for a minute. I miss you even for a second." Gu Qiu let out a giggle as he listened to Zhiya's playful reply, which was why he liked Zhiya so much. This little ninny was just too delightful. After Gu Qiu laughed, Zhiya laughed along with him. Anyway, as long as the young master was happy, she was happy. Qingnian followed behind Gu Qiu, and when Zhiya saw her, she hurriedly greeted her nicely. "Good day, Sister Qingnian." After that was Zhang Xuani. Zhang Xuani was coming to this villa for the first time and she looked very cautious. Zhiya was a bit surprised when she saw Zhang Xianyi, but then she thought of something and greeted with a smile as well. "Hello." Zhang Xianyi subconsciously shrunk her head when she saw Zhiya, and that look looked somewhat inexplicably cute. "Congratulations. Looks like there's no need to go back to the basement tonight." Chapter 56, somewhat thin. "It seems that young master has already acknowledged your existence." Zhiya smiled gently, but in Zhang Xianyi's eyes it was a devil's smile. Some bad memories were instantly evoked. She was not going to experience that kind of thing that happened in the basement last night again. "Zhiya, stop it." Gu Qiu petted Zhiya's hair and said softly, "Okay day, young master." Gu Qiu turned to Qingnian again and instructed, "Go pack a room out for her, and if the president's sister needs anything, just talk to Qingnian directly." "Yes, young master." After Qingnian finished speaking, he took Zhang Xuani to arrange her room, leaving Zhiya and Gu Qiu in the living room. The atmosphere was a bit awkward for a while, but Zhiya was enjoying this kind of time, the time when it was just her and her young master. Gu Qiu looked at the little person who was stuck to her body and asked in a good-natured manner, "How much longer does Zhiya want a hug?" Zhiya smiled without feeling the slightest bit of embarrassment, and suddenly she got up from Gu Qiu's side as if she had thought of something. "Young master, do you like that girl?" Zhiya looked at Gu Qiu with an innocent face. "That girl? What do you mean?" Gu Qiu didn't understand who Zhiya was referring to when he said that girl. "It's the girl who just followed Sister Qingnian in. The young master chose to keep her by his side, should also like her, right?" It turned out to be talking about Zhang Xuani. "What are you asking for?" Zhiya revealed a wry smile. "Is this the young master's default? In that case, should I let her come to the young master's room at night and accompany the young master to talk? But then she wouldn't be able to hug the young master to sleep." "I'm torn." "Never mind. It's okay to sacrifice a little bit for the sake of the young master's happiness." "Yes, that's it. Young master, should I send that woman to your room at night? It's only a matter of time anyway." "Stop, stop, stop." Gu Qiu reached out and gently flicked Zhiya's not-so-clever head. "I really don't know what goes on in your head day in and day out." "Well." Zhiya covered her forehead in pain and looked aggrieved. "Young master is sorry. Zhiya knows she's wrong." Zhiya had forgotten that Gu Qiu had always disliked nonsense. He liked to look directly at the facts. In other words, asking this way by herself was obviously superfluous. Realizing this, Zhiya came to a sudden realization, and had already begun to secretly plan tonight's actions in her mind. When Gu Qiu saw Zhiya's well-behaved and understanding appearance, he immediately softened his heart and reached out to rub Zhiya's forehead. "Although Zhang Xianyi is different from you guys, one thing that can be made clear is that she won't betray me. After all, the loyalty seal, rewarded by the system, could directly raise Zhang Xianyi's loyalty to until death do us part." Gu Qiu wasn't worried that Zhang Xuani would have any dissenting thoughts about herself. However, Zhiya didn't think so. She didn't think that someone who had only had a few encounters and hadn't been raised as a Deadpool would be completely loyal to the young master. But since the young master had said that, Zhiya naturally wouldn't have any problem with it. But if she found out that Zhang Xianyi had mischievous thoughts towards the young master, she would definitely let Zhang Xianyi know how merciful her behavior was last night. Waya knows, but Waya will supervise for young master. If she is found to have other thoughts, can Waya act without authorization? Taking liberties probably meant erasing Zhang Xianyi's existence for Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu nodded. "Yes, thank you, young master." On the other side, Zhang Xianyi, followed by Qingnian to the room given to her, pushed open the door and walked in. "This is your room. Take a look around, and if you need anything you can speak directly to the servants outside." Qingnian had already put back on her cool and ascetic mask at this point, as if she would always have this cold look except in front of Gu Qiu. Zhang Xuani looked around the room, which was decorated in a minimalist manner, but one could still see the luxury in it. For example, a certain Dreams mattress, a certain Nas carpet, all of them were big brands that were worth a lot of money. "Thank you, there's nothing I need for the time being." Zhang Xuani's voice unconsciously lowered as she spoke, perhaps due to some inferiority complex in the face of the cool and ascetic Qingnian. Living here you have to abide by the rules here. Don't wander around the villa. Even if you want to go out, you have to let the servants in the villa accompany you. They will tell you what places you can go and what places you can't go. Young master doesn't like to be disturbed when he's resting. If you don't have a sign from young master, you are absolutely not allowed to enter young master's room. Young master doesn't like it either. Bai Qingnian coldly told Zhang Xuanyi about the basic rules, most of which were just some of Gu Qiu's habits. When she had followed Gu Qiu back, she had already made all the mental preparations. She wasn't repulsed by that kind of thing, and even had some small expectations. Zhang Xuanyi's pretty face flushed. What was she thinking? Somehow, she now had an inexplicable trust in Gu Qiu, and she always subconsciously thought that Gu Qiu was the most important person to her. If she had approached Gu Qiu before in order to marry into a wealthy family, now she just wished to stay by Gu Qiu's side. She was satisfied with just that. Undeniably, she had already fallen in love with Gu Qiu, inexplicably and with a trace. After Bai Qingnian finished speaking, Zhang Xuanyi nodded her head very obediently. I understand. During dinner, it was still Bai Zhiya feeding Gu Qiu one bite at a time, while Bai Qingnian stood on the side looking at Gu Qiu with a gentle expression. Next to her stood Zhang Xianyi, who was somewhat at a loss for words. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Xuanyi would definitely sit down and eat with Gu Qiu, but now that even Bai Qingnian was standing, how could she dare to sit down without authorization? So she could only stand to the side and wait quietly. Is Qingnian hungry? Young master, Qingnian is not hungry. Qingnian, come here, Gu Qiu said softly to Bai Qingnian. Bai Qingnian walked over to Gu Qiu without any hesitation and waited for Gu Qiu's next words. Gu Qiu reached out and touched Bai Qingnian's soft waist, revealing a grave expression as he did so. Bai Qingnian thought that Gu Qiu was suddenly aroused, but thinking that Gu Qiu hadn't finished his meal yet, she wanted to open her mouth to advise Gu Qiu to finish his meal first before doing anything else, but Gu Qiu's voice was a step faster. Qingnian is a bit thin, and you can clearly feel the bones when you touch them, Gu Qiu said slowly. Bai Qingnian was a bit flustered when she heard Gu Qiu's words. Was young master disliking her poor figure? He had obviously been working hard to maintain it. Young master, I'm sorry. Gu Qiu was speechless. He just wanted to find a reason for Bai Qingnian to sit down and eat together. Gu Qiu pushed the bowl of asparagus and shrimp congee in front of him to Bai Qingnian. No need to apologize. Sit down and eat. Bai Qingnian had no choice but to sit down and take a small sip of the congee in front of her. This was something that young master had personally pushed on her. She couldn't waste it. After that, Gu Qiu looked at Zhang Xuanyi, who was standing at the side, looking a bit flustered, and said in a tone that could not be refused, President's sister also come over. Chapter 57, Young Master likes cleanliness. President's sister come over here too. Listening to Gu Qiu's command-like tone, Zhang Xuanyi unconsciously walked over to Gu Qiu. It couldn't be that she was also going to check if she had lost weight like she had checked Bai Qingnian, right? Gu Qiu naturally stretched out her hand and placed it on top of Zhang Xuanyi's slender and soft waist and abdomen, checking it very carefully. Alas, Zhang Xuanyi clearly looked very thin, and by all rights should be very bony, but he didn't expect it to actually be that soft. Cough cough cough. Chairman's sister is also very thin. Sit down and eat something. Bai Zhiya reacted quickly and immediately instructed the maid not far away. Go and serve another bowl of porridge over here. Zhang Xuanyi carefully sat next to Bai Qingnian and waited for the maid to bring the congee up. The dishes on the table were sumptuous, and there were so many ingredients that Zhang Xuanyi had never seen before. Qingnian, eat more dishes. Just drinking congee isn't nutritious. Bai Qingnian nodded her head obediently and responded, yes. Gu Qiu found that Zhang Xianyi was not eating any vegetables either, only drinking congee in small bites there, and also opened her mouth to tease a sentence. President's sister, I can't personally feed you, right? Hearing these words, Zhang Xianyi's pretty face slightly reddened, and she also gently nodded her head, and hurriedly took her chopsticks to clip the dish closest to her. Don't bother. Gu Qiu only felt a little amused as he looked at Zhang Xianyi's flustered appearance. Obviously, when she first met herself, she still looked like a high-level player taking everything in her stride, but she didn't expect that she would now be nervous like this because of her casual line of teasing. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't deceive a youngster's purity. Young master, Sister Qingnian and the others are all eating. Seeing as Zhiya is a little hungry, the little man at his side fidgeted about dishonestly, and Gu Qiu looked down to meet a pair of eyes full of aggression. Indeed, they were all eating, and Bai Zhiya was the only one feeding herself, so it was normal for her to feel aggrieved. But Gu Qiu always felt that Bai Zhiya's aggrieved eyes revealed a hint of cunning that was indescribably wrong. Go and serve another bowl of porridge over here, Gu Qiu casually ordered the maid, then gently touched Bai Zhiya's hair and said in a warm voice, if Zhiya is hungry, eat first. I can eat by myself anyway. I don't have to keep feeding me. For Bai Zhiya, being able to feed the young master was much happier than eating with him. The reason why Bai Zhiya said she was hungry was because she wanted to taste the congee that young master had drunk. Young master, can I taste the kanji in your bowl? My bowl? How can that be? If you drink it, what will I drink? This is non-negotiable. Can I have a bowl of kanji with you? Don't worry, I'll drink very little. I won't let the young master get too full. Yes, actually, this situation wasn't non-negotiable. It was just a bowl of porridge. What's the big deal? Rewarded. After receiving Gu Qiu's permission, Zhiya quickly picked up a spoon and sent a mouthful of asparagus and shrimp porridge into her mouth. Instantly, a satisfied smile blossomed on Zhiya's delicate little face. What happened to Qingnian's sister sitting down to eat? What happened to Zhang Xianyi being recognized by young master? Could they drink the same bowl of kanji as the young master? No, then they can only stare in envy. I'm really worthy of being the young master's smartest and cutest guard. Zhiya. Young master, I'm full. Zhiya used the same spoon to scoop up a spoonful of porridge and brought it to Gu Qiu's mouth. Keep letting Zhiya feed you. This made people. How could they have the heart to refuse? After eating, Gu Qiu went back upstairs to his bedroom to rest. He lay alone on the bed, staring blankly at the black and white ceiling, not knowing what he was planning in his mind. With a status like Gu Qiu's, the plan must be something big. For example, how to get Zhang Xuanyi to come to his room to accompany him to talk and chat. On the other side, Zhiya had already started to act. She came to Zhang Xuanyi's room and gently pried it open, knocked on the door of Zhang Xianyi's room. When Zhang Xianyi opened the door, she looked at Zhiya, who was full of smiles, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Ugh, are you serious with your backward movement? Zhiya skimmed her mouth and said with some dissatisfaction, Can I go in? Zhang Xianyi reacted and hastily nodded her head. Yes. Zhiya slowly walked into the room, and smoothly brought the door with her as she went in. With a bark, it was unlocked. Can you still feel pain in your waist and abdomen now? Zhang Xianyi shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore. It's good if it doesn't hurt anymore. If it still hurts, you won't be able to use your strength in a while. Zhiya muttered in a small voice. What do you mean? Nothing. Zhiya waved her hand to indicate that Zhang Xianyi did not need to care, and spoke again. Young master likes you very much. He even allows you to call him by his name. This is proof. Zhang Xianyi's mind moved slightly when she heard these words. Young master trusts you and has even told us that you will never betray him. Zhang Xianyi had been stunned in place. Originally she thought that she was a dispensable existence in Gu Qiu's heart, and that her willingness to keep herself by her side was just pity for herself. Unexpectedly, she also had a place where she was treated specially, and also said something about how she would never betray him. Thinking of this, Zhang Xianyi's eyes could not help but moisten. Was she that trustworthy? But we are not going to trust you. At least not right now. Young master has given me the right to kill you at any time, and if I find out that you have ill intentions towards young master, I will not hesitate to give you the most painful way of death. Zhang Xuanyi was obviously shocked by these words, but then thought of something else and tilted her head back to look straight at Zhiya, saying word for word, I will never betray Gu Qiu. Ha! Zhiya sneered. If you want to prove your loyalty to the young master, use facts to speak. I'll give you that chance in the future. With the hammering and intimidation over, it was time to get down to business next. Zhiya suddenly approached Zhang Xianyi and said with a light smile, If you want to stay by the young master's side, you have to be prepared to be aware accordingly. Realization? That's right. Sharing young master's pain and thinking of young master every moment is the most basic. Although you are not worthy of the young master, you are barely qualified to walk into the young master's room. Zhiya said slowly as she carefully surveyed Zhang Xuanyi's face, with an okay look and a good figure, plus the fact that the young master liked it. She was indeed qualified to walk into the young master's room. Tonight the young master is sleeping by himself. Don't you want to prove your loyalty? The opportunity is right in front of you now. Going to the young master's room to accompany the young master for a chat is the most basic, right? But, don't give up. Zhang Xuanyi was completely flustered. Not that she was afraid. She honestly wanted to be able to accompany Gu Qiu, but she was really a bit nervous. Zhiya turned towards the door, barred the lock, twisted the doorknob, opened the door and was about to leave. Right, a small reminder. There are pajamas in the room closet, remember to change into them. And don't forget to take a bath before going to young master's room. Young master has a very serious cleanliness fetish. After saying that, Zhiya brought the door with her, leaving Zhang Xianyi sitting on the bed alone at a loss for words. Chapter 58, Can you stop laughing? She did know that Gu Qiu was usually very clean, wearing clothes that were low-key and introspective and spotless, and always had a light fragrance that surrounded an air that made people very comfortable. Zhang Xuanyi was intoxicated by that feeling, but he himself obviously also loves cleanliness alright. He bathed almost every day in school. He wasn't dirty at all alright? Let's not think about that first. Let's just go see what we're going to wear in a while. Zhang Xianyi shook her head before getting up and walking over to the huge white closet, reaching out and pulling open the sliding wooden door. She couldn't help but freeze for a moment as she looked at the neatly arranged clothes inside. Do we really have to wear this kind of clothes? Zhang Xianyi took out a white silk gauze nightgown from inside and looked back and forth, a shy scarlet color surfacing on Zhang Xianyi's fair face. It wasn't a very revealing piece of clothing, but it always looked like there was something wrong somewhere. Wasn't it a little too thin? It felt like it would break once it was torn. Gu Qiu was a bit strange. How come no one came to him today to seek comfort from his family? What about Bai Qingnian? How can I sleep without you? What about Bai Zhiya? Hadn't she been clinging to herself to cuddle and sleep before? As for Zhang Xianyi, do I have to take the initiative myself? Breaking the shackles of the world and exploring the bottom line of morality. Just as Gu Qiu was thinking about whether or not to take the initiative, a slight knock sounded outside the door. Gu Qiu, are you asleep? Asterisk. Gu Qiu got up and got out of bed to open the door, and a silhouette wearing a white silk gauze nightgown came into view. This nightgown was relatively conservative and also relatively thin, and Zhang Xianyi's white and delicate skin could be seen vaguely through the silk gauze, but in the key places, it gave people a vague and not too real feeling, making people want to continue to explore. Gu Qiu looked at the somewhat squirming Zhang Xianyi in front of him with a playful expression, and asked suspiciously, "President's sister, what's the matter with me?" Zhang Xuanyi was asked by Gu Qiu's sentence and didn't know how to answer it, stammering for half a day, unable to say a complete sentence. Gu Qiu looked at Zhang Xuanyi's face and smiled even more. He was not in a hurry, just stood in the doorway and waited for Zhang Xuanyi to open her mouth. Zhang Xuanyi looked at Gu Qiu's playful look, and her heart burst with shame and indignation. She felt that she is now and at the mercy of the sheep in general, and the beginning of the face of Gu Qiu calm appearance of the sky and the earth. Obviously they first hitched a ride. How would it turn out like this? When have they ever received this kind of aggression? She simply came close to Gu Qiu, directly reached out to the hand ring buckle in the waist of Gu Qiu, the head tightly affixed to Gu Qiu's chest, with an extremely soft tone of pampering. Gu Qiu's boyfriend, can you not bully me? Gu Qiu looked at Zhang Xuanyi, who was hugging herself tightly. There was still a faint smell of shower gel on her body. Obviously she had just finished her bath. Thinking of this, Gu Qiu's mouth couldn't help but emerge a trace of arc. How is it considered bullying? After coming to the room, Zhang Xianyi instantly turned into a well-behaved white rabbit, honestly sitting on the edge of the bed eyeing Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu gently coughed twice, taking the lead in breaking the awkward atmosphere. Ahem, President's sister, who asked you to come? It was. Zhang Xianyi paused for a moment, as she didn't know how to address Bai Zhiya. It's Zhiya, right? Zhang Xianyi nodded her head vigorously. Gu Qiu probably guessed what the situation was. This little ninny was really worthy of being my favorite close servant. It's almost like a little worm in my stomach, and she still does things so deeply in my heart. Did she do anything to you? Like coercing you or something? Gu Qiu continued to ask. This time, Zhang Xianyi subconsciously shook her head. The truth was that Bai Zhiya really hadn't coerced her either. She had just elucidated some facts. President's sister, I'll give you one last chance. If you leave this room now, I can still pretend that nothing happened. Well, before Gu Qiu could finish her sentence, she felt her lips being blocked by an unknown wetness, and before she could say anything, her words turned into an indistinct "oh" sound. The wetness here refers to wet wipes. Readers can skip this line by themselves. Outrageous. Gu Qiu just wanted to push Zhang Xianyi away, letting her know the power of top-level physical techniques. Just then, he heard Zhang Xuanyi's soft voice ringing in his ears. Boyfriend Gu Qiu, I volunteered for all of this. You don't have to take anything into consideration. Hearing these words, Gu Qiu's just clenched fists couldn't help but relax. It was almost 8 o'clock the next day when Gu Qiu woke up. Fortunately, there was no early 8, and there was no need to worry about being late. Gu Qiu turned his head to look. At this time, Zhang Xuanyi was still curled up beside himself sleeping, one hand tightly pinching the corner of his coat, as if afraid of his own departure. Looking at Zhang Xianyi's face, which was still exquisite without any makeup, Gu Qiu couldn't help but reach out and pinch it. Zhang Xuanyi seemed to sense Gu Qiu's movements and murmured twice in her sleep. Alas! Gu Qiu couldn't help but sigh that God was indeed fair. When God gave you wealth and power, he would also make you lose your troubles as a result. System, step out. Ding, I'm here. This time it was no longer the unchanging mechanical voice, but a gentle imperial voice. It had to be said that this system was really Ginkoized. Open the character's sign-in template. A white light screen suddenly appeared in front of Gu Qiu's eyes. The character template information would not be said anymore to avoid being told about the watery word count. Sign in. Gu Qiu's mind moved and he directly signed in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top calligraphy and painting skill. Top-notch calligraphy and painting skills. It sounded like a force-grabbing skill. However, he probably wouldn't display it in front of others. Mindless pussyfooting around wasn't really his thing. He preferred pussyfooting around. Gu Qiu began to get up and put on his clothes, and as soon as he made a slight movement, Zhang Xianyi next to him woke up from her sleep. Upon seeing Gu Qiu's angular face, a blush surfaced on Zhang Xuani's face. Gu Qiu's boyfriend, Zhang Xuani, called out warmly. What's wrong? Nothing. I just wanted to call out to you. I'm afraid that everything right now is a dream. Gu Qiu cursed stupid or not in his heart, but he then let it go. After all, it was full loyalty. Zhang Xianyi's feelings for herself were more genuine than any oath of alliance. However, Gu Qiu sometimes wondered what would happen if his loyalty overflowed, and he always felt that this kind of thought was dangerous. If there's nothing going on, just sleep a little more. No surprises, you'll be taking today off as well. What do you mean? Zhang Xuani was a bit confused about the meaning of Gu Qiu's words. She still had to accompany Gu Qiu's boyfriend to school, so why should she take the day off? Just thinking about it made Zhang Xianyi want to get up and get dressed. Hiss ah! A tearing pain came from under her waist. She now only felt that her entire waist was no longer her own. It was as if it had been trampled by some bull beast. But, ha ha, Gu Qiu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Why was everyone so confident in themselves? By Qingnian, by Zhiya and the others were even better. After all, they had a foundation and were physically tough. You're an ordinary person who's still holding on hard. Can you stand up? Zhang Xuani's face instantly turned red with shame when Gu Qiu laughed at her. She buried her entire head in the quilt and pouted in a very small voice. Can Gu Qiu's boyfriend stop laughing? Chapter 59. What are you doing? Gu Qiu boyfriend, can you stop laughing? I won't stop laughing if you tell me to stop laughing. Then won't I lose face? But Zhang Xuani's current appearance was so strangely cute that Gu Qiu couldn't help but want to tame her more. Laugh some more. Gu Qiu reached out and slightly exerted his hand, easily pulling away the quilt covering Zhang Xuani's head. Zhang Xuani, who had lost the cover of the quilt, looked at Gu Qiu in a deer-like panic. Gu Qiu, what are you doing? What are you doing? If it was yesterday, Gu Qiu would have agreed without hesitation. But now, a little tired. Don't really want to, but if senior sister still wants it, I can also work hard again. The corner of Gu Qiu's mouth hooked up a playful arc, and he said in a serious tone, Ah, Zhang Xianyi's head was running overload for a moment, and she didn't understand what Gu Qiu meant by that. But after savoring what she said for a while, she came to her senses and her fair cheeks instantly turned red. What kind of brain circuit is this Gu Qiu? In her current state, how could she dare to ask what you want? If it wasn't for Bai Zhiya's special training the night before, it would be possible for herself to be pulled away even by an ambulance right now. Zhang Xuani looked at Gu Qiu with a pleading expression that seemed to say, spare me this time. Ahem. Still not teasing her, but deadly sins can be spared, but living sins can't be escaped. Zhang Xuani's entire body was curled up on the bed, with a few drops of crystalline tears hanging from the corners of her rosy eyes. She was aggrieved in her heart, not just rejecting once. What are you doing hitting someone? Gu Qiu put on his clothes and headed downstairs. Bai Zhiya and Bai Qingnian had long been sitting downstairs waiting for him. Good morning, young master, Bai Zhiya and Bai Qingnian said in unison. Well, Gu Qiu nodded gently. Young master, how was your rest last night? Bai Zhiya jumped into Gu Qiu's arms at once, hugging Gu Qiu's waist intimately and asking with a pleasing face. Not bad. Gu Qiu was a bit embarrassed. This little nymph actually dared to molest herself so blatantly. She had to be given some color. Thoughts falling, Gu Qiu favorably touched Bai Zhiya's hair and said with a light smile, by the way, is it a long time since Zhiya has accompanied me to practice physical arts? Do you want to take advantage of the time you have at noon today and accompany me to practice for a short while? Young master, don't Zhiya knows it's wrong. Bai Zhiya shrunk her head after hearing this, stretching out her white fingers to pinch the corner of Gu Qiu's coat, tilting her head and pampering herself. Don't look for Zhiya to accompany you to practice, okay? Or maybe young master will find someone else to accompany him. For example, find Sister Qingnian. I remember that Sister Qingnian's physical skills are also very strong. Stop, stop, stop. Gu Qiu hurriedly called a halt. He already had a feeling of overwork last night, and now he really couldn't think about it anymore. Zhang Xuani's current state was the best proof. Bai Qingnian just silently watched Bai Zhiya and the young master fooling around, a touch of a different emotion flowing in her eyes. It couldn't be said whether it was envy or what, but she felt satisfied from the bottom of her heart when she saw Gu Qiu so happy. Young master, come and have breakfast. Bai Qingnian's gentle voice rang out. Well, Gu Qiu looked at the table full of big breakfast and was a bit touched. Still, Qingnian understands me the most. Thanks for your hard work. Bai Qingnian was slightly stunned when she heard this. How could it be hard to work for young master? The young master saying hard work to her was a sign of alienation in her eyes. She hurriedly knelt on the ground with one knee, clenched her left hand into a fist and placed it over her heart, saying earnestly, these are all things that Qingnian should do, and to be able to watch young master eat with her own eyes, Qingnian doesn't feel any hard work at all. Please, young master, don't ever say that again in the future. Gu Qiu sighed helplessly. He didn't know what things Bai Qingnian had brainstormed again. Gu Qiu let go of Bai Zhiya in his arms and slowly walked over to Bai Qingnian. reaching out to gently stroke Bai Qingnian's cheek. If you're kneeling all the time, I'll need to keep bending over if I want to touch you. Is that what you want? Bai Qingnian immediately shook his head and stood up after hearing this. How could he bend over to someone else with his status as a young master? He himself would get up for now and wait for the night before kneeling. Anyway, the young master liked to make himself kneel when it was night time. Bai Qingnian comforted herself in this way, and a touch of apology flowed from her eyes as she looked at Gu Qiu again. I'm sorry, young master. Alright, no need to say sorry again. I'm hungry. Hurry up and eat. Hearing Gu Qiu say he was hungry, Bai Qingnian hurriedly organized Gu Qiu's dishes and made a place for Gu Qiu to sit. Bai Zhiya also obediently sat next to Gu Qiu. After all, she was Gu Qiu's full-time feeder. Only halfway through the meal did Gu Qiu remember that there was still a Zhang Xuani lying upstairs who couldn't take care of herself. Only then did Gu Qiu order Bai Qingnian to send some breakfast up. He couldn't starve his presidential schoolmate. Not long after, Bai Qingnian used a tray to carry 2 bowls of seafood congee upstairs. Normally this kind of thing wouldn't need Bai Qingnian to do it personally, but it was Gu Qiu's room that was going to be visited, and Bai Qingnian couldn't allow any other servant to step into the young master's room. To say that senior sister really deserved to be the president of the dance association, the softness of her body really wasn't something that could be compared to ordinary people. Last night, Gu Qiu was like discovering a new world, racking her brain all night long to explore the unknown limits of mankind. As he ate, Gu Qiu realized that Bai Zhiya was a bit dishonest, and she was always wriggling around in his arms. Zhiya, don't move, young master, my legs are numb. Bai Zhiya had been leaning slightly against Gu Qiu's arms in order to be able to feed him, and it was natural for her legs to go numb after curling up for a long time. That was why she had moved slightly in small increments to avoid being unsteady when she stood up later. Gu Qiu didn't say anything more. If you want to move, move yourself, young master. Who's more well-behaved, Zhiya or that chairman's schoolmate? Bai Zhiya suddenly asked with some jealousy. This was also the difference between Bai Zhiya and Bai Qingnian. Bai Qingnian would rarely get jealous. However, Bai Zhiya was like a child, caring about whether or not there was someone who was more pleasing to the young master than herself. Gu Qiu looked at the clear eyes in front of him and said without the slightest hesitation, of course it's Bai Zhiya who is more well-behaved. There's no one in the world who is more well-behaved than Bai Zhiya. Hearing this, Bai Zhiya instantly bends her eyes into a crescent shape happily, muttering softly, young master is my favorite. I know, I also like Zhiya very much. Chapter 60, The Speechless Qinghong. Although breakfast was already finished, Gu Qiu still looked a bit unfulfilled. He looked at the innocent-looking Bai Zhiya next to him. If only he had eaten more slowly. It so happened that at this time, Bai Qingnian also came down from upstairs, and Gu Qiu inadvertently looked up and noticed a faint blush on the sides of Bai Qingnian's cheeks. Why does Qingnian's face feel bad? Is it physically uncomfortable? Gu Qiu casually asked, and Bai Qingnian immediately stammered, looking a bit vain. She couldn't tell young master that she had just exchanged experiences with Zhang Xuani. Could she? No, nothing. It's probably a bit hot. A little hot? Gu Qiu subconsciously looked at the temperature displayed on the air conditioner. Was 26 degrees hot enough to make Bai Qingnian hot like this? The air conditioner here shows the room temperature. Gu Qiu also did not ask more questions. Perhaps she really is easy to heat and easy to sweat, the body is not certain. After simply finishing dressing up, Gu Qiu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling dressing mirror and admired her handsome face in the mirror. The nose was straight and three-dimensional, the eyebrows were deep and clean, and the whole person gave off a serene and gentle yet lofty temperament. I didn't realize that there is such a handsome man in this world. Oh, so it's me. It's okay then. It was still Bai Qingnian who accompanied Gu Qiu, but under Bai Zhiya's strong request. Gu Qiu agreed to let her follow along. Bai Zhiya immediately revealed a delighted smile and kept muttering words like young master is the best in the world, and young master is my favorite to please Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu was also very pleased with these words, and was amused and laughed lightly from time to time, because he really couldn't look at a soft and adorable girl with stars in her eyes and say such words without doing anything about it. The three of them sat in the black Rolls-Royce Phantom, one in front and two in the back, and the driver was still the mature and sexy Ms. Byran. As for the silver-white Pagani wind god, it seemed to have been forgotten in a corner of the parking lot, because the Pagani really wasn't soft enough. Skycrows fly by, leaving a row of ellipses. The Rolls-Royce steadily stopped at a parking space in front of the entrance of a city university. The door slowly opened, and Bai Qingnian took the lead in getting out of the car. Ignoring the strange and envious gazes of the surrounding passers-by, she gently and respectfully said to the car, "Young master, we've arrived at the school." Gu Qiu glanced at Bai Zhiya, who was relying on his arms, and said without any good humor, "Do you want to go to school with me just like this?" Unexpectedly, Bai Zhiya's clear and clean eyes flashed with hope when she heard these words, and she looked at Gu Qiu with an expectant face. "Young master, is it really possible?" "Of course not. Let go." Gu Qiu's voice steepened a few points, scaring Bai Zhiya into letting go of her hand in a hurry. Bai Qingnian, in order to avoid Gu Qiu getting really angry, also chimed in. Zhiya, stop it, young master still has things to go and get busy. Bai Zhiya looked at Gu Qiu with a face of reluctance and gently waved her little hand a few times. Young master, goodbye. Zhiya will be good. Seeing this, Gu Qiu also rubbed Bai Zhiya's small head that was full of grievances and said softly, see you tonight. Gu Qiu then got out of the car and walked side by side with Bai Qingnian towards the school, and most of the students around them seemed to have already gotten over this scene. However, there was still a part of them that had trouble accepting it. Watching Gu Qiu and Bai Qingnian walk to and from school together every day, could it be that goddess Qingnian had really taken the shape of someone else? At the same time, there was also a part of the people who were glad that they had heard earlier that Gu Qiu was getting off the bus with Bai Qingnian Zhang. These two could be the top goddesses of a city university. How could they not be scourged by Gu Qiu alone? Now, it seemed that goddess Qiani should not have suffered from Gu Qiu's poisonous hand. Of course, if he knew the real situation, he would definitely collapse. After Gu Qiu came to the classroom, he immediately attracted the scrutinizing eyes of many boys, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. Gu Qiu was a bit puzzled. He could understand girls staring at him with a blazing face. After all, they liked the way he drove his pagani with one hand. But what do you big old men mean by staring at yourselves like that? In the end, it was only when Li Pu waved his hand at him that Gu Qiu didn't continue to suffer from the pollution of their unclean gaze. After a while, the classroom teacher entered the classroom for a routine roll call check and found that all the other students were present except for Zhao Ming, who took a leave of absence and didn't come to class. Good, class will now begin. Today Gu Qiu naturally knew why Zhao Ming didn't come to class, but he just smiled and didn't say anything. This kind of mandatory general education class was really meaningless, giving people the feeling that they had obviously listened carefully, but it was as if they hadn't listened to anything at all. To summarize, tasteless, discarded. The main thing of the class is companionship. Soon it was time for the noon dry meal, and it was usually Zhang Xianyi who accompanied herself to the meal. But Zhang Xianyi didn't come to school today, so there was no way. Should I call Bai Qingnian? Gu Qiu was about to send a message to Bai Qingnian, but suddenly saw a familiar figure that made him put down the phone in his hand. A standard-looking and handsome girl was sitting on a seat not far from him, quietly eating the rice and dishes in front of her. Qinghong, a member of the Shadow Konoha, what Karatsuchi had said before, disguised as an ordinary student secretly protecting herself. Only Qinghong belonged to the silent type of character, not high and mighty, but just didn't like to talk. In short, autistic social terror 1. But it wasn't that she didn't dare to talk to others, she just didn't want to talk to people she didn't know. Gu Qiu wanted to go over and ask her to eat with him, and just as he was about to stand up, a boy came in front of Qinghong. If nothing else, accidents came. Gu Qiu always felt that the boy was familiar, as if he was one of the Puxin men who appeared during Zhang Xianyi's dance competition. What was the name? Gao Jian. His family has 2 companies with a market capitalization of nearly $100 million. Gu Qiu gave him a rating. All of the family's assets combined were actually close to 1/50th of the liquidity in one of his cards. Not bad for a rich second-generation rich man. Hello classmate, may I know you? Gao Jian looked at Qinghong and said confidently, I'm from the literature department. Just call me Gao Jian. Although Gao Jian had never met Qinghong before, he believed that Qinghong must have heard of his name. After all, he was a popular figure on the campus forum, and a very famous rich kid from a city university. At this moment, Gao Jian happened to be blocking the middle between Gu Qiu and Qinghong, making Qinghong unable to see Gu Qiu from this angle. Qinghong indifferently swept a glance at Gao Jian. She wanted to say get lost, but she really didn't want to open her mouth. Should she just go ahead and kill him? This thought flashed through Qinghong's mind, but in the end, Qinghong still didn't choose to do it, because by randomly killing someone she definitely wouldn't be able to continue to stay by Kajikami's side as a student and protect him. Get lost? Qinghong faintly spat out a single word. Ha! Gao Jian was confused. This script didn't seem right. Shouldn't the girl in front of him be frantically courting herself after hearing her name? He admitted that Qinghong was handsome, and her beauty was so understated that she wouldn't even notice unless she looked close. But it couldn't be that arrogant, right? My name is Gao Jian. My family has 2 building material companies. Really, don't you want to get acquainted? Gao Jian re-emphasized himself, and inadvertently revealed the don't touch me key on his waist. If you don't get lost, you'll completely disappear from this world tonight. Chapter 61 Green Rainbow's Instinct. If you don't get out, you will disappear from this world tonight. Qinghong's personality was such that she didn't want to have too much contact with strangers. She felt that it would make her impure. Gao Jian came up to accost him and didn't kill him immediately because he gave him a chance to live, considering Gu Qiu He didn't expect that he actually didn't understand human language. Qinghong's cold and merciless voice reached his ears and Gao Jian subconsciously took 2 steps back because for a moment he felt that the girl in front of him would really kill him. Then he felt that this was very disgraceful and wanted to harden his heart and let out a couple of harsh words before leaving. But as soon as he tried to open his mouth, he met Qinghong's eyes that were filled with killing intent. Sorry, I'm leaving. Gao Jian smiled awkwardly and turned around to leave. Why was he so abashed, you ask? Gao Jian said that he just didn't want to give away his head. Gao Jian was different from the kind of brainless douchebags like Gao Qiqian, who obviously realized that something was wrong and still had to come up hard to let others hit him in the face. He knows how deep the water is in the university, so he might have offended someone he can't mess with. For example, before Zhang Xianyi dance competition, suddenly named the appearance of the mysterious boyfriend Gu Qiu. Can be Zhang Xianyi can be what licking dog? It's a big guy who dresses up as a pig and eats tigers. And in the past few days it was rumored that Gu Qiu and Bai Qingnian were taking classes together. What level is Bai Qingnian? That was an existence that even Chen Xian, the heir to the Chen clan consortium, didn't put in his eyes, and that already spoke volumes. He now felt that the choice he made at that time of not having a hard-on to touch base with Gu Qiu was really correct. This time he felt the same way. The cold Qinghong in front of him was born extremely handsome, but he had never heard of her before. This meant that she had most likely only just arrived at this school. Hearing their own life face expression removed indifference is killing intent. Not a little change. Mouth also said what to kill their own such words. One look is invisible big brother. Cannot afford to mess with. It is really worthy of me. Clever and clever Gao Jian. Qinghong saw that Gao Jian had turned away, and the killing intent in his eyes diffused slightly. For the sake of the shadow, I won't kill you for now. When Qinghong turned around to see what Shadow Up was doing, she was suddenly startled and panicked by the person in front of her. When did Kajikami walk in front of her? She was actually unaware of it. In fact, Gu Qiu had already walked next to Qinghong when she told Gao Jian to get lost. Truly worthy of being Shadow On. Qinghong first sighed in her heart at Gu Qiu's power, then shouted in some panic, Shadow Superior. Qinghong subconsciously was about to get up and salute, but was stopped by Gu Qiu with a look. Gao Jian seemed to have heard Qinghong say something as well, and he curiously glanced back. This was Gu Qiu? What was he doing in front of that girl? It couldn't be that he was trying to strike up a conversation as well, right? But even though Gu Qiu's background was deep, according to that girl's character, it should be a get lost. Hello, may I ask what your name is? Gu Qiu looked at Qinghong and asked softly. Now, Gao Jian was sure that the girl would definitely say roll and then kill you if you don't roll. If not, he, Gao Jian, would write his name backwards. Qinghong, Gu Qinghong. Qinghong somewhat didn't understand what Gu Qiu meant, but still answered the question very nicely. Nanny, what's the situation? Gao Jian, who was not far away, heard Qinghong's answer with an unbelievable look on his face. This is not the same as what he thought. How come she was so cold when she spoke to me just now? And now she's talking to Gu Qiu with a gentle and knowing look. Gao Jian unconsciously touched his face and wondered in his heart. Could it be that this thing really depends on the face? Can I invite you to have dinner with me? Yes, Qinghong answered without the slightest hesitation. But on second thought, it didn't seem appropriate to say such words in this scene, so she hastily added, of course. Gu Qiu smiled gently, and then extended his hand towards Qinghong, who didn't flash or dodge, and just quietly watched Gu Qiu's movements. Eventually, Gu Qiu's hand rested on Qinghong's wrist, and Qinghong's body subconsciously trembled. Her own hands hadn't been carefully cleaned yet. Didn't Shadow On mind the dirt? Gu Qiu exerted a slight force to pull Qinghong up from her seat. Come eat on my side. Aha! Qinghong warmly agreed, and as she got up, she smoothly carried the meal on the table along with her. This scene fell in Gao Jian's eyes, the same as when Chen Xian heard Bai Qingnian call out to young Master Gu Qiu, directly shocked for 100 years. What a situation! Just now Gao Jian was still wondering if it was because of the face value. Now it seemed, it was indeed the case, because other than that Gao Jian couldn't find any other reason that could explain this matter. That girl couldn't possibly be Gu Qiu's maid, right? Forget it, can't even afford to mess with her. I'll slip away first. Qinghong was inevitably nervous about being so close to Gu Qiu. She was tempted to say, why don't I kneel down and watch Shadow Shang eat? But the look in Gu Qiu's eyes made her never dare to say that out loud. Gu Qiu realized that Qinghong had been sitting there dryly without moving her chopsticks. What are you waiting for? Eat? Yes. Qinghong's voice was dry, as if she was taking orders. You don't have to be so serious in school. You should learn more about Hainai. Her disguise is good, and the way she dresses as well. Gu Qiu subconsciously swept Qinghong's legs. It was a pair of white pants. No silk, no net. Poor rating. Yes, Qinghong still had that serious tone. I've already said that there's no need to be so serious. Gu Qiu was helpless and emphasized again, realizing that she hadn't complied with Gu Qiu's order. Qinghong hurriedly got up from her seat. taking half a step back. With her knees half bent she tried to bow down on one knee. Qinghong knows her mistake. Please punish Shadow Lord. Stand up. Gu Qiu's voice was steeply aggravated, frightening Qinghong to stand up in a hurry. This is in a school. Kneeling casually in public. Those who don't know would think that I coerced you with some private video. Almost tarnished my reputation as a good person. You'll be chastised when you go back at night. Now sit down and eat. Gu Qiu said and then ate on his own. Yes, okay. Qinghong almost said the right thing again, but fortunately she changed it at the last second. She sat down obediently and took small bites of the meal in front of her very elegantly. As shadow guards, they had received strict etiquette training since they were young, because as shadow guards, they represented the face of the Shadow Lord. When they see the Shadow Lord, they have to salute and greet him, and when they hear his order, they have to answer yes immediately. All these things have been deeply embedded in Qinghong's bones and have become her instincts, so Gu Qiu could understand if she couldn't change over for a while, but the punishment would not be any less. Just today, evening, Chapter 62, The New Transfer Student. Gu Qiu returned to his dormitory and lay on his bunk for a moment, somewhat unable to sleep. The air is filled with a unique smell of seafood in the boys' dormitory, which is the flavor of testosterone. But the flavor of testosterone is not what Gu Qiu wants. He wants a soft and fragrant pillow. But today, Li Pu didn't come up next to him and ask him about this and that as usual, but instead lowered his head to play with his cell phone. A happy expression even spread across his face from time to time. This expression was all too familiar to Gu Qiu, who had often exuded this expression when chatting with Li Xinxue before. It was a complete immersion lick. Old matters will not be rehashed, and I hope that everyone in front of the screen will also forget about this unpleasant past of mine. Gu Qiu had no qualifications to care what Li Spectrum was going to do. He could only speak out at the right time to remind him twice, so that he wouldn't repeat his own old ways. When Gu Qiu closed his eyes and was about to fall asleep and start dreaming in a daze, Li Pu's gradual voice rang out. Lao San, are you asleep? Gu Qiu lifted his head and said suspiciously, just about to fall asleep. Is there something wrong? Oh, then you sleep. I asterisk you asterisk 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 big. Hey, just kidding. Li Pu watched Gu Qiu's face change and hurriedly laughed awkwardly twice. Have a fart quickly. Your father's sleepy now, very sleepy. Gu Qiu didn't have the good sense to scold. In the boys' dormitory to father and son called definitely not only their pair. Do you know the new exchange student from Kyoto University? Kyoto University. New exchange student? The first thing Gu Qiu thought of was Qinghong and Xilan. After all, they had also entered the school as students. The channel of exchange student happened to be suitable for them to enter the school in a reasonable capacity as well. Isn't it called Gu Qinghong? Gu Qiu asked. What Gu Qinghong? Do you know or not? The person's name is clearly Jiang. It seems to be called something like Jiang Xinyue. She came from Kyoto University, and she's also a top-notch beauty. Oh, Gu Qiu was a little embarrassed. So it wasn't Qinghong and Xilan and the others, so it was none of his business. I haven't heard of it then. Don't you haven't heard of it? When you see her you will know what is truly gentle and sensual, Li Pu said and revealed a very disgusting smile. What does gentle or not have to do with me? Gu Qiu disliked back arrogantly, but he did have the capital to be arrogant. After all, Bai Zhiya and Bai Qingnian were all so perfect that they didn't have a single flaw. If you want to talk about flaws, there were actually some, such as a spot the size of a needle's eye on Bai Zhiya's back and waist. And even if that Jiang Xinyun is gentle, can she compare to Bai Qingnian's contrasting gentleness? Absolutely impossible. You think Bai Qingnian isn't gentle, it's just that you're opening up in the wrong way. Just keep your mouth shut. Jiang Xinyue now has hopes of becoming the school goddess second only to Bai Qingnian in our school. This sentence was expected by Gu Qiu. After all, Bai Qingnian's looks were just too perfect, plus her usual cool and ascetic look. Bai Qingnian's status was really untouchable. Gu Qiu always felt that something was wrong, and then asked with some doubt. But what does it matter to you if someone becomes a school flower or not? Li Pu. After a short silence, Li Liang and Zhang San couldn't hold back their laughter any longer. Ha ha ha. Gu Qiu asked this question with depth. All I can say is that ridicule, although immoral, is not against the law. Li Pu, I can't stay in this dormitory anymore. After the afternoon class was over, Gu Qiu walked towards the school entrance. The boring class time was over and the interesting villa life was about to begin. Look, that's the new transfer student. He's just too handsome and has a gentle speaking voice. Asterisk 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 I feel like she's not even close to schoolgirl white when it comes to face value alone. Impossible. What level is the white school flower? How can just anyone come and touch her? Holy, it's actually true. But the girl next to her looks a little bad. Or else I'd go up high and low to ask for a certain letter. Can you not get high on your mouth? Noisy voices came from behind them. The transfer student they were talking about should be Jiang Xinyue. Gu Qiu also curiously turned around to look behind her. Two girls were walking side by side. leaving a large vacuum of unoccupied area empty around them. One of the girls had a moderate appearance, wearing a very well-fitting long black coat and pants, and her hair, which was scattered at the back of her head, was tied up in a clean and tidy ponytail. She belonged to the type that didn't really stand out in a crowd. Obviously, she wasn't the transfer student that this group of lickspittles were talking about. His eyes rested on another girl. The girl's features were delicate and clear, with the tenderness and clarity of a young girl between her eyebrows, and her aura was gentle and serene. The clothes were exquisite and looked expensive, and the skin exposed at the wrist was clean and fair. A bit handsome. Gu Qiu's evaluation was objective, and that girl gave off the impression that she was suitable for marriage. Jiang Xingyue also saw Gu Qiu looking at him from a short distance away. She then revealed a very gentle smile to Gu Qiu. If it was an ordinary person who was faced with this kind of smile, they might have fallen instantly, and then transformed into a lonely licking dog all the way to end up with nothing. But it didn't touch Gu Qiu too much. After all, Gu Qiu was surrounded by high-level players like Zhang Xuani, so how could he easily fall? Besides, Gu Qiu had experienced too much goodness. Gu Qiu had no thoughts of continuing to stay and turned around to continue walking towards the school entrance. Ugh! Zhang Xinyan made a puzzled sound as she watched Gu Qiu's departing back. Is there something wrong, miss? The girl next to her hurriedly inquired. No, nothing. I just didn't think that a city university would actually have such an interesting person. Jiang Xinyue smiled. Xiao Shi, have you investigated that person in front of you? The girl who was called Xiao Shi looked in the direction that Jiang Xinyue was pointing to, and Gu Qiu's already somewhat blurred back appeared within her field of vision. Back to miss. There are only a total of 3 people to watch out for at a city university. Chen Xian, the heir to the Chen group, Gu Heinai, the counselor, and by Qingnian, whose identity is unknown. The boy in front is not included. Jiang Xinyue pondered slightly after hearing this. Could it be that the boy had deliberately made that appearance to show himself? No. With Jiang Xinyue's sharp mind, she could tell that Gu Qiu really wasn't interested in herself. Xiao Shi, go check on that boy. Jiang Xian, you finally decided to investigate Gu Qiu. But, miss, don't worry, it's fine if I'm alone. Not to mention there's Xiao Dai and the girls right outside. The girl known as Xiao Shi gritted her teeth and finally responded helplessly. I know. Xiao Shi then quickly followed in the direction that Gu Qiu had left, leaving Jiang Xinyue alone to deal with the students accosting. Jiang Xinyue laughed out softly as she looked at Xiao Shi's departing figure. She hoped that Gu Qiu would give himself a little surprise, but not someone who was playing some kind of lustful trick. But what Jiang Xinyue didn't expect was that Xiao Shi didn't come back tonight. Chapter 63, Hoshi better be okay. Inside a certain gloomy basement, there was a faint smell of blood in the air, and very faint moans of pain could be faintly heard. A woman whose entire body was shrouded in black asked her companion beside her. First time I've met one with such a hard mouth in the country. Should I tell Lord Xylan to let her come over and have some fun? She was a member of the Shadow Hall under Xylan. She didn't have a name, only the code name White Dove. How can we trouble Lord Xylan with this kind of thing? I don't believe she can hold out much longer. Her companion was also a woman, also dressed in a black power suit and wearing a black mask on her face. Her code name was Black Crow. After saying this, Black Crow looked to the side at a cross made of metal. There was a bloody body tied to the cross, and upon closer inspection, one could see that there was not much intact skin left on its body. I advise you that you had better reveal the person who instructed you to follow the trail on. There's still no way to escape death, but you can suffer less. The person tied to the cross was none other than Kong He. The person tied to the cross was Jiang Shi, or Xiao Shi as Jiang Xinyue called her. Although Jiang Shi's consciousness was already a bit blurry, he still sneered twice when he heard Black Crow say that. Ha, ha, cough cough, cough. Jiang Shi suddenly coughed violently, because the previous interrogation caused a small amount of bleeding in her lungs. The current her would cough violently whenever she spoke. But how was it possible to want to make herself betray her lady? A murderous intent could not help but flow from Black Crow's eyes when he heard Jiang Shi's voice. But thinking of Lord Xylan's orders, she had to forcefully suppress the thought of wanting to kill Jiang Shi. I understand your realization. Black Crow's cold voice fell, then made a wink at White Dove. White Dove understood and handed a syringe into Black Crow's hand, who gave Jiang Shi a pitying look. An ominous feeling instantly rose in Jiang Shi's heart. She began to struggle with what was left of her strength, but it wasn't much use. Not long after, heart-rending screams came from the depths of the basement, intermittent and creepy sounding. Gu Qiu had long since returned to the Tianyun residence, but he didn't know everything that was happening in the basement. If this kind of small matter required Gu Qiu to bother with it, then what was the point of the Shadow Close Guard's existence? Young master, Zhiya misses you. Bai Zhiya jumped into Gu Qiu's arms and began to pout. The young master's body smelled good. I've been thinking about the young master. Tonight, can I sleep with young master in my arms? All these words were muttered by Bai Zhiya's mouth without stopping. Good boy. Gu Gu Qiu reached out and pinched Bai Zhiya's delicate white face. The feel was good, delicate and soft, but also very elastic. Looking at the sticky warm soft demon in his arms, what could Gu Qiu do? He had to be forced to enjoy himself for a while. As for Zhang Xianyi, she is nowhere to be seen. With that said, you guys probably understand Gu Qiu's gold content, right? After Gu Qiu and Bai Zhiya lay on the soft leather sofa and played around for a while, Bai Qingnian came this way. Young master, dinner is all ready. Hearing Bai Qingnian say that, Bai Zhiya immediately hugged Gu Qiu's arm and shook it, pampering her. Young master, Zhiya is also hungry. Let's go eat? Gu Qiu nodded, and Bai Zhiya immediately revealed a delighted smile, not forgetting to mutter, young master is the best. Of course Bai Zhiya wasn't hungry. Gu. Well, it's true that she was a little bit, but what Bai Zhiya wanted most was to eat with young master as soon as possible. It doesn't matter if she's a little hungry, she can just eat after the young master finishes eating. It's not too late anyway. If she couldn't, she could even secretly open a small stove in the middle of the night for extra meals. Gu Qiu's life was really cozy now. Even eating a meal didn't require him to do it himself. Qingnian, sit down and eat together. Gu Qiu looked at Bai Qingnian, who was standing next to him, and said in an undeniable tone, yes, young master. Bai Qingnian didn't push back this time, but sat down to eat very nicely. Dinner time was always pleasant and short. In a flash, it was time to go to bed. Gu Qiu suddenly remembered that Zhang Xuani was still lying in her bed, probably not even slowed down yet. How could this be? There had to be a severe punishment. When Gu Qiu came to the bedroom, he found Zhang Xianyi struggling to sit up. Gu Qiu. Zhang Xuani looked a little flustered when she saw Gu Qiu return, like a white rabbit seeing a big bad wolf. The corners of Gu Qiu's mouth lifted into a playful smile as he asked softly, why are you still here? When Zhang Xianyi heard Gu Qiu's words, a blush instantly colored the sides of her cheeks. She stammered and replied, I'm still a bit unable to stand up. Is that so? The smile on Gu Qiu's face increased. Then there's no need to leave tonight. Continue to stay here with me. Ha? What? Unwilling? Gu Qiu's tone was steeply aggravated. The meaning was obvious. Do you dare to say no? Zhang Xuani was so frightened that she immediately shrunk her neck and said in a very small voice, willing is good. Gu Qiu nodded in satisfaction. Then he slowly walked to the edge of the bed and lay on his back in one go, his head resting right on Zhang Xuani's soft waist and abdomen. Zhang Xuani was a little confused as to what Gu Qiu meant. My head hurts a bit, help me rub it, Gu Qiu ordered casually. Zhang Xuani hurriedly complied, her hands clumsily landing on Gu Qiu's temples, gently rubbing and pressing. After Gu Qiu lay back and rested for a while with her eyes closed, she felt that it was almost time. Let's proceed to the next session, Gu Qiu said teasingly as he held Zhang Xianyi's small, soft, boneless hand. When Zhang Xuani heard this, she immediately looked at Gu Qiu with pleading eyes, carrying a touch of wetness around her eyes, as if tears would break out in the next second. Gu Qiu, please, otherwise I'll die. But, ha ha, Gu Qiu burst out laughing at once. What are you thinking about when I say the next session is a break? Zhang Xuani was also amused and blushed. Even her ears were red as she whispered, Gu Qiu's boyfriend is so bad. After that, Gu Qiu lazily laid down in the middle of the quilt, his hands fidgeting a few times from time to time, and he could also harvest a blank stare from Zhang Xuani. On the other side, the same very luxurious villa area. How did Xiaoxi suddenly lose her messages? Zhang Xinyue stood inside the living room with a face full of disbelief, and in front of her were a few girls around her age. Back to Miss. Since she left this afternoon, we can't contact her anymore. Zhang Xinyue recalled Gu Qiu's figure in her mind. Could it be him? Xiao Dai, come with me to the school tomorrow. I want to see what tricks he has up his sleeve. Yes, Xiaoxi, as her beloved, was also one of the few people she could trust in the family. She didn't want Xiaoxi to leave her, especially not because she ordered herself to leave on a whim. Zhang Xinyi's eyes were filled with determination as she looked out the window. Xiaoxi better be fine, or I will make you regret it. Chapter 64, What's the matter, please? When Gu Qiu woke up the next day, she only felt that her hands were delicate and smooth, and she subconsciously pinched them twice. Like a docile kitten. Zhang Xuani, who was curled up next to Gu Qiu, let out a wailing sound from her mouth. Gu Qiu realized what he had just pinched in his hand, smiled somewhat awkwardly, and then pinched again. What I pinched was the quilt. It was so soft. However, Gu Qiu looked at Zhang Xuani, who was obediently lying next to him, and couldn't help but wonder in his heart, actually still sleeping? It was clear that she didn't do anything last night, so why did she feel like she looked tired? So the president's sister is that sleepy? Gu Qiu muttered a couple sentences to himself and then got up to dress. By the time he finished dressing and got up to leave, a warm and soft pleading voice came from behind him. Gu Qiu, don't go, okay? I really like you. If you really want to, you can also. It always feels like something's wrong somewhere, but I won't say. Gu Qiu carefully stared at Zhang Xianyi, who had her eyes tightly closed for a long time and was finally quite sure that she was still in the middle of her sleep. Those words just now were just her ravings in her dreams. I don't know if it was because of the loyalty rune seal, or if it was because of the past 2 days together that Zhang Xianyi's feelings towards herself had changed a little. But I'm sorry, those are your own choices. See you in the evening, President's sister. Gu Qiu didn't wake her up, but left the bedroom with a soft goodbye. The moment Gu Qiu closed the bedroom door behind her, Zhang Xianyi's brow twitched imperceptibly twice, and a crystal-clear teardrop slid down her eyelid. Perhaps she had dreamed of something heartbreaking. System, sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Deadpool. Because of the location, Deadpool will arrive in front of the host within a week. Please be patient. Obtaining a Deadpool? With the 2 precedents of by Qingnian and by Zhiya, Gu Qiu didn't need to worry about the gold content of the next Deadpool at all. After all, if the system produced it, it would be a fine product. Unfortunately, he didn't know which type it was. But anyway, Gu Qiu couldn't wait to meet this new female. Ahem, the new Deadpool. Good morning, young master. By Qingnian greeted Gu Qiu gently at the first opportunity after seeing him. Good morning, Qingnian. Gu Qiu looked around and didn't find the soft and well-behaved figure, and asked suspiciously, where's Zhiya? Back to young master. Zhiya is still in the basement dealing with things. Do we need to have someone notify Wakaya to come back? Handling things in the basement? Things that could make her go there personally shouldn't be trivial. It was better to keep her busy for now. Gu Qiu shook her head, her thin lips lightly opening. No need. Gu Qiu sat on the sofa after she finished speaking and waited for breakfast. Very block everything was ready. Bai Qingnian wanted to go and call Gu Qiu for dinner. Young master, breakfast is ready. But then it occurred to her that Bai Zhiya wasn't here. So who should accompany the young master for dinner? Naturally, it was Qingnian, the young master's most trusted person. Young master, can I accompany you to dinner today? Bai Qingnian looked at Gu Qiu with an expectant gaze. Gu Qiu gently nodded and didn't refuse. Bai Qingnian instantly blossomed into a sweet and elegant smile. On the dining table, Bai Qingnian's movements were meticulous, unlike Bai Zhiya, who often moved around and made Gu Qiu's heart flutter. Moreover, Bai Qingnian's control of the details was perfect. When to drink porridge, when to eat the main food, all arranged just right. Ha! Gu Qiu suddenly noticed that Bai Qingnian's eyes were a little red, looking like she hadn't woken up, and casually asked, why do you feel that Qingnian is a bit haggard today? Is it because you didn't rest properly last night? Bai Qingnian instantly lowered her head when she heard this. It wasn't that she hadn't rested properly. Rather, because she felt happy to be able to accompany young master. She couldn't help but show this fragile emotion. Truly, Qingnian was so stupid that she actually lost her manners in front of young master again. Bai Qingnian looked at Gu Qiu with some concern. Young master, is Qingnian looking bad right now? Gu Qiu couldn't help but want to tease Bai Qingnian when he saw her current appearance. There are indeed some. Bai Qingnian looked a little flustered as she stood up. It was her dereliction of duty to let the young master see her unsightly appearance. I'm sorry, young master. Gu Qiu knew that with Bai Qingnian's character she would take even Gu Qiu's casual words seriously. Apologizing without moving. It felt like any slight offense would be infinitely magnified. It doesn't matter. Even if it's true that it's slightly worse than before, it's definitely not ugly. So you don't even have to care about that. Gu Qiu said slowly. Good boy. Now sit down and eat first. Yes. Only then did Bai Qingnian sit back down in her original position and continue to serve Gu Qiu his meal. Only when Gu Qiu was ready to get into the car did Bai Zhiya rush over. As usual, she jumped into Gu Qiu's arms at once and softly pouted. Zhiya is handling things today. So, Gu Qiu favorably touched Bai Zhiya's nose and said softly, it's okay. Well, young master is the best. Bai Zhiya instantly turned on the rainbow fart pleasing mode, with all sorts of flowery words coming out, coaxing the corners of Gu Qiu's mouth to resist rising. However, Gu Qiu gently tightened his nose as he vaguely smelled a strange odor on Bai Zhiya's body. It carried a sweet, fishy odor like rust. It was the smell of blood. Bai Zhiya noticed Gu Qiu's movements, and she couldn't help but tense up. Young master, is there something wrong? Could it be that the young master had smelled the blood on his body? She had already washed herself I don't know how many times before coming to see Gu Qiu, but she hadn't expected that the young master would still notice it. As expected, nothing could be hidden from the young master. It's nothing. Zhiya should pay attention to safety, Gu Qiu reminded softly before turning around to get into the car. I'll see you tonight. See you young master. Bai Zhiya smiled brightly. In her eyes Gu Qiu surely knew everything, except that the young master still believed in himself. That one reminder with concern was like saying, I believe in Zhiya, but Zhiya should pay attention to safety. Of course she would take care of her safety. She wasn't qualified to die without the young master's orders. In addition, Bai Zhiya's headstrong face of Jiangxi in the basement floated in her mind. Anyone who dared to threaten the young master, no matter what their identity was, she would expel them from this world. Gu Qiu could actually make a pretty good guess, and the one who could make by Zhiya do it himself was more or less related to himself. But he didn't realize that the one who collided with him was a new transfer student. But he didn't know that the new transfer exchange student was the one who collided with him, and that she was also the famous Zhang family's daughter in Kyoto. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. With the depth of the Tianqi family and the Shadow Palace, wanting to eliminate a certain top family in Kyoto won't have the slightest bit of pressure at all. Zhang Xianyi was still on leave today, so Gu Qiu was still alone during lunch. Gu Qiu pondered for half a day, and eventually chose to have lunch. The familiar recipe, the familiar barbecued pork ramen. After Gu Qiu eliminated the barbecued pork ramen in front of him, he contentedly wiped his mouth and left the cafeteria in the direction of the dormitory. The distance between the cafeteria and the boys' dormitory wasn't long, but in between, they would pass through a small forest. That place was very secluded, and from time to time, some couples would come here. Ahem, sorry, that's too much. I mean, not a lot of people pass through here in general. It's a perfectly secluded place. Just then, two silhouettes appeared in front of Gu Qiu, looking as if they were waiting for him specifically. Gu Qiu looked up. One of them was the recently famous transfer student Zhang Xinyue, while the other girl was an unfamiliar face that he had never seen before. Excuse me, what can I do for you? Gu Qiu spoke politely, but her tone was flat. Chapter 65 Abolishing Jiangyan. Excuse me, what's the matter? Gu Qiu looked at Zhang Xinyue who was blocking in front of him and asked indifferently. Could it be that he was hitting on her again because he was too handsome? It was indeed possible, but Gu Qiu didn't have that kind of interest right now. Ha! Zhang Xinyue stretched out the index finger of her right hand and gently tapped her butterfly bone. The butterfly bone was below the temple. How did you know that I came to find you? Couldn't I have just happened to be passing by here? Or did you do something vain enough to know I'd be looking for you? Little girls don't talk nonsense, making it seem like I slagged you off. Also, what have I done to be vain? You ask me how I knew you were coming for me? This road is so wide. I go left and you go left. I go right and you go right. Little cutie, they all know you're here to see me, right? As for the weak heart thing, that's even more impossible. We only saw each other yesterday, and we've never met again. Just because you smiled at me and I ignored you, does that make you weak? If that's the case, then I can only give you 6 words. Puxin female, needle shrimp through. Gu Qiu didn't answer, but looked at Zhang Xinyue with the eyes of a retard, and just watched. Zhang Xinyue was a bit uncomfortable by Gu Qiu's sight. She always felt that Gu Qiu was looking at a less intelligent creature. Alright, just kidding. Zhang Xinyue leered and smiled gently then continued. My name is Zhang Xinyue, I'm from the imperial capital Zhang family. Can you tell me what your name is? Gu Qiu glanced lightly and found that the Zhang Xinyue in front of him had watery autumn eyes and was looking at herself with a smile on her face. It didn't look like she was looking for trouble. However, Gu Qiu always felt that the strange girl standing next to Zhang Xinyue had a great deal of hostility towards herself. Was it an illusion? No, nowadays, his own self was exceptionally sensitive to hostility, especially hostility with killing intent. As long as one could feel it, it was definitely not an illusion. Gu Qiu replied simply. Zhang Xinyue froze when she heard it. That's it? Didn't you hear that I've declared myself as the imperial capital Zhang family? So you more or less have to say something about your background, origin, and so on. What's the point of just saying a name? Name this kind of thing. Casually find a classmate can inquire about. Need to ask you alone? But Zhang Xinyue didn't show it. Gu, autumn. Zhang Xinyue twirled her fingers and thought. There didn't seem to be any Gu family in Kyoto. Could it be a power from another province or city? Spring evening contains autumn. What a great name. Zhang Xinyue first praised it very seriously, then asked in a consultative tone. I will apologize to you for offending you, and I will also pay enough as ransom. So, student Gu Qiu, can you return Jiangxi to me? Jiangxi, from the name, should be a person. What do you mean? Gu Qiu asked suspiciously. Zhang Xinyu was able to see Gu Qiu's doubt and explained gently. Jiangxi is the girl who followed me yesterday, and also the person who went to follow you. It's just that she never came back last night, and I guessed that she should have stayed over at your house for the night. Now I want her to come back. Is that okay? Hearing Zhang Xinyue say that, Gu Qiu had a little impression that it was a very valiant-looking girl. Other than not showing anything, there wasn't much of a drawback. But Zhang Xinyue had just said that she was also the one who was stalking her. Could it be that she was quietly following herself yesterday? If that was the case, then there was a high probability that Jiangxi had already been taken care of by the Shadow Close Guard, having fallen into the hands of the Shadow Palace's people. I'm afraid that even if she's alive now, she's still in a state of disrepair. However, Gu Qiu did not intend to tell Zhang Xinyi about this. Since they wanted to probe themselves, then this was the price they should bear. I'm sorry, I'm still not sure what you're talking about. Jiang Xinyue froze for a moment, and after a short silence, she spoke again and asked, is Jiang Shi still alive? Who knows? Gu Qiu spread his hands. At least no one told me she died. That's good. Jiang Xinyue breathed a sigh of relief, then whispered, Shao Dai. After Jiang Dai received Jiang Xinyue's command, his foot movements quickly changed, instantly dodging and rushing towards Gu Qiu. Jiang Dai's eyes carried a stern killing intent. After all, the person in front of her had left her companion alive or dead. Her speed was fast, and in just one breath, she arrived in front of Gu Qiu. Jiang Dai raised her hand steeply and shot a straight punch towards Gu Qiu's face. There was no retraction in this punch, and I'm afraid it would have hurt Gu Qiu if it had hit him solidly. But Gu Qiu hadn't moved since the beginning, and just looked at Jiang Xining with a playful expression on his face. Want to hurt yourself in front of the shadow Konoha? It was not a very wise decision to say no. Jiang Xining looked at Gu Qiu's calm demeanor, and a sense of foreboding rose in her heart. Snap! Jiang Xian's wrist was suddenly gripped tightly by a slender, snow-white hand. How dare you take a shot at Shadow Lord? Kill without pardon. Qinghong's voice without a trace of emotion rang out. What was the situation? Jiang Dai looked at the cold Qinghong in front of him suspiciously. When did she appear? Why couldn't she feel it at all? However, her reaction was quick, and she violently raised her leg to whip at Qinghong's waist the next second she appeared. However, it was easily received by Qinghong. Qinghong lifted Jiang Dai's arm up high, straightened it, and then violently raised her knee against the joint of Jiang Dai's arm. Ka! The sound was crisp. It was the sound of bones breaking. Jiang Dai's face instantly took on a pained expression, but she still forced herself not to make a sound. Little Dai. Jiang Xinyue was a little worried about Jiang Dai, but she could only watch from the sidelines. Jiang Dai shook his head at Jiang Xinyue and said loudly, Miss, run away. After saying these words, Jiang Dai raised his other intact arm to attack the back of Qinghong's head. Snap! Jiang Dai's attack was once again accurately caught by Qinghong, followed by the familiar knee lift, and the crisp sound of bone cracking resounded once again. At this point, both of Jiang Dai's arms were completely ruined. Qinghong slowly let go of his hand, and Jiang Dai's two arms lost their support, and all of them drooped down helplessly. Bang! Qinghong kicked Jiang Dai's knee, causing her to instantly lose her center of gravity and paralyze on the ground. After that, Qinghong squatted down and said cruelly to Jiang Zhen's ear, Don't worry, it won't end like this. After doing so, Qinghong turned around and stood respectfully in front of Gu Qiu, saying in a low voice, Qinghong has failed in her duty and has caused Shadow Lord to be frightened. It doesn't matter. You step back first, Gu Qiu said in a commanding tone. Yes. Gu Qiu looked at Jiang Dai and asked in a cold voice, Did you want to kill me just now? Jiang Dai lowered his head and didn't say anything. Qinghong kicked on Jiang Dai's broken arm. Can't you hear what Shadow Lord asked you? Hiss. Jiang Dai sucked in a breath of cool air in pain, but still stared at Gu Qiu deadpan without speaking. Gu Qiu let out a light laugh and didn't continue to dwell on the matter, instead placing his sights on Jiang Xinyue, who was not far away. If you break her arm as well, will you become more obedient? Chapter 66 Learning to Purr Like a Cat. If you break her arm as well, will you become more obedient? Qinghong sniffed and walked straight towards Jiang Xining without Gu Qiu saying anything more. Jiang Dai instantly became nervous when she saw this, and she loudly questioned, What do you want? Miss is the first daughter of the Jiang family. If you guys dare to hurt Miss, the Jiang family will never let you go. Kyoto Jiang family, aren't you guys afraid? Afraid? Is it useful to be afraid? He. Gu Qiu laughed contemptuously. He knew the acting style of those so-called families better than anyone else. They could all be madmen who would do anything for the sake of family interests and family face. Could it be that they would be spared if they did nothing? Wasn't it them who first sent people to probe me? Now that they found out that the situation is not right and are using their background as a threat, isn't this a proper brainless villain? It's a pity that he's not the king of soldiers' brother and doesn't have the time to play the little game of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger with them. Jiang Xining looked at Qinghong, who was slowly walking towards her, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Her brain raced, thinking of a way to respond. Looking at the current situation, she had to escape and then contact the people of the Jiang family in order to have a chance to save Jiang Dai and Jiang Shi. If she couldn't, she could still go and beg her nominal fiancé for help. But the prerequisite for all of this was that she had to escape first. Thoughts falling, Jiang Xinyue turned around and ran. As long as she ran to a crowded place. How did this happen? Jiang Xinyue's body, which had just run 2 steps, froze as an extremely sweet-looking girl blocked her way. Miss Jiang, where are you going? Xilan smiled gently, and that smile fell harshly in Jiang Xinyue's eyes, like a sneer. Shadow Shan didn't say anything about letting you leave. Before Jiang Xinyue could react, Qinghong had already arrived behind her. Qinghong held Jiang Xinyue's wrists and folded them behind her back with a slight force, then kicked Jiang Xinyue in the inner sockets of her knees, pinning her to the ground. although Jiang Xinyue wanted to fight back. In front of Qinghong, she was firmly subdued without any resistance at all. In the next moment, Qinghong slowly raised her knee trying to break one of Jiang Xinyue's arms. Please don't do anything to Miss. Let Miss go. I'll do anything. I'll answer you anything. Jiang Jin could only half kneel on the ground anxiously begging because she couldn't lift her arm. However, Qinghong's movements didn't pause in any way, as if she didn't hear Jiang Dai's voice. She only acted on Gu Qiu's orders. Spare Miss, please, Qinghong, Gu Qiu spoke. Qinghong stopped moving when she heard Gu Qiu's voice, but did not let go of Jiang Xinyue's wrist. She exerted a slight force to turn Jiang Xinyue's body around and towards Gu Qiu, then very roughly yanked backward, forcing Jiang Xinyue to raise her head. Gu Qiu lazily stretched her waist and asked in confusion, "Why did you come to probe me? We don't seem to know each other, right?" Jiang Xinyue became stumped at once. She couldn't say that she had asked Jiang Shi to investigate him because she found him interesting, could she? Seeing that Jiang Xinyue didn't answer, Qinghong just wanted to teach her a lesson, but was stopped by Gu Qiu with a look. It's a civilized society now. Who still engages in this violent interrogation thing? Shadow Shan's lesson is right. Qinghong understands. It's fine. You're still young. Watch and learn. Qinghong subconsciously glanced down. Whether it was her age or her clothes, she was clearly not small, right? After Gu Qiu finished speaking, he came to Jiang Dai's front and reached out to gently pinch one of his arms that had already been broken. Under Jiang Xinian's panicked line of sight, Gu Qiu's bony fingers slowly tightened. A look of pain instantly spread across Jiang Dai's face, cold sweat seeping from her forehead as she couldn't help but whimper. If it wasn't for the special situation, she really wanted to ask Gu Qiu, "Is this what you call non-violent interrogation? I'm really convinced that you're an old six." The pain didn't go away. It was just transferred to another person. "Stop, please let go." Jiang Xinyue was so anxious to see Jiang Dai's misery that she was on the verge of crying. "I was just curious about you. That's why I asked Xiao Shi to investigate you. I'm sorry." Only after Jiang Xinyue finished speaking did Gu Qiu let go of his hand and quietly looked at Qinghong, as if asking, "Have you learned?" Qinghong was shocked by the scene at this moment, not realizing that the Lord could tell with a single glance that Jiang Dai and Jiang Xinyue had deep feelings for each other. Through Jiang Dai's pain, he made Jiang Xinyue obedient, and the entire process had the right grasp on every detail. Looking at Jiang Xinyue's delicate ceramic-like face, I'm afraid that the Lord's choice not to injure her was also a different plan. "Gu Qiu, you know too much." To conclude, it is truly worthy of being the Lord. Looking at Qinghong's eyes of adoration and respect, Gu Qiu knew that she had designated that she had brainstormed something strange. The things rewarded by the system were more or less tainted with diabolism. With an apologetic face, Gu Qiu turned to Jiang Dai and asked, "I'm sorry, it hurt you, didn't it?" The corners of Jiang Dai's mouth twitched without saying anything, only looking at Jiang Xinyue with a worried face. She was pondering on what to do to make the young lady leave safely. Casually ignoring other people's questions is a very rude behavior. In the end, Jiang Jin, under Gu Qiu's threat, could only reply stiffly, "It doesn't hurt. TSK. Forget it, you're tough talking. You're good," Gu Qiu said in a cold voice. "Even if your initial stalking wasn't malicious, your behavior just now had offended me, but it made me very uncomfortable. I'm willing to pay any price to make amends to you. Please let Miss leave." "Do you think you have the qualifications to make demands now?" Gu Qiu's cold voice interrupted Jiang Dai. Jiang Dai was silent. Gu Qiu was right. She was completely at the mercy of others in her current state. How could he still have the qualifications to make demands? "What will it take for you to let me go?" Jiang Sini asked reluctantly. At this time, her face had lost its usual sensible elegance, and there were still tear stains hanging from the corners of her eyes, carrying a broken beauty that caused people's hearts to ache. But Gu Qiu was not human. "What will it take to let you go?" "That's something I'll have to think about. I have to say that student Jiang Xinyue is really cute. So, learn a cat call." The four girls present all froze. Xilan and Qinghong secretly noted down Gu Qiu's preference, preparing to go back and report it to Bai Zhiya. Jiang Dai, on the other hand, stared at Gu Qiu with a face of indignation. How could a young lady be humiliated like this? Jiang Xinian then felt a bit ashamed. At the same time a glimmer of hope rose in her heart. She hesitantly asked, "Can you return Jiang Shi to me as well? If it's learned like that, I might consider it once I'm in a good mood." "Miss, how can you suffer such humiliation?" Bang! Xilan stepped forward and lifted her leg to smack Jiang Dai in the abdomen with a single blow. Jiang Dai's body instantly curled up like a boiled shrimp. Xilan let out a cold snort. Wanting to ruin the Lord's good deed? How could that be possible? Chapter 67, Let's learn to meow together. Don't even think about ruining the Lord's good deed. Gu Qiu looked at Jiang Xinyue with teasing eyes, and said in a cold voice, "I don't like waiting, especially meaningless waiting. I'll give you 5 more seconds to think about it in the end." 5, 4, 3, Gu Qiu started counting down. and in the blink of an eye, 3 of the 5 counts had already passed. Jiang Xinyue gritted her teeth, a hint of sarcasm crossing her watery autumn eyes. Wasn't it just losing her dignity? It wasn't like it was something unusual for her anyway. 2, 1, I see. Jiang Xinyue's compromising voice rang out as Gu Qiu counted the last one. Learning to bark like a cat, is it? I'll do it now. Jiang Xinyue struggled hard twice, trying to pull her wrist from Qinghong's hand. Qinghong looked to Gu Qiu to ask with her eyes if she should loosen Jiang Xinyue's wrist. Gu Qiu nodded, and only then did Qinghong let go. Jiang Xinyue took a deep breath and embarrassedly stretched out her 2 hands in the shape of a cat's paw, her pink lips opening and closing slightly. Meow. Jiang Xinyue's voice carried the unique childishness of a young girl, sounding really quite endearing. He, is this the transfer student that makes a bunch of students swoon? But that's just it. Although Jiang Xinyue felt very ashamed, she didn't dare to dodge away. She was afraid that if she did she would anger Gu Qiu. At that time then not only Jiang she couldn't come back, even herself and Jiang Dai would be hitched. Anyway, it's just touching her hair. It's not like she'll get pregnant. Jiang Dai, who fell to the ground, saw this scene, and immediately his heart was like a knife. It was himself who did not protect the young lady. If the Jiang family knew that Jiang Xinyue was being insulted like this, they didn't know what kind of crazy behavior they would do. There was also Jiang Xinyue's fiancé. That was an even more terrifying existence than the Jiang family. Can you honor your promise now? Gu Qiu smiled faintly. Of course, Xylan, clean up. Xylan bowed her head and respectfully answered. Yes. What about Jiangxi? Jiang Xinyue hurriedly pursued. You said you would return her, right? Gu Qiu let out a light eep. I clearly said that I would consider it if I was in a good mood. But I'm not in a good mood right now. Jiang Xin toned sharply. What else do you want? When you see me in the future I'm going to stay away from you. Got it? Jiang Xinyue nodded her head woodenly. Gu Qiu smiled out in satisfaction after receiving the answer and said casually. I'll let her go if she's still alive. But in the future, if you dare to come and probe me again, you must be prepared to die at any time. Gu Qiu didn't care how Jiang Xinyue and Jiang Dai and the girls reacted after he finished speaking, so he left straight away. This so-called first daughter of the Jiang family in Kyoto looked just like that. She didn't even know how to fight back. It was not interesting at all. Now he was going back to the dormitory to sleep and rest. As for what to do with Jiang Xinyue and Jiang Dai, let Xylan do it. A city center hospital. Jiang Dai had just woken up from her coma. She looked around blankly. This was a hospital? At this time, her arms were all in plaster. Where is Miss? Jiang Xinian was found standing by the window not far away, and was saying something to the doctor next to her with an anxious face. Doctor, is there any chance of her arm recovering? The patient's ulna is neatly broken. Theoretically there's a complete chance of recovery, but there may be some after effects. What after effects? There may be no way to do strenuous activities in the future. The ulna is the bone near the elbow joint. Miss, Jiang Xinian turned her head to look at the hospital bed after hearing the voice, and rushed over when she saw Jiang Dai waking up. Dai, how do you feel now? Miss, don't worry. Jiang Dai's voice seemed breathless as she spoke. I'm okay. I'm sorry little Dai. I was supposed to take you to a hospital in Kyoto to receive treatment. But, Jiang Xinian had unspeakable bitterness. She really didn't want to go back to the Jiang family that bound her. Miss, the one who should apologize should be me. It's me who didn't do my part. Jiang Dai softly comforted. Not protecting you. She couldn't suppress the impulse within her when she thought of the frivolous actions Gu Qiu had made against the young lady. But reality was bone-chilling. By herself alone, she was no match for Qinghong. Not to mention there was also a Xylan. Because Jiang Xinyue had run away from home, she had only herself and Jiang Shi and other individual beloveds following her around. The power she could mobilize now was extremely limited, and it was almost impossible for her to take revenge on Gu Qiu. Even if it was possible, she was unwilling to cross paths with Gu Qiu because Gu Qiu gave her a very dangerous feeling. It was like a king who was high above the world. Wasn't that very middle of the road? It was this kind of feeling that was wanted. It's okay, don't you see that I'm fine now? In the future, we have to stay away from Gu Qiu. He gives me a dangerous feeling. More dangerous than anyone else's. Let's hope that we can stay at a city university peacefully and tide over for a while. Miss, it will be. I promise you. Boring class time is passed over, and we'll divide the interesting nightlife in detail. Yatian Yun residence. As soon as the door opened, Bai Zhiya was as kitten, like a kitten. She jumped into Gu Qiu's arms. Gu Qiu felt that something was wrong, but before he had time to think, Bai Zhiya's warm and delicate voice took the lead. Young master, meow. Bai Zhiya saw Gu Qiu frozen in place and revealed a wry gaze. He. When she received the news from Xylan at noon, she was a bit unconvinced that the young master actually liked this kind of tone. Now it seemed to be solid, but it doesn't matter. Apart from not being able to turn into a man, as long as it's the young master's favorite look, Bai Zhiya has it. Meow meow meow. Zhiya, what kind of mischief are you up to again? Zhiya isn't pulling any pranks. Zhiya beamed, she was just trying to please her young master. Then why did you suddenly learn to bark like a cat? Doesn't young master like it? Zhiya asked carefully. Don't like it? Heh, I didn't hear you clearly just now, so demonstrate again. Meow meow. Young master, be a good boy. Meow. What's wrong, young master? A short silence passed. Young master, where are you going to carry Zhiya? Gu Qiu didn't say anything and walked forward on his own. Does young master want to rest now? But young master hasn't eaten dinner yet. Should we wait until after dinner? Oh, young master meow? Oh, Wakaya was wrong. Wakaya will never play pranks again. Young master forgive Wakaya this time. Chapter 68 Sister Fengshe. Inside Gu Qiu's bedroom, Zhiya sat on the edge of the bed in a well-behaved manner, looking timidly at Gu Qiu in front of her and softly begging for forgiveness. Zhiya really knows it's wrong. Young master, meow. Gu Qiu questioned in a cold voice. What was wrong? Facing Gu Qiu's question, Zhiya's clear eyes blinked twice and said tentatively, wrong in. Wrong in. Wrong in not discovering young master's preferences earlier? Gu Qiu's face instantly darkened, and Zhiya shrank her neck in fear when she saw it. It's over. It's over. Zhiya has made young master angry again. He has to quickly think of a way to remedy the situation. After a short period of thinking, Zhiya once again opened her mouth and let out a meow. Meow Zhiya, be good. Young master won't get angry, okay? Gu Qiu shook his head firmly. No good. It was only because of his sudden bad taste that he wanted to watch Jiang Xinyue learn how to purr like a cat, but it turned out to be treated as a special preference by Zhiya. Do I look like such a pervert? This little ninny is really becoming more and more lawless, and must be properly disciplined today. Zhiya started off with a pleasing tone, but seeing Gu Qiu shaking her head so decisively, she was instantly a bit flustered. Young master seemed to be really angry this time. If he kept playing around, he would be kicked out by the young master. Thinking of this, Zhiya immediately put away her playful expression. Bare white tender feet came down from the bed, stood straight in front of Gu Qiu, lowered her little face, and said very seriously, Zhiya knows her mistake. Young master, don't be angry. Gu Qiu looked down at the delicate little face that was tilted up. Inexplicably evil fire surged up, then turned around and went to close the door to the room. Before closing the door, he didn't forget to instruct Qingnian with a sentence. No one is allowed to come up and disturb his rest. Afterward, he looked at Zhiya, who was kneeling on the ground, and laughed out meaningfully. Insert a live feed. The battle continues. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Qiu lazily lay on the bed, while Zhiya curled up on one side in a well-behaved manner. He was now in a very relaxed mood, and with his state of mind having risen to the level of a sage, he was fuming with boredom. Zhiya brought his tiny head next to Gu Qiu's chest and asked in a slightly aggravated manner, Young master, have you relieved your anger? Zhiya promises that she will be good in the future, so young master will forgive Zhiya this time, okay? Gu Qiu didn't answer, and Zhiya didn't dare to say anything more, so she could only twiddle her fingers in aggravation. It looked really pitiful and cute. Zhiya, actually, I haven't been angry, Gu Qiu said with a light smile. When Zhiya heard Gu Qiu's words, her dull eyes suddenly became translucent. It was as if they would glow. Young master isn't angry with Zhiya? Zhiya asked in surprise. Gu Qiu lightly smiled and stroked Zhiya's soft hair. Of course not. Zhiya is so well behaved and will always change her tricks to please me. How could I be angry? Then why did young master give off an angry look just now? Gu Qiu paused and somewhat awkwardly explained. Just now, I just didn't want you to misunderstand and think that I have some special fetish. Then does young master like this kind or not? Zhiya said and stretched out a hand in a cat's paw position, her white teeth lightly opening. Meow. Don't like it, don't do it in the future. Zhiya let out a hefty laugh and said in a hurry, Zhiya knows. Young master, don't be angry. Young master doesn't seem to have eaten dinner yet. Should I ask Sister Qingnian to send it up? Gu Qiu unconsciously laughed out loud as he watched Zhiya change the topic. Why was this little ninny so cute no matter what she did? It made it impossible to get angry from the bottom of one's heart. I'm not very hungry today, so I won't eat dinner. Take a bath and go to bed later. Zhiya obediently responded. All listened to young master de. After that, Zhiya got out of bed and ran straight to the bathroom with bare feet, croaking on the floor the whole way. The mouth also muttered something in a small voice. Wash for nothing. Young master likes to wash for nothing. After washing for nothing, hugging young master to sleep and sleep. Zhiya, put your shoes on before you go. Gu Qiu reminded helplessly. Got it, young master. Meow. After Zhiya finished speaking, without waiting for Gu Qiu to get angry, she ran out of the room in a huff and headed straight for the bathroom. Sigh. After Zhiya left, Gu Qiu was lying alone on the bed and still felt a bit empty. Anyway, Zhiya would be back after her bath, so it wouldn't be so bad for a while. Gu Qiu picked up a black underwear embroidered with lace edges by the bedside and wondered, whose clothes are these? He remembered that Bai Zhiya's wasn't this color. Could it be Bai Qingnian's? No. Bai Qingnian had always been careful with her work. It was impossible for her to leave such unpleasant clothes in her room. Gu Qiu always felt like she had overlooked someone. Right. Where's Sister President? By all rights, Zhang Xianyi should still be lying in her room resting right now. But when he came back with Bai Zhiya in his arms, he didn't see her figure. She should have gone back to her own room to rest. Gu Qiu casually tossed the underwear in his hands to the side, and at once lay back in the soft and comfortable mattress. I'm a bit tired today, so I won't go flirt with the president's sister. Let her rest for a day for the time being. 20 minutes later. Young master, are you inside? Bai Qingnian's gentle voice came from the doorway. Come in and talk. After receiving Gu Qiu's order, Bai Qingnian gently pushed open the door and walked in. Bai Qingnian walked to the edge of the bed and bent slightly towards Gu Qiu. Her clear and cool voice resounded. Young master, I received a message from Bai Fengshe. She'll be arriving in the city tomorrow morning. Bai Fengshe? Gu Qiu was a bit puzzled as to who this was, but then realized the problem from the name. It was similar to Bai Zhiya's and Bai Qingnian's names, so it couldn't be his third Deadpool, right? Yes. Fengshe has been developing the Gu family's explicit power over the past few years, especially in Kyoto. Fengshe now holds a great deal of power. Hearing Bai Qingnian's words, Gu Qiu was now certain that the Bai Fengshe she was talking about was his third Deadpool, but this spicy chicken system, which hadn't given his character's memory information until now, didn't he want to do it? Achoo! Did the host scold this system? Gu Qiu was a bit embarrassed. No, you heard wrong. I know the host is in a hurry, but hold your horses. Character memories will be released when the host meets his own Deadpool in person, so please be patient. Okay, I was wrong about you, but I'm not apologizing. Well, inform Fengshe. Gu Qiu thought briefly. Just have her come here directly in the morning. Have her come directly to young master's room tomorrow morning? Bai Qingnian memorized Gu Qiu's order and wanted to leave when Bai Zhiya happened to walk in from outside. At this time, Bai Zhiya's hair hadn't been completely dried, and her eyes with a slight mist of water were very soulful. Wearing a pink silk nightgown, her whole body revealed an inexplicable allure. Bai Zhiya casually asked, is it Sister Fengshe who is coming back? Bai Qingnian nodded her head. Bai Zhiya pouted a little unhappily. Alas, there was one more competitor. But once she thought that the other party was Sister Fengshe, it wasn't that unacceptable. Chapter 69, The Powerful Bai Fengshe. Bai Zhiya mumbled to herself as she wiped her wet hair. Even though Sister Fengshe is always very serious on weekdays, and when she gets angry, she's even meaner than Sister Qingnian, but she's very kind to Zhiya, so Zhiya likes Sister Fengshe. Bai Zhiya didn't treat Gu Qiu and Bai Qingnian as outsiders, and whatever was on her mind came straight out. Bai Qingnian's eyes condensed when she heard this, and she just wanted to open her mouth to teach Bai Zhiya a lesson, but then thought that Gu Qiu was right next to her. For the sake of her gentle image, she could only hold back the anger in her heart and squeeze out a forced smile. Zhiya, what did you just say? Bai Zhiya, no good. I accidentally let my mouth slip and actually told the truth. She hurriedly ran to the bed and hid her entire body behind Gu Qiu, explaining with some lack of breath. I was wrong, Sister Qingnian, but Sister Qingnian is really fierce when she's angry. Sometimes she even locks Zhiya in the small dark room and makes Zhiya face the wall. Bai Qingnian was furious when she heard this. Of all the young master's maids, only Bai Zhiya was the naughtiest. She often didn't act properly in front of the young master, making him uncomfortable, but he still favored her the most. As the big sister of all of Gu Qiu's servants, it was her duty to teach them well. Just because the young master likes her and favors her, she can't just let her do whatever she wants, but she also can't afford to hit Bai Zhiya. Really angry, can only punish Bai Zhiya shut down the small black room to face the wall. Then is not because you make a mistake? Bai Qingnian's tone suddenly became harsh. I remember I said before, you can't talk back in front of young master, right? Bai Zhiya bristled and muttered. Sister Qingnian is still so fierce when she's angry. How dare you talk back? You guys be quieter first. Gu Qiu felt that they were a bit too noisy, and there was a slight hint of anger in her voice. Bai Qingnian's mind was delicate, and she instantly sensed Gu Qiu's change in mood. This was a sign that the young master was angry. With a bend in her slender and beautiful knees, she knelt straight on the cold floor, facing Gu Qiu, and said softly, Qingnian was rude. Please punish young master. Bai Zhiya also gently grabbed Gu Qiu's arm and shook it, saying in a warm and soft voice, young master, I don't blame Sister Qingnian. It's Zhiya's fault, so if young master wants to punish her, just punish Zhiya. Although Bai Qingnian and Bai Zhiya occasionally bickered, they also regarded each other as important companions. In the face of Gu Qiu's chastisement, they excused each other for it. Gu Qiu sat up helplessly and stared straight at Bai Qingnian, who was kneeling on the floor. Qingnian is fierce. As soon as Gu Qiu's words left his mouth, Bai Qingnian's eyes instantly became dim. So, even young master thinks I'm fierce. She has to put on a fierce demeanor to discipline you when you make mistakes. That's her responsibility as a sister. The corners of Gu Qiu's mouth curved up in a hint of an arc, and her words changed. But that doesn't mean Qingnian isn't gentle. When my emotions fluctuate, Qingnian is always quick to notice, silently accompanying me by my side, wanting to share some of my pain. When facing me, Qingnian's voice tone has also always been warm and soft. Sometimes she would still shed tears and cry without moving, just like a little child. So in my opinion Qingnian is also the most gentle. Under Gu Qiu's offensive of this little essay, Bai Qingnian had long since cried her tears beyond recognition. Young master, this is all Qingnian should do. Ding. Character information has changed. As the system's mechanical beep sounded, Bai Qingnian's character template appeared. Name, Bai Qingnian. Age, 19 years old. Height, 176 centimeters. Charisma, 99 plus. Loyalty to host, plus infinity. Didn't you say the loyalty limit is 100? What's going on now? How did the original 100 become an unlimited symbol? But this thing should be as high as possible. Ding! Bai Qingnian's loyalty to the host has exceeded the upper limit, unlocking the title, Lifelong, issuing an additional reward, 1 loyalty rune seal, the last victim of the loyalty rune mark. Ahem, the binder. The bound person is still resting in the next room. Now that he was given another one, how could he use it up? Gu Qiu didn't continue to think deeply about this matter as he raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corner of Bai Qingnian's eyes. It won't look as good if you cry. Hearing these words, Bai Qingnian stiffly held back the teardrops that were about to fall. That appearance looked really funny and cute at the same time. Young master, what about me? With strong envy, Bai Zhiya gently shook Gu Qiu's arm, wanting to know what Gu Qiu thought of himself. Didn't I say that already? Zhiya has always changed her tricks to please me. She is well behaved and understanding. My favorite is Zhiya. Bai Zhiya's clear eyes instantly shone through after hearing this, writing all the joyful emotions in her heart on her face. Young master is the best. In the end, you are all the people I trust the most. I've never felt that any of you are more important than anyone else, and I won't allow you to entertain such thoughts. Is that clear? Bai Qingnian and Bai Zhiya answered yes in unison. After a moment of silence, Bai Qingnian tentatively asked, Young master, can Qingnian stay here tonight? There was nothing more to it than seeking comfort from her family. As an orphan, Bai Qingnian had taken Gu Qiu as the only family member he could rely on. Only by staying by Gu Qiu's side like this could she feel the significance of her existence. Moreover, there were separate beds within Gu Qiu's bedroom, so there was no need to squeeze into one bed. Gu Qiu nodded, but did not refuse. The next morning, he woke up early. Bai Qingnian was already nowhere to be seen, and only Bai Zhiya was left beside her. Good morning, young master. Gu Qiu gently nodded. Good morning. With Bai Zhiya's help, Gu Qiu quickly got dressed and headed downstairs. There were 2 people sitting on the sofa downstairs. One was Bai Qingnian, who was open with Gu Qiu and had infinite loyalty. The other was an unfamiliar face that he had never seen before. After seeing Gu Qiu come down, Bai Qingnian hurriedly got up and bowed his head in greeting. Good morning, young master. Gu Qiu nodded slightly as a response, then looked at the other unfamiliar face. It was a woman with an elegant and noble temperament. The woman's upper body was a white shirt, while her lower body was a demure black suit, and her ink-like black hair was coiled up high, making her look clean and tidy. Between her hands and feet, she carried the aura of a person in power, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. Not surprisingly, the blue character template light screen appeared in front of Gu Qiu. Name, Bai Fengshi. Age, 19 years old. Height, 174 centimeters. Charisma, 99 plus. Loyalty to host, 100. Till death do us part. Now releasing memories about Bai Fengshi. Please host check. 9 years ago, Bai Fengshi was once the eldest daughter of a branch of a powerful family in the Dragon Kingdom. Because of the family's internal interest struggle, Bai Fengshi's lineage was assassinated by the foreign assassin organization Sound. The Tone happens to be the rival force of the Shadow Palace. The Shadow Palace had just finished their mission, and had launched a full-scale siege against the organization. After the battle, Bai Fengshi survived because he was lucky enough not to receive any serious fatal injuries. Don't think it's outrageous. I think it's outrageous, but that's how the author arranged the plot. The host has kept Bai Fengshi by his side as a deadly servant, and has grown up with Bai Zhiya and the others. 3 years ago, the host sent Bai Fengshi into the country to develop his power, and now Bai Fengshi has become the small group of people standing at the top of the Dragon Kingdom. 2 days ago, Bai Fengshi received the news that the host had returned to the country, and put down all the things in his hands to come to the host. Chapter 70, Bai Fengshi's Plan. After Gu Qiu had accepted all the memories, his eyes became gentle as he looked at Bai Fengshi. The moment Bai Fengshi saw Gu Qiu, all of the superior's might around her dissipated. In front of Gu Qiu, she could reveal her truest and most vulnerable side, and didn't have to hide herself anymore. Bai Fengshi slowly came to Gu Qiu's front, her moist, reddened eyes having completely exposed her deepest emotions. In the end, she slowly approached Gu Qiu, and her thousands of words all turned into a cry. Young master, it's great that you're alright. Gu Qiu bent down slightly. His bony fingers gently moved on Bai Fengshi's handsome face, wiping away the teardrops at the corners of his eyes. Bai Fengshi didn't duck or dodge, allowing Gu Qiu to move. The face of a 19-year-old girl felt all like collagen to the touch, smooth and delicate, with excellent elasticity. This was also Gu Qiu in her previous mode of getting along. Bai Fengshi liked the feeling of being touched by Gu Qiu, just like a close person expressing love. After Bai Fengshi's emotions stabilized a bit, Gu Qiu slowly spoke. Long time no see. Young master. Gu Qiu turned around and walked over to the sofa to sit down. Bai Qingnian immediately handed over a cup of hot water, which Gu Qiu took and drank 2 mouthfuls of. Sit down first before you talk. Yes. Bai Fengshi hurriedly got up and stood next to Gu Qiu in a well-behaved manner. Young master, I'm ashamed of your trust and didn't complete the task you entrusted me with. Gu Qiu glanced deeply at Bai Fengshi, signaling her to continue on. At first, the task that young master gave me was to return to the country to develop my forces. But 3 whole years have passed, and Fengshi still hasn't integrated the forces within Kyoto. Although the Bai family created by Bai Fengshi was already a top-tier power in Kyoto, it was not the strongest existence after all. Not integrating all the forces within Kyoto meant that there were still forces that dared to defy the young master in the country. This was something Bai Fengshi absolutely could not accept. Please punish young master. Don't say that. The domestic Kyoto is full of hidden tigers and dragons. It's already very good that you can reach this level in 3 years. Gu Qiu comforted with a light smile. It's too late to reward. How could I chastise? Say it. What reward do you want? Whatever I can fulfill, I won't refuse. Although Bai Fengshi was a loyalty-pulling dead servant, this kind of occasional reward was also necessary. Fengshi doesn't dare to ask for young master's rewards. This is an order. Gu Qiu questioned in a condensed voice. Do you not even listen to me? Fengshi wouldn't dare. Bai Fengshi was about to get up and admit his mistake in a panic, but was stopped by Gu Qiu with a look. Then say it. What do you want? Bai Fengshi hesitated in his heart. Since he couldn't disobey the young master's order, he had to be forced to accept it. The young master just said that anything would do. Was he telling the truth? Then, young master, can I hug Fengshi? Bai Fengshi looked cautious, as if he was asking for something extremely valuable. Gu Qiu froze upon hearing this, then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, what kind of reward is this? Bai Fengshi was a bit puzzled. She was a bit confused as to whether this was a rejection or an acceptance on the young master's part. Before Bai Fengshi could continue to think, Gu Qiu got up and came to her, embracing her in his arms in one go. If this is considered a reward, it's no problem if you want it as many times as you want. Bai Fengshi, who was being held tightly by Gu Qiu, looked a bit at a loss for words. She hadn't even taken off her jacket yet. The young master must feel terrible when he hugged her, right? But the feeling of being embraced by her young master like this really made her feel content. Bai Zhiya had also gotten dressed and gone downstairs by now. When she saw the way Gu Qiu was holding Bai Fengshi, she too ate her mouth in dissatisfaction, like a child being robbed of its favorite thing. For short, sour. If it was on a normal day, Bai Zhiya would have clamored and told Gu Qiu that she wanted a hug too. But today, Bai Zhiya was very sensible and didn't bother. For the sake of Sister Fengshi's just returned, let her enjoy it this once. After a long time, Gu Qiu loosened his hands, and Bai Fengshi's legs went straight to the ground, staggering and almost collapsing. Bai Fengshi gasped for air in small gulps. She only felt the sides of her cheeks rolling and reddening. Sister Fengshi, what's wrong with you? Bai Zhiya's teasing voice came. Why is your face so red? Is it physically uncomfortable? Bai Fengshi became even more uncomfortable by Bai Zhiya teasing her like that, and awkwardly explained. Zhiya, don't worry, I'm fine. Bai Zhiya revealed a wry smile and pretended to say casually. Sister Fengshi is still so easily shy. Being hugged by young master turns her into this. If it's at night then wouldn't it be impossible? Only then did Bai Fengshi react. So the scene just now was all seen by Bai Zhiya. She was deliberately teasing herself. Zhiya. Bai Fengshi's expression instantly became serious, frightening Bai Zhiya to hastily hide behind Gu Qiu. Sister Fengshi is also fierce. Gu Qiu dotingly touched Bai Zhiya's head and said softly, Zhiya, be good. Stop it. Okay day. Young master. Afterwards, as usual, Bai Zhiya was responsible for feeding Gu Qiu, while Bai Qingnian stood at the side and quietly watched. And now there was an additional Bai Fengshi. As for Zhang Xianyi, she perfectly illustrated what it meant to not be able to get out of bed for 3 days. Young master, with Fengshi's power today, if you want to get the right to speak in Kyoto, you have to unite with other families. The Jiang family in Kyoto is in a position of not being on top of the first-class families. Very suitable to be our pawn. That's why I fabricated the identity of a Bai family heir to join forces with the Kyoto Jung family. But, Gu Qiu was puzzled. But what? The eldest daughter of the Jung family suitable for marriage escaped from Kyoto, disrupting my plans, in which case the time to get the right to speak in Kyoto might have to be delayed for a while. Speaking of this, Bai Fengshi was very self-condemning. It's my incompetence that delayed young master's plan. Gu Qiu waved his hand. It's okay, it can't be blamed on you. Then a playful smile surfaced on his face. But this is too interesting, isn't it? Bai Zhiya asked curiously. Young master, what's interesting? Coincidence. The data of these days is a bit poor. The author will make more efforts to add more. I hope that those who feel that this book is still good can move the little hand of fortune to point and click to catalyze the change. Chapter 71, The Rebellious Rich Woman. Coincidence is funny? Bai Zhiya didn't understand, but since the young master said it was interesting, then it was interesting, so she just had to be happy. Gu Qiu thought back to the transfer student Zhang Xinyue, and remembered that she seemed to have said that she came from the Zhang family in Kyoto. What kind of plot is this? A marriage between the powerful families of Kyoto. Zhang Xinyue was unwilling to accept her fate and fled to a city as a transfer student? If it was in a novel, this kind of plot would be understandable, but in real life there were actually escaped marriages? What's the name of the selected Zhang family marriage partner? Zhang Xinyu. Gu Qiu laughed out recklessly. It was actually really her. Fengshi, how do you plan to handle this matter? Bai Fengshi said slowly after a little thought. Continue to pressure the Zhang family to force them to get their marriage partner back. This isn't a marriage of equals. It's a one-sided dependency. The Zhang family needs our strength. That's how it should be. Gu Qiu nodded. Although this is a task given to you, don't push yourself too much. If you can't, you can still seek help from Qingnian and the others. Bai Qingnian smiled and nodded at Bai Fengshi. With the Gu family's heritage assisting Bai Fengshi, things would become much simpler, and integrating Kyoto would only be a matter of time. But after all, the Tanchi Gu family was not a local power in Kyoto, so rushing into the game would definitely be risky. Bai Fengshi's heart was touched and she answered in a low voice. I understand, young master, but she wanted to use her own strength to clear the obstacles in the way for her young master. After breakfast was over, Zhang Xianyi also walked down from upstairs in her white silk gauze pajamas. Gu Qiu. Zhang Xianyi smiled sweetly at Gu Qiu and said softly, why don't we go to school together today? Bai Fengshi's heart trembled when he heard Zhang Xianyi's words. Who was this woman who actually dared to call the young master by his name? Bai Zhiya even directly quickly stepped in front of Zhang Xianyi and whispered, when you see the young master, you have to call the young master good. If you don't behave, you will be locked up in the small black house. Little black house? It's the basement. I'll accompany you when the time comes. Zhang Xianyi looked a little scared when she heard this. That basement she never wanted to go in again in her life. Thinking about that pain, she still had palpitations. I'm sorry, I'm used to it. Zhang Xianyi quickly corrected her attitude. After all, she couldn't beat Bai Zhiya. Gu Qiu reached out and pinched Bai Zhiya's small face and said softly, Zhiya, don't scare her. I don't hate the title of chairman's sister. Bai Zhiya skimmed her mouth and muttered in a small voice. Zhiya didn't scare her. Who made her so misbehaved? Gu Qiu turned her head to look at Zhang Xianyi. Is president's sister resting this time? Zhang Xuanyi nodded. In fact, her waist and abdominal area still felt very sore right now, and she could barely walk now, but she was still too embarrassed to say it outright. After all, it was really too embarrassing. Who would have thought that she couldn't get out of bed for 3 days, and after getting out of bed, she even struggled to walk? Does this mean that Chairman Senpai has regained her ability for strenuous exercise? No, not yet. Zhang Xuanyi immediately shook her head frantically like a timid kitten. At least, let her rest for 2 more days. Seeing Zhang Xianyi's reaction, Gu Qiu was a bit displeased and muttered to herself, am I really that scary? No, young master is the best young master in the world. Not scary at all. Zhiya loves young master the most. Bai Zhiya was very facetious and flattered, with a pleasing smile on her face as she gently encircled Gu Qiu's arm. You're the one with the sweetest mouth. Gu Qiu let out a light laugh, which was replaced by Bai Zhiya's hee silly smile. President's sister doesn't have to be so nervous. I'll give you enough rest time. Gu Qiu turned his eyes towards Zhang Xuanyi. But when the time comes, you have to be well prepared as well. No, got it. Bai Fengshi watched everything silently from the side. She belonged to the type that wasn't good with words, especially when there were so many people around Gu Qiu. However, she still firmly remembered Zhang Xuanyi's delicate and unfamiliar face. This was the young master's friend, so she should take care of her a little bit when she had the chance in the future. Gu Qiu suddenly remembered that he hadn't signed in today, and with a thought, he called up the system template and chose to sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining physical strengthening. The blue character template light screen appeared in front of Gu Qiu's eyes. Name, Gu Qiu. Age, 19 years old. Gender, male. Physique, 70, each value is capped at 100. Charisma, 91. IQ, 97. Durability, undetectable. Possessed skills, piano skill, fighting skill, calligraphy skill. Items, loyalty rune seal *1. Eventually, in the line for physique, the pitiful 70 began to change gradually. 71, 0.72, 0.73. It finally rose to 95 before it finally stopped. Gu Qiu only felt that his body was now full of strength, and it was completely different from the fine wang from before. If he had obtained this 2 days earlier, Zhang Xianyi definitely wouldn't have appeared in front of him now. The mechanical sound of the system sounded again. Note, physical strengthening will ultimately only allow the host to reach the limits of biology, and cannot cultivate immortality and ascend to resist bullets hard. Please host treasure life. I'm not stupid. What body can resist bullets? Don't keep comparing me to the contestant next door who's always thinking about challenging nuclear bombs. After that, Gu Qiu looked up at the time. It was already 25 past 7. Time to go to school or I'll be late. The black Rolls-Royce parked in front of the entrance of a city university, and unsurprisingly, it again drew a sea of envious and jealous gazes. Some people are born in Rome, while some people are born as bulls and horses. Envy is useless. This society can rely on their own against the odds. How many? This time again, the two goddesses by Qingnian and Zhang Xuani are accompanied by each other. Is there any justice in this world? The scum I hate the most is the one who has his feet in 2 boats. How much do you leave us? 1. But luckily, I still have Jiang Xinyue now. Maybe I'll be able to see Jiang Xinyue by Gu Qiu's side tomorrow? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The surrounding chatter was endless, but Bai Qingnian and Zhang Xuani didn't give a damn about what others thought. Bai Qingnian didn't need to say much. She only had Gu Qiu in her eyes. As for Zhang Xuani's words, she was already in Gu Qiu's shape, so why care too much? Just like that, the 2 women and 1 man entered the school in the complicated sights of the surrounding passers-by. A, B, C, D. A somewhat familiar back figure stood there under the school emblem sign of the school building. Long black hair was casually scattered behind her head, and an exquisite outfit looked expensive. Appraisal complete. A rich woman, or a somewhat rebellious rich woman. Chapter 72, A Gift If You Hate Me. Jiang Xinyue didn't immediately notice Gu Qiu's arrival because her back was turned. There was a boy standing in front of her, and the boy was a little handsome. Roughly 1/10,000th of the caliber of everyone in front of the screen. But it was enough to earn the title of so-and-so department grass in the huge city university. The boy was facing Jiang Xinyue, holding a delicate bag in his hand, and telling something with a serious face. When the boy finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Xinyue with eyes full of anticipation, seemingly waiting for Jiang Xinyue's answer. Sorry, I already have a fiancé, so I can't accept your request to date. Jiang Xinyue smiled gently, but kept her distance from the boy in front of her. The boy looked like he had heard something he couldn't believe. Jiang Xinyue was actually engaged? Student Jiang Xinyue isn't joking, right? You already have a fiancé? The boy asked incredulously. How he wished that Jiang Xinyue had just been joking. Then he wouldn't have no chance at all. Under his expectant gaze, Jiang Xinyue's stunningly beautiful face tapped twice. Pain. It hurt too much. Disappointment immediately surfaced on the boy's face. It's not easy for me to have my heart moved once, but reality made me lose so completely. As expected, how could such a powerful family from Kyoto possibly date an ordinary person? I'm sorry, student Jiang Xinyue, excuse me. The boy looked like he had lost his mind, lowered his eyes, turned around and tried to leave. Gu Qiu could probably see what was going on here. A pure and simple confession failure scene. Gu Qiu was a bit emotional. That boy was really like himself back then. However, he wasn't dealing with a disgusting gold-digging green tea, but rather a lady from a wealthy family who was difficult to climb up to. In comparison then, he was quite lucky. The green tea has a boy and a girl. Please don't punch. Seeing the boys turn and leave, Jiang Xinyue breathes a sigh of relief in her heart that she can deal with it, because Jiang Dai and Jiang Shi are both recuperating from their injuries. Jiang Xinyue is the only one who came to school today, and her safety cannot be guaranteed. So in the face of the people who came to confess their love, her heart will be more or less a little unsure. Fortunately, there is also the fiancé. This gimmick can be used as a shield. In this case, in the future to accost the confession of people will gradually reduce it. Although this fiancé she does not intend to recognize. Jiang Xinyue smiled lightly, not being bound by her family's marriage contract order at school. This was the freedom. Jiang Xinyue's mood, which had been quite good just a moment ago, dissipated when she turned around without thinking. Gu Qiu's deep eyes looked at her meaningfully, as if he was admiring his well-behaved and cute pet. It made Jiang Xinyue feel uncomfortable for a while. She couldn't help but sigh that she was really unlucky. Even going to class she could run into a pervert. This pervert who liked to watch people dress up as beast maids. However, She remembered that Gu Qiu seemed to have said that she had to walk around him when she met him at school, so she should take advantage of the fact that she was still far away from Gu Qiu. 36 plans. Walking is the best strategy. Jiang Xinyue twisted her head and ran, but Gu Qiu's indifferent voice made her stop in her tracks. Is that woman awake now? That woman? Speaking of Jiang Shi, as for whether or not she came to her senses, is it possible that you don't know if you're sober or not? When Jiang Shi came back, her whole body was wrapped in bandages, and when the bandages were removed, there was no longer a decent piece of skin on her body. When Kongyi first regained consciousness, he kept muttering things like, "No, please stop, kill me, please kill me, please kill me." Simply cannot listen to what others say, not a moment to pass out again. Until now did not wake up. To know Jiang Shi as her beloved bodyguard, is through strict training, including interrogation training. This one can endure the limit of pain, has long exceeded the normal people several times, but still turned into this look. Listening to the doctor said, Jiang Shi body also detected similar to the kind of stimulant drugs. The anger in Jiang Xinyue's eyes had been unable to restrain the flow out, and Gu Qiu's methods could only be described as cruel. Gu Qiu slowly walked up to Jiang Xinyue, gave a playful laugh and said suspiciously, "What kind of expression is this? It looks like you're angry? I seem to remember that she didn't die, right?" Jiang Xinyue was upturned with anger, not knowing where the courage came from. The words in her heart blurted out, "Gu Qiu, you bastard!" Snap! Before Jiang Xinyue's words fell, a crisp slap suddenly interrupted her. Physical interruption. After Bai Qingnian's actions ended, she turned to Gu Qiu and gently bent over, whispering. Qingnian acted without authorization, and she would have taken the initiative to confine herself afterwards, but Qingnian really couldn't help it, couldn't help but let her abuse young master. Jiang Xinyun was directly dumbfounded by this slap. Plot needs, please don't substitute reality. If you encounter this situation in reality, please seek legal help. How could he do it directly without any warning? Normally, shouldn't you say something mean and then get high? This is a bit different from the script I was thinking of. What Qingnian did wasn't wrong. Cursing is wrong and should indeed be taught a lesson, Gu Qiu said softly in a comforting voice. After Gu Qiu finished speaking, she looked at Jiang Xini, who was covering the side of her cheek with her hand. At this moment, her cheeks had turned red under her white palms, only it wasn't caused by shyness. Student Jiang Xinyue, it hurts to hit, doesn't it? When Jiang Xinyue heard these words, a wave of sourness surged up. When had she ever suffered this kind of aggravation since she was a child? But she still forced herself not to shed tears. I'm already avoiding you. What exactly do you want? Gu Qiu looked a bit innocent when she heard this. What do I want? I was clearly asking about that woman's physical condition with good intentions, right? Rather, why are you scolding me? Jiang Xinyun was burning with anger, but she couldn't find any rebuttal because Gu Qiu seemed to be telling the truth. What else do you want to say? Jiang Xinyue was silent. It looks like you want to look like you hate me. Do you hate me? Good girl. It doesn't matter even if you tell the truth. Gu Qiu's tone was gentle, as if he was coaxing a small child, which made Jiang Xinyue feel like she was being humiliated too. Hate, if I can, I really want to slap you hard, so that you know how painful it feels to be hit. Hearing these words, Bai Qingnian was about to step forward to teach her how to talk to the young master, but was stopped by Gu Qiu's eyes. Although Jiang Xinyue had a deep heart, she was ultimately a flower protected in a greenhouse by a wealthy family. Even with the current situation, the only way she could think of to retaliate was just a slap. Since you hate me so much, then I'll give you a gift. I hope you'll like it. A gift? Jiang Xinyue's face was wary. She definitely wouldn't want a gift from this bad guy. But what she didn't know was that this gift was impossible to refuse. Use the loyalty rune seal. Gu Qiu's mind moved, and the system's mechanical voice instantly responded. Ding, please choose the target to use. Jiang Xinyue.